Chapter 1. My arrival on the deserted island. Isn't this a raft? How'd I end up on a deserted island? Jiang Tian stood on the beach, gazing vacantly at the boundless sea. No one answered his query. Before him lay only the gently rippling waves, while behind him loomed a vast island. Just a minute ago, he had been transported to this unknown isle, accompanied by a cold, mechanical voice echoing in his ears. Welcome to the world of raft survival. Beware of underwater dangers. Seek extraordinary powers. Content omitted. He had not fully absorbed the warnings imparted by the mechanical voice. However, he certainly would not overlook the vital information. Raft. Indeed, he confirmed he had not misheard. Everyone possessed a mobile phone, equipped with various functional apps. Jiang Tian opened the chat feature, eager to verify some information. Messages in the chat room scrolled rapidly, overwhelming his senses. Brother, save me. Surrounded by sea, and without a sail, I don't know where it'll drift. This wretched raft will be swallowed by a wave. What a futile existence. Help, there are sharks in the water. Upon reading these messages, Jiang Tian's breath became heavy. Yes, in this world of raft survival, he had indeed found himself on a deserted island for some unknown reason. Even a fool would comprehend the implications of this situation. What others lacked, he could easily obtain. While others worried about the perils of the ocean, he had little to fear. All he needed to do was focus on his development and seize this significant opportunity. In the early stages, he could ascend to the pinnacle of success. This island was quite expansive, replete with lush trees and inexhaustible resources. It was a divine gift. Eagerly, Jiang Tian prepared to fell a tree to warm up. Standing beside a tree, he suddenly realized a grave issue. He had no tools. His personal inventory on the phone was completely empty, devoid of a beginner's gift pack, save for a solitary grappling hook. Beginner grappling hook, an inefficient novice tool that can retrieve resources and may yield unexpected treasures. Note: do not lose it. According to the typical procedure for clearing land, one would gather resources first. However, his situation on the island deviated from the norm. He could not fish for resources at sea, and the underwater realm posed dangers. Thus, he would have to rely on the marketplace and the island's resources. I need to craft an axe. Jiang Tian accessed the crafting menu on his phone and discovered the axe under the technology section. Poor quality axe. Crafting requirements: 2 units of wood, 2 units of inferior rope, 1 metal shard. After some exploration, he realized that wood and inferior rope were relatively easy to acquire. What could be gathered from sturdy broken branches on the ground, although scarce and somewhat challenging to find, there were still a few, and he needed only 2 units of wood to commence his lumberjacking endeavor. Wood 2. Inferior rope required manual creation, with fibers as the raw material. It is somewhat manageable by foraging shrubs. One can obtain leaves, and there exists a certain probability of acquiring fibers, which can be considered a quasi rare item. Leaves 22. Fibers 2. With 2 fibers in his inventory, Jiang Tian clicked the button to craft a low-quality rope, and a countdown immediately appeared. The total time was 5 minutes, with one requiring 2.5. Observing this duration, Xiao Hezi furrowed his brow. Not because this time held any particular significance, but rather due to its excessive length. If such semi-finished products required this much time, would not the creation of items later on take an entire day to commence? Darn it, it's unbearable. Shaking his head, he cast these concerns aside and opened his phone to search for metal scraps. Metal scraps were indeed unattainable on the island. However, other players might have procured them. Jiang Tian eagerly opened the trading market and entered metal scraps into the search bar. With a swipe, the trading market page was instantly filled, indicating that others had a fair chance of obtaining metal scraps. Yet, upon viewing the trading demands, Jiang Tian was taken aback. The first thing that caught his eye was 999 wood, while the lowest price for a single metal scrap required 40 wood. What kind of absurd pricing was this? Although he understood that the market was chaotic at the outset, he did not anticipate it to be this tumultuous. Jiang Tian sifted through the chaos, hoping to find a trade that suited his circumstances. He also noticed a demand for 50 leaves. If nothing else suitable appeared later, he could trade with that. Jiang Tian clicked the refresh button on the trading market, his gaze fixed on the various trade offers that popped up. Suddenly, he discovered a transaction that was exceedingly appropriate for him. 1 stone in exchange for 1 metal scrap. Bending down, Jiang Tian picked up a stone and secured the metal scrap. After waiting a moment, the low-quality rope was completed, and Jiang Tian directly synthesized a low-quality axe. Crafting time: 10 minutes. Thankfully, 10 minutes was still acceptable. Reflecting on the transactions in the trading market, Jiang Tian pondered. Metal scraps cannot float on the water's surface. Thus, they must originate from supply crates. The 1-10 exchange of stones for metal scraps indicated that the value of stones was at least equal to, if not greater than, that of metal scraps. If one could amass wealth merely by selling stones, then there would be no need to chop down trees. However, what could possibly require stones? He knew that constructing houses necessitated stones, yet it was improbable that anyone would bypass wooden houses to build stone ones. Even if one were the chosen one, crafting still required time. While Jiang Tian was lost in thought, a pinned message suddenly popped up in the trading market. Anonymous player. I have listed a campfire viewable those wishing to cook food or keep warm. Come trade. A campfire. In everyone's technological interface, there were only various basic tools. Functional items like a campfire were not included. This meant someone had unlocked a crafting blueprint or a similar item. What a stroke of luck! Jiang Tian stood on the deserted island, leaning against a tree, feeling quite indignant. His finger clicked on the viewable campfire, and its information swiftly materialized. Bonfire player made. A peculiar item that requires no ignition and will never extinguish as long as there is fuel. What a remarkable creation, devoid of the need for kindling. Yet upon reflection, it makes sense they are surviving on a raft, and naturally, the items they craft are intended for use on that very raft. If ignition were necessary, the likelihood of enjoying a cooked meal within a week would be quite slim. Ding. Item crafted successfully. Crafting experience 1. Ah, splendid. The axe is complete. A surge of joy coursing through Jiang Tian in his hand. A flash of white light reveals a metal blade affixed to a wooden handle. At first glance, it is difficult to associate it with an axe. Wait a moment, crafting experience? Jiang Tian discovered his personal information tucked away in a corner. Region, 6666. Personal ID, 666666. Race, human. Life rating, Tier 1. Physique, 10. Agility, 10. Perception, 10. Energy, 100,100. Crafting, 1,100. An exceedingly mundane set of attributes, belonging to an ordinary individual among ordinary folk. Yet, Jiang Tian's keen eyes quickly spotted the plus sign adjacent to energy, curiosity compelling him to delve deeper into the information. Instantly, a brief passage of text materialized before him, causing Jiang Tian to freeze in astonishment. IT was not the expected definition of terms, but a unique buff. Pioneer Unique. Awarded to the first player to enter the Secret Realm, the holder of this title experiences a significant reduction in energy consumption and within the confines of the Illusion Beast Spirit Island. Spell potency is doubled. Secret Realm? Illusion Beast Spirit Island? Jiang Tian sank into contemplation. That moment, a figure darted from the grass behind him, startling him. What is that? Chapter 2. Resource Tycoon from Illusion Beast Spirit Island. A white figure sped past him, nearly colliding with Jiang Tian. However, the white entity harbored no intention of causing harm. It seemed merely to be passing through. Jiang Tian hastily retrieved his phone, spinning around to snap a photograph of the white figure. This was not for social media, rather, he intended to utilize the phone's built-in identification feature. With a press of the confirmation button, a clear image was stored in his gallery, so vivid that Jiang Tian doubted it even possessed pixels. He tapped on the image of the white figure. Happy Rabbit Illusion Beast. A high-tier race native to Illusion Beast Spirit Island. Legends say that possessing a happy rabbit ensures a lifetime of happiness. Happy rabbit? A rabbit? As a rabbit, it was rather large, reaching up to Jiang Tian's knees. However, as an illusion beast, its exceptional nature was to be expected. Jiang Tian pondered over the accompanying notes, particularly the line about the legend, lost in thought. Possessing a happy rabbit, does this imply that this illusion beast is tameable? Furthermore, considering his buff, this is not a deserted island, it is a secret realm. He did not allow himself to be swept away by the allure of fortune falling from the sky. Rather, he maintained a serene composure. If he were to lose his cool, he might find himself crushed beneath this unexpected bounty. Though the means to access the secret realm remained unclear, it was evident that this was not the appropriate time for his arrival. However, excessive contemplation proves futile. The true path lies in the swift development of oneself. Jiang Tian approached the edge of the forest, wielding an axe. The axe in his hand appeared scarcely more effective than a primitive tool, yet as it struck the tree trunk, a notification of 2 emerged. Upon witnessing this, he silently counted in his mind. With the fall of a tree, a plethora of timber scattered across the ground. Jiang Tian straightened his back and gave his weary waist a gentle thump. Logging experience 1. After having felled no fewer than 100 trees, it became evident that the life force of a single tree hovered around 200. Yet, even with such efforts, the increment in logging experience was minimal. One wondered how many trees must be felled to attain an upgrade. The scattered timber amounted to over 20 pieces, all of which he collected into his bag. Feeling slightly fatigued, Jiang Tian surveyed the ground, where stones glimmered like shards of diamonds under the light. Such treasures. He picked up several stones and listed them in the trading post. Currently, the prices for stones were stabilizing predominantly within the range of around 20, albeit with fluctuations for 5 or 6 pieces of timber, though the trading speed was rather sluggish. Jiang Tian set the price at 1 stone for 20 pieces of timber and listed 3 to test the waters. After a brief wait and several price adjustments, the stones finally sold. The final transaction yielded 17 pieces of timber. Now, he felt assured. He promptly searched for 10 stones to list, pricing them at 18 pieces of timber. This method proved significantly faster than felling trees. In this world, the essence of survival lies in the efficiency of resource collection. Without substantial supplies to sustain oneself, being ousted from the game is merely a matter of time. Although he was born on a deserted island and lacked for materials, his circumstances were not particularly optimistic. The earlier encounter with the phantom rabbit reminded him that he was not the sole inhabitant of this island. It was imperative to establish a shelter and defensive structures. Jiang Tian opened his mobile device to explore building options. Your listed stones have been sold. Timber 18.to his delight. They sold quickly. He had thought he would wait long for a higher price. Jiang Tian's gaze shifted to the construction section. The only structure he had unlocked was a wooden house, square and devoid of windows. Small wooden house. Crafting requirements: 100 pieces of timber, 10 inferior ropes, 30 nails. For him, the challenging aspect lay in acquiring nails. These required metal sheets. For crafting, 1 metal sheet could produce 3 nails, necessitating a mere 10 metal sheets. Your listed stones have been sold. Timber 18. Goodness, another sale. His timber count exceeded 100, now at 109 pieces. Naturally, he would not trade these for metal sheets. The stones on the ground were his primary focus. After gathering 10 more stones, he listed them in the trading post, maintaining the previous exchange rate, and the price remained relatively stable. Once he completed the listings, Jiang Tian began collecting leaves that took nearly a dozen attempts to yield a single fiber. Truly laborious work. Time passed minute by minute. All the items Jiang Tian had listed were sold, and he had gathered enough fibers to craft inferior ropes. Once completed, he clicked the button to construct the wooden house. Remaining crafting time: half an hour, and no matter, he would wait patiently. Currently, I possess a mere 153 units of wood and 152 leaves. After perusing the crafting menu, I discovered with dismay that there was nothing of significance to create. Indeed, the game is rather stingy, withholding even a few technological advancements that in a fit of frustration, I cursed the game's miserly nature internally. Yet after a moment's reflection, I decided to add 10 wooden spears to the crafting queue. Each spear requires 3 minutes to produce, thus extending my crafting time by an additional half hour. Diligent as ever, Master Jiang could not afford to be idle. He seized this opportunity to search for stones. These too could be considered a form of currency. Even if they were unsellable, keeping them on hand would allow for the fortification of my abode, ensuring no loss. However, Jiang soon recognized a pressing issue: food and water. Having played for less than an hour, my needs in these areas had not yet become urgent. Yet, for prolonged survival, a stable source of sustenance and hydration was imperative. The bushes I had gathered from yielded no berries, and lacking suitable weapons, I dared not venture deep into the island. Thus, I placed my hopes on the trading post. Upon opening the trading interface, I was struck by a row of fish, plunging me into contemplation. The prices were exorbitant, with a single fish fetching the equivalent of 50 wood. For Jiang, this was not a significant hurdle, as 2 or 3 stones could easily be exchanged. However, he was allergic to fish. While not life-threatening, consuming them would result in itchy welts on his back. Were it not for extreme hunger, he would never consider fish. Next, I searched for water. The prices for water were even more outrageous, with a single bottle commanding an astonishing 100 wood. Truly, a bottle of water was akin to a house. Closing the trading post, I returned to collecting stones. An hour slipped by, and I managed to gather 217 stones, also acquiring some crafting experience. The wooden house granted me 10 experience points, and the 10 spears contributed another 10 points. I successfully placed the square structure, marking the establishment of my humble abode. Yet, I was still in need of source of fire. Suddenly, I recalled the campfires available in the trading post. Upon re-entering the trading interface, I noticed the prices for campfires were not uniform, suggesting a fierce market competition. The heated exchanges in the chat confirmed this notion. Anonymous: if you have the guts, then lower the price. My brothers are gathering materials and not in need of this. Just don't let me see you, or ill use your head for football. 125478. You talk big, huh? There are 30 of us in this sea. I'm not afraid of you. Anonymous. You're in my territory. Don't be so arrogant. 125478. In making money, what about you? Anonymous. Curse your mother. 125478. In making money, what about you? The anonymous individual faltered first, unleashing a torrent of insults towards 125,478's family, while onlookers reveled in the spectacle, taunting the first seller of campfires. A mere loudmouth too cowardly to reveal their ID. Next time I log in, I expect to see some pearls. Haha, a true clown, seeking trouble, yet crumbling under pressure. Spectacular. I love watching this. Let's see them fight. That as Jiang Tian recognized a golden opportunity, he posted a message in the chat room. Anonymous. Selling 100 stones in exchange for some rare materials. Please private message me. In an instant, the chat room erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 3. The Blueprint for the Crossbow. In a distant sea, 3 large rafts were lashed together, evidently having been expanded. To the center of these rafts stood a wooden cabin, a trivial endeavor for its owner to construct. A young man with yellow hair squatted on the ground, gritting his teeth, his cheeks flushed and veins bulging on his forehead, embodying the spirit of a fervent gamer. Each utterance laced with expletives that on his raft were 2 companions, one male and one female. The male was clad in leather, while the female sported a nose ring. At that moment, they beheld the message posted by Jiang Tian. Anonymous. Selling 100 stones in exchange for some rare materials, no wood or leaves, please. Upon reading this message, the girl with the nose ring wore an expression of utter disdain. 100 stones? Are you boasting? Those 3 began with an extraordinary hand, obtained the campfire design, and yet they couldn't accumulate even 40 stones. At this moment, the group chat erupted with rebuttals directed at Jiang Tian. Brother, do you even draft your fabrications? 100 stones. Why not claim you're on a deserted island? 100 stones. How many treasure chests must one open to acquire that? Treasure chests? Spare us the sarcasm. Those were picked up from the ground. One could easily gather 100 stones, you know? With a glance, Dingjin was declared a fraud. Words alone are insufficient. The best response to skepticism is evidence. 3, 2, 1. Family, let us access the link. Anonymous. Then let us see some sincerity regarding those stones. 217. Goodness, a master. Mom, come see the lucky one. Fake, all photoshopped. The girl with the nose ring pressed her eyes against the screen, disbelief etched on her face as she glanced at the man in the leather jacket, who mirrored her astonishment. She stood, kicking the yellow-haired one still engaged in a heated discussion. Ajay, check the group. Caught off guard, the yellow-haired one was knocked over. And as he rose to retaliate, the man in the leather jacket restrained him. Enough of this bickering, check the group. If we seize this opportunity, we can turn the tide. Consumed by emotion, the yellow-haired one inadvertently blocked out the group messages, focusing solely on typing. Upon hearing the leather jacket man's words, he scrolled back up. The sight of the number 217 sent his mind reeling. What is happening? How did this emerge? There was the KTV incident earlier. And now there's a resource tycoon? Be it blueprints, numbers, or resources, I feel utterly overshadowed. Woe is me, I am clearly the protagonist. Who has stolen my golden finger? The yellow-haired one was engulfed in existential doubt. Useless fool, the girl with the nose ring muttered as she shot him a glance. Then directly initiated a private chat with Jiang Tian. Anonymous, nose ring girl hi. Brother, are you looking to trade for those 100 stones? What is your price? After a brief wait, a reply arrived. Anonymous, Jiang Tian, I do not seek basic materials, only the rare ones. The assessment of their trading value shall be determined by me. Such arrogance. The nose ring girl thought to herself in frustration. Anonymous, nose ring girl, what about sand? I have 20 portions, and I can offer something else to sweeten the deal. Jiang Tian gazed at the resplendent golden expanse of the seaside, feeling as though he had overlooked something significant. Anonymous, Jiang Tian, no, we possess quite a bit of this. We? It indeed suggested a sense of camaraderie. In this realm, certain individuals are transported as a collective, and this trio exemplified such a phenomenon, leaving little room for suspicion. After all, if one individual were to possess an abundance of resources, others would inevitably harbor envious intentions. Even though Jiang Tian's identity remained a mystery, the thought of being coveted by others was unsettling. Anonymous, nose ring girl, what about fish? Have you considered it? There's also an octopus over a meter long. Anonymous, Jiang Tian, I'm allergic to seafood. Upon hearing this rationale, the nose ring girl suppressed her irritation. In this survival world on a wooden raft, such an allergy could prove fatal. What about water? Is that negotiable? She pondered. Damn, is this just a way to toy with me? Are they merely flaunting their bounty? Meanwhile, Jiang Tian felt a profound disappointment. Was this all there was? Or was there something superior that could not be offered for trade? Perhaps the extraordinary powers mentioned in the initial announcement? Yet, considering that this was merely the beginning, it was reasonable to expect a lack of valuable items. He decided to dismiss the matter. Just as Jiang Tian prepared to take his leave, another message arrived from across the way. How about this crossbow design? Surely it has caught your eye? Jiang Tian's eyes gleamed with realization. Required materials: 5 pieces of timber, 1 resilient wood, 2 sturdy ropes, 3 metal sheets, and 2 resins. Anonymous, Jiang Tian. Sure, for 100 stones, let's trade. The woman with the nose ring let out a cold laugh, her long, lacquered nails dancing across the screen before she pressed the send key. This blueprint demands 150 stones, or there's no negotiation. Crafting such an item is no simple feat. Not to mention the sturdy ropes. The resilient wood and resins are evidently sourced from trees. Moreover, if my intuition serves me correctly, these may not even be from ordinary trees. A planting box requires a blueprint, and to create this item, one would need soil, something I've yet to find even in the trading market. Even if fortune smiles upon you and you happen to possess a planting box, it would still necessitate seeds, and such trees require time to grow. What is it? Do you have a forest nearby? By the time the trees mature, this item would be rendered useless. Jiang Tian chuckled softly, fully grasping the intentions of the individuals across from him. They were attempting to utilize materials that an ordinary person could not procure, even if successfully crafted. The crossbow's cost-effectiveness paled in comparison to that of a spear for dealing with sea beasts. However, for him, it was a different matter. 100 stones were required. The materials were challenging to acquire. He promptly replied, 200, or I will block you. Should they choose to block him, he would simply proceed to deliver 100 stones to another party, standing by his word. Go play your games, he thought, raising his middle finger. He was about to head off to deliver his goods. The other party clearly lost their composure. You dare. Your message has been rejected by the recipient. Jiang Tian was amused. The woman with the nose ring panicked, claiming that blocking him was merely a threat. Not anticipating his resolute response, the man in the leather jacket and the blonde approached, peering over her shoulder to review the message history, which nearly sent them into a rage. The man in the leather jacket tugged at his hair, pointing at the woman with the nose ring and unleashing a torrent of expletives. What the hell were you thinking? Did you think you could trade a blueprint for that? Or a crossbow? They want materials. Materials. You showed them compounds and adhesives instead. You presented fish and water like it's nothing. The woman with the nose ring cautiously replied. But you said not to touch that item. The man in the leather jacket was infuriated to the point of laughter. Yet you ignored my warning not to trade the blueprint. You claimed it was impossible to create, that it was worthless. He was nearing madness. What sins have I committed in my past life to be stuck with 2 fools like you? One antagonizes our competitors, while the other blocks our major clients. The woman with the nose ring protested vehemently. He blocked me first. This isn't my fault. The blonde scoffed. You seem rather proud of yourself. The woman with the nose ring rolled her eyes. You're not much better. We could have collaborated with them, but you turned it into a rivalry. The man in the leather jacket bellowed. Everyone, just shut up. His voice effectively silenced them for the moment, and the two stood there, rubbing their hands together in silence. He collected his thoughts and addressed them. I need to negotiate with someone. We cannot afford to create more enemies. If those 2 factions join forces, our situation will become precarious. He then began searching for information, ultimately locating Jiang Tian. I apologize for any previous offense. Are you still interested in trading? Which individual are you? The one with the crossbow blueprint. Chapter 4. The Bountiful Harvest of the Phantom Beast. As Jiang Tian engaged in conversation, he diligently gathered sand. This endeavor proved to be swifter than collecting stones, and before long, he had amassed 40 portions. However, considering the limited applicability of sand compared to stones, he decided to cease his efforts. After all, this substance was readily available and would not escape. On the other end of the phone, the individual continued to send messages. My dear brother, allow me to speak candidly. This blueprint you possess is of little use, as the material requirements are excessively demanding. I genuinely regard you as a friend. 10 bottles of water, along with 20 metal sheets, and I shall gladly endure a minor loss to forge a friendship. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Jiang Tian's mouth as he dispatched a message. 100 stones in exchange for the blueprint, along with 20 metal scraps. After an extended silence, the recipient hesitated, clearly reluctant to relinquish the coveted blueprint. However, eventually, a trade interface materialized. -100 stones crossbow, design blueprint, 20 metal scraps. Thank you, my brother. You have been of immense assistance, alleviating our urgent need for materials. After sending this message, the other party fell silent, evidently retreating into their own discomfort. After having stirred up quite a commotion, Jiang Tian intended to take a moment of respite. However, the exhilaration was undeniable. The blueprint for the crossbow was finally in his possession. Should he succeed in its creation, his personal prowess would be assured. The requirements stood as follows: 5 units of timber, 1 unit of resilient wood, 2 sturdy ropes, 3 metal sheets, and 2 units of resin. The timber and metal sheets were already in his possession. The sturdy ropes could also be crafted, albeit requiring resin, leaves, and fibers, thus serving as superior materials for inferior ropes. By this calculation, only the resilient wood and resin remained. Jiang Tian stroked his chin, preparing to venture into the forest to explore and perhaps discover some extraordinary trees. Grasping a subpar axe, he made his way toward the woods, a wooden spear firmly in hand. The forest was abundant with trees and lush vegetation, the air remarkably fresh, invigorating his senses with every breath. However, the drawback was evident. The island was teeming with life, a sea of green stretching as far as the eye could see. Fortunately, there were worn paths where he could tread without difficulty. Jiang Tian advanced cautiously, each step a careful balance between shallow and deep. As he progressed, his axe occasionally struck the trees, yet after a considerable time, he found no noteworthy specimens. However, to his delight, he stumbled upon a spring. He exchanged 5 stones at the trading post for a bottle of water and drank it eagerly. With the now empty bottle, he filled it with spring water. Mystical spring water, container pure and hygienic, enriched with various energies. Prolonged consumption can enhance one's constitution. All was well, though he had not found any timber. The issue of hydration was resolved. If only he could acquire more containers. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He could purchase empty mineral water bottles. The idea briefly flickered in his mind before he dismissed it. Unwilling to use someone else's discarded bottle, it felt distasteful. Wait, he remembered the existence of water buckets. How could he have overlooked that? He opened the trading post and searched for water buckets. The first item that caught his eye was an enormous mineral water bucket, the kind typically placed atop water dispensers. Jiang Tian was momentarily perplexed. Could such a peculiar item truly be acquired? Moreover, he had never heard of the goods required for this transaction. A compound? It certainly broadened his horizons. However, this item was unnecessary for him. It was exorbitantly priced and impractical for holding water. A simple wooden bucket would suffice. He exchanged 20 pieces of timber for a single bucket of water, storing it within his pack, thus resolving his hydration dilemma. Yet, the name of this water was ostentatious. Rather than trading it, he decided to keep it for his own consumption. Time swiftly elapsed. Jiang Tian wandered around the island, diligently searching for usable resources. The island was vast, and as dusk approached, he had yet to encounter any remarkable trees. It appeared that this direction yielded little promise. So he resolved to explore another path the following day. However, he did stumble upon a new resource, clay. He collected a small amount, intending to later list it on the trading post to gauge its value. Although he did not discover any extraordinary trees today, finding a spring and clay was a pleasant surprise. Upon returning to the camp, the sky had begun to darken. He spent 70 units of wood to purchase a campfire, which he placed on the ground. Instantly, the humble campsite was illuminated with a warm glow. Gurgle. Jiang Tian now finds himself quite famished. His island is abundant in resources. However, it possesses a critical vulnerability for him. He is unable to procure supplies or acquire treasure chests. The non-perishable food items are undoubtedly held tightly in someone else's grasp. The marketplace offers only fish, yet he is allergic to seafood. This predicament is indeed distressing. Jiang Tian clenched his teeth, resolved to take the plunge. Based on his experience, the small red spots on his body would vanish by morning, thus not posing a significant concern. Just as he was preparing to make a purchase, a sudden metallic scent of blood wafted into his nostrils, causing him to tense instantly. Something was amiss. He cast his axe to the ground, and in a flash of white light, 2 spears materialized in his hands, ready for action. The sun had yet to set, and a glimmer of reflection on the ground illuminated his face. It was a trace of blood. Jiang Tian gazed into the distance, following the trail of blood droplets leading to a destination, and was taken aback. Could it possibly be his own humble abode? Had something injured sought refuge within his sanctuary? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Jiang Tian. This was a fortuitous opportunity. He could indulge in meat at last. No more fish to consume. No more incessant itching on his back. Jiang Tian gradually approached the small cabin, pressing his ear against the door, only to find an unsettling silence within. Could it be that the creature inside had perished? If so, that would spare him the trouble of taking action. However, to err on the side of caution, Jiang Tian decided to knock on the wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound startled the being inside, and heavy, labored breaths echoed from within the cabin. With keen attention, Jiang Tian quickly deduced that whatever dwelled within was gravely injured. Jiang Tian gradually opened the door to the room. The wooden cabin was diminutive, scarcely measuring 8 square meters. Within, a white figure huddled in the corner. Upon noticing Jiang Tian's arrival, it instantly became alert, trembling as it rose to its feet, its hind legs quivering, clearly injured. It was a deer, a pure white deer, an ethereal beast. A term inexplicably surfaced in Jiang Tian's mind. He took out his phone and captured a photograph. The harvest deer, mythical beast, a prestigious species from the spirit island of mythical beasts, revered as a national treasure in ancient times, offered in hopes of bountiful harvests for the nation. Indeed, it is a mythical beast. Jiang Tian's gaze fell upon the hind legs of the harvest deer, and his mind involuntarily drifted to the previous encounter with the blissful rabbit. The mythical beasts possess grass, fish. Consuming fish is indeed an option. Even if taming proves unattainable, fostering a bond for companionship would suffice. He opened the trading post, seeking items suitable for bandaging. Yunnan Baiyao, 20 stones for a mere pinch, truly a swindler. Gauze, 30 pieces of wood. He proceeded with the transaction. A flash of white light enveloped his hand, revealing a small paper package and a roll of gauze. He cautiously approached the harvest deer, mindful not to make abrupt movements, fearing he might startle it. Stay calm. Stay calm. I shall tend to your wound. Chapter 5. Spiritual Fruits and the Personal Auction. Initially wary, the harvest deer softened its guard upon hearing Jiang Tian's words. This revelation stirred excitement within him. Remarkable. It comprehends human speech, truly a mythical beast. He then raised the small paper package in his hand. This is a secret medicine of our human race. Sprinkle it upon the wound for swift recovery. The harvest deer nodded appreciatively, extending its hind leg in gratitude. It demonstrated remarkable cooperation, even nuzzling against Jiang Tian as he bandaged its injury. Once the task was complete, Jiang Tian sat down, burdened by worry. If only the creatures in this dwelling were not mythical beasts, even a wild rabbit would alleviate my concerns. He lamented his hunger. Alas, I truly do not wish to consume fish. With no food left, he pondered his predicament. As the harvest deer groomed its fur, it caught wind of Jiang Tian's musings and gently nudged his foot with its head. Jiang Tian comprehended its meaning. Do you have food? Or do you mean I can consume you? The harvest deer was rendered speechless. A small horn atop its head glimmered with a blue light, and in accordance with its exertion, a wild fruit, comparable in size to a cherry tomato, was materialized. Jiang Tian hastily caught it. The Qi Lingua, a rare spiritual fruit that can enhance one's constitution. Consuming it grants a 2 to constitution and 1 to agility. Upon reading this description, Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned. This was a precious item to augment his strength, and to think that after saving the harvest deer, he would receive such an unexpected boon. After wiping his mouth, Jiang Tian tilted his head back and gulped it down in one swift motion. The taste was reminiscent of blueberries, with a gentle bite. The juice erupted, flooding his mouth, only to swiftly transform into a myriad of warm currents coursing through his limbs. It was exceedingly pleasant. Upon confirming Jiang Tian's need for such fruits, the antlers of the harvesting deer shimmered with a brilliant white light. An immense cluster of countless fruits soared towards Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian was taken aback and swiftly lifted his garment to catch the spiritual fruits. However, despite his efforts, a considerable number of fruits still fell to the ground. He cradled a large collection, while countless others lay scattered about, making it impossible to count them all. Jiang Tian stood in a daze, utterly entranced by the wealth that lay before him. This object was undoubtedly a hard currency. Jiang Tian was certain that there was nothing this miraculous fruit could not procure. Though he lacked a treasure chest, he possessed this extraordinary item. What could it not exchange for? Even if he held a water purifier in his hands, it would be willingly surrendered to him, the blueprint being another matter entirely. However, he soon regained his composure, regarding the harvest deer as one would a golden egg-laying hen. No, that would be an understatement. It should be likened to a deity of wealth. Jiang Tian went directly to the trading post and purchased 2 comforters for the expenditure of 20 stones. These items are not as marketable as blankets, primarily due to their propensity to absorb water while on a raft. However, this was not a concern for Jiang Tian. One comforter was designated for the harvest deer to rest upon, while the other was intended for his own use. The harvest deer lay comfortably on the soft comforter, displaying a look of utter contentment, which caused Jiang Tian's lips to curve into a smile. If there were a favorability system in place, the affection level of the harvest deer would surely have increased. Subsequently, Jiang Tian gathered the scattered spirit fruits, ensuring none were left behind. 170 red spirit fruits and 51 green spirit fruits. The green spirit fruits, being slightly rarer than their red counterparts, offered a bonus of 2 to perception. At this moment, Jiang Tian's stomach rumbled audibly. He seized a handful of crimson spirit fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. Constitution 2, Agility 1, Constitution 2, Agility 1. For reasons unbeknownst to him, as he indulged in this sustenance, a peculiar sense of happiness enveloped him. The warmth emanating from the crimson spirit fruits contributed to this feeling, yet it was predominantly a psychological effect. While others fretted over ordinary food, he had already partaken in spiritual fruits. What a delight! While savoring the fruits, Jiang Tian was suddenly alerted by a notification. Your constitution has reached its limit. Please complete the trial and seek higher-level spiritual fruits to continue your ascent towards the pinnacle of life. He cast a glance at his attributes. Area, 6666. Personal ID, 666666. Race, human. Life rating, first tier. Constitution, 30, at current limit. Agility, 20. Perception, 10. Energy, 100,100. Pioneer. Crafting level, 21,100. Axe 1. Wooden house 10. Long spear 10. Lumbering level, 1100. To his surprise, 30 points had already reached the current limit. According to the notification, he must complete some trials to enhance his attributes further. However, he was not disheartened. It was merely his strength that had plateaued, while his agility would continue to grow. Thus, Jiang Tian continued to consume the crimson spirit fruits. After devouring 10 of them, his agility also reached 30 points. To avoid imbalance, he consumed 10 azure spirit fruits as well. With the last bite, all 3 attributes reached 30 points, marking the full limit. At this moment, Jiang Tian felt an inexhaustible surge of strength coursing through him. His body's flexibility rivaled that of a yoga master from the eastern lands, and his nimbleness was comparable to that of a monkey swinging through the trees. A comprehensive enhancement indeed. Jiang Tian gazed upon the remaining 150 crimson spirit fruits and 41 azure spirit fruits, contemplating what he might exchange for them. It was inconceivable to flood the market with them. A vast number of transactions would not be deemed mere trade, but rather a means to fortify the enemy. After some reflection, Jiang Tian resolved to barter 5 crimson spirit fruits and 1 azure spirit fruit, and with the fruits in hand, it appeared that water could also be traded. Casting a fond glance at the already resting harvest deer, his eyes sparkled with affection. It was impossible not to dote on such a creature, its fur soft and sleek, its appearance utterly adorable, and its pure white coat was a sight to behold. Most importantly, it promised to bring him untold wealth. Gently stroking the deer's head, Jiang Tian took a deep breath and opened the chat room. At this moment, the chat room buzzed with far more activity than before. Messages flowed incessantly, overwhelming the senses. Yet, Jiang Tian was reluctant to disseminate information so hastily. For an idea had sparked in his mind. It was the very item employed by the campfire lad at the outset, a tool through which even Jiang Tian had received messages while perusing the exchange. The announcement scroll. Jiang Tian reluctantly expended 30 stone blocks to acquire this announcement scroll. Upon obtaining this item, he immediately sensed an extraordinary quality, adorned with enigmatic and indistinct runes etched upon its surface. Jiang Tian tore open the communication tool. In the chat room, he remarked, "Today, I caught a small fish, which I can only consume raw. You still have fish? I managed to snag some seaweed. Eating it raw feels a bit off. Why not roast it over a campfire?" The other retorted, "Are you foolish? If I could manage a campfire, would I be resorting to this?" Frustration seeped through his words. "Is there no semblance of decorum? Why are you so irate?" The current state of humanity, having been transported to this world, left many deprived of basic necessities, resulting in a collective volatility. Arguments had become the norm. At that moment, An announcement abruptly halted their quarrel, striking them like a resounding slap. 666666. Personal auction. Qi Ling fruit. Item display. Qing Ling fruit. Item display. Secret Realm spring water container. If you wish to bid, please trade me a metal piece, and I shall add you to the group. The announcement made a grand entrance. Chapter 6. Secret Realm Coordinate Card. Mythical Beast Spirit Island. This proclamation was akin to a deep-water bombshell. The displayed items were visible to all, showcasing the attributes of the fruits, marking the first time extraordinary items graced the public eye. Goodness, it's only the first day? Compared to this big shot, that anonymous stone man is inconsequential. One exclaimed, "What a lucky lad. I reward you with a treasure chest filled with stinky socks." "Hold on, I'm barely scraping by. Are we supposed to trade our heads for this?" Another interjected, "You can't afford it. Perhaps reflect on your own work ethic." 66 Brother. The person in question is delicate and easily toppled. Do they require a warm companion? How can you be so sure he's male? Dare you assume his gender? Well said. I believe our esteemed 666666 is a combat helicopter. All fake, all fabricated. This news reached the first-tier players as well. They might be extraordinarily lucky, having unearthed some rare resources, or perhaps they were part of a formidable force that traversed here together, akin to a 30-member KTV group. A terrifyingly robust man sat beside the campfire, his bare torso steaming as he murmured to his phone. Although my treasure chest yielded a chi regulation technique, the progress of 0.1 per day is too sluggish. It would be better to consume the fruit directly. He noted that the combat skills required a constitution of 20 to learn. Thankfully, he started with 16, implying he would need at least 2 fruits. A middle-aged man with a square face stood amidst a raft, slightly frowning as he scrutinized the message on his phone. I never anticipated that my intended actions would be preempted by him. 666,666? Quite auspicious indeed. Nearby, others expressed their discontent over the auction. Do they not realize what our AI-Kun treasure company is about? Are they trying to encroach upon our territory? The square-faced man silenced his subordinate's grievances. The path he has laid down, we shall inevitably tread upon it. Brother, shall we go? Why not go? In any case, Zhang Tian has been consistently receiving notifications about the collection of metal pieces. Metal piece 1, metal piece 1, metal piece 1. If it weren't for the transaction records, he wouldn't have been able to keep track at all. Perhaps Zhang Tian himself never anticipated that a single metal piece ticket could yield such a fortune. 401. If every person in the world contributed just $1, he would become a billionaire. At this moment, Zhang Tian's stock of metal pieces had reached an impressive 421. A substantial sum indeed. To gather such a quantity of items, one would need to collect stones for at least 3 hours. With so many tickets collected, he couldn't help but ponder whether he should rely on hosting auctions in the future. It seemed simple and lucrative. He cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and created a group, inviting all 401 individuals who had traded their metal pieces to join him. The members gathered. And although some influential leaders were not present, these individuals were already among the elite at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Initially, 2 pinned announcements appeared. Group owner announcement. We do not accept natural materials such as wood, leaves, stones, or sand. Group owner announcement. This group allows free discussion, but during the auction, sending irrelevant content is strictly prohibited. Failure to comply will result in immediate removal and blacklisting. Can anyone give me a hint on how much you're willing to bid? Young brother, do not be impatient. This is an auction, and the highest bidder wins. My friends, I have no intention of bidding. These items are for you esteemed leaders. Then why are you here if you're not bidding? The crowd was filled with confusion. Look at my modified group nickname. I am grateful to the group owner for providing this platform. A member known as AAA Slingshot Wholesale King, collecting fibers, remarked, and the others suddenly understood. Consequently, many began to alter their IDs. Storage box, collecting adhesive. Those in need of storage boxes, add me. For bulk orders, I will give you the best price. Collecting leather. Is anyone offering leather? I am in large demand, and the price will be absolutely satisfactory. It seemed that this group was transforming into a bustling marketplace, with the auction taking a backseat. Observing the fervent exchanges within the group, Zhang Tian couldn't help but smirk. However, it was a positive development. The growth of this group would undoubtedly serve as a significant asset. At that moment, a particular message caught his attention, not merely caught his attention, for the individual specifically called out to him. Group owner, check your private messages. I have something to discuss with you. However, his private messages were inundated with spam, rendering it impossible to notice. Do you know who I am? On a street in hiding alley, inquire who the boss is. If you are wise, send the goods over. Brother, my phone has a screen recording function. I can show you everything you want to see. Lend me a fruit, and I shall return it later. My ID number is. Upon reading these messages, Jiang Tian found himself at a loss for words, confronted with such absurdity. Left with no alternative, he resorted to blocking these messages, restricting his permissions to allow only friends to initiate private conversations. As he had no friends, this effectively meant he had rendered himself invisible. Yet he could still reach out to others. Thus, Jiang Tian pursued the individual with a query. Hello, what is the matter? Greetings. We at Longjiang Heavy Industry are also interested in auctioning items. Is that permissible? Longjiang Heavy Industry? This was once a premier steel enterprise in Huaxia, and it appeared they had also formed a coalition. It remained uncertain how many had joined. As for their desire to auction, he thought, certainly, that is feasible. Although his initial intention was to secure a good price for his own belongings, should the auction flourish. The support received might prove to be as significant as that from the mythical beast's secret realm. Jiang Tian sent a message inquiring, what are you planning to auction? We have an additional blueprint and intend to sell this wooden barrel blueprint. Jiang Tian cast a glance, deeming it of little worth, for after all, wooden barrels were plentiful in circulation within the market. They could hardly be considered rare artifacts, and their utility was rather limited. If he desired one, it would be far more prudent to procure it directly from the exchange. Very well, I shall assist you in assembling a queue, Jiang Tian subsequently communicated. A commission of 5 shall apply. Should the item be a scarce and precious commodity, please compensate me with an equivalent valuation in timber based on market rates. The individual on the other end appeared somewhat conflicted, yet after a brief interval, acquiesced. After conversing with the representatives of Longjiang Heavy Industry, Jiang Tian felt it necessary to inform the others in the group. Group announcement. Should anyone perceive their possessions as valuable and wish to auction them, they may trade a single leaf to the group leader, who will then reach out to you privately. Originally intending to merely partake in the festivities, I find myself in a position to engage as well. Haha, I have indeed traded with you, dear group leader. I happen to possess something and believe that exchanging it for fruit would be rather unwise. Haha, let the festivities commence. The group leader certainly possesses shrewdness. Leaf 1 Jiang Tian pursued the transaction records through private messages. Hello, what do you intend to auction? He was succinct and to the point. The other party was equally straightforward, promptly posting the item. Greetings, esteemed individual. The coordinates card of the Mystic Realm, Illusory Beast Island. Chapter 7, Transaction. The coordinates card of the Mystic Realm, Illusory Beast Island, contains the coordinates of the realm. Second-tier beings possessing this card can unlock the barriers of the Mystic Realm, and a single coordinates card can accommodate up to 10 individuals. Jiang Tian suddenly rose to his feet. The abrupt movement caused him to collide with the ceiling. Yet he remained oblivious, as his thoughts were elsewhere. The Spirit Beast Island. This was his very foundation. He had never anticipated that the island would remain concealed, but he was taken aback by the swift encounter with a remarkable artifact capable of traversing his domain. How little time had passed. He had indeed underestimated the situation. At that moment, a sense of dread loomed over him, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging precariously above his head. Although only second-tier beings could wield such an item, it was conceivable that someone might acquire a unique object, leading to a rapid ascension into second-tier status. After all, he had not foreseen the emergence of an artifact capable of accessing the secret realm so soon. He needed to secure this item for his own safety, even if it meant revealing the existence of his surplus resources. Meanwhile, on the other side, a short-haired girl was engrossed in her phone, idly toying with a card that emitted a faint purple glow. She looked up at her long-haired, bespectacled companion and said, I've sent it. What now? The long-haired girl gazed into the distance, her mind elsewhere, yet she responded promptly, just wait. The short-haired girl was perplexed. She could not comprehend why her friend would auction such a precious item. However, having grown up together, she was aware that the bespectacled girl had other intentions. This was their unspoken understanding. The bespectacled girl turned to her companion, a smile gracing her face, revealing 2 charming dimples. Would you like to know why? The short-haired girl nodded. The creature hasn't left, and we are too weak. We urgently need something to fortify ourselves. If we cannot survive now, everything that follows is but an illusion. The short-haired girl nodded in agreement. She understood. If you were a vendor selling buns and there were no other stalls around, what would you do when hunger strikes? Without hesitation, the short-haired girl replied, "Of course. I would eat the buns." The bespectacled girl, hands behind her back, led the short-haired girl along, saying, similarly, "Do you think there is only this one basket of buns available?" The short-haired girl shook her head, "No." However, she soon pondered, "What does this have to do with the 6-6? Aren't you auctioning it?" Adjusting her glasses, the bespectacled girl clarified, "While it is termed an auction, the true aim is to attract the attention of the 6-6. If he appears eager for this coordinate card, it signifies that he has either reached or is nearing the threshold of second-tier status. To be frank, I am taking a gamble, wagering on how many surplus resources he possesses. My sole target is the 6-6. If he shows disinterest, we shall not proceed with the sale. Remember, we are not simply selling an item. We aim to enhance the value of this card." As soon as the short-haired girl finished speaking, a message from Jiang Tian arrived. "I found this item quite intriguing, so instead of auctioning it, I decided to acquire it directly. Is it available?" The short-haired girl exclaimed in surprise, and then held her phone up for the bespectacled girl to see. "Guer, look," he indeed responded. The short-haired girl seemed rather unfazed, saying, "Tell him it's not for individual sale, it must be auctioned. If he truly desires it, he wouldn't allow it to be presented before others." Jiang Tian sat amidst the soft embrace of his cotton blanket, his fingers raking through his hair in frustration. He had been careless. Initially, he feared that if he proceeded with the auction, there might be items of interest to them, which could lead to immediate sales. Thus, he opted for a direct acquisition. The description had indicated that only beings of the second tier could unlock it, and he should not have acted so hastily. His impatience suggested he was nearing the threshold of second-tier life, implying that he possessed an abundance of fruit, enticing others to take advantage of him. Although his urgency stemmed from different reasons, the outcome was the same. The 6 individuals were exceedingly eager for this card. However, the most crucial aspect was that Jiang Tian remained oblivious to the number of cards his opponents held. What if they, like him, had acquired a significant quantity? Engaging in a transaction would only bolster their resources. With the situation set in motion, he had no choice but to drive the price down relentlessly. If he could manage to lower it to 10 or below, it would be deemed a victory. Alas, his head throbbed with discomfort. Jiang Tian clenched his teeth and typed the following message: "If we proceed with the auction, the items offered by others will surely pale in comparison to mine. I still have 6 red spirit fruits reserved for my own consumption. Shall we trade?" Short-haired girl: "6, you say? That seems rather meager. This is a coordinate card to a secret realm. It is undoubtedly a valuable item." Although her tone was light and carefree, a tempest of emotions surged within her. How could there be so many? 6 is merely the opening bid. According to Guer's advice, this individual must possess at least 12. Goodness, let us seize them all. But it still appears insufficient. Perhaps we should resort to an auction instead. This is nearly an open secret. And she was directly using the auction as leverage against Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian harbored a profound aversion to this feeling of passivity. Yet he found himself ensnared by his own vulnerabilities. At this moment, he knew he must not waver. A single concession would signify his defeat. He had to gamble on the notion that the other party was merely seeking to exchange for spirit fruits, rather than being dissatisfied with the price. In truth, he possessed only 6 fruits. If this did not meet their expectations, it would seem fate had conspired against them, leading him to consider an auction instead. The short-haired girl turned to the bespectacled girl for assistance. After a moment's contemplation, the bespectacled girl suggested, "State that your anticipated value is 7 spirit fruits, and see if they alter their position." Initially, he had intended to exchange for 7 spirit fruits. Alas, it appeared that an auction was the more prudent course. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Tian fiercely pinched his own thigh. No, he must not acquiesce. This is a trap. Jiang Tian, you must exercise restraint. You are the unrivaled master of bargaining in the marketplace. Hold your ground. However, he confirmed that the other party was indeed approaching him with a singular purpose, without mentioning any conditions beyond the spiritual fruit. It appears they are in dire need of the spiritual fruit. If his judgment proves accurate, he shall turn the tables on them. Jiang Tian sighed, expressing his regret. It is truly unfortunate. If only I possessed 7 spirit fruits, I would gladly trade them. Perhaps we should proceed with an auction. The short-haired girl echoed his sentiment. Ah, what a pity. Let us then opt for the auction. Both parties engaged in a silent contest of patience, yet Jiang Tian found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The opposing party could retract their offer without consequence, while a loss on Jiang Tian's part would expose the item to the scrutiny of the public eye. A risk he could ill afford. Jiang Tian resolved to wager everything on one final gamble, only to find himself ensnared in a pit of despair, ultimately facing a crushing defeat that left him utterly humiliated. Jiang Tian. Very well. Do you have any considerations regarding the auction? What materials do you require in exchange? And what should be avoided? This item is exceedingly rare and could serve as a grand finale. The other party did not respond promptly. Observing this, Jiang Tian abruptly slammed his thigh. Eureka! The other party must have encountered some peril, necessitating an urgent enhancement of their strength. The immediate efficacy of the fruit must have drawn their attention to him. Wait, strength? Suddenly, he conceived a decisive bargaining chip, one that would undoubtedly hold fatal allure for someone of lesser prowess. I possess a blueprint for a crossbow. However, due to the scarcity of materials, it cannot be crafted at present. He refrained from elaborating further, as a shrewd individual would intuitively grasp the implications. After a brief pause, the other party sent a message in response. Agreed, but I require 2 of them, along with the 6 fruits. Jiang Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. He had triumphed. Let it be, he mused. At most 2 crossbows and 2 fruits, or you may as well head to the auction. This price neatly aligned with the psychological expectations of the bespectacled girl. It left her in a quandary. Neither exchanging nor retaining felt like a dilemma, akin to a dish lacking flavor, yet too valuable to discard. Ultimately, she proceeded with the transaction interface. As she pressed the confirm button, the long-haired girl with glasses let out a deep sigh. I've lost. Chapter 8. The auction. Jiang Tian toyed with the unique card in his hand, having also added her as a friend. He had emerged victorious, though one might argue it was not a true victory, as he had merely avoided defeat. Nevertheless, the fact that the opposing side had requested 2 crossbows indicated that there were only 2 of them, which could be interpreted as good news. 2 opponents were manageable. It had not spiraled into the worst-case scenario. In addition to the coordinates card for the secret realm, 3 individuals had sent him leaves. The items they intended to auction were as follows: a large bag of soy milk powder, a sea beast crystal core, and a pack of cigarettes. The soy milk powder and cigarettes were to be prioritized at the forefront, while the sea beast crystal core was to be placed in the middle. Thus, a modest yet symbolically significant auction commenced. Each spirit fruit would be auctioned individually, with the highest bidder securing the prize. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall forego the pleasantries at the outset, as I am aware your time is invaluable. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. The first item up for bid is the red spirit fruit item display. As we currently lack a unified currency, I shall refrain from setting a price. I invite you all to place your bids. The chat of 501 participants suddenly erupted into chaos, with bids of all sorts flooding in. 20 compounds. I bid 10 bolts and 3 iron ingots. Jiang Tian sighed, recognizing the undeniable challenge of a lack of a unified currency, unsure of which materials held the highest value. It appeared that this auction would necessitate selecting items based solely on his own needs. I offer 4 pieces of resilient wood, he stated. Has the person upstairs forgotten something? No natural materials, please. Yet, Jiang Tian's eyes brightened. Resilient wood was indeed desirable. Please continue bidding. A brief silence enveloped the group chat, as none present were fools. They had come to realize that within this auction, the demand for certain items had exponentially increased their worth. I bid for a barrel of mineral water, he announced, and 5 buckets of instant noodles. No, make that 6 buckets, along with a portable cooking pot. Everyone aimed to seize an opportunity, offering items that leaned toward survival essentials. Frankly speaking, aside from the resilient wood, Jiang Tian found little value in the others. Moreover, when assessed for worth, resilient wood paled in comparison to spiritual fruits. Had it not been for his need to craft a crossbow, he would not have even glanced at this material. For pieces of resilient wood, anyone willing to offer more? He called out. For pieces of resilient wood, once, twice, thrice sold. He acquired 1 spiritual fruit and 4 resilient wood pieces. The second item auctioned was a commissioned blueprint for crafting wooden barrels, which was secured for 8 bolts. The third item was a large bag of soy milk powder, classified as food, capable of satiating hunger and quenching thirst, while also providing nutrition. The number of transactions was plentiful, with the price far exceeding its actual value. The consignor was beaming, having made a significant profit. The fourth item was a pack of cigarettes. Bids were scarce, yet those that were placed were increasingly aggressive. In no time, the price had already reached that of the soy milk powder. Observing the relentless bidding from the seasoned smoker, the onlookers silently marveled at the enduring value of such addictive substances. The fifth item was yet another spiritual fruit. I bid 3 pieces of resilient wood, Jiang Tian declared. Jiang Tian wished to disentangle the value of the spiritual fruit from that of the resilient timber, recognizing that possessing an abundance of the latter served no purpose for him. Moreover, had it not been for his requirement of resilient timber to craft a crossbow, he might have mistakenly believed that 4 pieces of timber could be exchanged for a single fruit. After all, a solitary piece of resilient timber suffices for the creation of 1 crossbow, and with the 4 he procured previously, he had more than enough. Consequently, future auctions of the spiritual fruit would no longer necessitate the use of resilient timber. In the absence of a comparative value, the transactions gradually descended into disarray, with some even resorting to utilizing timber to make up for the price differences. Jiang Tian furrowed his brows. It seemed that a single day was far from sufficient. These individuals had yet to reach the time for harvest. I shall offer 20 bolts. Goodness gracious, 20 bolts for a single fruit. This is hardly sustainable. Jiang Tian glanced at the exchange, noting that a single bolt could be traded for around 7 or 8 stones, which amounted to a considerable sum. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that this item might hold a value comparable to that of spiritual fruits, prompting him to enter the fray. 20 bolts for 1. He declared, 20 bolts for 2. Before Jiang Tian could finish his statement, a new message flashed across the screen. Hold on. 21 bolts. An eager competitor, unwilling to concede, raised the bid. 20 bolts plus 5 compounds. A temporary silence ensued. Jiang Tian understood that it was nearly time. 20 bolts along with 5 compounds, once, twice, and the deal was sealed. The 6th item was still Jiang Tian's spiritual fruit, marking the 3rd he had acquired. It was secured with 20 barrels of instant noodles. The 7th item was the core of a sea beast. Jiang Tian felt it necessary to provide an introduction. This is a valiant warrior who, at great personal risk, has slain a sea beast, and from it, precious items have been extracted. I believe the value of these items is certainly not inferior to that of spirit fruits. It costs nothing to speak a few kind words. Engaging in mutually beneficial endeavors is always worthwhile. The warrior's requirement is for durable provisions. 3, 2, 1. Let the bidding commence. Some individuals perceive this item as valuable, certain it will be of use in the future, while others believe they, too, can slay a sea beast and are prepared to rely on their own strength. After all, this crystal core currently has no apparent utility. Consequently, much like cigarettes, the competition for this crystal core was scarce, yet its price surged dramatically. Ultimately, it was acquired for a bag of 10 kilograms of rice and 5 bottles of water, far exceeding the intrinsic worth of the item, truly a case of winner's curse. The 8th item is Jiang Tian's 4th spirit fruit, secured for 15 compounds. The 9th item is spring water from a secret realm. As soon as this item emerged, it incited a frenzied rush among the crowd. Most notably, its value is slightly lower than that of spirit fruits, which attracted a considerably larger number of participants, making the competition even more fervent. Its price ascended rapidly amidst the clamorous bids. 2 metal ingots. Having suffered losses with sturdy wood, he instead profited from the spring water. Although it is claimed that the spring water can enhance one's constitution, the extent of this improvement remains uncertain. Regardless, after Jiang Tian sampled the bottle, he felt little discernible effect. 2 metal ingots, once, twice sold. The final 2 items are 2 types of spirit fruits. However, Jiang Tian had a sudden inspiration to package the 2 together for sale. Some individuals may have acquired precious items and feel that their worth surpasses that of spirit fruits, believing it would be unwise to trade one for another. By bundling the 2, the likelihood of securing them from their hands increases. Ladies and gentlemen, this modest auction is drawing to a close. I have prepared a grand finale item, the Azure Spirit Fruit, which holds significantly greater value than the Crimson Spirit Fruit. The mind is humanity's greatest weapon. Furthermore, the auction of 1 Azure Spirit Fruit comes with a complimentary Crimson Spirit Fruit. 3, 2, 1, please begin. By elevating the rarity of the Azure Spirit Fruit through the inclusion of the Crimson Spirit Fruit and bundling the 2 for sale, we seek to maximize profit. I am offering a blueprint for a wooden bed, of little use, as one can simply purchase a bed outright. Trading a blueprint for something so enduring is a poor exchange. I present a beehive, somewhat useful, capable of producing honey, though it remains uncertain if a queen bee resides within. A pack of rapeseed, goodness seeds, This is indeed a valuable item. Subsequently, after bundling these for auction, their bids noticeably increased in value. Not only was Jiang Tian tempted, but others were also intrigued, reaching out to him privately. Another moment of silence ensued. Jiang Tian observed the group chat, noting the absence of bids, and a smile crept across his lips. At last, he had acquired something truly practical. Just as his fingers hovered over the keyboard, a message floated into view. A bottle of basic rejuvenation potion, item showcase, Chapter 9, Midnight Ambush. What a tremendous gain. Jiang Tian beamed as he glanced at the items within his backpack. After a successful auction, he had acquired 4 robust planks, 20 bolts, 5 compounds, 20 barrels of instant noodles, 15 additional compounds, 2 metal ingots, and a vial of basic rejuvenation potion. Aside from the initial loss of the 4 robust planks, the remainder constituted a profit, and even those planks were deemed essential for his needs. Moreover, he received an 80-wood commission for consigned sales. In exchange, he had only parted with 6 fruits and a barrel of water. With 145 red spirit fruits and 40 blue spirit fruits still at his disposal, not to mention an abundance of water, Jiang Tian felt as though he had been favored by the goddess of fortune, given his spawn point on the island. While still reveling in his windfall, Jiang Tian suddenly received a system notification. Human-faced carp scales 1. Puzzled, he wondered why someone would send him something unexpectedly. Did they find that the fruit had no effect? Were they seeking after-sales service? Apologies, but returns and exchanges are not accepted. Although this was his internal monologue, he maintained politeness and responded with a query. Hello, what seems to be the matter? The reply came almost instantaneously. Brother, I believe I am the one who purchased 2 fruits using the rejuvenation potion. If you haven't deleted our chat history, I also consigned a sea beast crystal core with you. Jiang Tian, what troubles you? Are you dissatisfied with the product? The other party, not at all. It is merely that I hastily purchased the wrong item. Jiang Tian's heart sank with a jolt. Goodness, could it be that they are here to renege on their promise? How infuriating. Jiang Tian, did I take the wrong shot? What do you intend to do? Opponent, sigh. Is it possible to exchange the Qingling fruit for the Chilean fruit? Jiang Tian wore a perplexed expression, questioning how one could possibly exchange a Ferrari for a Santana. Although this individual possessed the ability to hunt sea beasts, his intellect appeared somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, the exchange was indeed made. Jiang Tian, just so happens, I have only one remaining Qingling fruit, which I initially intended for personal use. However, I shall exchange it with you, my friend. On that wooden raft. A robust man sat in the center, resting his chin in his hand as he perused messages on his phone. Indeed, he had surplus fruits. A strategy must be devised to sway him into a more generous transaction. It was unwise to reveal intentions at this moment. A gradual approach was necessary. With an impassive expression, he tapped out a line of text on the screen. Ah, thank you, brother. I have decided to befriend you. Let us add each other. Should any fortuitous events arise, I shall call upon you. After blocking private messages, he added Jiang Tian as a friend, anticipating greater opportunities for private conversations. He was not concerned that Jiang Tian would decline his invitation, considering he had already incurred a disadvantage in this transaction. Such stinginess would preclude him from acquiring anything valuable from him. However, this possibility seemed unlikely. After all, the auction group had not yet disbanded. As Jiang Tian pondered whether to provide the harvesting deer with the rejuvenating potion, he awaited the response from across the screen. Want to be friends? All right then. I have nothing to lose. A person capable of hunting sea beasts on the very first day is no fool. And I had previously praised him as a warrior during the auction, which might have garnered some goodwill. Surely, goodwill cannot be negative. Thus, Jiang Tian replied, Sure, brother. Just leave a note. You can call me DeLong. What about you? Unexpectedly, Jiang Tian could not think of a suitable alias. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided against using his real name. Recalling his previous online moniker, Mirage, DeLong's previously stoic demeanor softened slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that this affluent group leader would possess such a juvenile name. Nevertheless, it was a relief that he was not of ill intent. DeLong initiated a trade request, awaiting Jiang Tian's response. To his surprise, Jiang Tian not only offered the Qingling fruit, but also included a bottle of spring water and a pack of instant noodles. Although the Qingling fruit held slightly less value compared to the Changling fruit, its conversion yielded 3 attribute points, significantly enhancing combat capabilities through heightened perception and reaction. I shall not let you incur a loss. I have supplemented the deal with a bit of compensation. These words greatly improved DeLong's impression of Jiang Tian. Not only had he elucidated the differences in attributes, but he had also included a bottle of spring water, albeit less than what was auctioned, yet sufficient to convey sincerity. DeLong then introduced Jiang Tian to the details of the human-faced carp, as he only possessed this fragment of information while concealing his initial power value of 16. After exchanging information, the two bid farewell to each other. Jiang Tian extinguished his phone and gazed at the rejuvenating elixir in his hand. Casting a glance at the slumbering harvest deer, he clenched his teeth, deliberating. Ultimately, he decided against using the potion, pondering whether it would indeed be beneficial for the mythical creature. What if, upon recovery, the harvest deer simply walked away? Their bond was far from profound. While it possessed the ability to comprehend human speech, indicating a degree of cognitive ability, it was unlikely to be easily tamed. Affection, after all, is cultivated over time. As the night deepened, most individuals succumbed to slumber with empty stomachs, while a fortunate few found shelter within homes, cocooned in blankets. The wind sweeping across the sea was frigid, prompting some to ingeniously cover themselves with leaves, secured by wooden planks, a makeshift remedy against the chill of the night. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian rested against the harvest deer, their encampment consisting of a wooden cabin and a crackling campfire. At that moment, an enormous shadow approached the vicinity of the camp. The fire blazed, casting its glow upon the shadow's head, revealing a colossal wolf's head, towering nearly 2 meters tall. Its fur was pitch black, with the tips emanating a faint blue luminescence. The scent of blood wafted through the air, intoxicating the beast and compelling it to wander closer. The giant wolf detected the bloodstains on the ground, lowering its head to sniff eagerly. Suddenly, it raised its gaze, its deep crimson eyes fixated on the small wooden cabin. Indeed, the source of the blood was contained within that square wooden box. The exquisite aroma overwhelmed it, driving the creature into a frenzy. A howl erupted from its throat, echoing into the night. With a powerful leap, it surged forward like a bolt of lightning, crashing into the cabin. The ensuing tremor startled both the occupant and the beast within. Jiang Tian awoke abruptly from his slumber, acutely aware of the tumultuous sounds outside, reminiscent of a tremor. In that instant, he realized that a beast was launching an assault. Thankfully, he had constructed a wooden shelter. Otherwise, he would be in dire straits. At that moment, a notification appeared before him. Your wooden shelter is under attack. Durability, 95-100. Good heavens, such a collision had cost him 5% of his shelter's integrity. What on earth could be out there? Chapter 10, The Mysterious Item of Lizage. Remain calm. I must maintain my composure. Jiang Tian fiercely pinched his own thigh, compelling himself to regain composure. Although it was merely the first day, the strength of the monsters should not be excessively formidable. Moreover, he had already achieved full three-dimensional capabilities, with only one trial remaining to ascend to the second tier of life. However, he was no ordinary player. He was within a mystical realm. According to the coordinates of the secret domain, a minimum of second-tier life was required for entry. This implied that the monster outside possessed at least the baseline strength of a second-tier life form, rendering him incapable of defeating it. Beside him, the phantom beast, the harvest deer, trembled uncontrollably, seemingly corroborating the formidable nature of the creature outside. Boom! Another violent impact reverberated, this time striking with such force that it diminished the durability of the wooden cabin by 10. With swift reflexes, Jiang Tian deftly manipulated the screen before him. In a flash, he expended 5 units of wood to restore the durability of the wooden house to its full capacity. Judging by this ratio, the cost of repairs for the wooden structure amounts to approximately 1 unit of wood for every 3 points of durability, which seems quite reasonable. However, scarcely had the house been mended when it was immediately assaulted by the monsters outside. Their frequency of impact increased exponentially, with each strike capable of diminishing 10 points of durability on average. The last blow had even caused a staggering reduction of 27 durability points. It was evident that the creature across was growing impatient. The colossal wolf had not anticipated that this modest abode would prove so resilient. Despite exerting all its strength, it had been unable to demolish it. Jiang Tian's heart sank as he promptly listed all the stones he held on the exchange. At present, the price of the stones remained stable at 15 units of timber, and due to the late hour, transactions were not proceeding swiftly. Suddenly, a monstrous creature outside struck again, causing the durability of the wooden cabin to plummet to below half. Jiang Tian felt an ominous sense of foreboding. His supply of timber had dwindled to a mere 113 pieces. If this continued, he would soon exhaust his resources, rather than idly waiting within the confines of his dwelling. It would be far more prudent to take decisive action. Jiang Tian gritted his teeth, placing his hand upon the doorknob. Just as he was about to turn the handle, an unparalleled force surged from the door, causing him to stagger backward. This was a dire situation. The door swung outward, and the creature was relentlessly battering against it from the other side, rendering it impossible for him to open the wooden barrier from within. If he attempted to exploit a moment of opportunity to open the door, he would undoubtedly collide head-on with the beast outside. Jiang Tian gazed at the firmly shut door, then at the monstrous creature charging toward it, while a notification indicating a remaining durability of 35 appeared before him. He needed to devise a strategy. He could not allow this entity to continue its relentless assault. Jiang Tian perused his phone, hoping to discover a breakthrough solution. Suddenly, he stumbled upon something that could be crafted, which took him by surprise. Then, gazing at the door, an audacious plan surged through his mind, a plan of remarkable boldness. At this moment, he was not the sole individual ensnared in a predicament. Others faced monsters of varying strengths, the feeble, mere ragged skeletons and fishmen wielding clubs, and the formidable, colossal sea beasts. Some individuals, lamentably unfortunate, encountered a monster capable of silencing its movements, leading to their demise in the depths of slumber. It resembled a brutal elimination match. Losers perished while the strong survived. On the first night, the initial player count of 8 billion plummeted by 1 billion in an instant. Meanwhile, in another expanse of ocean, two individuals grappled with several monsters atop a towering reef, while a shadow circled beneath them. These were the two girls who had traded for the Secret Realm locator card with Jiang Tian. The short-haired girl, Zhang Qingqing, and the bespectacled girl, Li Zijie, were uncertain whether their fortune favored them or not. During the day, their raft, propelled by the currents, had drifted to a reef. Initially, they had been elated. The reef boasted not only an abundance of stones, but also a resplendent treasure chest. However, to their dismay, lurking nearby was an enormous fish, at least 10 meters in length, truly terrifying. As the two girls ventured onto the island, it swiftly dismantled their raft. Thus, they found themselves trapped on the very land everyone else yearned for. With a resounding thud, Zhang Qingqing delivered a kick that sent a fish-headed monster sprawling to the ground, her spear plunging into it with a chilling precision. Behind her, illuminated by a torch, Li Zijie spotted another fish-headed creature lurking stealthily and promptly shouted, "Qingqing, be careful behind you." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Qingqing instinctively reacted, swinging her spear with great force towards the rear. The strike was powerful enough to shatter the fish-headed monster's head. A half of the fish head was flung away, landing with a thud at Li Zijie's feet, still twitching as its mouth opened and closed, which made her feel nauseous. The spear in Zhang Qingqing's hands broke from the recoil, and she discarded it, swiftly picking up a new one to continue her assault on the creature. An astonishing scene unfolded on the reef. A group of monsters besieging a single girl was actually repelled by her. As time passed, the monsters on the reef were nearly annihilated. Li Zijie observed Zhang Qingqing as she dealt with the last fish-headed creature, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, they had consumed the fruits earlier. Otherwise, the day could have ended in disaster. It was also fortunate that Zhang Qingqing had devoured the fruits, maximizing her combat prowess. Initially, two fish-headed monsters guarded a treasure chest, and they had proven quite challenging to defeat. However, after consuming the two fruits provided by Jiang Tian, the night brought forth a continuous onslaught of monsters. They had dispatched more than 20, and through Li Zijie's observations, Zhang Qingqing remained unfazed. Even when surrounded, she swiftly created distance with her enhanced speed. Zhang Qingqing was drenched in the blue blood of the monsters, reeking of the foul odor. Disgusted, she shed her stained clothing, tossing it aside and opting for a simple tank top. She sheathed her bloodied spear and approached Li Zijie. "So, how about it, girl? Am I fierce or what?" Zhang Qingqing said, flexing her muscles, eliciting a smirk from Li Zijie. Before Li Zijie could tease her further, she noticed something strange about the corpses of the fishmen. "Qingqing, look at the monster corpses. Is there something there?" The call startled Zhang Qingqing, and she quickly turned around, her spear glimmering with white light. To her surprise, several of the monsters she had slain were emitting treasure chests. The fierce expression on her face instantly transformed into one of joy. "Wow, there are treasure chests. Gur, you rest. I'll handle it." Li Zijie smiled, not disputing her luck, which had always seemed to favor Zhang Qingqing since their elementary school days. As she contemplated the resources they had gathered today, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingqing, who was about to open the treasure chest, froze momentarily before bursting into excitement. She hurried over but was stopped by Li Zig. Did you guess what it is? Zhang Qingqing gazed at Li Zig's confident expression, feeling a tinge of despondency. Li Zig chuckled softly, adjusting the black-framed glasses perched on his nose. I surmise it's a weapon, or perhaps something that enhances one's combat prowess. Zhang Qingqing's expression immediately fell. Alas, being friends with you is devoid of surprises. Li Zig stretched languidly, his shirt taut across his chest, revealing a glimpse of his waistline. His relaxed demeanor seemed more suited to a camping excursion than a survival game. Judging by the treasures we've scavenged, the ocean typically yields basic supplies and resources, whereas this one from the reef appears to be a wondrous artifact. These chests differ entirely from those we've encountered before, and the items they yield are also distinct. Hence my conjecture. So, what kind of artifact is it? Zhang Qingqing pressed, shoving the items into Li Zig's hands. You take a look. Upon inspecting the contents, Li Zig was momentarily speechless. Coral long spear, basic rejuvenation potion. The mere presence of the rejuvenation potion and weapon was not enough to leave her astounded. It was the subsequent artifact that truly captivated her. Chapter 11. Fierce battle at this moment. Jiang Tian has less than 30 pieces of wood remaining. Goodness gracious. It is thanks to the relentless efforts of the monsters outside that his stockpile of timber has been depleted. Such extraordinary destructiveness exhibited by these creatures, could it possibly be attributed to a certain mischievous dog? Jiang Tian plunged 8 long spears into the ground, their tips directed towards the direction of the impending monster attack. Beside him stood the trembling harvest deer, quivering in fear. Jiang Tian leaned down to offer solace. Do not fear. I shall protect you. When the moment arrives and you discover the house has vanished, simply run towards the distance. I will hold him back. The harvest deer displayed a human-like concern, and upon witnessing this, Jiang Tian's heart soared with joy, for he had garnered another wave of goodwill. Capturing this phantom beast was now within reach. Ding! Your item has been successfully crafted. Crafting experience 20, crossbow 1, bolts 5. After gently caressing the small antlers of the harvest deer, Jiang Tian prepared to set his plan into motion. At that moment, when Jiang Tian perused the crafting interface, he was taken aback. He distinctly remembered not trading any resin, yet the sturdy rope crafting interface was illuminated. Upon closer inspection, he realized the truth. The compound could serve as a substitute for resin, albeit requiring double the amount. Now that the crossbow had been completed, it signified that Jiang Tian's scheme could be executed. The monsters outside were remarkably persistent, having relentlessly battered the wooden house for quite some time without respite. Their stamina must have been considerably depleted by now. Foolish creatures. At this juncture, Jiang Tian had discerned their collision frequency and had positioned the button on his device to dismantle the house. Indeed, Jiang Tian's strategy was to await the monsters as they barreled forward. Just before they impacted the wooden structure, he would demolish it, utilizing wooden spears as ground spikes, leveraging the monster's brute strength to turn them into makeshift candy hawthorns. Although this tactic was fraught with peril, doing nothing but repairing the house was even riskier. He could not remain ensnared within this wooden prison indefinitely. With such a ferocious beast nearby, scavenging for resources would be a daunting task. It was far more prudent to seize this opportunity to turn the tide and deliver a decisive blow. Jiang Tian carefully arranged the items, ensuring the bowstring was properly set and the rejuvenation elixir was at hand, confirming that nothing was overlooked. Let the work commence. Bang! A creature outside struck once more. Jiang Tian held his breath and took a step back, silently counting. 3, 2, 1, detonate. In an instant, the wooden cabin shattered like fragile glass, scattering into countless fragments that, before they could touch the ground, transformed into radiant light and vanished into the air. The harvest deer immediately limped away towards the rear, though it did not stray far, instead observing the battlefield from a distance. At last, Jiang Tian beheld the creature that had been relentlessly attacking him. Its fur was sleek, its form colossal, a pitch-black giant wolf. Howl! The giant wolf, taken aback by the sudden disappearance of the wooden crate it had been ramming into for so long, could not halt its momentum and barreled directly into the spears embedded in the ground. The wolf's hide was indeed tough, as many spears shattered upon impact. Yet, fortune favored Jiang Tian. He had set up 8 spears, 3 of which penetrated the giant wolf's massive body. The sound of spears piercing flesh, coupled with the wolf's anguished howls, was enough to send shivers down one's spine. My goodness, even just witnessing it was painful. Jiang Tian observed the spear embedded in the colossal wolf's body, a surge of delight swelling within him. He had not anticipated such an extraordinary effect. After all, it was a second-tier creature. He initially intended for just one spear to suffice for victory, yet astonishingly, 3 had pierced through. While elation coursed through him, he did not remain idle. Seizing the moment of the giant wolf's agony, Jiang Tian aimed a fierce kick at the spears lodged in its flesh. The impact was akin to splitting bamboo, causing the spear to plunge deep into the creature, burying itself halfway within. The wolf let out a pained howl, now undeniably gravely injured. Yet, Jiang Tian was acutely aware that a wounded beast is often more ferocious and poses a greater threat. The giant wolf, in a display of raw emotion, yanked the spear from its body with its jaws and flung it aside, its fury palpable even from across the distance. Regardless of your emotions, Jiang Tian seized a long spear and hurled it directly at the colossal wolf. Naturally, the beast would not remain passive. At the very moment the spear soared toward it, it nimbly sidestepped, evading the formidable onslaught. With a powerful push of its hind legs, it lunged at Jiang Tian. Jaws wide open, revealing a gaping maw. Realizing the imminent danger, Jiang Tian felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. Should he be caught in that fearsome bite, it would indeed spell the end of the game. Fortunately, he managed to barely keep pace with the wolf's swift movements. Darting aside just in time to evade the lethal attack, Jiang Tian steadied himself, deep in contemplation. Despite the relentless assault of the colossal wolf upon the dwelling, it had yet to reveal any other form of offensive prowess. Whether it be breath attacks, magical spells, or unique abilities, none had manifested. As a being of second-tier life, it ought to possess some extraordinary traits. Observing the immense wolf, albeit unsteady in its movements, yet gradually achieving a steadier breath, Jiang Tian felt a sense of foreboding. Could it possibly possess regenerative capabilities? This would pose a significant challenge. Vanquishing this creature would be far more arduous than traversing the treacherous realms of dark souls unscathed. Jiang Tian understood that if he guessed correctly, prolonging the confrontation would only worsen his predicament. He glanced at the vial of blood in his pocket, silently praying for its efficacy. The ensuing struggle was to be one of life and death. As the formidable wolf raked its powerful claws, Jiang Tian seized a spear, thrusting it directly at the beast's talons. The clash of their weapons echoed in the air. The wolf's claw was pierced by the spear, while Jiang Tian was sent sprawling. It was difficult to ascertain who had gained the upper hand in this exchange. Despite the excruciating pain, the giant wolf charged at Jiang Tian once more. In a swift motion, he scrambled to his feet, and, in the fleeting moment of the wolf's advance, deftly sidestepped. Simultaneously, a flash of white light revealed a substandard axe in his grasp. With a vigorous swing, he summoned his strength, ensuring that his strike would deliver a force of 200%. The wolf, realizing the imminent threat, crashed into a nearby iron mountain, sending Jiang Tian flying. Yet, it could not evade the full force of Jiang Tian's assault. The inferior axe collided with the wolf's hardened skull, shattering into 2 pieces. Blood gushed from the wolf's head, indicating a grievous injury. This blow struck the wolf squarely on the forehead, rendering it momentarily dazed. By the time it regained its senses, Jiang Tian had already ascended onto its back. With a fierce roar, Jiang Tian thrust his spear directly into the massive wolf. However, he soon realized the spear was unwieldy due to its length, prompting him to resort to stabbing with the spear's tip. The colossal wolf yelped in pain and rolled on the ground, attempting to shake Jiang Tian off. Jiang Tian spewed a mouthful of blood. The formidable wolf was indeed heavy. Yet he remained resolute, refusing to relent. As long as life still coursed through his veins, he could consume the rejuvenating elixir. At this moment, his constitution of 30 points proved invaluable, enhancing not only his physical defenses but also amplifying his strength. He clung tenaciously to the colossal wolf, refusing to let go. With every thrust of his spear, he penetrated deeper. The giant wolf, sensing the ebbing of its vitality, desperately clawed backward, yet each attempt fell agonizingly short. Suddenly, it felt one of its forelimbs loosened from its grasp. In a frantic motion, it whipped its body around to bite at what was behind it. However, before it could open its jaws, a suffocating aura of death enveloped it, instilling a sense of dread. Finally, an opportunity had presented itself. A faint smile graced Jiang Tian's lips. The velocity and perception of 30 endowed him with extraordinary dynamic vision and reflexes. In an instant, Jiang Tian pinpointed the weakness. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt pierced the giant wolf's eye, eliciting a howl of anguish from the creature. Jiang Tian, emboldened by his victory, rose to his full height and thrust the spear downward with ferocious intensity. The spear pierced the skin of the colossal wolf, and Jiang Tian, refusing to relinquish his grip, summoned every ounce of his strength to drive it deeper. With a resounding thrust, the spear penetrated the beast's body entirely. In that instant, the giant wolf collapsed, succumbing to its wounds. Chapter 12. What are you coveting him for? The colossal wolf lay motionless upon the ground, its breath shallow, the only sign of life being the rhythmic rise and fall of its chest. Observing the creature's lingering breath, Jiang Tian was now utterly convinced that this monster possessed the ability to regenerate. Jiang Tian was not in a much better state. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly suffering from internal injuries. He uncapped a vial of rejuvenating elixir and consumed it in one swift motion. Jiang Tian could feel the potion coursing through his body, mending his form. He glanced up at the massive wolf. Noticing that its crimson eyes had transformed into a pale blue, the gaze gradually fading. It was evident that its time was short. The harvest deer returned to Jiang Tian's side, nuzzling him with its head, which filled him with joy. It had not departed. Evidently, his affinity with it had significantly increased. He gently patted the deer's head and, in a weakened voice, reassured, "Fear not. As long as I am here, you shall come to no harm." Followed by a series of coughs. The harvest deer, moved by his words, nestled closer into his embrace. Observing the deer nestled in his arms, a blush crept onto Jiang Tian's face. The rejuvenating potion had proven effective. His earlier weakness was merely an act. Alas, to win the heart of the harvest deer. It was a sacrifice worth making. Before Jiang Tian could fully shake off the guilt of deceiving a small creature, his phone suddenly rang, a message from someone seeking him. "Are you there?" was the simple two-character inquiry. Glancing at the screen, he recognized the name. It was Li Zik, the one who had sold him the coordinates to the secret realm, though Jiang Tian was unaware of her name. "You seek me? How fortuitous, for I am also in search of you." Jiang Tian had just emerged victorious from battle, his spirits soaring high. Were it not for the late hour, he would have relished the opportunity to set up a small table and indulge in a modest drink. "The crossbow is ready. I shall send it to you by tomorrow. But I am utterly exhausted at the moment. If you are still awake, I surmise that you too may have faced an assault. I regret not being able to provide you with the crossbow on the spot. How was the intensity of the attack? Would you mind sharing the details with me?" At this moment, Jiang Tian felt quite content and was open to engaging in conversation with them. However, an unexpected silence fell over the group, leaving him perplexed as to why they had suddenly ceased speaking. What could they possibly want from him? If there was nothing pressing, he would prefer to take his leave. "Hello?" Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Tian. While waiting for the crossbow to be crafted in the wooden cabin, he had learned that many individuals had fallen prey to monster attacks. Some were severely affected, while others faced lesser threats. If his memory served him correctly, it seemed that these two had sought him out to exchange fruits precisely because they were being pursued by a creature. Could it be that they had encountered misfortune? Had they come to him for assistance but failed to endure? A twinge of guilt arose within Jiang Tian. To speak candidly, the worth of a secret realm coordinate card far surpasses that of 6 fruits. Even 10 would be deemed exceedingly valuable. Were it not for the concern of empowering the enemy, he would not have so desperately driven the price down, ultimately conceding 2 fruits. Alas, what a pity! Jiang Tian silently mourned for them in his heart. However, shortly after, his phone vibrated, signaling the arrival of a new message. "Ah, you are quite a decent person. We were just about to tease you a little, but seeing your earnestness, we decided to hold off for now. It's all right, my apologies for the disturbance. Rest well, and good night." Jiang Tian appeared utterly bewildered. What is this nonsense? Tempting oneself? What could possibly entice him? He was consuming spiritual fruits and sipping mountain spring water. His 3 dimensions fully satisfied. They truly lacked self-awareness regarding their own capabilities. Although he thought this, he still pressed for an answer. "What is it?" Speaking in half measures. "Your words are as truncated as your stature." "You." The response was instantaneous. "Hurry up and tell me, what could possibly tempt oneself? You better not regret it." Pet orb. Item display, an epic grade item that allows one to transform monsters into their pets and restore the monster's vitality. The more the monster resists, the lower the likelihood of successful taming. Upon glimpsing this artifact, Jiang Tian's eyes gleamed with envy. He swiftly turned to the near-death giant wolf, hastily typing an inquiry. "Will it drop?" "Ah, I already mentioned it's tempting you. but at 1T drop. Damn it, why did I have to ask? I'm not afraid of others suffering. I fear others driving a Land Rover. Moreover, right before him lay a ready-made second-tier combat power. Had it not been for his cunning, he would have been swiftly vanquished. Do you have any conscience? Do you believe I 1T confiscate your crossbow? Hee. We wish to obtain it, but you cannot afford it. Jiang Tian mused silently. Indeed, this item is undeniably precious. For others, the assistance of a pet can significantly enhance their chances of survival. Not only can it aid in retrieving resources, but it can also safeguard the raft, if utilized wisely. It becomes a formidable weapon. Yet, Jiang Tian remained undeterred. Come now, present a price that will dissuade me. Why are you so obstinately fixated? 10 crimson spirit fruits will suffice. If you can part with them, they are yours. A minute later, on the reef, Li Zijie fell into silence. Before her lay a trading interface, displaying 10 crimson spirit fruits alongside a crossbow. A string of messages from Jiang Tian awaited her on her phone. Hurry up and exchange. What are you dawdling for? Didn't you request 10 fruits? Zhang Qingqing stood dumbfounded, for the notion of enticing Jiang Tian was her own suggestion. What should we do now? Go think of a solution. Li Zijie gnawed at her fingernails, her other hand seemingly calculating. Zhang Qingqing, noting Li Zijie's predicament, steeled herself. We could simply default on the debt, or increase our demand to 20, and then I will. Li Zijie interrupted Zhang Qingqing. It's done. What? Zhang Qingqing shook Li Zijie's hand. Oh no, good. I'm so sorry. Please, let us not proceed with the exchange. Let us default instead, shall we? According to Li Zijie's original plan, this pet orb was intended for taming the great fish of the sea. The fish would serve as a mobile base, allowing them to explore for other reefs and scavenge treasure chests and stones to facilitate their growth and development. However, she never anticipated that Jiang Tian would still have stock. Where is the justice in this world? Li Zijie picked up her phone and messaged Jiang Tian. Provide me with some intelligence, and I shall trade with you. What is the upper limit of a first-tier life form? At this moment, Jiang Tian's body had nearly fully recovered. He squatted before the colossal wolf, responding to Li Zijie's message. All attributes were at 30, and he needed to complete a special trial to advance. After sending the message, he noticed that 10 fruits and a crossbow had vanished from his inventory, while his pet orb increased by 1. Seeing this, Jiang Tian felt an immense sense of pride within him. You truly do not comprehend the value of substantial wealth. You thought it required more. Just 10, and yet you underestimated me. As the great wolf neared its demise, Jiang Tian placed the life orb before its eyes. Although you attempted to ambush me, I still managed to vanquish you. This is not my fault. However, now, an opportunity for life lies before you. Do you wish to join me in conquering the seas? The wolf's gradually dissipating pupils momentarily solidified, and with an almost imperceptible nod, it acknowledged him. Jiang Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had consented. Had it declined, the precious orb would have been reserved for the harvest deer. Nonetheless, the loss of a second-tier combatant was indeed disheartening. Thankfully, it acquiesced. Thus, Jiang Tian refrained from further words and directly placed the pet orb upon the colossal wolf. Chapter 13. Dog food. The pet orb transformed into threads of light, weaving into a massive cocoon that enveloped the black wolf. This cocoon resembled an enormous light bulb, illuminating nearly the entire beach. Simultaneously, a particularly robust thread detached from the cocoon and approached Jiang Tian. He breathed deeply. Jiang Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. He silently expressed his gratitude to the brother who had gifted him the pet orb, then reached out to grasp it. In an instant, Jiang Tian sensed a profound connection with the colossal wolf before him. In that moment, a panel materialized, revealing the attributes of the great beast. Name: Nun Race, Black Giant Wolf, Fierce Beast, Life Rating, Second Tier Physique, 57 Speed, 51 Perception, 31 Energy, 03120 Talents. Insomnia, Minor Regeneration, Insomnia, requires no sleep. Attributes enhanced by 5 during the night, Minor Regeneration, consumes a substantial amount of energy for the growth of flesh and blood. The designation of Nun signifies its lack of a name. Jiang Tian observed its characteristics: sleeplessness, a hint of contemplation, and conceived a name that resonated profoundly with its essence. Night Patrol. Henceforth you shall be known as Night Patrol. The notion of patrolling the night implies an absence of slumber. Thus, let the vigil commence. On the interface, the previous name has vanished, replaced by the inscription of Night Patrol. This signifies that it has, in essence, embraced this appellation. Consider it a fortuitous development. Time elapses, tick by tick. The colossal cocoon continues to envelop Night Patrol, yet the radiance is gradually dimming. It is evident that the energy absorption is nearing completion. Jiang Tian and Feng Shoulu leaned against one another, awaiting the emergence of the Night Patrol from its cocoon. Once it appeared, you may strike it, and I shall stand by your side. Feng Shoulu nodded, nuzzling closer to Jiang Tian. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the massive cocoon dimmed and shattered, revealing the Night Patrol amidst a shower of starlight. Its injuries had healed. The crossbow bolts and spears that had once pierced its form now lay scattered upon the ground. Strangely, it seemed to Jiang Tian that the wolf's stature had grown even larger. Jiang Tian rose to his feet and met the gaze of the Night Watcher. To be honest, facing such a colossal creature, even with the knowledge that it was his own pet, was quite a daunting experience. The Night Watcher was the first to close its eyes, bowing its darkened head. "My master." A voice unexpectedly surfaced in Jiang Tian's mind. The initial astonishment swiftly transformed into unbridled joy. Could the Night Watch actually speak? "How are you faring now?" "Thanks to my master's treasure. My injuries have healed by 70%. The remaining recovery is within my own capabilities." The power of recovery. Jiang Tian glanced at the introduction of the low-level regeneration. "It appears that your recovery requires energy to replenish. Would you like me to provide you with some sustenance?" "Praise be to our Lord. I am eternally grateful." The head of the Night Patrol bowed down once more. What Jiang Tian uttered was conveyed through spoken words. Yet the words of Yi Sun were transmitted within the confines of his mind. To Feng Shoulu, this individual appeared to be somewhat mentally deranged. Why did he engage in soliloquy? Had his mind been befuddled? It nudged Jiang Tian's leg, bleeding softly. Yi Sun cast a glance at Feng Shoulu, remarking, "My lord, this little creature inquires whether you are unwell." Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, but as he observed a fawn bleeding softly, the realization dawned upon him. The Night Patrol was indeed serving as his translator. Good heavens! This way he could comprehend the fawn's utterances. Ha ha ha, fortune favors me. An hour later, Jiang Tian sold some materials and constructed a quaint little cabin. After spending an hour together, the harvest deer no longer feared the Night Watch. Playfully nudging the latter's body with its head, a towering wolf, exceeding 2 meters in height, lay down, still surpassing the harvest deer in stature. Observing their playful antics, Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This could be considered his original team. Jiang Tian seated himself on the ground, preparing to indulge in a bowl of instant noodles. After the battle, he felt an overwhelming hunger. However, he awkwardly realized that he had neither a pot nor water, and thus abandoned the idea. He decided to consume the noodles dry. As he chewed heartily on the noodle cake, his mind remained active. He began to organize the intelligence he had gleaned from the Night Patrol. According to their account, he was drawn towards the harvest deer. Typically, such mythical beasts would not be regarded as prey. Yet, he seemed to be under the influence of some invasive force, exhibiting an intense aggression. His mind consumed by a bloodthirsty impulse. At that moment, Jiang Tian recalled the eyes of the Night Patrol, initially red. They turned blue only when on the brink of death. It appeared that this force was quite peculiar. Could it possibly be related to the monstrous upheaval that occurred that night? Jiang Tian, still unsated, opened 3 more tubs of instant noodles. It wasn't that he was full after consuming 3 tubs. Rather, he found himself overwhelmed by fatigue. His eyelids felt too heavy to lift. Spreading out his quilt, he gathered the harvest deer into his small abode as a makeshift pillow and collapsed onto the floor, succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, the Night Watch, devoid of the need for sleep, remained outside, vigilant and patrolling. Time drifted by unmeasured until a beam of sunlight filtered through the crevices of the dwelling, casting its warmth upon Jiang Tian's face, rousing him from his daze. He had dreamt a vivid dream. In it, he found himself resting on a sumptuous bed, his head resting upon a woman's lap as she fed him grapes and oranges. Though her features were obscured from view, Jiang Tian sensed her beauty was extraordinary, and he basked in the comfortable indulgence. After a moment, a robust man with long hair trailing down to his waist approached, shining a flashlight in search of him. If he was seeking him, why the need for the flashlight? Jiang Tian was filled with anger and subsequently awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, his ire intensified. He pushed open the door, confronted by the blinding sunlight and the glaring reflection from the Night Patrol nearby. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. This sunlight seemed to be a mere reflection cast by the Night Patrol. How infuriating! Observing the somewhat weakened Night Patrol, Jiang Tian hesitated to strike him. The latter's recovery depended entirely on the rejuvenating elixir, while the night patrol could only replenish his energy through sustenance. It was truly vexing. In such a state, the night patrol was incapable of hunting, leaving Jiang Tian to fend for himself. He had no meat to eat himself. Reluctantly, he decided to visit the trading post to procure some fish for him. Upon searching for food, Jiang Tian was startled to discover that the prices had significantly decreased. The cost of fishman meat was 40 wood per piece, whereas the price for sea corpse flesh was merely 10 wood per piece. Indeed, without milk, how could one consume rotten flesh? Jiang Tian cast a glance at the screen before him and inquired, "Are you able to consume carrion, my lord?" Night Watch's voice resonated within his mind, tinged with a hint of grievance. This substance is quite unpalatable and offers scant energy. Were there energy-rich alternatives, I would manage to consume even the most distasteful fare. However, the ideal would be a delectable source abundant in energy. Alas, how troublesome this young creature is. Jiang Tian continued to search through the trading hall when the enormous wolf head of night patrol leaned closer, gazing intently at the screen. "This one, my lord. I desire to feast upon this." Jiang Tian gazed at the sea beast meat priced at 300 wood per portion, his lips twitching. How exorbitant. Wait, sea beast. Jiang Tian suddenly recalled an individual, the one who had successfully auctioned 2 fruits from him, DeLong. He promptly initiated a private message, inquiring if DeLong was available. "Do you still possess any sea beast meat? I wish to exchange for some. If you have any bones, that would also suffice." The response came swiftly. "Of course. I have some, and I shall even gift you a few bones." Chapter 14. Beast on the island DeLong, whose true name was Shilong, had descended into this world endowed with a naturally perfect physique, which resulted in a remarkable initial attribute of 16 points. However, after receiving the 2 fruits from Jiang Tian, his attribute had now reached an impressive 20 points. For breakfast, Shilong enjoyed roasted sea beast meat, accompanied by spring water provided by Jiang Tian, a truly delightful repast. He wiped his hands on his trousers and then typed, "How about this? 20 pieces of sea beast meat for 1 spirit fruit. I have over 60 pieces left. I'll keep a bit for myself, so for the 2 fruits, let us say 50 pieces." After sending the message, Shilong felt a twinge of regret, pondering whether the price might be too steep for Huanshan. I must not compromise my image for a trifling gain. Just as Shilong was preparing to amend his offer, a trade panel appeared, revealing 3 Qi Ling fruits. "Do not hold back. I shall take them all." Shilong fell silent, akin to the stillness of last night's plum song. He tossed the meat to the exuberant night patrol, who eagerly caught it and savored it deliciously. "Shall I indulge as well?" Jiang Tian had never anticipated that he would find himself competing with a dog for food in his lifetime. However, the morsel before him appeared undeniably delectable. Regrettably, Jiang Tian suffered from a seafood allergy, rendering him unable to indulge. Could this be classified as seafood? It should be considered as such, I suppose. Jiang Tian, resolute and unyielding, was captivated by the exquisite appearance of the meat, its glistening surface alluring him. After roasting it to perfection, he cautiously took a bite. To his astonishment, a shiver ran down his spine with that single morsel. Alas, he decided it was better suited for the dogs. Just then, the harvest deer stirred from its slumber. With a limping gait, it emerged from its cozy abode, and upon spotting Jiang Tian, it trotted over to nuzzle against him. Jiang Tian gently caressed the antlers of the harvest deer. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why not bestow it a name? After all, it simply wouldn't do to leave it without a designation. Harvest deer. After all, the term harvest evokes the imagery of a bountiful yield. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and found the name Wugu quite agreeable, as it resonated with the season. He crouched down and addressed the bountiful deer. "Little one, allow me to bestow a name upon you. From this day forth, you shall be known as Wugu. What do you think?" The deer, filled with joy, emitted a series of cheerful calls. Meanwhile, the night patrol, still gnawing on its meat, chimed in promptly. "My lord," it remarked, "it expresses great fondness for the name." With such approval of the name, nurturing a bond would surely be an effortless endeavor. Jiang Tian felt that if he could acquire a pet orb at this moment, it might enable him to successfully tame the 5 grains with a mere application. The 5 grains. The 5 grains. Oh, the river and sky seemed to playfully tease the grains, much like a child at play. After a brief amusement, he prepared to attend to his breakfast. Although it was referred to as breakfast, it was nearly 10 o'clock. However, having been occupied throughout the night and bearing severe injuries, it was quite commendable that he had awakened at such a time. Jiang Tian has purchased 3 additional water buckets, preparing to stockpile more water at home. He also needs to acquire a pot, otherwise, it would be impossible to enjoy a warm meal. Jiang Tian ventured to the trading post, spending 40 metal pieces to acquire a cooking pot. He then summoned Yi Sun and proceeded to the mountain spring to fetch water. 1 man and 1 wolf traversed the ground, while Wu Gu, unable to move freely and feeling uneasy about remaining at the camp, nestled upon Yi Sun's back. Initially, the young deer harbored some trepidation, but soon recognized that this formidable canine had indeed reformed, and thus its courage gradually blossomed. In this manner, they approached the vicinity of the spring. However, Jiang Tian was perplexed to find the water unusually murky that day. Yi Sun lifted his head and sniffed the air, his face contorting with distaste. It was a magical beast. A magical beast? Jiang Tian echoed, astonished. Yet, it was Wu Gu who reacted most vehemently. Standing upright on the wolf's back, bleating in alarm and gesturing toward its leg. The little creature conveyed that these were particularly loathsome monsters, and it had been injured by one of them. Even without the need for translation, Jiang Tian could discern Wu Gu's agitation. Jiang Tian harbored a notion. If he were to slay the beast that preyed upon the grains, would his favorability soar to unprecedented heights? However, that was a matter for another time. The pressing concern at hand was the spring water. Jiang Tian approached and glanced at the murky spring water. During the night patrol, he pondered whether this water had been tainted. Beasts of magic, their very name evokes a sense of foreboding. It would indeed be a misfortune to sip from such polluted waters. My lord, there should be no cause for alarm. Although an unpleasant odor lingers in the air, the water exhibits no signs of energy leakage. However, I do harbor a concern that if this location becomes a drinking point for these magical creatures, they may swiftly deplete the water source. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian's heart sank. It was sheer luck that he had discovered the water source. Yet they spoke of seizing it so casually? No, he must devise a plan to eliminate that beast. Moreover, it appeared that the night patrol and the 5 grains harbored a profound disdain for the creature. By vanquishing the monster, he could also enhance their goodwill and loyalty. It must be done. In order to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Tian procured several additional buckets, filling them to the brim with water. The murky spring water from the secret realm, contained within these vessels, is indeed turbid, yet capable of settling. Fortunately, the system assured him that there were no significant issues, merely a matter of allowing it to settle. Jiang Tian called to Yi Sun and Wu Gu, signaling that it was time to return. After a brief moment of settling, the water became crystal clear. Jiang Tian poured the water into the pot, awaiting it to reach a boil. He stacked 2 wooden planks to fashion a makeshift seat and sat upon it, immersed in quiet contemplation. Though his physical prowess had undoubtedly improved, he found himself lacking a suitable weapon. In such a vast world, was there truly nothing beyond crude wooden spears for armament? What of legendary swords like the heaven-dependent sword or the dragon-slaying blade? In this enchanting realm, there ought to exist extraordinary weapons. Jiang Tian recalled the auction group he had participated in. It was a chatroom representing the pinnacle of players, comprised of those with strength, wealth, or intellect. What could not be found in the marketplace might be discovered here. After all, his own chatroom had completely transformed into a trading hub. They exchanged rare items through barter. Jiang Tian opened the group chat, only to find it bustling with activity. General Wang, do you still have any slingshots? I have a significant order here. We are no longer producing slingshots. We have a new venture. Would you be interested in exquisite wooden bows? Ah, congratulations, General Wang, on your newfound wealth. What is the price? Alas, a sea beast attacked our raft, resulting in the demise of 3 of our brothers. Thankfully, we managed to slay it. As long as it's dead, that's all that matters. It seems that killing sea beasts guarantees a treasure chest drop. What did you get? Nothing much. Just a pair of boots with attributes. We almost started fighting over these boots. I was fortunate. Last night I defeated a skeleton and obtained a treasure chest, which surprisingly contained a longsword. This will enhance my speed in combat. What is so special about a longsword? I traded for this physique potion, item display. True strength lies in self-empowerment. Your potion is mediocre. It only adds a small amount to your physique. The group leader's fruit enhances physique by 2 and speed by 1, utter rubbish. Chapter 15, Ikoan Treasures. Communication is indeed the most effective means of acquiring intelligence. Jiang Tian glanced at the boots that had fallen from the sea beast, feeling an intense desire for them. Sea-scale battle boots, green constitution 1, speed 2. Equipped skill, water treading. allows one to walk on water for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Suddenly, it dawned upon Jiang Tian that if two individuals had both their basic attributes maxed out, the disparity between them would be determined by their equipment. After all, equipment does not count towards the limit. The more one possesses, the greater the defense. Moreover, Jiang Tian recognized the competitive edge of the Constitution Potion. Currently, the most valuable item in his possession was the spiritual fruit. If potions flooded the market, his business would undoubtedly suffer. Yet, most individuals remained oblivious to the significance of equipment, as they had not reached their limits. Some even believed that Constitution was superior to gear. Thus, he saw an opportunity to capitalize, to earn another profit. However, Jiang Tian was torn. It was simply not feasible to release a large quantity of spiritual fruits. Supporting others was one issue. More crucially, rarity dictated value. If many were to discover the abundance of fruits he possessed, they would subsequently leverage this knowledge to demand higher prices. Stroking his chin and feeling the stubble that had begun to grow, a thought crossed his mind. Pre-sale. He could first trade a batch, then claim that his fruits were depleted and that new ones would need time to grow. Yet, he promptly dismissed this notion. Leaving aside others, he himself would not believe such a statement. Was he not merely a fraud, having been fed enough empty promises from his own boss? He certainly did not wish to fall prey to his own deception. Jiang Tian could already envision the scene where, upon making this request, everyone in the group would swiftly depart, leaving no trace behind. They were all his sources of income. It hardly mattered if he lost them for a moment. However, he soon contemplated another idea, to enlist someone he could trust to sell the items on his behalf. Someone trustworthy. Alas, Jiang Tian realized he truly had no one he could rely on. Jiang Tian gazed at his list of friends. DeLong, a rather gullible soul, was not someone he could fully trust, merely an acquaintance. As for DeLong, he was too naive, easily deceived. In a distant sea, the stone dragon, while smiling and haggling with others, suddenly sneezed. Who could be thinking of me? The stone dragon never anticipated that his facade of honesty would cause him to miss an opportunity to collaborate with Jiang Tian. If given a second chance, he would undoubtedly showcase his cleverness. Jiang Tian gazed at the remaining naive souls, feeling a twinge of guilt. He had deceived them of many things, and yet he had used them as a shield. His conscience could not bear the weight of his actions. Jiang Tian, in a state of both sorrow and concern, sent a message to Li Zigao, inquiring if she was available. At that moment, Li Zigao was relishing a delightful lunch, each of them savoring a fish with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, Zhang Qingqing noticed that Li Zigao's phone had lit up. "Gur, you have a message. Check who is reaching out to you." Li Zigao wiped her hands and picked up her phone to take a glance. With a slight exclamation, she replied with a message. "What a rare visitor. Is there something you need?" Li Zigao's physical health had significantly improved. After Jiang Tian traded 10 fruits, she consumed 2, leaving the remainder for Zhang Qingqing. She remained quite cautious around Jiang Tian, whom she regarded as a person of considerable cunning. "Your crossbow is ready. I shall deliver it to you shortly. Is there anything else?" Jiang Tian recalled the moment he first encountered this individual, feeling a twinge of headache. "You're quite astute. Would you care to collaborate?" "Collaborate? Is it not a transaction?" Li Zigao pondered for a moment. He realized he possessed nothing worthy of collaboration. If there were any demands, they would likely pertain solely to his own circle. Reflecting on the man's identity as a prominent figure in the sale of spirit fruits, he suddenly recalled the recent emergence of physical enhancement potions in the market. A realization dawned upon her as she exclaimed, "Ah, are you suggesting that the physical enhancement potions have divided the profits?" Jiang Tian was in the midst of pouring water into his mouth when, with a sudden sputter, it splashed out. This aqueous maneuver directly landed on the face of Yi Sun. Observing the innocent expression on Yi Sun's face, Jiang Tian affectionately patted his canine head. Pondering internally, this individual truly possesses remarkable intelligence. Fortunately, the impact was not substantial. After all, I am merely the material. The response from the opposite side arrived swiftly. What are the terms of our collaboration? What benefits can I expect?" Gazing at the long unresponded message bar, a sense of satisfaction bloomed within her. At last, she had seized the initiative. Having previously suffered losses at Jiang Tian's hands, this time she was determined to extract a hefty price. Upon receiving the message, she glanced down. "I require an agent for resale. Utilize the fruits to facilitate the trade of equipment, the value of which I shall determine. As for the benefits, It will depend on whether you consider the fruit's price higher or that of the equipment. Li Zijie was taken aback by this development. This person must have missed the group chat this morning. How could they be unaware of such significant news? This implies that the widely circulated tales of 666666 truly pertain to a single individual. I will exchange a piece of intelligence for one Qingling fruit. It will undoubtedly be advantageous for you. Now it was Jiang Tian's turn to be bewildered. What information could possibly hold such value? The other party quickly followed up with another message. I can first divulge the information, allowing you to assess its worth. Please proceed. Let us take a look then. You are aware of Ikuan Baoi's Li Yihao, right? The one frequently featured in the news concerning auction appraisals. Currently, they possess a blueprint for crafting a physical enhancement potion. Furthermore, they are actively seeking to purchase Qi-Ling fruits, indicating that these fruits are a component of their required materials. The more fruits you sell, the more precarious your own situation becomes. I do not know the quantity of fruits in your possession, but once you have sold all of them, they will monopolize the market. A group of 300 is scrutinizing to see if any spiritual fruits appear on the market, even if you sell to others. How can you ensure that the spiritual fruits won't be resold to Ikuan Baoi? Moreover, Li Yihao has been inquiring about you. I need not elaborate on their attitude towards you. Jiang Tian gazed at the message from Li Zigao, momentarily at a loss for words. How could he have overlooked such significant news? No, it wasn't merely an oversight. He had been so fatigued that he had succumbed to slumber, thereby delaying his awareness of the information. He recalled AI Kuan Bao Yi, a prominent conglomerate notorious for its unfavorable reputation, which had risen to power in Haijing City, reigning as the emperor of underground forces due to its immense wealth. However, that was all in the past. Here and now, everyone was starting anew. Yet, Jiang Tian was intrigued. Shouldn't such matters have prompted them to seek him out for resources first? Or perhaps they had reached out, but he had simply failed to notice? Jiang Tian glanced at the transaction records and found no evidence of anyone trading items with him. Could it be? Jiang Tian furrowed his brow as he sifted through his private messages. Amidst the overwhelming flood of begging requests, he discovered the submerged message from Ikuan Baoi. As expected. Initially, Jiang Tian regarded Ikuan Baoi's emergence with mixed feelings, as it nearly promised a stable market for lingua. However, the sentiment was not mutual. They clearly held him in disdain. Respect is a reciprocal affair, and if they choose to disregard him, why should he extend them any courtesy? Within the group chat, there were undoubtedly individuals from Ikuan Baoi, and he had explicitly stated that his private messages were overwhelmed, suggesting that any inquiries should come with a trade. Yet, they had failed to follow this protocol and instead sought to pry into his affairs. How amusing. Was their discontent stemming from the fact that he had encroached upon their original territory? A smile graced Jiang Tian's lips as he traded a spirit fruit to Li Zijie. My friend, I've delivered the goods to you. Shall we continue our collaboration? Chapter 16. Equipment only Jiang Tian can utilize. Li Zijie was taken aback by Jiang Tian's proposal for further collaboration. However, as she contemplated the value of the spirit fruit, she dismissed her surprise with a smile. Wealth indeed captivates the heart. With a chuckle, she typed her response, continue collaborating? For what purpose? To bring down Ikuan Baoi? Jiang Tian's message arrived swiftly. This Ikuan Baoi is hardly a matter of concern. We should sell, regardless. She had initially assumed that Jiang Tian sought her collaboration to disrupt the market and thereby cause distress to Ikuan Baoi. However, she was taken aback to discover that Jiang Tian did not regard Ikuan Baoi with any significance. It was evident that Jiang Tian's ambitions lay elsewhere. So, what exactly do you wish for me to collaborate with you on? Jiang Tian's message arrived promptly. It was nothing of great consequence. He merely requested me to check if anyone had acquired something valuable or if there had been any significant events. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. Very well. I am Li Zig, and it is my honor to serve you efficiently, boss. Jiang Tian's lips twitched slightly, as he could almost envision the sarcastic expression on the opposite side. It seemed they were still unwilling to concede. He extinguished his phone and gazed at the scalding iron pot, where the water had already reached a vigorous boil. He tossed in 3 packets of instant noodles along with their accompanying seasonings. The noodles cooked swiftly, and since Jiang Tian preferred them a tad firmer, he merely allowed them to pass briefly through the boiling water. Slurp, slurp. To be frank, Jiang Tian truly did not regard Ikuan Baoi with any seriousness. As long as there were grains to be had, the yield of spiritual fruits would be abundant. One must not forsake equipping oneself out of fear of inadvertently enriching Ikuan Baoi. That would be akin to cutting off one's own path in a fit of caution. Jiang Tian savored his instant noodles, contemplating how he might acquire suitable equipment. He did not believe that items such as sand and clay could be exchanged for something as rare as proper gear. Thus, trading in rare items necessitated the possession of rare items in return. After finishing his noodles with a satisfying slurp, Jiang Tian opened his phone to peruse the messages in the group chat, hoping to stumble upon a hidden opportunity. At that moment, he discerned an intriguing fact. The equipment for the mage class was significantly less expensive compared to that of melee and ranged classes. Moreover, some individuals had collected mage equipment and were reselling it secondhand. Jiang Tian felt a tinge of curiosity. With a slight flick, he discovered the reason. So it was energy points. Each individual possesses a total of 100 energy points, and merely activating the staff depletes them entirely. Moreover, due to an exceedingly low perception, the recovery rate is painfully slow, and the damage inflicted is rather meager. To enhance one's damage output, one would require a skill book. However, at present, such tomes are exorbitantly priced, with none available in circulation. Only heirlooms abound. This circumstance leads to the irony that, despite knowing the mage's catastrophic potential in the latter stages, they remain largely overlooked in the early phases. Nevertheless, if Jiang Tian could procure 10 Qingling fruits from this place, that would suffice. He chuckled softly. Jiang Tian suddenly recalled that he possessed an item he had yet to utilize, the title of Pioneer. Indeed, with this asset, he need not fear the depletion of mana. This would enable him to become a formidable spellcaster. Moreover, there appeared to be no class restrictions here, allowing him to simply switch weapons as needed. He nearly forgot about his own remarkable advantage. Jiang Tian felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself twice. As he observed the various equipment showcased within the group, he began to sift through the selections. Half an hour slipped by, yet Jiang Tian found himself empty-handed. He was acutely aware that many valuable items were seldom presented for trade. However, it was inconceivable to engage in battle-clad in gear bearing adverse attributes. What use were robes that offered 2 perception but -4 constitution, or rings that conferred 3 perception yet -2 speed? It was utterly nonsensical. Without constitution and speed, how could a mage possibly fight? Was he expected to rely solely on casting spells? A sense of disquiet washed over him. In any case, the majority of the equipment was nothing more than substandard fare. Jiang Tian finally managed to acquire a lightweight leather armor, green, that grants 2 to constitution and 4 to speed. What? The price is 2 crimson spirit fruits? No wonder it remains unsold. After a vigorous round of haggling, Jiang Tian triumphed, securing the leather armor at the cost of a single red spirit fruit. After Jiang Tian acquired the leather armor, he continued to peruse the information. Time slipped by, and he lost track of how long had passed. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Before him lay a ritual ring, not merely an ornament, but a staff-type piece of exceptional equipment endowed with 2 skills. A true treasure for those aspiring to be formidable mages. Brother, you're just pulling my leg again. Indeed, this item is far too subpar. Selling it would make my conscience ache. What is this? Let me examine the item details. How dare you? This piece is truly extraordinary. Ritual ring, item display. Ritual ring, blue 4 perception, -1 constitution. Equipped skills, quick casting, passive skill reduces casting speed by 80. Diminishes skill power by 20. Equipped skills, instant chanting. Active skill consumes triple energy for uninterrupted chanting. Enhancing spell power, lasting 5 seconds, cooldown, 30 minutes. It is indeed quite remarkable. You should keep it for yourself, as you are rather exceptional too. However, this item poses a bit of a dilemma. My mana is already scarce, and it further reduces skill power. The second skill, however, is rather appealing. Uninterrupted chanting means that damage could be extraordinarily explosive, doesn't it? Brother, let me share a secret with you. What is it? To unleash energy using the staff requires 30 points. No mage can withstand 4 shots. With triple consumption, you can only cast once. Damn, what a piece of trash. Jiang Tian gazed at the equipment information, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Was this not a match made in heaven for him? After nearly half an hour of selection, he finally discovered a piece of gear that truly captivated him. Though it might be considered worthless by others, to Jiang Tian, this item was nothing short of a divine artifact. He promptly sent a private message. I'll take this ring. The recipient was taken aback, never expecting the group leader to seek out his treasure. My friend, I must advise you, once this item is out, there are no returns or exchanges. I need to confirm that you genuinely wish to purchase it, rather than merely toying with me. Jiang Tian silently cursed, wondering why this person was so indecisive. Just state the price already. Meanwhile, in another area of the sea, a young man with yellow hair was bouncing around with his phone, resembling a monkey in his exuberance. Goodness, someone has bought it. Someone has actually bought it. The woman with the nose ring, originally engaged in retrieving supplies, approached him, offering her suggestions. Why not ask him for a couple of fruits to see? The young man shot her a disdainful glance. Are you out of your mind? This trash can't possibly fetch 2 fruits. I'd rather stand on my head while washing my hair. For heaven's sake, it's not like we're in dire need of it. He scoffed. If you hadn't sold the blueprint for 100 stones, it would have at least been worth 1 fruit. Do you believe I would gouge your eyes out? Huh. I could just rip your nose ring off, she retorted. Listening to their childish bickering, the man in the leather jacket, while gathering supplies, couldn't help but sigh inwardly about the hardships of life. It wasn't so much the toil, it was rather his unfortunate fate. Jiang Tian was utterly unaware that the ring he possessed was linked to the very group he had ensnared with his crossbow. This band of individuals was, in fact, his serendipitous boon. First, they had provided him with the blueprint for the crossbow, and now, the ceremonial ring. Had he known, he would have certainly bowed in gratitude to them, acquiring the ring for the modest price of a crimson spirit fruit. The opposing party had not anticipated that this seemingly despised item would hold such worth. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they even gifted Jiang Tian a large octopus, measuring a full meter in length. Alas, the octopus turned out to be a cheap night watch. With the crimson spirit fruit and the ceremonial ring now in his possession, Jiang Tian eagerly adorned himself with the ring. A faint yet discernible connection resonated in his mind, linking him to the ring. Jiang Tian raised his hand, and in an instant, he chanted an incantation. A series of pale blue energy orbs emanated from the center of his palm, spreading outward toward the horizon. Prior to mastering any skills, a mage's primary means of combat relied on the energy orbs inherent to their weaponry. For others, these orbs typically delivered low damage with minimal consumption. However, in Jiang Tian's case, the situation was markedly different. Each energy orb resembled a cannonball, crashing violently upon the ground and resulting in significant craters. Jiang Tian continued to exert his power. Boom, 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 boom. Chapter 17. The Mountains of the Spirit Beast Island Region. 6666 Personal ID. 666666 Race. Human Life Rating. First Tier Physique. 31 Agility. 34 Perception. 34 Energy. 340340 Crafting Level. 51100 Logging Level. 1100 Equipment. Ritual Ring, Blue. Lightweight Leather Armor, Green. Jiang Tian gazed at his own information, then turned his attention to the numerous craters he had created outside. His heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Compared to before, his attributes remained largely unchanged. However, upon donning the ceremonial ring, he had transformed into an incredibly brutal killing machine. Undoubtedly, the ferocity of his firepower was greatly attributed to his title, Pioneer. Pioneer, unique awarded to the first player to enter the secret realm. This title significantly reduces energy consumption for its bearer. And within the confines of the Illusion Beast Spirit Island, the power of spells is doubled. It is indeed formidable, a veritable divine skill for mages. Jiang Tian turned to glance at the night watchman, who was indulging in a large octopus, and seized its tail. Come, let us practice together. Jiang Tian is now eager to ascertain his current combat prowess. He also wishes to witness the formidable might of the unscathed night patrol. The night patrol savors a mouthful of oceanic delicacy, smacking its lips as a voice resonates in Jiang Tian's mind. My lord, it is time to feast. Time to feast. Jiang Tian and Night Watch stood on either side, gazing at each other from a distance. The little creature, 5 grains, remained far away, its delicate form causing great concern. One stray ripple could potentially inflict severe harm upon it. Suddenly, a crisp call of a deer echoed, akin to the starting gun on a racetrack. With the signal, Night Watch vanished from his spot, almost instantaneously appearing before Jiang Tian. Astonished by Night Watch's lightning speed, Jiang Tian exclaimed in disbelief, "My goodness, how swift!" It seemed that his strategy had indeed proven exceptionally effective. Had Night Watch possessed such velocity the previous night, he would have been utterly oblivious to his impending doom. Jiang Tian swiftly sidestepped, then turned to unleash an energy sphere that struck Yi Sun directly. Boom! Yi Sun, mid-motion, tensed his muscles to prevent injury from the explosion, demonstrating an acute combat awareness that was remarkable for a wolf. Astonishingly, he understood how to dissipate the force, thus averting secondary damage from the blast. Had this occurred the previous night, he would have merely charged forward, biting and clawing indiscriminately. Jiang Tian observed the Night Watch retreating a step, and thus spoke. Night Watch, can my attacks inflict harm upon you? The Night Watch replied, My lord, I can withstand individual strikes, yet that skill you just executed, unleashing numerous energy spheres in an instant, would severely injure me if it were to connect. Jiang Tian waved his hand. Having gained a profound understanding of the complete entity of the night patrol and a certain awareness of his own capabilities. Very well then, you may continue your meal, he said. By the way, Jiang Tian inquired, what is the strength of the beastmen? Upon mentioning the beastmen, the night patrol's expression turned disdainful. While the grain gatherers were practically seething with a desire to dispatch them, they are significantly weaker than us. However, they typically attack in swarms, which complicates matters. We Guardians once faced a fierce battle when the beastmen first arrived. The strength of their king was on par with that of our wolf king. Our failure to drive them away is a dereliction of duty on our part. It is fortunate that the beastmen are somewhat inferior to the night patrol. Furthermore, Jiang Tian seemed to have gathered some intelligence once more. Guardians? Guardians of what? Are you indeed guardians? Yes, the three great races protect the mountains. However, Night Watch's response left Jiang Tian quite dissatisfied. He yearned for more specific information, such as what lies within the mountains, treasures, or perhaps concealed dangers lurking deeper. I do not know. I have never ventured into the mountains myself. Jiang Tian felt an even greater curiosity towards the island. The five grains represented mythical creatures, while the night patrol embodied fierce beasts, not to mention the yet unseen magical creatures. What could be the nature of their relationships? Suddenly, the five grains let out a call, as if it sensed something within. Night Patrol, could you assist me with the translation? The little creature indicated that there was an altar inside, and that the magical beasts were headed straight for it. An altar? One must find a way to approach and investigate it. There could be unexpected discoveries awaiting. Of course, despite having gained a considerable enhancement in strength, one must still exercise caution. Jiang Tian retrieved the coordinates card of the secret realm and cast a glance at it. It explicitly stated that this island could only be accessed by beings of the second tier. He needed to devise a strategy to complete the trial. Since they were surviving on a raft, it was evident that the trial would also take place at sea. As of now, he had not encountered any trial-related items in the group chat, leaving him at a loss for ideas, so he decided to set that thought aside for the moment. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Jiang Tian prepared to find a suitable territory to settle down. He had been quite taken with the spring he had seen the previous day. That location, flanked by mountains and surrounded by flat terrain, was undoubtedly an ideal spot for establishing a home. However, that area had already been discovered by magical beasts, and if he were to establish a base there, he would have to contend with their ambushes. Jiang Tian was unwilling to endure another midnight encounter with ferocious beasts. The fierce battle he had faced yesterday still haunted his thoughts. Furthermore, his rejuvenation elixirs had run out, and he needed to devise a plan to ambush the beasts or construct a sturdy base to aid him in slaying them. Resolute in his thoughts, he immediately opened his phone to search for defensive structures. Jiang Tian searched extensively and discovered a blueprint that was quite suitable. The iron-barbed fence required 10 metal sheets and 2 metal blocks. Alas, it was simply beyond his means to fabricate. Moreover, the individual sought to trade materials for 5 metal blocks, which was utterly not worth it. Jiang Tian perceived that the worth of this blueprint amounted to no more than 2 or 3 metallic blocks. Thus he intended to negotiate a lower price. Should the discussions falter, he would simply resort to offering a spiritual fruit instead, as such fruits currently held significant value. After a series of haggling and negotiation, Jiang Tian, having made his decision, slashed the price down. He relinquished a metal ingot along with 30 metal shards to secure the blueprint in his possession. Gazing at the blueprint in his hands, he recognized it as a rare find. The resources required were exorbitant, although he had an abundance of metal shards. The metal blocks were exceedingly scarce. Despite the increasing number of blueprints circulating among the populace, truly valuable items available for trade remained few and far between. With no other options left, he resolved to seek out trouble with the beasts of the wilderness. Deep within the jungle, a pitch-black lizard approached the spring where Jiang Tian was drawing water. Its crimson eyes glowed ominously, and a dark aura enveloped its form, exuding an unsettling presence. Suddenly, the black lizard lifted its head and began to sniff the air, as though it had detected something. It opened its mouth and let out a piercing howl, prompting two slightly smaller lizards to emerge from the underbrush. They sniffed the air before exchanging glances, and soon their gazes converged upon a narrow path leading to the seaside, traces left by Jiang Tian and his companions. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After the largest of the trio howled once more, the three black lizards slithered toward the coast, their target set on Jiang Tian's makeshift camp by the sea. Chapter 18. The Beast Assault. The first chest. Jiang Tian remained oblivious to the impending crisis, still in search of means to confront the beasts. Suddenly, the night patrol, still gnawing on an octopus, abruptly lifted its head, fixating its gaze deep into the forest. My lord, the beasts are approaching. Jiang Tian was taken aback. How could these individuals have found him first? Had he inadvertently revealed something? Yet, there was no time to ponder this. He must prepare for battle. Jiang Tian rose to his feet, drawing forth his spear. In an instant, three pitch-black lizards emerged from the dense thicket. They paid no heed to the giant wolf or the humans, their gaze fixed upon a delicate white fawn. Their crimson eyes were filled with a cruel glimmer. Yet, constrained by the threat of the night patrol, they refrained from immediate action, while Wu Gu trembled in fear, seeking refuge behind Jiang Tian. Observing this, Jiang Tian seemed to grasp the situation. Wu Gu had previously mentioned that her legs had been injured by a magical beast, implying that the illusory creatures possessed a potent allure to such beasts. When he fetched water earlier, he had taken the injured Wu Gu along, leaving traces of their presence in the air. The lizard species, with their acute sense of smell, would undoubtedly detect this scent. Thus, it was clear that these three were part of the same group that had claimed the spring. However, it remained uncertain how many magical beasts were aware of the watering hole. Jiang Tian gently caressed Wu Gu. You go inside the house. Witness how I avenge you. With a playful nudge, Wu Gu dashed into the dwelling. Howl! Hiss, hiss, hiss. The night watch roared defiantly at the magical beasts. One wolf stood its ground against three formidable creatures, its spirit unwavering. At this moment, Jiang Tian experienced an inexplicable sensation. The presence of this magical beast felt strikingly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. However, there was no time for contemplation. He needed to take the initiative. The opposition held a numerical advantage. While he could triumph in a one-on-one encounter, he was up against three adversaries. Thus, Jiang Tian promptly focused on the smallest of the magical beasts. In an instant, he commenced his incantation, launching a preemptive strike. In a heartbeat, no less than 20 orbs of energy erupted from Jiang Tian's hands, soaring through the air like shooting stars, and directly bombarding the diminutive magical beast. The explosions rang out boom, boom, boom. Scales flew in all directions as the creature was violently overturned, its belly exposed to the sky, with a significant portion of its body obliterated. It was evident that it had met its demise. With this, the odds had been equalized. Moreover, Jiang Tian noted that this magical beast's defensive capabilities were considerably inferior to those of the Night Watch, estimated to be reduced by a third. Jiang Tian let out a resounding roar. Night Patrol, engage. You handle the large one, and I shall take care of the smaller one. Let us conclude this swiftly. With a fierce howl, Night Patrol did not communicate telepathically, but instead unleashed a mighty cry. Jiang Tian and the Night Patrol, accompanied by a wolf, charged fiercely towards the magical beast. Midway through their assault, Jiang Tian suddenly recalled that he was, in fact, a mage. What was he rushing for? Thus, he abruptly halted, gathering a sphere of energy and forcefully hurling it towards the foe. The energy orbs in Jiang Tian's hands were unleashed at a rate of approximately 1 every 2 seconds. Caught off guard, the beast was struck by one of these energy orbs, causing it to stagger backward, with many of its scales blasted away in the explosion. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. His spell had indeed proven effective, yet its impact was limited. Meanwhile, Yi Sun had already engaged in a fierce battle with the monstrous beasts. The two towering creatures, each exceeding 2 meters in height, were locked in a brutal struggle, their gnashing teeth and razor-sharp claws eliciting a sense of horror in Jiang Tian. One of the beasts let out a deafening roar and lunged forward, but Yi Sun swiftly evaded the attack. However, the creature's tail followed closely behind, catching Yi Sun off guard and delivering a powerful strike. This tail possessed the ability to temporarily incapacitate its foes. After being struck, Yi Sun's body convulsed momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and resumed his movements. Seizing the opportunity, The beast lunged forward, intent on sinking its teeth into Yi Sun's throat. Boom! As Jiang Tian unleashed an energy orb, it provided a timely reprieve for Yi Sun. The beast staggered under the impact, allowing Yi Sun to seize the moment, delivering a powerful strike to the creature's skull with a mighty paw. The force of this blow was tremendous, driving the beast deep into the earth. Observing Yi Sun's clear advantage, Jiang Tian turned his gaze back to the approaching monster. He reflected on the distance and the time. He could have already surged forward. Although the beast's physical strength was formidable, matching Yi Sun in a fierce contest, its speed proved to be woefully inadequate. This sluggishness was a critical vulnerability on their side. Contemplating this, Jiang Tian gathered another energy orb and hurled it at the beast before swiftly retreating. Under the relentless barrage of Jiang Tian's attacks, the pursuing monster had already absorbed over 10 energy orbs. Blood flowed profusely from its head, and the relentless bombardment had nearly scrambled its brains. Eventually, it ceased its pursuit and instead turned its attention towards Yi Sun. Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What business is it of yours in a one-on-one situation?" Before he could launch his energy orb, the beast, in the midst of its charge, glanced towards the battlefield where Yi Sun was engaged. Instantly, its expression changed, and it turned to flee. Observing the fierce combat, Jiang Tian was equally stunned. Goodness, Yi Sun is ferocious. At that moment, Yi Sun stood upright, raising his wolf claws. And with a thunderous momentum, he brought them crashing down. The beast was pinned beneath his feet, utterly immobilized. In its terror-stricken gaze, the wolf claws grew larger, and in the next instant, its head burst apart like a watermelon. If Jiang Tian's eyes did not deceive him, that strike had even produced a sonic boom. With a mighty howl, Yi Sun charged after the fleeing beast. As the creature became ensnared by Yi Sun, Jiang Tian seized the opportunity amidst their struggle and successfully shattered the beast's head, securing a resounding victory. In this battle, Yi Sun bore numerous wounds. Yet Jiang Tian remained unscathed, not even a speck of dust upon him. Watching Yi Sun, who was panting heavily, Jiang Tian felt a surge of gratitude. It was fortunate to have a formidable shield, otherwise he would have been at a loss had all three beasts attacked simultaneously. His gaze shifted towards the lifeless body of the beast, and to his astonishment, he noticed a floating treasure chest materializing above it. The chest was exquisitely crafted, adorned with a prominent skull adorned with ram's horns and emanating a soft blue glow. Jiang Tian gazed at the chest, utterly bewildered. It was rather unfortunate, for this was the first time he had encountered the appearance of a treasure chest since his arrival in this survival world. However, there was little he could do. The treasures of the sea eluded his grasp, as the waves refused to wash them ashore, making it seem like a mere fantasy to capture anything. As for vanquishing foes, it could be deemed his inaugural kill, given that the night patrol had been tamed and transformed into his loyal companion. At this moment, Jiang Tian felt a surge of excitement, even washing his hands with mountain spring water. Frankly, having become accustomed to bartering fruit for supplies in this survival game, the sudden gift of a treasure chest left him somewhat disoriented. It was essential to engage in the mystical practices associated with treasure chests. After all, it was a matter of decorum. Just as Jiang Tian was preparing to open the chest, the night patrol approached, only to be unceremoniously kicked away by Jiang Tian. "Keep your distance. Your darkness is distracting me from my draw." Night patrol. Then, as if a thought had struck him, Jiang Tian hastily made his way to the 5 grains at home, swiftly scooping them up. "Hee, 5 grains, you're fair, come along with me." Yo-yo. Chapter 19. The Third Stage Life Trial Card, Auction Resumes. Jiang Tian was enveloped by the vastness of the 5 grains as he unlocked the largest treasure chest belonging to a formidable beast. In an inexplicable manner, he felt a flicker of understanding. He was certain that something extraordinary awaited him. As he retrieved the items from within the chest, Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. A 3rd-level life trial card, a highly coveted item, it served as a passport to ascend to a higher form of existence. Upon usage, it would unlock the trials necessary to transition from 2nd-level to 3rd-level life. Speechless, he found himself at a loss. Realizing how deeply he was ensnared by the 2nd-level life card, he then turned to open the other 2 chests. Inside, he discovered a basic rejuvenation potion and the blueprint for a magic thorn lizard chest plate, which required 10 magic thorn lizard scales, a vial of magic thorn lizard blood, 5 metal plates, 2 metal blocks, 2 pieces of leather, and 2 compounds. Jiang Tian's fortune seems to be reasonably good. Although the price of rejuvenation potions has recently declined, they remain vital life-saving commodities, thus retaining their status as a form of hard currency. Moreover, the blueprint for the magic thorn lizard breastplate is exceedingly rare. It pertains to equipment blueprints, and as of now, Jiang Tian has not heard of anyone possessing such a blueprint. However, the cost of crafting it is exorbitantly high, requiring not only compounds, but also metal blocks. Glancing at the third-tier life trial card in his hand, he feels a pang of regret. The sensation of having such a valuable item within reach, yet being unable to utilize it is truly disheartening. Wait a moment. The trial card, the rejuvenation potion, and the equipment blueprint all seem to pertain to enhancements in combat prowess. He is acutely aware that resource chests will never yield weapons, a conclusion they have collectively deduced as a common understanding. Jiang Tian suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. So it follows that the second-tier life trial card pertains to the hunting of sea beasts? He opened his phone and located Li Zijie. Are you there? Hello, boss. Are you here to inspect the work? Li Zijie's response was prompt, indicating she had been attentively monitoring her phone. In truth, this had been her ongoing state, as she and her companions had been left idle since Jiang Tian had taken their pet orb, leaving them with little choice but to pass the time on their phones. Jiang Tian, is there any information regarding the second-tier life trial card? None. Jiang Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed he needed to devise a means to procure a vessel for venturing out to sea. Alternatively, he might as well issue a bounty. Surely someone would leak the necessary information. Ah, indeed, boss. Ikoan Treasure Company has disseminated news within the auction group about their desire to acquire a copious amount of spiritual fruits. And they have exchanged numerous valuable items. Perhaps they possess precisely what you seek. Once again, Ikoan Treasure Company, and within their own circle, no less? Are they implying a desire for others to approach them? Such arrogance. It appears they have not acquired many fruits from the individual sellers, suggesting that we might hold the upper hand in this situation. Jiang Tian sought to ascertain the bottom line of Ikoan Bay, a plan taking shape within his mind. In the unexplored waters, Ikoan Bayoi's raft had expanded to an astonishing size, while others remained confined to dozens of square meters. Their raft had grown to the scale of 2 basketball courts. Surrounding this colossal structure were smaller rafts, resembling a fleet of escort ships surrounding an aircraft carrier. Li Hao, with a square face, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grim. He could hardly fathom that after a day of collecting spiritual fruits, he had ended up with merely 3, 2 of which were procured from Jiang Tian's dealings. It was a significant loss. What could 3 fruits accomplish? According to the blueprint's yield, that amounted to merely 15 bottles of potion, devoid of any enhancement to the speed of fruit acquisition. Li Yihao exhaled deeply, suppressing his inner turmoil, his demeanor gradually shifting to one of composure. After a moment, one of his subordinates, noticing that his elder brother had calmed, mustered the courage to speak. Brother, that kid truly fails to recognize our kindness. We reached out to him privately. It was his honor. Yet, he hasn't responded even now. If we were in Haijing, he would have already found himself in a sack. Li Yihao scoffed, offering no reply. Go fetch a roue. The subordinate nodded, preparing to call for him. Wait. Li Yihao pressed his temples. Do not summon him just yet. Tell him if he does not establish contact with that kid within 3 hours, we shall toss him into the sea to feed the fish. The subordinate paused, surprised. But didn't you instruct a roue not to trade and to contact him directly? The thought of poor a roue crossed his mind, though he kept that sentiment to himself. He then departed the main raft, heading to the smaller raft to summon a roue. Li Yihao disregarded his subordinate's retreating figure, casting his gaze into the distance. His eyes growing increasingly cold. His physique had reached a point of 16, allowing him to sense a surge of vitality with every movement. It was this very vitality that fueled his burgeoning ambition. 300 is still too few, he murmured. At that moment, a woman approached, wrapping her arm around Li Yihao's. Brother Hao, please do not be angry. He is merely a reckless young lad. You could crush him with a mere finger. Now, shall we? Li Yihao brushed her arm aside. I am not in the mood. Go entertain yourself. The woman, understanding, stepped back, awaiting his command. Suddenly, a burly man in a black suit approached and bowed respectfully. Greetings, brother. Greetings, sister-in-law. Li Yihao, without turning, replied coolly. Ahu, what brings you here? Bald Ahu clutched a smartphone in his hand, which appeared diminutive beneath his imposing frame. The lad was about to commence an auction once more. Let him proceed. What was he auctioning? 10 scarlet spirit fruits. Li Yihao abruptly turned his head. How many? 10. Ahu began to perspire, glancing at the smartphone to ensure he had not misread the information. When his subordinate had come to inform him, he had reacted similarly. Thus, Ahu promptly handed over the device, believing that presenting the information directly would be more effective than any verbal explanation. Li Hao reached for the phone, glanced at the screen, and then returned it to Ahu. Beneath his calm demeanor lay a tempest of emotions. How could there be so many? How much stock did he have left? Brother, shall we participate in the auction? Ahu inquired cautiously. Li Hao cast a glance at Ahu and replied nonchalantly. We shall not participate. Ahu was taken aback. Although rumors circulated about the Ikuan group's monopoly, he was acutely aware of his own situation. Struggling with a lack of raw materials, he could only offer a few bottles for sale, and they were reliant on supplies from that end, which was quite constricted. Then, Li Yihao's voice resonated once more. We will not partake in the auction. We will approach that lad directly. Li Yihao pondered the news of Jiang Tian's stroll, filled with resentment. 10 scarlet spirit fruits, bundled for trade. The initial price would be sealed in a competitive auction, and this time, the ticket to the auction was a metallic token. Jiang Tian gazed at the news of his leisurely stroll, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. The first price sealed bid auction ensured that no one was aware of others' bids, compelling participants to offer the highest possible price. This auction method would yield bids that closely align with their genuine valuation of the items. Furthermore, an excessively high bid could result in a payment that exceeds the actual worth of the item. This regulation was particularly suitable for dealing with the individuals from Ikuan Baoi. Aren't you in urgent need? Did you not seek me out without adhering to my rules? Very well, I shall initiate a sealed bid auction. Not only will there be those secretly competing with you for the items, but you will also have to come to me if you wish to participate in the auction. Jiang Tian cradled the grains, quietly awaiting the fish to bite. Metal Block 1. Note: I am Li Yihao. We can discuss the auction matters separately. Jiang Tian smiled softly. Had I known this would be the outcome, would I have acted differently? One should never offend one's suppliers of raw materials. Metal Block 1. Note: Greetings, comrade. We are military personnel. We can have a conversation. It seems there is an unexpected delight. Chapter 20. The traitorous Li Yihao and the marvelous uses of the sea beast crystal core. Jiang Tian's news of trading 10 fruits spread like wildfire. In the global chat, the majority were engrossed in discussions about this event. Those who were parched perished from drought, while others drowned in excess. Just as I was boasting about catching a half-meter-long fish, this unexpected turn of events unfolded. Are they cheating? I don't even possess their ticket. I do have a metal ingot, but I thought my friend was merely delivering goods. This ingot is incredibly valuable and comprises my entire fortune. Fortunately, I possess a bottle of a basic rejuvenation potion. Who asked you? Oh heavens, what exactly is this Qi Ling fruit? Can it truly be obtained from resource boxes? Indeed, I managed to exchange a single fruit for numerous desirable items with Ikuan Baoi. Oh, what a twist. In this barren ocean of entertainment within the game, gossip appears to be the sole remaining source of amusement. Zhang Qingqing held her phone aloft, calling out to Li Zig. Zige, look, this rascal is trying to swindle again. Her prejudice against Jiang Tian inadvertently revealed his true intentions. Li Zig chuckled softly. Swindle? He merely dug a well, and they are eager to leap into it. Zhang Qingqing tapped her chin thoughtfully, tilting her head. A deliberate ploy? Indeed, he replied. He is quite ruthless, employing a first-price sealed bid auction. Moreover, based on my brief interactions with 666, even after the auction concludes, he will not disclose the bidding prices to Ikuan Baoi. Zhang Qingqing appeared somewhat bewildered. How can you be sure that Ikuan Baoi will win the bid? There are plenty of factions with more resources than him. Li Zig gently breathed onto his glasses, continuing to wipe them. Qingqing, you silly one. This auction is specifically aimed at Ikuan Baoi. Jiang Tian gazed upon the 23 metal ingots acquired through his dealings, reflecting on how swiftly wealth can be amassed in this manner. What was once a solitary ingot has now multiplied to a total of 24. The iron-spiked fence can now commence construction. Jiang Tian commenced the production process without foreseeing that each item would require half an hour to complete. Reluctantly, he decided to craft 10 in total, allowing them to hang quietly. He began responding to each message, requesting their patience. Among the messages, 2 were particularly noteworthy, one from Li Yihao and the other from a military individual named Deng Taifeng. Jiang Tian first replied to Li Yihua. Hello? Please wait here for a moment while I attend to others. He understood that even if he approached Li Yihua first, he would undoubtedly be left waiting. Thus, It was more prudent to take the initiative and seek out the more sincere Deng Taifeng. Li Yihua indeed harbored a desire to make Jiang Tian wait. But upon reading Jiang Tian's message, a surge of frustration welled up within him. He was not a magnanimous individual. Otherwise, he would not have sulked simply because Jiang Tian had usurped their opportunity. To refrain from retaliation would mean conceding inferiority to his opponent. He contemplated blocking Jiang Tian outright, but feared that his grand ambitions might be rendered futile. In a fit of rage, Li Yihua turned and struck his mistress, leaving her momentarily bewildered. His subordinate remained silent, well aware that their leader had once again faced a setback. "Comrade, greetings. I am Deng Taifeng from the station forces in Haijing. May I inquire your name?" The other party responded with courtesy, to which Jiang Tian reciprocated. "Greetings. You may call me Huan Shen. Comrade Huan Shen, I imagine you are well aware of our purpose in seeking you out at this juncture." Jiang Tian furrowed his brows, pondering the bizarre situation. Could it be that he was about to have something confiscated in a melodramatic turn of events? If that were the case, he would truly feel embarrassed. "Comrade Huanjin, we have received a report. AI Kumbeo is colluding with the Renzi people. He provides them with coordinates, while they, in return, supply him with a rare medicinal substance." Goodness, this was indeed a significant revelation. By the way, how did Li Yihua establish contact with the Renzi people? Aren't they supposed to be in different regions? Jiang Tian pondered discreetly on how to leverage this intelligence to maximize its resources. The messages from Deng Taifeng continued to arrive. "We share this information with you to implore you not to sell it to those affiliated with Ikoan Beoi. While the specifics of their profit-sharing remain unclear, it is certain that they stand to gain a substantial quantity of vital medicinal agents. For the safety of the maritime territories of Huaxia, we sincerely hope you will give this matter serious consideration. Additionally, Comrade Huan Shen, please exercise utmost caution. In order to protect the whistleblower, we kindly request that you refrain from disseminating this information for the time being." Jiang Tian expressed his understanding, remarking that having an insider would greatly facilitate matters in the future. "I shall refrain from disseminating this information for the time being. Speaking of which, what is the military currently engaged in?" "They are gathering refugees and converging with the station troops at Haidu. The Haidu military outpost has discovered an island through a reef, and they are hastening towards that direction. Our objective lies there, where we intend to establish a maritime city relying on the island." "An island? A reef? Yet, considering that I am standing on the illusory Beast Spirit Island, it seems rather unsurprising." Jiang Tian subsequently shook his head, sensing that the military displayed an excessive optimism. Of course, it was not that he believed their actions were misguided. Rather, it felt a touch premature. Currently, the marine beasts were not particularly easy to contend with. And should a second-tier marine beast emerge, the losses would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Jiang Tian did not wish to engage in a profound discussion on this matter with the other party. He merely offered a kind reminder, expressing his hope that they exercise caution when confronting the marine beasts. "Thank you for your good wishes." Suddenly, Deng Taifeng paused for a moment before shifting the conversation. "Although we have discussed many topics, we are still eligible to participate in the auction, correct? We haven't lost our qualification, have we?" This abrupt change in tone left Jiang Tian somewhat unsettled, almost revealing a hint of cunning in the words. It was akin to a cheerful, sunny boy from the neighboring house unexpectedly knocking on his door and saying, "Hey, brother, do you want some cigarettes? They're much cheaper than those outside." Such was the sensation. Jiang Tian suddenly realized that the person across from him had changed. The individual who had conveyed the intelligence was one person, while another was preparing to negotiate with him. "Mr. Mirage, do you understand the purpose of the Sea Beast Crystal Core? I dare say, this piece of information holds considerable value. Perhaps you should contemplate it." Jiang Tian's lips twitched slightly. Could it be that the military harbored such exuberant and spirited individuals? He had presumed that within their ranks resided only stoic faces. "The worthiness of this endeavor is contingent upon the competitors with whom you engage in the auction. Please compile a list of the transactions and provide me with an estimated value. I intend to assess the worth of others." As Jiang Tian prepared to depart, the individuals opposite him hastily attempted to retain him. Wait, that is not my intention. The reason I mention this is due to the plethora of Sea Beast crystal cores I possess. I feared you might be unaware of their value. How about this? I shall offer you this information for free. Sea Beast crystal cores are items that enhance the capabilities of pets. Chapter 21. The transaction with the military for reasons unknown. A large number of sea beasts assaulted the military last night, with as many as 30 reported. In the relentless barrage, they suffered the loss of nearly 50 personnel, enduring until nearly 6 o'clock. In terms of other resources, they may not possess much. However, they do have an abundance of sea beast crystal cores, rejuvenating potions, and various scattered equipment. They even uncovered a blueprint for a human-faced carp chest armor. Naturally, they have no intention of trading this blueprint, as it is fundamental to the military's standing in Haijing City. Nevertheless, even if offered, Jiang Tian would decline, for he possesses a superior blueprint for the Thorn Lizard chest armor. He might even be able to fabricate the Thorn Lizard chest armor to sell back to them. Thus, the offer from the opposite party consisted of 10 sea beast crystal cores, 5 rejuvenating potions, and 1 flawless blue-quality piece of equipment. Quite a sincere proposition. By the standards of valuation, the equipment alone could be exchanged for 2 fruits, with each rejuvenating potion valued at 1 fruit. Although the price of sea beast crystal cores has not yet increased, their inherent value remains. Is it truly impossible to exchange 10 sea beast crystal cores for 3 fruits? Indeed, it appears it is. With over 30 sea beasts, it is improbable that they did not acquire a second-tier life trial card. Observing the sea beast crystal cores they presented, Jiang Tian contemplated a potential deception. Therefore, he sent a message to the opposing party, having slain so many sea beasts. You must have obtained that item. Upon hearing this, the other party lapsed into a long silence. Jiang Tian smiled. Judging by character, the party opposite him was rather lively. If there was no immediate response, it certainly indicated something valuable at stake. For the longer the hesitation, the greater the suspicion became. Jiang Tian discerned that the other party undoubtedly possessed something of great value. However, whether it was a second-tier life trial card remained uncertain. The response from the opposite side was unexpectedly resolute. This item is not available for exchange. It is the directive of our Haijing military. Oh dear. Jiang Tian slapped his thigh, realizing that something extraordinary had been revealed. While individual strength is significant, the enhancement of a team is even more crucial, particularly for the military. Thus, witnessing the adversary's unwavering resolve, Jiang Tian was entirely convinced that what lay before him was not merely a second-tier life trial card, but something far more formidable. Jiang Tian did not wish for them to harbor any misconceptions. It was merely a trivial matter, and he opted for directness. I believe there may be some misunderstanding on your part. Do you possess any second-tier life trial cards? After a brief moment of silence, the other party managed to utter a few words. I shall go and report this. Jiang Tian smiled knowingly. It seems the military possesses quite a treasure trove. He set down his phone, patiently awaiting the completion of the report from the other side. He lifted his gaze to the azure sky. At last, he would finally ascend to the second tier of existence. No longer would he need to fret over the possibility of a ferocious beast coming to claim his life. Oh, indeed. Suddenly, Jiang Tian recalled a matter of importance. He had yet to collect the remains of the beasts. Standing before a mound of corpses resembling a small hill, Jiang Tian found himself in a quandary. Lacking a knife or any tools, he pondered how to extract materials from the carcasses. Nonetheless, a solution must exist, after all. The great dragon had acquired the sea beast crystal core on the very first day, indicating that this was undoubtedly a feature inherent to the system. Jiang Tian placed his palm upon the body of the beast, and a prompt emerged. Would you like to collect the materials from the demon thorn lizard? Naturally, the answer was affirmative. Jiang Tian silently confirmed the inventory. 104 scales of the thorned lizard, 8 vials of its blood, 2 second-tier beast tendons, a beast crystal core, and 54 pieces of thorn lizard meat. This was merely the spoils from a single lizard, a remarkable fortune indeed. The first task for Jiang Tian in gathering materials was to examine the quality of the lizard meat. The flesh of the magical thorned lizard is remarkably similar to that of fish, and is indeed consumable. How astonishing! Jiang Tian directly cast aside the flesh of the demonic thorn lizard, which fortuitously landed beside Night Watch. Night Watch's eyes gleamed with delight as he indulged in it voraciously. In his mind, the voice of Night Watch resonated. Thank you, my lord. Jiang Tian let out a heavy sigh, lamenting the embarrassment of his situation. While protagonists in other novels bask in luxury from their very first day, indulging in sumptuous feasts of steak and fine wine, some even having personal chefs at their beck and call, here he was, still gnawing on instant noodles. His seafood allergy was truly a curse. Just then, his phone buzzed. indicating that the report from the other side seemed to be ready. Jiang Tian picked up his phone and noticed a message from the other party. This is a transaction, not an auction. Starting with a second-tier life card as the base price, feel free to raise your bid. Quite clever, indeed, to pass the ball back to his court. Although the decision ultimately rests with the opposing party, Jiang Tian was disinclined to linger on the matter. After all, the purpose of this auction was to acquire the second-tier life trial card. Having secured the primary item, everything else was merely supplementary. 5 marine beast crystal cores, 2 bottles of rejuvenation elixirs, and a piece of lower body equipment. The response from the other side was prompt. In that case, the equipment can only be exchanged for a green quality variant. Rest assured, it remains flawless. In an instant, Jiang Tian responded, deal. The trousers must enhance my constitution. I had been a bit careless. I should have negotiated for a better deal. The materials were secured. Red Spirit Fruit -10, Sea Beast Crystal Core 5, Rejuvenation Potion 2, Steel Bone Chain Pants, green, with a constitution boost of 6, albeit lacking any skills. Moreover, the most significant item obtained was the second-order life trial card, a highly coveted object, serving as a passport to higher realms of existence. Upon utilization, it grants access to the trial from first-order to second-order life. Eureka! I finally acquired it. I embraced the 5 grains and bestowed a fervent kiss upon them. After gathering the materials, I donned the trousers, augmenting my constitution by an additional 6 points. Regrettably, they lacked any skills. Nevertheless, I can always replace them with superior equipment in the future. Jiang Tian recalled the other bidders he had left hanging. As for Li Yihua, he knew he must first confront him. After all, this was a national traitor. To speak candidly, Li Yihua was quite renowned, having frequently graced the headlines. The corporation he owned, Ikung Baoi, was less an auction house and more akin to a sanitized criminal syndicate. What truly propelled him into the limelight was the sensational news of him acknowledging a notorious figure as his adoptive father, which solidified Jiang Tian's trust in the military's assertions. At that time, the media fervor was overwhelming. However, it was not long before the excitement was subdued, supplanted by the scandal of a third-rate celebrity's infidelity. After a brief encounter with Li Yihao, Jiang Tian discerned that he possessed a rather petty disposition. Furthermore, he exuded arrogance and was overly concerned with his reputation. To effectively deal with such an individual, one must ensure that he experiences humiliation in front of a crowd. A subtle smile graced Jiang Tian's lips as a simple plan, aimed at him, began to take shape in his mind. He sent a private message to Li Yihao, apologizing for the delay due to some unforeseen circumstances. However, Li Yihao did not respond immediately. Aware of his intention to leave him hanging, Jiang Tian remained indifferent, for it was he who was on the brink of frustration. After a considerable time, Li Yihao finally replied, expressing his own busyness with an apology. Jiang Tian curled the corner of his mouth. Busy are we? Then by all means, immerse yourself in your tasks. I have concluded my dealings with others. Be obedient now, and attend to your own affairs. Jiang Tian extinguished his phone, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. Now, it was time to see how Li Yihao would perform. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. Chapter 22. The Wealth of Brother. Beyond your imagination, your message has been rejected by the recipient. Within a meticulously arranged chamber, Li Yihao abruptly shoved away his mistress. Bare-chested, veins bulged on his forehead, and his cheeks flushed with rage. This is intolerable. How dare they? Damn it, that little brat truly overstepped his bounds. If I don't annihilate you, I shall no longer bear my surname. The woman appeared bewildered, but soon her expression shifted to one of concern as she approached to comfort Li Yihao. A vivid red handprint marked her face. Brother Hao, it's all right. It's all right. In the throes of fury, Li Yihao turned and bellowed, get the hell out of my way. He then shouted outside, Ahoo, where S.A. Rue. Bring them in. The doorman responded affirmatively and went to fetch them. Upon hearing that someone was entering, the woman hurriedly donned her clothing. Meanwhile, Li Yihao's countenance was so dark it seemed it could rain. Privately trading the auctioned items? What a cunning little fellow. Even I wouldn't dare such a thing. This evidence was delivered right into your hands, so do not blame me for being ruthless. With a creak, the wooden door swung open. 2 burly men stepped inside. Proceeding cautiously, Brother, we have arrived. At this moment, Li Yihao had put on a shirt, his head bowed. That brat humiliated me, looked down upon me. I will make him pay. Ahu and Arue immediately straightened their postures, aware that their elder brother was about to take action. Arue, go investigate that brat's connections and find out who is behind him. A mere ordinary person wouldn't dare provoke me so brazenly. Remember, be meticulous. Arue, with his buzz cut, nodded. Understood, brother. Li Yihao then turned his gaze to the bald Ahu. Ahu, what is the most vital element in the auction business? Ahu replied, credibility. Li Yihao's mood slightly settled. Then you understand. That Brad engaged in sealed bidding, yet clandestinely traded with others. This is an irredeemable blemish. Mobilize our buyers to exploit this weakness against him, ensuring he cannot continue in the auction business. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Yihao. Arue, further investigate who that Brad has been trading with, and who could possibly consume such a bounty. We may have a potential rival to contend with. Let us be prepared. After finishing his words, Li Yihao paused for a moment, lowering his voice. Is everything understood? The two responded, understood, brother. Li Yihao's subordinates acted with remarkable swiftness. Before long, whispers of the untrustworthiness of 666,666 and the rumors of clandestine auction dealings spread among the majority. Engaging in auctions with underhanded tactics. How short-sighted. With a modicum of resources, one forgets their own identity. This is a clear case of arrogance. In business, integrity is paramount. Let the conflict ensue. How amusing. Li Zige chuckled upon receiving this news. It was evident that Jiang Tian had done something to irk Li Yihao. Shilong also observed this news, filled with curiosity yet refraining from voicing doubts. Opting instead to let the situation unfold, he wished to uncover the truth. Through their recent transactions, he was acutely aware that Jiang Tian was not the type to pursue trivial gains. One who covets small advantages would never exchange 3 fruits for their own sea beast meat. Indeed, Li Yihao, the petty individual, did not disappoint him, acting with remarkable alacrity. It seemed he intended to capitalize on the auction's fervor to plummet his own reputation to the depths. Jiang Tian observed that the rumors had proliferated significantly, and thus, he brought the remaining 21 participants of the auction into a group chat. As soon as everyone gathered, a cacophony of voices erupted. One individual abruptly exited the chat, clearly having succumbed to the external gossip. What does this mean? Are we being toyed with? Are the rumors outside true? Everyone, please remain calm. If the rumors were indeed accurate, why would the group leader have included us in this conversation? Indeed, let us hear what the group leader has to say. A representative from Longjiang Heavy Industry entered the chat, displaying a commendable level of professionalism. Upon his arrival, he promptly changed the group name to reflect his own, Feng Jinlong. Does your side have any clarification regarding these rumors? Are the claims circulating outside genuine? If they are, how can we trust that you will uphold integrity in future auction activities? Jiang Tian responded. The rumors circulating outside are unfounded. I urge everyone to remain calm as I provide a brief explanation of the circumstances. Due to some friction with individuals from Iko and Baoi, they have resorted to spreading slanderous rumors about me. Let us continue with the bidding. The truth will inevitably prevail over these unfounded allegations. Does anyone have any questions? After Jiang Tian finished speaking, the others immediately began to inquire with fervent curiosity. What precisely was the friction? Feng Jinlong from Longjiang Heavy Industry also posed a question. May I ask why your side had a dispute with the representatives of Iko and Baoi? If it is not too much trouble, I would appreciate your disclosure. Jiang Tian awaited their arrival for inquiries, promptly sending them a screenshot. Metal Block 1. Note. I am Li Yihao. We can discuss the auction matter privately. There was no need for further elaboration, as verbosity often leads to missteps. The evidence stands before them, allowing them to speculate. Indeed, these individuals' imaginative faculties did not disappoint Jiang Tian. Should they fail to deduce the truth, he would personally clarify the matter. Li Yihao's audacity is astonishing. He attempts clandestine dealings, finds himself disqualified, and yet resorts to slandering others. Unbeknownst to you, Li Yihao has taken a day to regard someone as a foster father. And such a petty demeanor seems only fitting. I have also come across that news. Li Yihao's shamelessness is truly remarkable. As the discussions gradually subsided, anticipation lingered. Jiang Tian smiled knowingly. Li Yihao's folly lay in his failure to assess his own standing first. With 119 scarlet spirit fruits, why should he fear such a triviality? The news of Li Yihao's predicament had reached the group, and inevitably, those behind the scenes were also made aware. As the number of people increased, the rumors began to proliferate. In this day and age, where idleness reigns, everyone eagerly devours any tidbit of gossip. The wider the initial spread, the more severe the backlash that follows. It is possible that the misdeeds of Li Yihao from years past may resurface. The auction proceeded smoothly. with 2 days of accumulation yielding far greater wealth than before. Jiang Tian gazed at the prices sent by each participant, silently calculating their worth in his mind. The group chat was tranquil, yet outside, another colossal wave surged. Soon, news spread that Li Yihao had been expelled from the auction due to his attempts at clandestine dealings. Instantly, public opinion shifted dramatically in favor of 666,666. This scoundrel truly acted out of spite. Not only did he wallow in his own mediocrity, but he also sought to drag others down with him, unable to tolerate anyone else's success. What a foolish imbecile. He possessed the blueprint, yet managed to offend the very supplier of the materials, 666666. Shortly thereafter, rumors circulated that Li Yihao had been seeking a benefactor, which quickly subdued the excitement surrounding the incident, leaving many unaware of the details. Goodness, this rascal is indeed a rarity, the spawn of a wretched dog. In an instant, all animosity was directed towards Li Yihao. Chapter 23. Li Yihao's defeat and the taming of the abundant harvest. Li Yihao seethed as he read the insults on his phone, each word striking a nerve. These were mere excuses. How could he accuse 666,666 of secret dealings when he himself was not innocent? No, he had to expose the scoundrel. Gritting his teeth, he typed out a message. Busy, are you? Then go ahead and be busy. I will share the screenshot of my dealings with others. However, something felt amiss. Suddenly, he realized that the other party had never mentioned a transaction. Li Yihao was taken aback. Have I been played? How could I, Li Yihao, have been deceived? Trembling, he lit a premium cigarette, inhaling deeply until the smoke filled his lungs. Then, in a fit of rage, he hurled the entire cigarette away. Aya, damn it, I will make you pay. Arue, investigate. Who is behind 666,666? You must uncover who is orchestrating this. Among the bidders, the higher-valued participants were Longjiang Heavy Industry and Ruiguang Chemical. Jiang Tian recognized Ruiguang Chemical as a citric acid factory near Haijing City, while the facility was modest in size. He had not anticipated it could produce such valuable items. Jiang Tian publicly disclosed the prices. Longjiang Heavy Industry offered 5 bottles of rejuvenation potion, 3 pieces of flawless green equipment, 30 metal ingots, and 5 sea beast crystal cores. Ruiguang Chemical presented a pet orb, 3 bottles of rejuvenation potion, 10 small planting boxes, and a packet of cabbage seeds. The superiority of Ruiguang Chemical is self-evident. Setting aside the necessity of a pet orb for growing grains, one must first acquire the cabbage seeds. However, I am quite curious as to how Longjiang Heavy Industry managed to amass such a significant quantity of metal ingots. My blueprint for the magic thorn lizard requires metal ingots, and I could potentially collaborate with Longjiang Heavy Industry in the future. The auction concluded smoothly, and Jiang Tian added Feng Jinlong as a friend. Jiang Tian began to tally his harvest. In his view, the most significant items were 3 in number. The first was a Tier 2 life trial card from the military. The other 2 were a pet orb and cabbage seeds. Although cabbage cannot serve as a staple food, it is nonetheless something he can consume. At the very least, it is preferable to eating fish. Jiang Tian exhaled, feeling a wave of refreshing ease wash over him. What a bountiful harvest. The grains in his embrace nudged against him once more. Jiang Tian chuckled softly. Little one, you have a delightful treat waiting for you. He, a big cabbage. Yoo-hoo. At that moment, Yi Sun approached, resembling a dog joyfully welcoming its master home, panting with its tongue out and tail wagging. My lord, do I have something delicious to enjoy? Jiang Tian tossed a fist-sized crystal core from a sea beast to Yi Sun. Yi Sun, akin to a dog that has just received a cherished toy, eagerly seized it. However, it soon became still. An unceasing stream of energy emanated from the crystal core, flowing from its mouth to its limbs. It understood what this was. This was an energy crystallization, containing an abundance of power, capable of rapidly enhancing its strength. Grateful to its master, Yi Sun lowered its wolfish head, still clutching the sea beast crystal core. Jiang Tian recalled an object and retrieved the beast crystal core. Unlike the smooth and rounded sea beast crystal core, this polyhedral gem was imbued with an ominous aura. Upon sighting the beast crystal core, the night patrol's gaze was filled with an overwhelming desire, tinged with a hint of disdain. Jiang Tian comprehended the situation. This young creature desired to consume this item. Yet the aura it emanated was unmistakably that of a magical beast, which elicited a sense of disdain. Such crystalline cores are indeed a means to enhance one's power. The voice of Yi Sun echoed in his mind. My lord, to be precise, anything rich in energy, if I were to absorb it, would augment my strength. Ideally, it would be that delicate meat from the sea beast that we had at noon. Although the flesh of magical beasts is repugnant, I would still consume it for the sake of gaining strength. What nonsense! How does this differ from the sea beast meat you devour? Aren't they all fish? If I were to eat it, I'd be covered in bumps. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, perhaps it was merely the aura. After all, Yi Sun and the magical beasts are sworn enemies, so his aversion is quite understandable. Jiang Tian once again retrieved the pet orb, preparing to tame the vibrant little creature before him. Gazing at the lively white deer, he suppressed the excitement bubbling within his heart. Gently stroking the deer's head, he inquired, Would you care to live alongside me from this day forth? If you are agreeable, simply touch this orb, my loyal dog, and I shall forever safeguard you, ensuring you remain unharmed by any monstrous threats. However, should you prefer not to join me, you are welcome to recuperate here until you are fit to return to your home. Jiang Tian hesitantly extended the pet orb forward, his heart fluttering with uncertainty. Was it too soon? For beings of such innocent yet profound wisdom, forging a friendship was effortless. However, winning their allegiance would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Jiang Tian felt a tinge of regret. Perhaps he could have delayed a little longer. However, what he did not anticipate was that Wu Gu unexpectedly struck the precious orb with his head. Jiang Tian was overwhelmed with joy. Consequently, he placed the precious orb directly upon the figure of Wu Gu. Once again, a familiar luminous cocoon enveloped it, accompanied by the well-known coarse strands of light. Jiang Tian reached out and grasped the luminous thread. Instantly, the attributes of the 5 grains unfolded before his eyes. Name, 5 grains race, harvest deer, mythical beast, life rating, tier 3 physique, 6 speed, 11 perception, 25 energy, 25, 782, 578 talents, abundance, warp leap. Grain harvest, abundance, consumes energy to accelerate the growth of plants, potentially inducing mutations. Warp leap, consumes energy for instantaneous teleportation, with no upper limit on energy expenditure. The more energy consumed, the more precise the destination. Grain harvest, consumes energy to gather plants, yielding rarer items. The 3-dimensional attributes were rather low, entirely uncharacteristic of a tier 3 life form. Moreover, Jiang Tian did not observe the skill responsible for producing spiritual fruits. His gaze settled on the grain harvest skill. Could this be the means? How did you obtain those spiritual fruits? A melodious female voice resonated within Jiang Tian's mind, as delicate as wind chimes. Are you referring to the fruit I previously gifted to my brother? It is a product of a mutated vine found within the mountains, serving as my daily sustenance. I typically carry it with me, consuming it whenever hunger strikes. Jiang Tian comprehended that the fruits initially released from the antlers were not generated by the grains themselves. Rather, the treasures gathered had been stored within its antlers. Its antlers functioned as a spatial ring, capable of containing numerous items. The only issue was that this particular talent did not manifest in the designated attribute section. Jiang Tian was unexpectedly delighted. Although the backpack feature on his phone allowed for unlimited storage, there were inevitably times when retrieving his phone was inconvenient. In such instances, the grains could serve as a makeshift spatial ring, which was certainly a pleasant surprise. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Tian. He took out the cabbage seeds and a compact planting box. This planting box was indeed quite diminutive, measuring half a meter in length and approximately 30 centimeters in width, resembling a subpar wooden flower pot. The cabbage seeds, however, were somewhat absurd, while the typical cabbage seeds on Blue Star were the size of sesame seeds. These seeds were akin to peas. Yet, the description stated that they were cabbage, so they would be cabbage. Jiang Tian gently pressed the cabbage seeds into the planting box, ensuring that the experiment could be easily relocated afterward. He summoned Wu Gu, saying, Come, Wu Gu, why not attempt to hasten the ripening process with your harvest skill? Chapter 24, Cabbage. The frozen sea period approaches. Wu Gu stood before the planting box, closing his eyes in tranquil contemplation. Gradually, a faint green luminescence emanated from his pristine white deer form. The seeds seemed to resonate with this surge of energy, causing the soil enveloping them to tremble slightly. As the vibrations intensified, a tender sprout broke through the earth, beginning its ascent toward the light. Jiang Tian was utterly astonished. The visible growth rate resembled a video playing at 100 times its normal speed, and before long, It had expanded to the size of a basin. Panting, the grain stuck out their tongues and communicated with Jiang Tian through thoughts. Phew, I'm so tired. Let us take a break. I rarely employ this ability. Normally, I simply gather food from the mountains without a care. They expressed their envy for a life devoid of worries, where sustenance could be obtained effortlessly. Jiang Tian crouched down to examine the cabbage, plucking off a leaf and chewing it thoughtfully. Indeed, it was unmistakably cabbage. With this, the sustenance of Wugu could be self-sustained. Moreover, he could bask in a bit of glory himself. Ah, speaking of which, tonight's dinner could be enhanced with some leafy greens and his instant noodles. What a delightful prospect. A gust of chilly wind swept by, causing Jiang Tian, still reveling in his small triumph, to shiver slightly. Yet, he gave it little thought. After all, being by the seaside, such coldness was to be expected. That evening, Jiang Tian sat before the bonfire, patiently awaiting the water to boil. To his left, Wugu was nestled in a blanket, savoring the cabbage leaves with great relish, while to his right, Yusun was gnawing on a sea beast crystal core as if it were a chew toy. Notably, under Wugu's influence, the cabbage had ripened. However, at present, Wugu's energy could only hasten the maturity of one, which was somewhat regrettable. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for the vegetable was quite substantial, towering at least half a person's height. Jiang Tian had never encountered such a colossal cabbage, more than sufficient to satisfy his appetite. As the instant noodles simmered to perfection, he perused the group chat while enjoying his meal. The topics of discussion revolved predominantly around Li Yihua, trades, and the impending chill in the air. Notably, the discourse surrounding Li Yihua occupied a significant portion of the conversation, with rumors increasingly spiraling into absurdity. After all, the old adage holds true: 3 men can create a tiger. By the time the tales had escalated, there were even claims suggesting that Jiang Tian and Li Yihua were embroiled in a rivalry over a woman. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian couldn't help but spew the noodles from his mouth in disbelief. Goodness, is this person a master storyteller? Such creativity deserves a pin here. Take it and weave your own tale. Jiang Tian raised his gaze to the innocent-looking night watchman, who had several soft noodles adorning his canine head. He reached out to remove them, gently stroking the dog's head in the process. At that moment, Jiang Tian's peripheral vision caught several people exclaiming how cold it was. The sea is unbearably frigid, even more so than last night. I invested a substantial amount in a new quilt, only for it to become a soggy lump. A significant loss. Purchasing a quilt was a sheer folly. It would have been far more prudent to invest in a campfire for its superior cost-effectiveness. Come on, my friend. Why not construct a house and sleep on the roof instead? Something feels amiss. Upon opening the trading post, the current surge in quilt prices seemed to corroborate this notion. Jiang Tian recalls that the quilt he purchased back then cost 10 stones, yet the price has now surged to 24. Something seems amiss. Jiang Tian once again opened the trading interface of the bonfire. He recalled that it initially required only 70 to 80 units of wood, yet now it had surged to over 200. A sense of impending crisis welled up within him. Jiang Tian no longer possesses stones, yet he is in possession of an abundance of metal pieces and ingots. These two can be regarded as a form of hard currency. He expended 60 metal pieces and 5 ingots to acquire 2 blankets and a set of somewhat heavy clothing. Initially, he felt a twinge of anxiety. However, as the blankets and garments found their place in his backpack, his spirits were instantaneously calmed. Perhaps this sensation is what one might call a sense of assurance. Jiang Tian intends to retire early for the night, planning to utilize the second-tier trial card tomorrow and embark upon a new echelon of existence. At that time, he would indeed be deemed worthy of venturing into the depths of Ling Island. Meanwhile, the night watch continues to stand guard outside. Jiang Tian and Wu Gu entered the quaint wooden cabin to take a rest. They awoke at 10 o'clock today, having retired to bed rather early at 8 o'clock. Jiang Tian found himself unable to succumb to slumber, tossing and turning restlessly, devoid of any semblance of drowsiness, fixated on the ceiling above. Thus, the ubiquitous bad habit of late-night dwellers, scrolling through their phones, manifested once more within Jiang Tian. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, it was nearly midnight. At that juncture, Jiang Tian finally felt a flicker of fatigue, stifling a yawn. He set aside his phone and closed his eyes. Zzzz. This marked the second night in the realm of survival. A thin veil of mist rose over the surface of the sea, while simultaneously, monstrous creatures and sea beasts materialized from the ether, launching attacks upon the individuals aboard the raft. Having learned from the previous night's harrowing experience, The people could not afford to fall into a deep slumber, except for a few oblivious souls, Jiang Tian among them, who slept soundly. The entire ocean world was engulfed in a chaotic dance of blades and shadows. Blood stained the waters surrounding the raft, both that of the monsters and of humanity. 7 billion. Jiang Tian awoke. The first thing he did was prepare to observe whether there were any unusual changes outside. Upon sensing Jiang Tian's awakening, the night watch greeted him. "My lord, you are awake." Was there any situation last night?" "No, it was quite safe." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian opened the door. And instantly, a powerful gust of wind surged in. Achoo! Caught off guard by the sudden chill, Jiang Tian let out a robust sneeze. With the temperature dropping so drastically, how could one possibly claim that there was no issue? After Jiang Tian finished speaking, he returned to his room to don a thick garment. The attire was quite loose, yet the fabric was remarkably wind-resistant, and the moment he wore it, he felt significantly warmer. Night Patrol, puzzled, inquired, "Is the temperature acceptable?" "My lord, I have yet to utilize the blanket you provided me. After all, the freezing sea season is fast approaching, and I have even begun to sprout fur." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian was taken aback. The frozen sea period? What does this mean? The Night Patrol was somewhat perplexed. It's precisely the frozen sea period, the time when the weather becomes exceedingly frigid. I feel that this is still relatively warm. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before inquiring about the night watch. "How long until the frozen sea period arrives? And what is its expected duration?" "My lord," he replied, "based on my experience, I estimate that the frozen sea period will commence in approximately 3 to 4 days. As for its duration, it should last around a month." Jiang Tian stroked his chin, quietly digesting the shocking intelligence. If the frozen sea period is not managed properly, it can undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. The prospect of widespread fatalities seems almost commonplace. However, this situation poses a significant threat to Jiang Tian. The inability to procure resources from the ocean, coupled with the potential loss of many subordinates, would render his position exceedingly precarious. Much like a tiger, perched at the apex of the food chain, which finds itself in a drastically altered world where the forests and grasslands have been largely depleted. With the rabbit population dwindling, even the tiger would ultimately face starvation. Its once mighty frame reduced to mere bones. Jiang Tian felt for the first time how challenging it was to be a good person. Such a catastrophic matter cannot be articulated ambiguously. If one speaks in vague terms, they will undoubtedly be perceived as a profiteer seeking to exploit the situation for monetary gain. No, this matter should be entirely entrusted to the military. Chapter 25, Passing the Buck. Who is the true strongman? Trial 1. Everyone advanced in an orderly fashion, following the large raft ahead without lagging behind or pausing. Do not crowd. Strive to form a single line. Over 3,000 soldiers were directing the people to proceed in an orderly manner. The raft at the front was remarkably vast. Jiang Tian found himself without a raft, thus unaware of the numerous levels this colossal vessel must ascend. However, it was evident that this raft surpassed that of Li Yihao in sophistication. Not only did it feature waterproof panels encircling its perimeter, but the stacked wooden cabins had also fashioned a veritable edifice. Surrounding the uppermost cabin were an array of antennas, with an apparatus resembling a radar steadfastly oriented towards their path of advance. Within the confines of the structure, Deng Taifeng approached an elderly man while clutching a report. He raised his hand in a military salute. "Chief, there has been another incident of organized crime last night, which has already resulted in arrests." The elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed in contemplation, before slowly opening them. The moral decay was alarmingly pronounced even beneath the watchful gaze of the military, not to mention that of the local tyrants. "Detain them for now. Once we rendezvous with the garrison at Haidu, we shall impose strict measures." Deng Taifeng responded affirmatively. "Yes, chief." He then turned to depart, seemingly to address the criminal matter at hand. Suddenly, a vibration from his mobile phone interrupted him. He halted, retrieving the device to glance at the screen. The elder's voice echoed from behind him. "I believe you are in charge of the chilling fruit, correct?" Deng Taifeng turned to respond. "Reporting to you, chief, yes. I am responsible for the entity designated as 666,666, known as the Mirage. What does he seek? Relay it directly to me to avoid unnecessary reports." Upon receiving the directive, Deng Taifeng scrutinized the message, his expression shifting dramatically. "Chief, The Mirage claims to have reliable information indicating a severe cold wave is imminent in 3 to 4 days. Termed the frozen sea period. We must prepare accordingly. The elder paused, then regained his composure. Do not panic over such matters. First, verify the accuracy of the information. If it proves true, we must stockpile warm clothing and provisions, and acquire a blueprint for a bonfire at a premium. It is imperative that we ensure the safety of the populace. Jiang Tian had long since confirmed matters with the military. He understood the gravity of natural disasters. One must not be careless. Deng Taifeng advised him to refrain from publicizing the situation, so as not to incite panic. This reasoning was clear to him as well. However, after offloading the troublesome situation onto the military, Jiang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He retrieved a second-order life trial card, holding it tightly in his hand, silently contemplating its use. As his thoughts solidified, the card responded in his grasp. It detected that the ticket had been activated, allowing the player to exit during leisure periods without destruction of the ticket. Would he enter the trial? Naturally, he would. Otherwise, what was the point of acquiring such an item? After reaching the second order, he would gain the qualification to explore the depths of the island. And he certainly did not wish to be unexpectedly assaulted by monstrous beasts. Before he could finish his thoughts, darkness enveloped him, and he was transported away, unaware of his destination. Beside him, Wu Gu and Yi Sun felt a sense of urgency. Despite Jiang Tian's prior instructions, they remained somewhat anxious. They sensed that their connection with Jiang Tian had been severed. Bang! Jiang Tian plummeted from a great height, crashing onto the ground and sending a cascade of water splashing around him. The abruptness of this unforeseen teleportation left his mind reeling. Where am I? He swiftly regained his footing. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he found himself in what resembled an arena, enclosed by towering walls and grandstands. Yet, to his astonishment, the seats in the elevated stands were devoid of spectators. The atmosphere was undeniably eerie. A flash of white light flickered in Jiang Tian's hand, and a long spear materialized within his grasp as he quietly explored his surroundings, treading through the shallow water that barely reached his heels. This arena was enclosed by walls that fit together seamlessly, with only 2 massive, rusted iron gates. One stood behind him, while the other lay across from him. Jiang Tian seemed to comprehend the rules. In the arena, life and death battles ensued, with no respite until one party succumbed. Yet, he remained oblivious to the true nature of his adversary. Suddenly, an information box materialized before his eyes. Codename: Unset Record, 0 battles, 0 victories, 0 defeats. Gazing at the designation Unset, Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before inscribing the name of the Mirage Beast. Shall the trial commence? Jiang Tian took a deep breath. Boom. A colossal figure plummeted from the heavens. Unlike Jiang Tian's earlier predicament, this being adjusted its posture mid-air, landing gracefully upon the ground. After a brief moment, the stone giant began to stir. With a series of cracking sounds, it slowly rose from a half-kneeling position, its nearly 4-meter frame exuding an overwhelming presence. The sight of this immense stone creature filled Jiang Tian with apprehension. What manner of monster is this? The life trial arena is now commencing. The rules shall be announced. 1. Players who perish in the challenge shall not truly die. Feel free to experiment with various strategies. 2. Players may utilize any skills and equipment they have acquired, without restriction. 3. Each player begins with an initial score of 50 points. The victor earns 10 points, while the defeated lose 5 points. Accumulating 100 points will allow progression to the next stage. 4. A score of 0 will result in a permanent loss of the opportunity to participate in the challenge. Please review the rules carefully. The countdown will commence in 1 minute. Jiang Tian found himself in a state of bewilderment. What is this? Player versus player? Are you telling me that this fellow opposite me is a player? Whose player is made of stone? The stone creature began to speak, and laughter erupted from Jiang Tian. What a stroke of luck. I expected to encounter some exotic race. Yet here stands a mere human. A free 10 points. How delightful. The voice of the stone being was rather grating, reminiscent of thunderous echoes, as if its vocal cords were composed of stone, producing a sensation akin to a landslide. Upon noticing the spear in Jiang Tian's hand, the stone creature scoffed, its voice dripping with disdain. Do you intend to use that toothpick to pick your teeth? Insect, I shall crush you, making you comprehend the might of the Stone Clan. Although the challenge would not result in death, the pain would be all too real. If you beg for mercy, I might spare you, it cackled. The stone creature was a veritable fountain of trash talk, incessantly expressing its contempt for Jiang Tian and boasting of its own strength, coupled with its unpleasant voice. It was nothing short of torture. A minute had passed. "Shall I display my profile card?" The stone giant bellowed. "Show. I shall make this human understand what true power is." Race, stone being life rating. First tier physique, 28 agility, 3 perception, 1 energy, 10. The attributes of the stone being were unveiled. Ha ha ha. Do you see? These are my proud attributes. With just a finger, I could crush you. Seeing Jiang Tian's astonishment, the stone creature felt a surge of pride. Tremble, weakling. This human has fallen silent upon witnessing his own attributes and must surely be in shock. Indeed, Jiang Tian stared in disbelief at the stone being's attributes. What the hell? Goodness, how pathetic. I thought it was formidable, but it turns out to be a mere caricature. Does your mother know how boastful you are? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Yang Jingru? So feeble yet so arrogant, it is no wonder you're a stone being. A true testament to the calluses born from being beaten. The stone creature, displeased that Jiang Tian had not succumbed to fear, declared, "I shall shatter your entire being and let you die in agony." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian promptly revealed his attributes. Fool. Race, human life rating. First level constitution, 37 agility, 34 perception, 34 energy, 340. The stone giant, who was laughing heartily, suddenly became dumbfounded, as if a steamroller had lodged itself in his throat, emitting only incoherent sounds. A human, barely reaching his waist, possessed such formidable strength? Moreover, his attributes were astonishingly balanced, akin to those of a high-ranking race. The countdown began. 3. How on earth did you achieve such attributes? The stone giant was now filled with dread. Truth be told, it was quite rare for Jiang Tian to witness such terror reflected in his eyes. Yet, the tremor in his voice betrayed his fear. "You are not human. You are not human." Goodness, how can this stone creature still hurl insults? Jiang Tian raised his hand, aiming at the stone figure opposite him, awaiting the conclusion of the countdown. 3, 2, 1, commence. In an instant, he chanted fervently, "I surrender." Boom, 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 boom. Chapter 26. An unexpected familiar face. Trial 2. Congratulations on your victory in this battle. Points increased by 10. Simultaneously, Jiang Tian received his performance card. Codename, not set. Record, 1 battle, 1 victory, 0 defeats. Player Mirage, do you wish to continue the challenge? Indeed, if the opponents in this phase are all of the stone type, he could effortlessly advance to the second tier. You have chosen to continue the challenge. Your request is being queued. A battle has been arranged for you. Would you like to enter the arena? Jiang Tian descended from the heights with remarkable speed, fortunate to possess ample time to adjust his movements. With a resounding thud, his feet met the ground, knees slightly bent to dissipate excess force, establishing a steady stance. At that moment, Jiang Tian discerned the opposing race, a being so robust it defied human classification. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with a meticulously cropped crew cut. Every muscle in its body was taut. It regarded Jiang Tian's descent with an expression of astonishment. Just then, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed, elucidating the rules to the entity before him. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared that this individual was also a novice. However, one must not be careless. A minute passed in tranquil silence, during which the person across from him had also committed the game rules to memory. The question lingered. Would they reveal their information card? Jiang Tian naturally declined. Likewise, the person opposite also declined. 3, 2, 1, begin. Jiang Tian was poised to take the initiative. Yet his opponent raised both hands in a gesture of peace. Wait a moment. Let us not resort to violence just yet. You are human too, aren't you? May I pose a few inquiries? Once I am done, I shall surrender. The burly man appeared unarmed, seemingly earnest in his desire for dialogue. However, Jiang Tian was not one to fall for such trivial tricks. Without hesitation, he unleashed an energy sphere, hurling it towards his adversary. A fleeting glimmer of excitement sparkled in the burly man's eyes, betraying an uncontrollable joy. A mage, he realized. The energy sphere, trailing a comet-like blaze, soared towards him. Yet instead of retreating, the man charged directly towards it. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, sensing that any unusual occurrence must harbor some hidden intent. With swift steps, at the very moment the energy sphere was about to detonate upon the burly man, his movements abruptly accelerated, allowing him to deftly evade the energy sphere and charge directly towards Jiang Tian. He bent his knees and lowered his torso, as if preparing to unleash a formidable technique. Through the lens of his heightened perception, Jiang Tian could distinctly discern the burly man's fist enveloped in a radiant glow. A smile curved at the corners of Jiang Tian's lips, revealing the complexity of human nature. Empowered by his skills, the burly man approached Jiang Tian with determination. Mountain collapse. Oh, before he could even utter the name of his technique, Jiang Tian seized the man's face with a swift motion. With a formidable physique of 37, Jiang Tian effortlessly toppled the burly man, pressing him forcefully into the ground. The impact was tremendous, shattering the earth beneath them and rendering the man unconscious. His eyes rolling back in a daze. Exercise caution in the next battle, my kin. May we not cross paths again. Jiang Tian raised his hand, and a sphere of energy coalesced with remarkable intensity. With a thunderous explosion, the energy orb detonated at such close proximity, shattering the head of the burly man. The battle concluded. Congratulations on your victory in this confrontation. Your score has increased by 10 points. At this moment, Jiang Tian's score had reached 70. Winning 3 more matches would elevate him to the second tier of life. He clicked to continue the challenge on the interface. Queuing for you now, it announced. A battle has been secured. Do you wish to enter the arena? On a deserted wooden raft, Sherlong suddenly materialized with a loud thud. He knelt helplessly on the ground. Gasping for breath, sweat pouring uncontrollably from his body, quickly soaking his clothes. After a considerable time, Sherlong managed to regain his composure. The sensation of his head bursting, the excruciating pain perceived by his nerves, was a true experience of death. This was his first battle, a tentative exploration. After all, the second-tier life trial card did not stipulate that one must reach the upper limit to enter. Thus, Sherlong resolved to take the plunge. What if he succeeded? He considered himself quite formidable. On the very first day, he had vanquished a sea beast that troubled many and earned the title of First Kill. First Kill, damage dealt to monsters increased by 30. With this title, he efficiently farmed monsters and accumulated considerable wealth. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. The competitors within the trial were astonishingly powerful. He had researched mages, and, setting aside their absurdly rapid spellcasting speed, the physical prowess of these mages was even more outrageous. His own constitution had nearly reached 27 points, bolstered by the perfect physique talent, endowing him with remarkable resilience. Yet, despite this, he had been subdued and knocked unconscious by a mage. Was this encounter not inverted? Clearly, he appeared to be the warrior. Sherlong felt a surge of resentment, an overwhelming desire to grow stronger, immensely stronger. Suddenly, he recalled someone. Yes, there was him. The Mirage selling spiritual fruits. He possessed a wealth of valuable items for trade. Moreover, the Mirage had mentioned that the upper limit for first-tier life was 30, and he needed only 2 more fruits to reach that limit. Wait a moment. Sherlong's expression became peculiar. He opened the battle record panel to check. Player versus Mirage. Failure. What the hell? In the trial arena, before Jiang Tian hovered a birdman, wings sprouting from his back and a bird's head adorning his own. He proclaimed himself a member of the winged race. Much like the stone man, he was exceedingly arrogant. Human, your good fortune ends here. The avian members of the winged clan exuded an air of arrogance, their arms crossed defiantly, while the wings at their backs fluttered with fervor. As neither of the combatants were novices, there was no need for an introduction to the rules. They could directly showcase their attributes. The winged clan, brimming with confidence, presented their statistics to Jiang Tian. Race, winged clan life rating, Tier 1 physique, 11 agility, 32 perception, 21 energy, 210. As the countdown continued, the malevolent smile of the winged clan grew increasingly sinister. At last, with the system's announcement signaling the commencement of battle, he bellowed, "Human, allow me to demonstrate my pride and speed." The winged clan charged towards Jiang Tian. A cruel grin etched upon his face. Then, there was silence. Battle evaluation, S score increase, 10. Casting a glance back at the winged clan member, who had been sent crashing into the wall by a single punch, Jiang Tian sighed and pressed the button to continue the fight. A combat scenario has been successfully initiated. Would you like to enter the arena? Jiang Tian stifled a yawn as he stepped into the Colosseum. In just a fleeting glance, he discerned something extraordinary across the arena. It was neither a colossal stone golem nor a fearsome beast, but rather a girl with short hair. Chapter 27. The Familiar Kill, Trial 3. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Yet another human, and a female at that. The short-haired girl, upon noticing Jiang Tian's descent, felt a surge of anxiety. She raised the long spear in her hand, aiming it squarely at him. With the rules having been elucidated, the girl chose not to reveal her attributes, keeping in mind her friend's advice. Never disclose one's strength before a battle. 3, 2, 1, commence. The girl moved with remarkable speed, diving forward. Though she could not match the sheer size of the previous opponent, it was evident that her prowess stemmed not from any skill, but rather from her inherent physicality. Where did these humans emerge from? Are fruits and potions truly so commonplace? As Jiang Tian distanced himself, he swiftly hurled an energy sphere in her direction. The girl effortlessly evaded it, watching as the sphere whizzed by, her previously tense expression now relaxed. A sense of triumph blossomed within her. He was a mage, and if she could close the distance, victory would be hers. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, she was struck with terror as she noticed the mage charging towards her at an astonishing speed, nearly appearing before her in an instant. Gathering energy for another sphere in his hand, resolutely, she gripped her coral spear and flung it forcefully towards Jiang Tian. The 2-meter-long spear whipped through the air like a striking whip, creating a formidable momentum. Jiang Tian sensed the looming threat posed by Chang'e. Realizing that the girl's physical prowess might have reached an extraordinary level of 30 or more. In an instant, he altered his target, condensing an energy sphere and launching it directly at Chang'e. Boom! Caught off guard, the weapon in the girl's grasp was sent flying, and Chang'e spiraled through the air before crashing to the ground in the distance. She was momentarily stunned. Wait a moment. How could this person gather and unleash spells with such astonishing speed? Her companion was a mage, and she was quite familiar with the various characteristics of mages. Such formidable power typically required incantation, did it not? What did it mean to cast instantaneously? In that brief moment of distraction, a hand adorned with a ring seized her by the throat. Farewell, kin, and remember, do not lose focus during battle. The girl could feel a disturbing surge of energy emanating from the hand that gripped her. Just then, boom. Congratulations on your victory in this battle. Points increased by 10. A streak of 4 consecutive wins. Jiang Tian raised his hand to examine it, noticing it was riddled with numerous small wounds. It seemed he had stumbled upon something remarkable. The energy sphere, when not fully condensed, exhibited a precarious instability, a realization he had made while casting skills on the beach. However, upon contact with a physical object, this energy sphere would detonate with tremendous force. He had discovered this during the execution of the short-haired girl. Yet, such a condition could be described as mutually damaging. Although the primary recipient of the damage was the opponent, the residual shockwaves could still injure his own hand. To have inadvertently uncovered this concealed application was fortuitous. It appeared this technique could serve as a lethal trump card. He furrowed his brow. The previous brawny man and this girl were formidable adversaries. Were it not for his maximum attributes and the numerous pieces of equipment he wore, it would have been a strenuous battle. The brawny man was cunning, and the girl's physical prowess was comparable to his own. She had likely reached her limits as well. It seemed that spiritual fruits and potions might not be as scarce as he had initially presumed. He had not expended a significant number of fruits. Even if a large quantity were released, they would be traded to large organizations. It was unlikely they would force an individual to consume them. Wait a moment. An individual? Ha ha ha. It couldn't possibly be the dragon and Li Zige, could it? Well, that seems rather coincidental. Zhang Qingqing suddenly appeared on the reef, startling Li Zige, who was engaged in trading supplies. Qingqing, you're back. So soon Li Zige abruptly fell silent, noticing something was amiss with Zhang Qingqing. Bent over, clutching her neck. She appeared dazed and was gasping for air, standing frozen in that position. This state left Li Zige in shock, deeply concerned for Zhang Qingqing's well-being. Could there be lingering effects from her ordeal? Zhang Qingqing struggled to catch her breath, replaying the moment she was eliminated in battle. The opponents in this trial were overwhelmingly powerful. The confidence she had gained from defeating sea beasts was shattered. Just last night, she had single-handedly intercepted and slain 2 sea beasts, which had inflated her confidence, but reality had delivered a harsh blow. Li Zige approached and gently embraced Zhang Qingqing. Are you all right? Zhang Qingqing regained her composure and managed a wry smile. Goer, I'm fine. It was just one death. She then recounted her encounter with that sorcerer. He was truly terrifying, moving with astonishing speed. In an instant, he was before me. My perception was so low that I didn't even notice how he approached. Moreover, he wielded what seemed to be the very magic of his weapon. Yet, I did not see a staff. When he finally grasped my throat, his strength was immense, lifting me effortlessly. After listening to the information, Li Zige took a moment to digest it. The attributes were remarkably high. He was a human male wielding an unconventional type of magical weapon. A thought crossed her mind. When purchasing the campfire, the vendor had boasted that 6 individuals had acquired a ring-like staff from him, although she knew it was unlikely to be a mere coincidence. Her curiosity was piqued. Do you possess something akin to game statistics? Zhang Qingqing let out a sound of affirmation and proceeded to display it. The player had suffered defeat against the illusionary beast. Li Zige was taken aback. It truly was him. Do you remember that 66666 who confronted Li Yihao? A flicker of resentment appeared in Zhang Qingqing's expression at the mention of Jiang Tian. Of course, he led us to countless losses and still owes us a crossbow. What's the matter? It's him. Zhang Qingqing was momentarily stunned before raising her head and shouting in anger. A villain. Meanwhile, in the trial arena, Jiang Tian, who was waiting in line, sneezed. Puzzled, he touched his nose. Who is thinking of me? He glanced at the panel before him. Still waiting in line. Jiang Tian slightly furrowed his brow. Unlike the previous instant matchmaking, he was uncertain whether it was due to his impressive 4 consecutive victories or if this would be his final battle. Perhaps it was simply that no one else possessed a trial card. In any case, the waiting time for this match was unusually prolonged. Jiang Tian harbored an unsettling premonition. Time flowed quietly, and his skills had been fully restored in an instant. This indicated that he had already been waiting in line for half an hour. A battle has been arranged for you. Would you like to enter the arena? Jiang Tian's form vanished, only to reappear moments later in an identical setting. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely a superficial resemblance. He had indeed departed from the previous arena of combat. He landed steadily, and before him stood a human female, her gaze filled with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Another human? Something felt amiss. Under Jiang Tian's scrutiny, she suddenly lifted off the ground, her wings unfurling behind her. As her wings fluttered, she gracefully hovered in the air. She resembled that avian being. Yet her appearance and aura were strikingly distinct. Were it not for the cerulean feathers adorning her back, he might have mistaken her for an angel. At that moment, she spoke. A human? Alas, what ill fortune. Chapter 28. Formidable Foe, Trial 4. The woman above, perched high in the sky, cast a condescending glance downward. Though she lamented her misfortune, the disdain etched upon her features remained unabated. She was a bona fide member of the winged folk, a legitimate advanced race. Unlike the avian-headed beings of the feathered tribe, Jiang Tian's expression grew solemn. It appeared he had encountered a formidable adversary this time. Although the opponent had not disclosed her attributes, Jiang Tian could sense intuitively that this woman was exceptionally powerful. As the countdown commenced, she leisurely took to the skies. Seemingly dismissing Jiang Tian entirely, the battle began. Despite her nonchalant demeanor, she showed no mercy as she launched a relentless barrage of feathered projectiles towards Jiang Tian. Unfurling her wings with precision, as Jiang Qingqing's thoughts plunged into darkness, she swiftly maneuvered to evade the deadly barrage of piercing feathers. Her opponent let out a surprised exclamation, then intensified their assault. Each feather shot forth like a machine gun unleashed from the heavens, incessantly raining down. Striking the ground, they erupted into splashes of water. Jiang Tian was utterly suppressed. The frequency of the attacks mirrored his own instantaneous incantations. However, the sole distinction lay in the fact that the basic attacks from his opponent equated to his ultimate ability. As Jiang Tian pondered, his steps faltered, and the opponent accurately anticipated his direction. In an instant, a spiked feather pierced Jiang Tian's arm, the excruciating pain causing his breath to become erratic. Yet, he dared not pause. Instead, he sprinted away from his previous position. As expected, a torrential downpour of sharp feathers descended upon the spot he had just vacated. This is dire. Raising his gaze to the woman whose expression danced between a smile and a smirk, he felt a profound sense of dismay. With no opportunity to counterattack, he was left with no choice but to flee for his life. Indeed, it was absurd. So this was the sensation of being suppressed by a saturated assault? Jiang Tian tentatively unleashed an energy sphere with a flick of his wrist. The opponent scoffed, flapping their wings, as a spiny feather collided with the energy sphere. The impact was akin to a steel needle piercing a balloon, erupting into a magnificent display of fireworks in the air. The winged ones did not initiate an assault. Instead, they soared serenely, their feathers visibly growing at an astonishing rate. Human, you cannot even touch me. The outcome of this battle was determined the moment you stepped into the arena. I am quite unfortunate, for this confrontation shall endure for a considerable time. Do you know why? Because I take immense pleasure in the annihilation of humans. Ha ha ha. The expression of the winged ones turned frenzied as they swept their wings forward, unleashing a dense barrage of feathered projectiles that advanced towards Jiang Tian. It resembled a localized downpour, leaving no place for respite. No matter where Jiang Tian fled, the spiny attacks relentlessly pursued him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 spiny feathers embedded themselves in Jiang Tian's back, sending waves of excruciating pain and an unsettling foreign sensation coursing through him. As Jiang Tian dashed left and right, she fervently racked her brain for a strategy. The image of her feathers sprouting filled her mind. Opposite her stood a birdman adept in saturated attacks, replenishing his feathers after each strike. He could execute precise assaults 1 feather at a time or unleash a torrent of concentrated firepower in a single breath. She possessed the ability to instantaneously chant spells to counter his attacks. But what about the next time? He relied on basic attacks, while she depended on her ultimate skill. Although her basic attacks were swift, their frequency paled in comparison to that of the birdman. The sole piece of good news was that the birdman's feathers were not explosive. Otherwise, she would be in dire straits. As Jiang Tian contemplated her situation, the woman anticipated her maneuver, and a feather pierced her back. Why didn't you shout? Why didn't you scream? Shout for me. The winged woman, frenzied as a madwoman, shrieked wildly, her wings flapping violently behind her, launching a barrage of piercing feathers toward Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian hurriedly dodged, running as fast as he could. Wherever he went, sharp feathers followed relentlessly. These feathers were akin to his footprints, as well as the harbinger of death that pursued his very existence. Suddenly, the assault from behind faltered, and an ominous sensation crept over him. The woman of the feathered race had vacated her previous position, materializing instantaneously before Jiang Tian in midair, her wings directed towards him, each feather poised to strike. Whoosh, 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 the storm of feathers descended upon him. Jiang Tian was unable to halt the vehicle, and as she beheld the piercing feathers approaching directly, she could only strive to curl her body in order to evade critical harm. This strike consumed all the feather ammunition she had meticulously stored, yet the outcome was undeniably splendid. Jiang Tian's body was nearly transformed into a porcupine from the relentless assault. Yet aside from the excruciating pain, he remained largely unharmed. Were it not for the malevolent intentions of the winged race to torment him, he would have been reduced to a mere sieve rather than a spiky creature. However, Jiang Tian refrained from uttering a sound, only letting out a muffled groan. He bit down on the feather embedded in his arm and forcefully expelled it, causing blood to gush forth from his entire limb. He chuckled coldly, pondering that in this arena, there was only one being that would wail. If it were not him, then who else could it be? Would I lament? The woman sneered disdainfully, her arrogant expression contorting her features. Ha! You humans are truly arrogant. No mouse has ever drawn blood from a cat. You are already on the path to your demise. In response, Jiang Tian launched an energy sphere at her, with a flick of her wing towards the energy sphere. A feather shot forth, colliding violently with it. This human, who had been impaled like a hedgehog, not only failed to produce the lamentations she so relished, but also dared to retaliate against her. She felt insulted. Anger surged within her. As before, the energy sphere detonated midair, failing to even approach the woman by a hair's breadth. Jiang Tian exhaled deeply, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had finally discerned the flaw in the winged people's assault. The avian warriors employed their piercing feather strikes based on the orientation of their wings, capable of striking in a singular line at most. This meant that if he unleashed a saturated barrage of attacks through instantaneous incantation and his opponent remained stationary, she would undoubtedly be unable to withstand his onslaught. However, his adversary was no fool and had already demonstrated remarkable agility and evasion, effortlessly dodging his strikes. There seemed to be no recourse left. Jiang Tian plucked the feathers from his body and directly consumed a vial of rejuvenating elixir. Energy surged through him, gradually mending his wounds. He was reluctant to gamble on the opponent's energy reserves or how long their restorative powers might last. Nor did he wish to probe into the adversary's hidden lethal techniques. The prospect of victory had already been discerned. Thus, he was prepared to fight with all his might. Jiang Tian once again uncorked a vial of rejuvenating elixir, letting it rest upon his tongue. With a sudden surge of power in his legs, he propelled himself forward, hurtling towards the woman of the winged race. She, perched high above, regarded his advance with a shake of her head, well aware of his intentions. After all, she understood that during her own restoration of feathers, she was at her most vulnerable. It was futile. He could not possibly leap so high. Moreover, the woman flapped her wings, ascending further into the sky, exclaiming, "I can soar even higher, you fool." Yet, it seemed Jiang Tian remained oblivious to her taunts. Undeterred, he continued his charge towards her, and upon confirming her position above him, he forcefully pushed off the ground, launching himself into the air and swiftly covering half the distance. Awaiting him were the slightly regained sharp feathers of the winged woman. With a whoosh, as the feathers darted towards him, Jiang Tian instinctively bent his arms to shield himself. 3 feathers piercing through and embedding themselves into the palms of his hands. Jiang Tian smiled, victorious. Chapter 29, Second-Tier Life, Unveiling Talent. The woman of the winged race could hardly anticipate that Jiang Tian could leap so high, ascending for a brief distance. A wild grin spread across her face. "Your desperate struggle brings me such delight. Give me more, give me more. Is the bottle clenched in your mouth to stifle your cries?" Ha ha. At this moment, Jiang Tian had ascended to the apex of his jump distance. It was slightly shorter than he had anticipated, perhaps due to his injury or the increased distance from his opponent. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. In an instant, he chanted a spell. As he soared through the air, Jiang Tian directed his palm towards the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless barrage of energy orbs made contact with the feather embedded in his palm, resulting in a violent explosion. This blast was even more potent than Jiang Tian had envisioned, propelling him directly towards the winged people. The woman was taken aback. Such a use of power exists? She thought, observing Jiang Tian, who shared her altitude and bore a cheerful expression. She hastily retreated, but her speed was evidently no match for his forward surge. Jiang Tian seized the opportunity, swiftly drawing forth the feather in his grasp. In the fleeting moment before the winged ones could escape, he unleashed a resonant incantation that erupted with fervor. Instantly, a sphere of energy enveloped the woman. The eruption of Jiang Tian encircled the woman, leaving her ensnared, with no avenues to advance, retreat, or maneuver. Yet, behind her lay the impending descent of an energy sphere. The woman's reflexes were swift. She launched her gathered feathers towards the energy sphere, hoping to mitigate the onslaught. However, her heart sank in terror as she realized that her piercing feathers were utterly insufficient for the task. Even if they were ample, the angle of the energy sphere was exceedingly cunning. Any attempt to counteract one side would only result in an assault from the other. The woman could only futilely attempt to dispel the energy sphere on the opposite side. As for the remaining force, she could only watch helplessly as the energy sphere descended upon her. Instinctively, she raised her wings in defense. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion erupted against her wings, and Jiang Tian could distinctly feel the potency of his meticulously planned attack. The woman was struck down directly, rendered momentarily unconscious. Jiang Tian then swallowed the rejuvenating elixir he had been holding in his mouth. Boom. The two landed almost simultaneously. Jiang Tian suddenly sprang to his feet, adrenaline surging through his veins as he coughed up blood and charged towards the woman. As she rose, he seized the hair of the winged woman. With a powerful knee strike, he aimed directly at her face, causing her features to cave in with a single blow. Then, with both hands wielding a hammer-like force, he struck fiercely at her skull. The woman's head crashed violently against the ground, her consciousness fading as excruciating pain halted her movements. Jiang Tian discerned the physical prowess of this winged creature, estimating her constitution to be around 20. Without hesitation, he directed his assault towards her wings. One foot pressed firmly against her back while his hands gripped her wings, he summoned every ounce of strength despite the discomfort. The winged woman, jolted back to awareness by the agony, realized Jiang Tian's intentions and was instantly engulfed by panic. "No. What are you doing? Please, don't. I swear I will kill you." Despite the barrage of her insults and her frantic struggles, Jiang Tian remained undeterred, relentlessly pulling at her wings. As he exerted force past a critical threshold, a tearing sound echoed, and her wings were forcibly wrenched from her body. With an expressionless demeanor, Jiang Tian casually tossed aside what appeared to be 2 large sheets of paper. He then extended his right hand, which had lost its pinky finger, as he propelled forward. An orb of energy began to coalesce. No, I concede. Jiang Tian did not launch the energy sphere. Instead, he pressed it firmly against the head of the winged clan member. The energy sphere scorched her hair, inching deeper with each of Jiang Tian's movements. Even Zhang Qingqing, with her physique exceeding 30, could not withstand such an assault. How could a member of the winged clan, with a physique barely exceeding 20, endure it? In an instant, the head of the winged clan member burst open like a watermelon, marking Jiang Tian's triumph. Congratulations, you have achieved victory in this battle. Your score has increased by 10 points. Jiang Tian reclined on the ground, sprawled within the arena, and exhaled a long, satisfying breath. A perfect score of 100. 5 battles, 5 victories, yet the final match proved to be somewhat arduous. Had he not discovered the unique application of the energy sphere in the preceding round, he might have truly faltered. Fortunately, victory was his. It is worth noting that possessing the ability to fly, coupled with formidable ranged attacks, bestows an enormous advantage. Skills, in certain respects, surpass mere physical attributes. He too must devise a means to acquire something that can soar. Setting aside combat prowess, the ability to fly is simply too magnificent. Just as Jiang Tian was savoring the nuances of this battle, a green orb quietly floated towards him. Jiang Tian gazed at his promotion reward with a smile. Heart of Life, second tier, it grants players who have yet to acquire a talent the ability to obtain one and ascend to the second tier of life. He sat up, grasping the ethereal orb that floated towards him. The moment he held the orb, an immensely comforting warmth coursed through his entire being. Oh! Jiang Tian exhaled a breath of murky air, allowing the warm currents to reshape his body. The warmth that coursed through him was akin to a gentle hand, tenderly massaging every muscle, its touch soft yet powerful, a palpable energy that could be felt in its essence. This sensation was beyond description. As the energy continued its transformative work, Jiang Tian's consciousness gradually slipped into slumber. Time became an elusive concept. Eventually, he drowsily opened his eyes. Congratulations, player, on your elevation in the hierarchy of life. A surge of joy welled up within Jiang Tian as the long-anticipated second-tier life finally manifested. Region, 6666, Personal ID, 666666. Race, Human, Life Rating, Second Tier, Constitution, 57-7, Agility, 54-4, Perception, 54-4, Energy, 540540, Talent, Bond Beyond Worlds. Jiang Tian cast a glance at his attributes, astonished to find that his 3 dimensions had surged to 50. This level was already comparable to that of the Night Watch. If memory served him correctly, the Night Watch boasted a maximum physique of 57, similar to his own, while in terms of speed, he surpassed the Night Watch with ease. This indicated that he had now attained the eligibility to traverse the Spirit Beast Island. At the very least, he possessed the means for self-preservation. After all, on that island, even a mere rabbit was a spirit beast, and encountering a lizard would mean facing a magical beast. Who could withstand such challenges? Jiang Tian's gaze shifted to his own talents. Upon opening the introduction, an unusual expression crossed his face. Transcend the bonds of the world. You may utilize the skills of those who meet the required affinity, with a limit of 3 skills that are subject to replacement. Jiang Tian wore a bewildered expression. Rubbing his eyes, he took another glance. Did I really open it? Oh, it seems I should have questioned myself that way ever since my birth on Spirit Island. No, this ability is simply outrageous. Jiang Tian understood that each player possessed 5 removable skill slots, which could be learned upon acquiring skill books. Let us not dwell on whether others could fill all 5 slots. He himself had gained an additional 3, and with the right connections, he could acquire skills from others. Furthermore, it was not specified that the source must be human. Pets, monsters, and even sea beasts could, in theory, qualify. In this light, the acquisition of skills seemed effortless. However, that was not the case. Jiang Tian suddenly came to a realization. These 3 skills were merely embellishments. The true power of this talent lay in the ability to discern whether others held any affection for him. Absurd. Chapter 30. The World S Norm. No turning back home. Why should I share the blueprint I've acquired with you? In a small group of 20 individuals, a young man engaged in a heated argument with a rotund man with a receding hairline. The dispute was sparked by a blueprint of an iron barrel, which, while not particularly rare, was recognized by all as a potential flashpoint. How dare you, Wang? Have you filled your belly and now begun to ponder my affairs? The young man exclaimed. Everyone should heed my words. Let us simply toss this fool into the sea. A girl with braided hair timidly interjected. Wait. That would be murder. The young man scoffed. Check your phone. How many have perished? 8 billion, and only 67 million remain. Dying at the hands of monsters is not the same as murder. The young man, finding the situation laughable, pointed at the sweating rotund man. I, along with countless others, have been salvaging resources, yet this glutton has contributed nothing. Last night at dinner, there were only 4 fish for over 20 mouths, and he devoured an entire one. And when monsters attacked, a mere handful of fishmen sent this pig into a panic, nearly trampling my brothers. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have struck him right then. And today, he dares to speak of management and demand my blueprint? Look at yourself in the mirror. Do you think you deserve it? His words resonated with the majority of the salvagers. This was another world, a realm of games. In such precarious times, he still sought to engage in deceitful schemes. Truly shameless. The rotund man wiped his brow, his voice weak. But I'm still your boss. The young man, incensed by this, lunged at the rotund man, only to be restrained by others. You old fool, haven't you done enough unscrupulous deeds in the company? Dreaming of your spring and autumn? The young man broke free from his companion's hold, delivering a fierce kick, all the while cursing the rotund man's ancestors. Damn it! He shouted after venting his frustration. I'm done serving this cripple. Do as you please. If you don't work, don't expect to take anything. Not even a morsel of food. The crowd erupted in approval. Yes, exactly. Why should we give him anything? Do as you like. I'm done serving him. I should have left with Zhang and the others on the first day. Just seeing this glutton makes me furious. The Mediterranean's expression darkened as he quietly listened to others' assessments of him. Parasite, vampire, good for nothing, layabout. He had no desire to toil. Labor was for his subordinates. He fancied himself the master, eager to command his employees. What was his fault? You pushed me to this, he muttered softly. The surrounding crowd strained to hear, urging him to speak louder. You pushed me to this, he bellowed. The crowd was momentarily stunned, bewildered by his words. What? We pressured you? Isn't it the other way around? You are the one who shirks responsibility, and now you dare to turn the tables? His words ignited their fury. You ungrateful wretch. You lost your opportunity on the very first day. If it weren't for the collective support, would you have survived this long? Do you think we are easy prey? Get lost. One person shouted succinctly. The few strands of hair remaining on the Mediterranean's head danced in the wind as he wore a resolute expression. You are nothing but a bunch of mud-legged peasants. You should be grateful for the opportunity one provide you. Truly, you are like clay that cannot be molded. Without my leadership, how long could you endure? The crowd was nearly apoplectic. How shameless could one be to utter such foolishness? The young man who had initially unleashed a tirade against him kicked the Mediterranean, causing him to stumble. You call us mud-legged? Even nobles and dignitaries have their lineage. What legacy do you claim in your media company? The Mediterranean's face flushed crimson, though it was clear to all that his embarrassment stemmed not from shame, but from rage. Yet, the crowd remained perplexed as to the source of his ire. Suddenly, the Mediterranean brandished his phone, manipulating it deftly. A bag, entwined with rope, appeared in his grasp, accompanied by a dagger. Let them all perish, he snarled, brandishing the dagger against the bag with a twisted grin. Do you know what this is? This is bait for sea beasts. A mere thrust in this direction will summon one forth. Ha ha. At that moment, the Mediterranean had completely lost his sanity, laughing maniacally. The faces of the crowd shifted dramatically. How could he possess such an item? Had he stumbled upon a treasure dropped by a monster last night? The crowd seethed with rage, their anger tinged with dread. They were acutely aware of the ferocity of sea beasts. Ordinary office workers stood no chance against such creatures. The chatroom buzzed with discussions of their ruthlessness. Such monsters demanded a toll of life itself. Ha ha ha, let them all die. The Mediterranean sliced through the rope binding the bait. No. The crowd shouted anxiously. Some agile individuals rushed forward to seize the bait from his hands. Ha ha. The Mediterranean turned his back, using his corpulent frame to shield himself from the throng. He tossed the bait into the sea. A chorus of discontent arose, plunging everyone's spirits into despair. Suddenly, a young man bellowed, "What are you standing around for? Run. Unfurl the sails, all of you. Row the boat. We must leave this place. The farther, the better." At that moment, the Mediterranean was completely unhinged, laughing maniacally. It's futile. You're all doomed. This is the consequence of defying me. The crowd, filled with animosity towards him, found themselves prioritizing their own survival, momentarily ignoring his taunts. Boom. Just as the crowd tightened their grip on the oars, an enormous figure erupted from the depths. Water splashed onto everyone, yet the chill that gripped their hearts was far colder. Gazing at the colossal sea creature, their spirits plummeted. It was a hammerhead shark, but of an even more gargantuan size. Faced with its immense form, the thought of resistance vanished from their minds. This was the end, they all thought. The sea beast opened its massive jaws, revealing teeth the size of fists, and bore a semblance of a smile, as if anticipating a grand feast. The hammerhead shark lunged towards the raft, its gaping maw widening in the face of the crowd's despair. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in midair. Huh? Where on earth is this? Jiang Tian found himself in a state of bewilderment. Having ascended to the second tier of existence, he was unceremoniously expelled from the trial grounds. Due to the constraints of the barrier, he did not return to the island but instead emerged upon the vast sea. This was dire. He could not find his way home. A fleeting glance revealed a sea creature charging towards him, its maw wide open. At this moment, Jiang Tian felt a tinge of frustration. He yearned to return and experiment with his newfound abilities alongside his two beloved pets. However, he found himself ensnared at sea, confronted by a monstrous sea creature intent on attacking him. With determination, Jiang Tian swung his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the charging hammerhead shark. Back off, he commanded. The hammerhead, previously reveling in the anticipation of a sumptuous meal, was abruptly struck by a searing pain in its head, causing its entire body to flip through the air like a floundering fish. And then, there was nothing more to say. Utilizing the reactive force of boxing, Jiang Tian deftly pivoted and landed firmly upon the overturned body of the hammerhead shark. In that moment, he noticed the wooden raft not far away, along with a crowd of astonished onlookers. Chapter 31, Judgment in the Mediterranean, the Night Watch. This was a sea beast. How could anyone possibly defeat it with a single punch? The spectators gaped in disbelief, while they struggled to contend with minor foes. The realization that someone could effortlessly vanquish a sea creature struck them profoundly. The girl with braided hair collapsed to her knees, her legs giving way in the wake of her near escape. Thank you. Thank you for saving us, she uttered. Jiang Tian waved his hand. But before he could utter a word, a Mediterranean man burst forth. Brother, save me. They are a pack of murderous maniacs. They seek to take my life. Jiang Tian was somewhat taken aback. What is this unfolding? The crowd was incensed. Esteemed one, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. This individual was once our employer. He is indolent and shirks all responsibilities. Furthermore, the shark at your feet was summoned by him using bait. The Mediterranean lamented, tears streaming down his face. These are all slanders. I have been exploited for my labor. Everything I possess is rightfully mine. They devised this scheme to use me as bait to slay the sea beast. Esteemed one, you must stand by me and eliminate them. The Mediterranean, seeing Jiang Tian's youth, felt a surge of elation. His ability to distort the truth was astoundingly adept. By intertwining 60% truth with 40% falsehood, discerning the reality became a formidable challenge. Manipulating a young man was hardly a daunting task for him. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. He was reluctant to be delayed by such trivial matters. As the daylight waned, he needed to devise a means to return to the island swiftly. Moreover, when compared to the Mediterranean, he favored the company of the crowd. With the perception granted by his abilities, he could distinctly sense the weariness of the masses. Furthermore, endowed with the talent of transcending worldly constraints, he could also perceive the goodwill directed towards him by the crowd. In stark contrast, the Mediterranean was burdened with excess flesh, embodying malice that was impossible to conceal. To make matters worse, he wielded a dagger in his hand. Jiang Tian smiled, astonished by the practicality of his own talent. Have you underestimated me? Do you think I cannot see through this? Mediterranean was taken aback, realizing that Jiang Tian's gaze was fixed upon the dagger. In a moment of panic, he hastily concocted an explanation. This dagger is merely for my self-defense. As they sought to take my life, I acted solely to protect myself. Yet, his reasoning was riddled with inconsistencies. A single lie requires countless others to uphold it. And in speaking too much, one inevitably reveals their true intentions. Jiang Tian pointed to the dagger in his hand and chuckled. Do you know what you hold in your grasp? This is an instrument of power. With this, one can exchange for more than a dozen metal ingots or 1,000 pieces of timber. As you clutch it, do you not feel an immense surge of strength within you? Mediterranean was taken aback, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Jiang Tian was indeed correct. He sensed it the moment he grasped the dagger. The Mediterranean was about to utter something further, but Jiang Tian gestured for silence. I had no intention of involving myself in your affairs. However, Should you wish to exploit me, that is an entirely different matter. Furthermore, this sea creature was summoned by you using bait, was it not? Jiang Tian sat upon the belly of the shark, gazing serenely at the Mediterranean Sea. Pray tell, what have they done to incite such madness within you, wretch? Initially, Jiang Tian anticipated hearing tales of deep-seated enmity or power struggles, narratives not uncommon upon these waters. Yet, to his astonishment, he heard, "Ha! They expect me to toil for them. Should such insolence not be punished? These brutes, born merely to solve problems, are barbaric, devoid of gratitude, and utterly uncivilized. With such repugnant qualities, they are already deserving of their fate." The Mediterranean turned to face the multitude of furious gazes directed at it, extending a finger in accusation. "You all ought to labor until your last breath." Jiang Tian suddenly comprehended the situation. This was a person incapable of accepting the current reality, unable to relinquish the wealth and status bestowed by their civilized era, which had led to a deterioration of their mental state. How pitiful! This is not a civilized age. Only those with true capability can thrive, while sycophants are destined for obsolescence. At that moment, the Mediterranean man suddenly launched an attack, reaching out to seize a girl by her hair. With his weapon in hand, she was rendered completely powerless. "I want all of you to accompany me to the grave," he cackled. "Let us begin with you." The dagger in his hand was raised high. The crowd gasped in horror, but it was too late to intervene. They could only watch as the dagger plunged toward the girl's neck. Jiang Tian extended his hand, and a miniature energy sphere coalesced at his fingertips. With a swift motion, the sphere soared toward the Mediterranean, severing his wrist and causing his hand to fall onto the wooden raft. The Mediterranean, too, succumbed to the loss of its power. Agonizing pain overwhelmed him, and he cried out in despair, tears streaming down his face. "Ah, it hurts so much. It truly hurts. Please, someone help me. My hand is severed. Save me, you beasts. Hurry and call for help." Such grotesqueness, not merely in appearance but in behavior and soul, is utterly repugnant. Jiang Tian felt as though his eyes were tainted by a mere glance at him. "You seek to exploit me. This shall be your retribution. What transpires next is of no concern to me. How you choose to deal with him is not my affair." Without uttering a word, the crowd engulfed the Mediterranean. Jiang Tian sat in tranquil silence, observing quietly. The Mediterranean initially roared with fury, but as time passed, it gradually fell silent. The brutal beating persisted for half an hour, as everyone reckoned both old grievances and new vendettas, ultimately beating the victim to death. In the end, the lifeless body was cast into the sea. Nightfall arrived. Jiang Tian borrowed a wooden raft, utilizing their campfire to brew instant noodles with mountain spring water. Behind him loomed a vast island shrouded in a delicate mist. This was the mythical Spirit Beast Island. Strangely, he was the only one able to perceive it. That veil of mist was undoubtedly a barrier. After a brief exchange, Jiang Tian learned that the young man was named Li Cha, and his group had been unexpectedly transported here while they were at work. Their raft was ingeniously connected with ropes, allowing them to expand their range of movement without having to upgrade the raft itself. A clever tactic, perhaps born out of necessity. Nevertheless, they had managed to catch 6 fish, one of which was particularly large, ensuring that sustenance was not a concern. Thus, there was no moral coercion or melodramatic quest for food. At the very least, this group demonstrated intelligence, recognizing whom they should not provoke. Jiang Tian retrieved an explosive shield from the treasure chest of the sea beast, an item of little practical use, which was rather unfortunate. If only he could acquire a pet orb, he could summon a sea beast and return to the Spirit Beast Island. At that moment, Li Cha approached Jiang Tian, holding a wooden bowl. "Would the esteemed sir care for some fish soup? It is quite fresh. We have little to offer in return. Merely this small token of our appreciation, and we hope you will not find it lacking." Jiang Tian held his instant noodles and lifted his head, swallowing the morsel he had in his mouth. "I'm sorry, but I'm allergic to seafood." "Oh, I see," Li Cha replied with an awkward smile. Such an obviously insincere excuse was not something he would press further. Since the other party had outright declined, it would be discourteous to insist. "Jiang Tian, I truly am allergic to seafood. Believe me. Well then, esteemed one, we shall keep watch tonight. Please do rest well." Jiang Tian shook his head. "I can keep watch with you all. The monsters are all mine. I still need to acquire a pet orb myself. Without the pet orb, how can I return?" Chapter 32. The night raid approaches. Is this it? From Li Cha's perspective across the way, Jiang Tian is thus. "Fish soup? I dare not partake. Fearing that you may poison me. An ambush? I hesitate to sleep, apprehensive that you might launch a surprise attack. Li Cha shook his head, considering Jiang Tian's caution to be somewhat excessive. Yet, such caution is perhaps unavoidable. Jiang Tian descended from the heavens, and given his unfamiliarity with them, such wariness was indeed warranted. Moreover, Li Cha felt a flicker of secret delight. With Wang Bapi gone, a formidable figure had emerged. The prowess of this individual seemed to resolve their concerns regarding safety. Although the reason for his presence on their raft remained unclear, Li Cha hesitated to inquire, fearing that his curiosity might provoke disdain. Thus, he discreetly retreated from Jiang Tian's raft. After finishing his meal, Jiang Tian began to scroll through his phone. For the first time, he felt that heightened awareness was not necessarily a blessing. A few young girls were gazing at him, although they spoke in hushed tones. Jiang Tian could hear every word distinctly. He is so handsome, a drenched heartthrob. With such strength, he must be thriving. They giggled. A handsome guy has fallen from the sky. Experimenting with his innate abilities, he discerned that they bore no ill intentions, so he allowed them to continue their chatter. After all, he had a fondness for those who spoke candidly. As time gradually passed, the clock struck midnight. 7 individuals stood watch, while the others rested and rejuvenated. Among them were 6 men and 1 woman. Apart from a middle-aged man wielding a dagger, the rest were armed with wooden spears, their expressions tense and alert. Jiang Tian lay upon the roof of a quaint wooden cottage, where 3 others were resting inside. Rustling. Jiang Tian keenly detected an unusual sound of water. He sat up, directing his gaze towards the outer wooden raft. A solitary fisherman emerged from the sea, climbing up. However, it was soon followed by another, and then another. The night watchmen's faces turned ashen. What could be happening? Ordinarily, there would only be 1 or 2. Why were there so many this time? The first wave had already brought over 20 onto the ship. How could they possibly contend with this? The middle-aged man wielding a dagger turned back, urgently commanding, "Quickly, everyone, raise the alarm." Those behind him had already sprung into action, their voices rising in a frantic shout. Everyone out! Everyone out! The sheer number of these creatures was beyond what the few night watchmen could handle. By now, the fishmen had all ascended the outer wooden raft. Their faces twisted into grotesque grins as they advanced menacingly towards the center. Armed with wooden clubs, they exuded a foul stench. Jiang Tian glanced over and immediately felt a wave of unease wash over him. Before the wooden cabin at his feet stood a group of trembling individuals. With only a few clutching weapons, poised for a desperate fight, it appeared that he could no longer rely on them. Thus, Jiang Tian began to call out names. With a swift motion, tiny energy orbs, each no larger than a thumb, detonated against the heads of the fishmen, leaving their bodies behind on the raft. Unclaimed by the rushing waters, the fishmen from the sea surged forward relentlessly, attempting to board the raft, only to be met with Jiang Tian's merciless precision as he dispatched them one by one. Those summoned outside, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, were left wide-eyed in astonishment. They turned to see Jiang Tian seated cross-legged atop the cabin, his expression impassive as he unleashed beams of laser fire. The onlookers, with their limited perception, could hardly discern Jiang Tian's energy orbs. They simply observed as a glimmer ignited at his fingertips, followed by a blinding light that pierced through the skulls of the fishmen. One after another, in an unending stream, Jiang Tian possesses the ability to compress energy spheres, yet he cannot diminish the incantation time. Observing the relentless wave of mermen charging forth to their demise, a frown creased Jiang Tian's brow. The speed at which he could unleash his spells was insufficient to match the pace of the mermen's futile assault. It matters not, after all. These are not my possessions. If they are to be destroyed, so be it. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a radiant white light emanated from the palm of Jiang Tian. An energy sphere, roughly the size of a human head, coalesced in his grasp. The bystanders, some of whom had merely been summoned to witness the spectacle, engaged in animated discussions. Goodness, the illustrious illusion mirage is about to unleash a spell. How dazzling. What could that be? It must be a skill. Nowadays, every skill commands a fortune. Who would have thought our esteemed figure possessed such a rare ability? Isn't it expected? Illusion mirage is so formidable, it would be strange if he lacked a skill. Hearing the crowd's chatter, a faint smile curled at the corners of Jiang Tian's mouth. A skill? Not quite. I am a mage. The crowd fell silent, bewildered by Jiang Tian's words. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the energy sphere, which descended upon the surface of the sea not far away, amidst the very mermen that had launched their attack. This is my basic attack. The crowd was left in utter confusion, questioning his meaning. Boom. Despite Jiang Tian's intention to cast it far away, the explosion ultimately impacted the nearby rafts, shattering several into fragments. However, it also annihilated the entire Merman Legion. In that moment, a brief vacuum formed upon the ocean's surface, quickly followed by the rushing tide, which spiraled into a small vortex. Surrounded by countless severed limbs and dismembered bodies, the onlookers gazed at the treasure chests that floated to the surface, their minds echoing Jiang Tian's earlier proclamation, "This is not a skill, this is my basic attack." They recalled his entrance, where he had effortlessly dispatched a sea beast with a single punch. "I am a mage." A sense of bewilderment enveloped the crowd. Perhaps they had yet to awaken fully. Could there truly exist such an extraordinary mage? Jiang Tian rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the ground beneath him. Something immense was approaching. The crowd fell into a moment of stunned silence, only to be swiftly engulfed by a sensation of the earth spinning beneath them. The sea surged violently, waves crashing forth as if summoned by a tempest. A wooden raft, inadequately secured, broke away from the main group, drifting into the abyss. Several individuals lost their balance, tumbling backward. Had it not been for the makeshift barriers on their primary raft, they would have plunged directly into the ocean, becoming fodder for the fish. Meanwhile, the monstrous entity below was drawing ever nearer to the surface of the sea. With its movements, the waters were thrust upwards, generating colossal waves. Those aboard the raft were thrown into disarray, teetering precariously. As they beheld the towering wave, nearly 10 meters high, crashing toward them, despair enveloped their hearts. The spray unleashed by this creature had the potential to annihilate them entirely. How could they possibly combat such a force? Jiang Tian raised his hand and unleashed a sphere of energy. The explosion dissipated the spray of water, revealing the true form of the creature. It was an enormous crab, yet its lower half was composed of octopus tentacles. As it swung its claws, it frantically lashed out with its tentacles in a display of sheer madness. No one could doubt the creature's formidable strength. Suddenly, it opened its gargantuan maw, exposing a profound esophagus lined with dense, sharp teeth. A piercing scream echoed in the ears of the onlookers, causing a painful reverberation. Some individuals, unable to withstand the intensity, bled from their ears and were rendered unconscious by the ferocity of its roar. Jiang Tian smiled. "Before you sleep, help me salvage some supplies." The crowd, clinging tightly to the wooden raft, was taken aback. Jiang Tian extended his hand, aiming at the colossal monster before him. In an instant, he began to chant. As his voice faded, spheres of energy erupted forth, streaking through the air with fiery trails towards the monstrous entity. The onlookers were left wide-eyed in astonishment. Is this the skill of a master? Incredible, truly magnificent, how dazzling. A fervent glimmer sparkled in their eyes. Jiang Tian could even sense that someone's level of affection had reached a satisfactory threshold. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless barrage of energy orbs rained down upon the crab for a continuous 5 seconds, transforming the creature into mere crab sticks and octopus tentacles. Nothing more than that. Chapter 33, Bountiful Harvest, First Update. The treasure trove from the mermen yielded a total of 22 chests. However, most of the contents were worthless, consisting of ordinary blades devoid of any attributes. Jiang Tian let out a deep sigh, feeling the profound hardships faced by ordinary individuals. The probability of monsters dropping valuable items was low, and the chances of obtaining anything truly remarkable were even slimmer. Even the most mundane creatures could easily overwhelm them. And with the presence of such colossal sea beasts, it was likely that these ordinary people would not survive their arrival. They would be swiftly submerged by the fishmen. After opening 22 treasure chests, he discovered a mere 5 valuable items: 2 potions of rejuvenation, a pair of boots, a pair of trousers, and a tunic. Both the tunic and trousers were not only of green quality, but also inferior in craftsmanship, rendering them unworthy of his attention. The boots, although of poor quality, were of a type he lacked, so he decided to wear them. The coral boots conferred a -1 to constitution and a 2 to speed, but regrettably, there was no pet gem to be found. Jiang Tian shook his head, expressing regret. Oh, indeed. Jiang Tian recalled the treasure chest of the sea creature. If his instincts had not misled him, the creature was a second-tier life form. Should others encounter this colossal beast upon the surface of the sea, they could only hope it would not devour them whole. A second-tier life form, particularly in the ocean, is simply beyond the capability of others to contend with. Jiang Tian arrived near the treasure chest and was astonished to discover that it appeared rather extraordinary. The skull atop it was rendered with remarkable realism, and the chest itself was exquisitely crafted. An exquisite first-tier treasure chest, dropped by Lord-level creatures. It promises to unveil unexpectedly splendid treasures within. Jiang Tian gazed in astonishment at the introduction of the Lord-level creature. Initially, he believed he had merely defeated a second-tier ordinary monster, only to discover it was, in fact, a first-tier boss. Logically, one would expect bosses to be far more elusive, thus making this encounter even more lucrative. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Tian's limbs moved as he opened the treasure chest. Inside, he found a fire attribute source conversion gem, Flame Lance, X1, a skill book, Energy Shield, and 5 primary mental potions. To his delight, the entire hall was tailored for mages. He had struck a veritable jackpot. Jiang Tian breathed heavily and promptly examined the item description. Fire Attribute Origin Conversion Gem, Flame Lance. Upon merging with the staff, it bestows weapon attributes upon the staff and alters the weapon's attack mode. The gem is detachable. A remarkable item, without a doubt. Although he could currently utilize energy spheres for attacks, they were inherently tied to the weapon and bore no elemental attributes. With this gem, each of his normal attacks would manifest as fireball spells. Just imagine, while others are still casting fireball spells as skills, he would be unleashing them with every basic attack. Impressive indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, he affixed the gem to his ring. His ring was certified by the system as a staff-type weapon, so fusion was surely possible. With Jiang Tian's manipulation, the gem and weapon fused seamlessly, transforming the originally azure ring into a vivid crimson hue. It was accomplished. Jiang Tian eagerly extended his hand towards the distant horizon. However, to his astonishment, fiery projectiles coalesced and shot forth from behind him, detonating upon the surface of the distant sea with remarkable speed. Jiang Tian was astonished. Did he no longer need to aim? Where his heart desired, the flame gun would follow. Moreover, he had not employed instant chanting just moments ago. The flame gun coalesced, unleashing a barrage of 5. He now brimmed with confidence. Should he encounter that avian adversary again, he could vanquish him without shedding a single drop of blood. Jiang Tian plunged his hands into his pockets, as yet another wave of fiery projectiles coalesced and shot forth into the distance. What a thrill! This sense of unrestrained freedom is exhilarating. Wielding such power elevates one's stature significantly. Jiang Tian cast his gaze once more upon the skill book. Skill book, Energy Shield, Perception Requirement 22. This skill consumes energy to bestow a protective shield upon oneself. The higher the perception, the greater the defense. The consumption rate is 10 energy points per second. Among the skill books known within the chat room, there are merely 10 in total, 9 of which pertain to offensive capabilities, while 1 is a rejuvenation spell. Defensive skills are scarcely heard of, although one cannot entirely dismiss the existence of those who choose to remain modest, such as the burly individuals who engage in combat with themselves, utilizing acceleration skills that Jiang Tian has yet to encounter. Nevertheless, the rarity of defensive skills cannot be denied. At this moment, Jiang Tian was filled with deep sentiment. Had he acquired this sooner, that avian creature would have been as good as slaughtered. He still possessed a 3rd-tier trial card, and perhaps he would encounter her or her kind during the 3rd-tier trials. The primary spiritual elixir, a wondrous azure vial, could restore 300 points of energy. There was little to be said. It served merely as a means to replenish mana, an essential for any mage. However, with the support of his predecessor, he still had more than half of his mana remaining, even after a single instantaneous incantation. This item could be traded. Certain powerful factions were undoubtedly nurturing mages, and it would surely fetch a handsome price. After familiarizing himself with its use, Jiang Tian let out a sigh. Still, there was no pet orb in sight, and it seemed that trading was his only option. Jiang Tian unlocked his phone, preparing to acquire one. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed. Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. The last time he heard that voice was upon his initial entry into the game. It was this very voice that articulated the rules, leaving a profound impression on him. Esteemed players, the 3-day novice period has elapsed. The world ahead will be fraught with peril, yet opportunities will abound. The regional leaderboard is now activated, and you are encouraged to strive diligently, taking the top players as your models. The currency system has been established, allowing for the auctioning of items in exchange for currency. Bartering is no longer permitted. Monster attacks will occur continuously, not limited to the early hours of the morning. The chat room has expanded, and the forum system is now operational. We urge all players to fight for survival and remain vigilant of the dangers lurking beneath the water. Jiang Tian absorbed the news, his thoughts sinking heavily. The world was on the brink of transformation. In 3 days, a chilling wave would descend, accompanied by relentless monstrous assaults throughout the day. The likelihood of survival was dismally low, with many unable to endure even the so-called beginner's phase. The challenges of survival beyond that were insurmountable. Those who might endure were likely to be the ones who banded together, for this world was exceedingly harsh for the solitary wolf. As for remaining on this raft, such notions were futile. There were no islands in the sea as appealing as those on land. The true path lay in finding a way back to the safety of the island. Jiang Tian opened the chat room, and indeed, it was filled with wails and cries of despair. This game is profoundly unjust. How are we to survive? I haven't had a proper meal in days. Food. Life is paramount, my brother. Did you not see the ominous words all-out assault? Unity in numbers is crucial. Forming alliances is of utmost importance. Alliances? Don't even entertain the thought. We've encountered a band of savages. My father, in an attempt to negotiate, was slain. Fortunately, we possess bows and arrows. Otherwise, we would have been cast adrift as mere flotsam. What of the military? Where are they to protect us? Did they not proclaim the impending cold wave? Oh, I am on the brink of madness. I am utterly bewildered. I invested my entire fortune in 11 metal ingots, yet the market value is a mere 20 coins? Blueprints are valuable. Any blueprint fetches 100 coins. What a disgraceful situation. Even in such dire times, there are those who still engage in profiteering. It serves them right. Chapter 34. Personal Rank 1, Pirates Assault. The world descends further into chaos. Jiang Tian cast a fleeting glance at the nearly broken spirits of those around him and let out a silent sigh. 3 days' time is sufficient to erode the moral compass of the majority. Hunger, loneliness, and the specter of life and death. Under such external pressures, the walls that divide humanity grow ever higher. Initially, there may have been a semblance of consideration for others, but now, it has truly become a matter of living for oneself. Jiang Tian glanced once more at the leaderboard, which comprised the individual ranking, guild ranking, and raft ranking. Notably, the top position on each board was marked with prominent golden lettering, while the second and third places were adorned with silver and bronze hues, respectively. The names of the top 10 contenders were all displayed, whereas the subsequent 100 positions, with the exception of the 23rd, were represented solely by numerical IDs. This indicated that few had ventured into the second-tier trial arena. 1. Illusory Mirage 666666. 2. Azure Maiden 564128. 3. Frenzied Dragon 187543. 4. War God Xingtian 687421. 5. Xiao Tianyi 584,784. In the raft ranking, he could not locate his own name, as he possessed no raft. His position was concealed within parentheses. The guild ranking was somewhat peculiar. It bore no names, suggesting that no one had yet acquired the necessary items to establish a guild. Illusory Mirage, perhaps? At that moment, Jiang Tian remained crouched before the empty box, engrossed in his phone, when he suddenly heard a quavering voice calling his name. Turning around, he was met by the sight of Li Cha, accompanied by 3 equally astonished individuals. It appeared that Li Cha had assumed the role of a leader among the crowd. He held up his phone, the screen displaying the rankings, with his finger pointing to the resplendent first place, the illustrious Huanshan, the esteemed figure of Huanshan. This. Jiang Tian rose to his feet, a smile gracing his lips. It's me. What is the matter? Li Cha appeared to be struck by something, stumbling backward. This was undoubtedly the world's foremost champion. The living legend lay before his very eyes. Furthermore, he had checked the raft rankings to ascertain the status of his own vessel, only to be astounded to discover that the renowned Master Huanshan's raft had been destroyed. In other words, this esteemed figure was now somehow linked to him. Had he truly latched onto the leg of the world's number one? The happiness came too abruptly, causing Li Cha to momentarily lose consciousness, his vision fading to black. Jiang Tian cast a glance at the unconscious Li Cha, shaking his head with a smile. A profound sense of satisfaction welled up within him, an exhilarating delight that was almost unbearable. Yet, despite this overwhelming joy, he knew he had to return. His gaze gradually ascended, transitioning from the surface of the sea to the island. The island held secrets yet to be uncovered, alongside the grains and the night watch awaiting his return. The seeds of cabbage had been sown, and with the promise of a bountiful harvest, hunger would not be a concern. As for the night watch, he had left behind all the cores of the marine beasts when he departed. Nevertheless, an inexplicable longing for them lingered in his heart. After all, they were indeed his true family. Jiang Tian exchanged a spiritual fruit for 2,000 ocean currency. He then spent 200 to acquire a notice scroll. Illusion, 666,666 to receive a pet orb. Simply send me a private message with a metal piece for trade. Kindly refrain from any harassment. Violators will be blocked. Goodness, what an impressive figure. I am utterly dazzled. Is the esteemed one still offering fruits? What do you possess? It appears to be merely a stroke of luck. Luck? Indeed. Fortune is also a component of strength. Precisely. Opening treasure chests is nothing but a gamble of fate, is it not? Esteemed one, I beseech you for support. I am delicate and easily overwhelmed. Such foolishness. If only we could collaborate with Li Yihao, everyone's prowess could be enhanced. Alas, he is but a selfish individual. Above, a Shiba Inu has been spotted. Come quickly to adopt. Jiang Tian paid little heed to their words. However, one individual made a valid point. Indeed, his fortune was remarkable. Born on the Illusion Island, he encountered the 5 grains and subsequently devised a cunning scheme to eliminate the second-tier night watch. Had his luck been slightly less favorable, he would have met his demise. He blocked the person who had suggested he collaborate with Li Yihao and ceased to pay attention to the group chat messages. Turning off his phone and gazing quietly at the distant island, awaiting patiently. Time passed slowly. Occasionally, a few individuals sent him metallic shards, promising that they would provide him with a precious jewel in the future. Others offered to film videos for the esteemed figures, provided that meals were included. He decisively blocked them as well. After a considerable half hour, not a single jewel had appeared. What was going on? Jiang Tian glanced at his phone, ensuring that no one had intercepted his opportunity. Could it be that no one had acquired the pet orb? After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that they must have recognized the formidable prowess of the sea beast. It was also possible that the current economic turmoil made such a valuable treasure difficult to part with. Regardless, the undeniable truth remained that he had not received the pet orb, which posed quite a dilemma. Jiang Tian scratched his head. Well, since he had arrived, he might as well make the best of it. The boat would find its way once it reached the bridge. He refused to believe that he would be unable to receive anything. At worst, he could always walk back when the sea froze over. Yawning. Jiang Tian felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. This group had even arranged a private room for him, sparing no expense to provide a hammock. Jiang Tian was aware that the hammock was quite costly, so he bestowed upon them the ordinary weapons he had obtained from the treasure chest, reserving only a dagger for himself. It appears that they have profited from this arrangement. Jiang Tian securely locked the door and entered a light slumber. While one should harbor no ill intentions towards others, one must remain vigilant against potential threats. Jiang Tian awoke, having slumbered until dawn. The clock struck 8 in the morning. Li Cha and the others had risen early to toil and gather supplies. Jiang Tian rolled up his sleeves and set out to procure supplies. Their toil was a matter of survival, whereas his labor was an experience of life. After a considerable period of bustling activity, Jiang Tian finally managed to haul in a resource chest, which stirred a flicker of excitement within him. This marked the acquisition of his very first resource chest. Undeniably a moment of significance. Inside, he discovered 1 seaweed, for starfish, 1 deep-sea ribbonfish, and 1 bluefin tuna. Jiang Tian, I am truly exasperated with this system. Why is it filled with marine life? My friend is allergic to seafood. Jiang Tian skillfully maneuvered his phone, casting the fish onto the wooden raft. Consider this a gesture of hospitality, he declared. The crowd gazed in awe at the bounty he had bestowed upon them, erupting in cheers. Goodness, the esteemed master truly lives up to his reputation. The first crate reveals such remarkable treasures. Tuna. It is said that these are exceedingly rare, a fortune few have the luck to uncover. Our meals for the coming days are assured. Long live the master. Jiang Tian reveled in the flattery of the crowd, thoroughly enjoying the praise. However, he soon sensed a subtle shift, as if he had caught a faint sound in the air. Jiang Tian cast his gaze into the distance, and the crowd, intrigued, followed his line of sight. On the tranquil surface of the sea, 8 small boats were gradually approaching. The occupants of these vessels were gesticulating wildly, their voices raised in a cacophony of shouts. As they drew nearer, the words became discernible. So many of them. Little ones, obey my command. Kill the men. Spare the women. Charge. Chapter 35. annihilating the pirates. Returning to Ling Island, this band of pirates numbered 50 strong, constituting a formidable force. "Fire the arrows!" bellowed the bearded leader, and in an instant, a volley of arrows was unleashed. However, their inexperience became evident as the arrows twisted erratically in the air. With only a scant few striking the makeshift raft, the pirates recognized the futility of their assault. Their intention was not to inflict harm, but to drive the occupants into the confines of their dwelling. Each house could shelter no more than 5 or 6 individuals. Once they were cornered, setting fire to the structure would allow them to seize the resources without a drop of bloodshed. The sparse arrows fell into the sea, but the outcome did not unfold as anticipated. The pirates were perplexed. Why did this group not flee? Their faces bore no signs of panic. Something was amiss. A typical person would surely be terrified at the sight of such an overwhelming force and would instinctively seek to escape. Furthermore, their numbers were limited, just over 20. What was the source of their confidence? Thus, the pirate leader commanded another volley of arrows. This time, with sufficient distance, a multitude of arrows descended upon the raft. Jiang Tian, with his hands tucked into his pockets, willed an energy shield to envelop him in a spherical form. Meanwhile, those behind him found their respective cover, resulting in no casualties. Jiang Tian stifled his desire to strike. No, it was not the time to act. Revealing himself now would only send them fleeing. He decided to wait until they drew closer. Upon witnessing Jiang Tian expand his energy shield, the pirates felt a surge of unexpected delight. Initially anticipating a formidable counter, they were instead met with merely a mage. What use is a mage? Ha ha ha. This little brat truly believes he is playing a game. Isn't this the esteemed mage? Come forth, let me strike you down. With a single blow, the mage would be cleaved in two. Ha ha. The crew on the raft, overhearing the pirates' mockery, began to feel emboldened. Suddenly, a young woman stood up defiantly. "You blind fools, this person is." Her words were abruptly silenced as Jiang Tian placed a hand over her mouth. "Oh dear, please do not frighten them away. Shoo, do not speak." The pirates erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, are you offering the woman to us? Given your eagerness, I might reluctantly spare your life. Use your fire stick to light a cigarette for me." At that moment, one pirate turned to his companion and remarked, "This lad is remarkably composed. Could he possibly have some hidden cards?" "Hidden cards? What of it? Our leader possesses 2 pieces of equipment. Are we to fear this boy? Moreover, he has yet to cast a spell. Clearly, he must be under some casting restrictions." The questioning pirate suddenly understood, and a cruel grin spread across his face as he envisioned the treasures he could seize once aboard the raft. Now, their distance was less than 10 meters. The pirate captain gestured, and the others understood the signal. The pirates' expressions darkened as they readied their bows. "Prepare to die. Ladies, take cover. Kill, kill, kill." Jiang Tian smiled. At last, it had finally arrived. How slow it was, yet this distance ensured they could not escape. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Jiang Tian faced a relentless barrage of arrows. In an instant, he intoned the incantation for the flame spear, and immediately, a multitude of fiery projectiles clashed with the arrows, incinerating them entirely. The residual force of the flame spears then struck the pirates aboard the ship, resulting in a cacophony of wails and a grievous toll of casualties. "What is this? I was wrong, I was wrong. It burns, it burns. Brother, save me." The pirate captain, momentarily stunned, was jolted into awareness by this display of power. Fixating his gaze upon Jiang Tian, as if trying to comprehend the enigma before him, he had never before encountered such extraordinary prowess. Surely, even sea beasts would be obliterated in an instant by such an assault. Were Jiang Tian privy to the captain's thoughts, he would undoubtedly chuckle. "I can dispatch bosses in a heartbeat, let alone sea creatures." Within the span of 5 seconds, Jiang Tian resembled a deity of war, effortlessly eliminating over 40 adversaries. Moreover, his mastery of spells had become second nature, as the flame spears did not even singe the wooden vessel. "Who exactly are you?" The pirate captain, robust and composed, stealthily retrieved a hand crossbow from behind. He possessed a skill known as Gale Arrow, which could amplify the force of his projectiles by 200-fold. Jiang Tian naturally observed his subtle movements. Nothing could escape his keen perception. "My name is..." Whoosh! An arrow swiftly shot forth. Before Jiang Tian appeared an energy shield, steadfastly blocking the arrow, which clashed resolutely against it. Ultimately, the arrow succumbed to the exhaustion of its energy and fell to the ground. The expression of the phantom pirate transformed into one of sheer terror. "The phantom? He was well aware of who the Phantom was, the number one on the personal rankings, a titan who even bartered with fruits. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Phantom possibly reside on such a dilapidated raft? Impossible. Impossible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 fiery spears pierced through his body, resulting in his immediate demise. Jiang Tian continued to unleash his fiery lance, ultimately vanquishing all the pirates. From the moment of their assault to the complete annihilation of their crew, Jiang Tian's hands remained tucked within his pockets as he gazed at the small boats, nodding slightly. Indeed, it is time to return. Esteemed one, are you truly departing? Have we wronged you in any way? Might you consider staying with us? Li Cha, in that moment, resembled a forsaken bride, somewhat dazed and bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure. What are you saying? The esteemed one has already aided us immensely. Were it not for your intervention, we would have perished last night. Please take this bluefin tuna with you. Such a fine treasure is a rarity indeed. Jiang Tian chuckled softly as he waved his hand. I mentioned that I am allergic to seafood. Li Cha was taken aback, finally realizing that the esteemed individual had genuinely declined his fish soup last night. It was not out of disdain for them after all. He breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to exchange the hammock and quilt he had bought for Jiang Tian. The hammock promised a comfortable slumber aboard the ship, and given the recent chill in the air, the quilt would provide much-needed warmth. Take care, esteemed one. And may our paths cross again. Jiang Tian turned and walked towards the wooden boat, waving his hand behind him in farewell. The pirates had brought 8 ships. One was damaged, and another had been taken away by them. The remaining vessels were left for their use. Suddenly, Jiang Tian reached back and tossed something into the air, which was deftly caught by Li Cha. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a fruit resembling a cherry tomato. From a distance, Jiang Tian's voice echoed, Li Cha, strive diligently. You possess great potential. A friend has added you. May fate bring us together again. Jiang Tian steadied the boat and then glided the oars through the water. With the advantage of his robust physique, this labor was effortlessly accomplished. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, Jiang Tian set forth. The surface of the sea lay tranquil. Jiang Tian paddled towards the Spirit Island. It seemed that the distance was short, but after a whole afternoon of rowing, he felt as though he was merely treading water. Exhaustion washed over him. Yet, Jiang Tian understood one undeniable truth. The Spirit Island of the illusory beast was truly vast, rendering any sense of distance diminished and elusive. Jiang Tian rowed vigorously, dedicating an entire day to the task. During this time, he encountered a handful of players, no more than 5 in total. It appeared that the players were not as far-flung as one might have imagined. One individual attempted to target Jiang Tian, but was swiftly pierced by a flame spear he unleashed. A few others inquired if Jiang Tian possessed a blueprint for a wooden boat, expressing their desire to purchase it. Jiang Tian introduced them to Li Cha. At last, as the sun was about to dip below the horizon, Jiang Tian set foot on the sandy shores of the illusory beast Spirit Island. Initially, he believed that mere sight would grant him entry. However, he found himself barred outside the protective barrier. With no other recourse, he resorted to using the secret realm coordinate card as a key to breach the barrier. He felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Li Zig. Taking a deep breath, an overwhelming joy surged within him. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the thicket. Jiang Tian discovered this entity. Yet he paid it no heed and instead turned to stow away the wooden boat. The shadow gradually materialized, revealing the monstrous creature that had previously assailed him, the thorn lizard. The lizard flicked its tongue menacingly as it advanced towards Jiang Tian. At that moment, with his back turned to the creature, Jiang Tian spoke, "Return home." Boom. A wolf's claw shattered the head of the thorned lizard. The night watch emerged from the darkness. As you command, my lord. Chapter 36. Experimenting with talent skills. Slapping Li Yihao in the face, Jiang Tian rode swiftly upon the back of night patrol, as if propelled by the very winds themselves. From a great distance, he sensed the presence of night patrol, which, no doubt, had come to greet him in advance. After the sun had completely vanished from the horizon, he arrived at his humble wooden cabin. Within this modest encampment lay the seeds he had sown, along with his own little abode. Jiang Tian was pleasantly surprised to discover a wild buffalo carcass in the clearing of the camp. Wugu bounced over eagerly. Yo-yo, her voice echoed in her mind. This was a hunt brought back by the big dog, as her brother had not returned for a long time, and she worried he had not eaten, prompting her to go hunting. A warm surge filled her heart. This was the feeling of being cared for by someone. Jiang Tian smiled gently as he caressed the head of Wugu. After 2 days and nights without the touch of this little deer, he felt a profound emptiness within him. Only upon finally making contact did his spirits find tranquility. I am grateful to you. Night Patrol also approached, and Jiang Tian extended his hand to stroke his head. Subsequently, Jiang Tian inquired of Night Patrol, how have you fared with the crystal cores? You appear to have grown considerably stronger, and your form has expanded significantly. Night Patrol lowered his head and replied, thanks to your grace, my lord, I have completely absorbed the crystal cores. I sense that with just a few more, I shall be able to transcend to the 3rd tier. Jiang Tian opened the Night Patrol panel for inspection. Name, Night Patrol species, Black Giant Wolf, Fierce Beast, Life Rating, 2nd tier Constitution, 77 Speed, 72 Perception, 41 Energy, 41, 204, 120 Talents, Insomnia. Low-level regeneration, Insomnia. Requires no sleep, attributes enhanced by 5 during the night. Low-level regeneration. Consumes a substantial amount of energy for flesh and blood growth. Indeed, it has become remarkably powerful. Jiang Tian tossed a piece of crab stick to Yi's son. This was acquired by his boss, but since it was fried to a crisp, only a small portion could be salvaged. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for Yi's son. By the way, Jiang Tian turned to Wu Gu and said, allow me to perform a magic trick for you. The little deer tilted its head in confusion. As the bonds transcending the world activated, the skill of harvest was learned. Wu Gu felt an invisible hand brush against him and, puzzled, looked up at Jiang Tian, seemingly questioning, is this what you refer to as magic? Jiang Tian smiled as she bent down to lift the grains, and then she made her way to the edge of the vegetable patch. 9 cabbages had fully ripened under the influence of the grains, though she had consumed 2 of them. Give me the seeds. The grains, puzzled, hesitated. However, with a flick of her antlers, 4 seeds appeared in Jiang Tian's hands. Along with the seeds she had obtained earlier, she now held a total of 6 seeds. Jiang Tian dug a small pit, placed a seed within, and watered it with the essence of spring. He focused his energy upon the seed, anticipating a bountiful harvest. Jiang Tian sensed an instantaneous depletion of energy within his body. In merely a short while, a substantial portion had been consumed. This skill, once activated, proved to be extraordinarily taxing for him, and it was no wonder that Wu Gu had been left panting after just 1 use. However, the results were undeniably remarkable. Not only did he procure a cabbage the size of a human head, but he also garnered Wu Gu's astonishment. Brother, is this my skill? Little deer pondered, shaking her head in confusion. Night Watch approached as well, equally taken aback. My lord, is this your ability? Can you acquire the skills of others? Jiang Tian nodded. After finishing the meal, we shall rest, and tomorrow we will explore the island in preparation for our move. That single cabbage was hastened to ripen under the nurturing of the grains. Jiang Tian gathered some tender leaves of cabbage and collected the wild buffalo he had hunted during his night patrol. He acquired buffalo meat, bones, tendons, leather, and horns. However, lacking proper seasoning, he had no choice but to resort to a packet of instant noodle flavoring. The iron pot over the campfire simmered 2 pieces of beef to perfection. Despite his limited tools, he managed only to blanch the meat. Yet, after 4 days of consuming instant noodles, Jiang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. This was, indeed, a true meal. Jiang Tian opened his phone, leaning against the night watch, cradling the grains in his arms, quietly awaiting the beef to cook. After a full day of rowing, the pirate's spoils remained unorganized. Upon inspection, he found a considerable amount of basic materials, alleviating his concerns regarding resources for the time being. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. The pirate captain possessed a remarkable piece of equipment. Hunter's gloves, green, grant a speed boost of 2. Gale arrows, capable of enhancing the force of fired arrows by 200. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Jiang Tian appeared to have discerned a subtle pattern. Whether it be the boots encountered for the first time, his ceremonial ring, or this glove, their skill durations were remarkably prolonged. Although it remained uncertain whether this 30-minute duration was universally applicable. A comparison with his energy shield skill revealed that the abilities inscribed in skill tomes proved to be far more advantageous than those provided by equipment. Jiang Tian reclined within his humble abode, cradling a pot as he savored the flavors of braised beef with cabbage. This marked his inaugural experience of consuming sustenance beyond instant noodles. The dish was exceptionally delectable. He unlocked his phone and ventured into the forum, which proved to be far more convenient than a chat room. Not only did it allow for images and videos, but it also spared him the arduous task of sifting through information. At that moment, the forum was bustling with numerous survival and recruitment threads. But one particularly popular lifestyle post was the focus of discussion. The author of this thread was none other than Li Yihao. Jiang Tian was filled with curiosity, eager to uncover the tricks employed by Li Yihao. Upon entering, he discovered a post steeped in ostentation, each image accompanied by a boastful caption, reeking of arrogance. Sushi that could not be consumed was cast aside. Surely, no one remains unfed at this hour? The photograph depicted a bottle of white vinegar alongside a lavish platter of meticulously assembled sushi, the plate adorned with a golden rim, and the table showcased exquisite furniture. Below, the comments surged into the thousands, comprised either of pleas for charity or scathing rebukes. Damn it, life is unbearable. I wish to join Ikung Baoi. Could I perhaps be granted a morsel to eat? Brother Hao, I am in dire need. Offer me a bite. Damn it, truly. This splendid food is wasted on the dogs. Jiang Tian let out a derisive laugh, preparing to leave a comment. This individual has been blocked and is unable to respond to the post. Jiang Tian had completely forgotten that he had blocked Li Yihao. Thus, he had no choice but to create a new thread. He placed a wooden board atop his comforter to prevent it from getting dirty. Then found the perfect angle to capture a photograph. Huan Shun, 666,666, do not misunderstand. This is directed at you. Try some raw food and see how beautiful it looks. The accompanying image depicted a dim yet cozy room, where a pot was resting atop the wooden board, simmering with beef and cabbage, emitting steam. This post quickly went viral. What kind of meat is this? It doesn't resemble fish. Could it be meat from a sea creature? But doesn't it fall apart upon cooking? This seems to be beef. The marbling looks quite similar. But where did this beef and cabbage come from? Was it exchanged? I recall someone trading braised beef for a plethora of valuable items. Is this cabbage from a vegetable package? It certainly doesn't seem like it. The leaves are far too large. Li Yihao was nothing of significance, having failed to frame a prominent figure, and his quality of life was suffering. Huan Shun was indeed impressive, with both vegetables and meat. At that moment, someone else also posted an image in Jiang Tian's thread. Jiang Tian instantly recognized that it was Li Cha. A crowd had gathered around the bluefin tuna, each person savoring the exquisite flavors. The accompanying text read, "The bluefin tuna exchanged from the esteemed Huan Shun." In an instant, the popularity of this post surged dramatically. Jiang Tian savored a mouthful of meat soup. Li Cha, displaying remarkable intelligence, refrained from disclosing that he was the one who had delivered it, lest he invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. He opened the trading interface and sent a piece of beef to Li Cha, followed by a piece each for De Long and Li Zige. Chapter 37. Li Yihao's malicious schemes. Li Zige's plea for help phantom. Li Yihao bellowed, gripping the table with both hands, poised to overturn it. However, he quickly regained his composure. Wasting food was not an option. Observing that Li Yihao had released his grip on the table, his subordinates relaxed slightly. Taking a deep breath, Li Yihao calmed himself. Their current circumstances were dire. The food barely sufficed to stave off hunger, and the notion of discarding it was merely a facade of grandeur. To his astonishment, Phantom was able to indulge in beef. Moreover, Li Yihao was acutely aware that it could not possibly be the preserved meat from the box. It had to be fresh. And with cabbage too, how could anyone be consuming vegetables at this hour? He was aware of the hybrid vegetables from Ruei Guang. Yet did they not claim that the seeds had only been sown a few days prior? Even with fertilizer, it would take at least 2 weeks. Li Yihao, though unscrupulous, was not foolish. Could it be that this fellow possessed some advanced fertilizer? At that moment, AI Ruei interjected, "Boss, I've learned that this guy has cabbage seeds, which were given during the Ruei Guang hybrid auction." His voice trailed off, as he recognized that their reputation had plummeted to an all-time low because of that auction. However, Li Yihao seemed unfazed. "No worries, it will all belong to us in due time." He produced a hand crossbow from behind him, a sinister smile playing on his lips. So what if he was the world's #1? He was still just a person. If this weapon were pressed against his forehead, he would kneel and call him daddy. Once his father arrived with the locator, there would be nowhere for him to escape. Suddenly, Li Yihao recalled something. "Let us gather the pirates we've allied with. They will not be left empty-handed." He then inquired about Gu Wu Jun, recalling that he was supposed to have arrived in their waters yesterday. AI Ruei, taken aback, shook his head. "I'm not sure. Ahu was responsible for his reception." Ahu also shook his head. "Gu Wu Jun has messaged me." "Fool. Why don't you ask him how far he is from us?" After Jiang Tian presented the beef to De Long and Li Zige, he engaged in conversation with De Long. Upon confirming that DeLong was indeed the robust man he had encountered in the arena, a sense of awkwardness washed over him. However, DeLong took it in stride, expressing that he had indeed experienced a bit of misfortune. Jiang Tian recounted to DeLong the various races he had encountered, including the Stone People, the Winged Tribe, and the troublesome Feathered Folk. DeLong assured him that he would exercise utmost caution and would not underestimate any adversary. Jiang Tian offered half a cabbage to DeLong, a gesture of apology and a semblance of compensation for his mental anguish. However, he found himself perplexed. The beef he had exchanged with Li Zijie was instantaneous. Could it be that something had gone awry? At that very moment, in a certain expanse of ocean, Zhang Qingqing clutched her arm, kneeling on the ground, her coral spear slipping from her grasp and rolling aside. Before her loomed an enormous mantis shrimp, its appearance fearsome and its body encased in a shell adorned with sharp barbs. They had been entangled with this monstrous creature for quite some time, having fought relentlessly, both mentally and physically exhausted. Nearly all their resources had been depleted, resulting in significant losses on both sides. Li Zijie glowed with a verdant light, her staff aimed at Zhang Qingqing, yet in the next instant, the green luminescence vanished, her expression shifting dramatically. Qingqing, I have no energy left. Quickly, take the potion. Zhang Qingqing gritted her teeth and consumed the last vial of restorative elixir. Slowly, her wounds began to mend. The mantis shrimp, furious and possessing a degree of intelligence, recognized that the small vial would heal its opponent. Moreover, the human wielding the staff was exceptionally troublesome, unlike those it had previously hunted. With a ferocious roar, it charged once more. Zhang Qingqing seized her spear with her left hand and met the creature head-on. They engaged in a fierce struggle. Yet it was evident that Zhang Qingqing was at a disadvantage against the giant mantis shrimp's relentless assault, barely managing to defend herself. Li Zijie was frantic, but with her energy completely expended, she was rendered useless in the fight. She fumbled for her phone, preparing to type a message. Yet Zhang Qingqing was sent flying once more, rolling across the ground before crashing against a rock, only to spring back up. The previous potion had proven futile. In the face of such dire circumstances, she resorted to sending a voice message, hoping Jiang Tian would assist her out of their past camaraderie. Please help us. A formidable monster is attacking us, and we cannot withstand it. I am a mage, and Qingqing is the girl you encountered in the trial arena. For the sake of our past friendship, I implore you to lend us your aid. As Jiang Tian listened to the messages sent by Li Zijie, he found himself momentarily taken aback. The background was filled with the sounds of fierce combat, the howls of monstrous creatures, and a girl's furious shouts. It seemed far from fabricated. Though their relationship was one of mutual benefit, it was undeniable that he had indeed gained a considerable amount from her. The coordinates of the secret realm and the pet orb were invaluable. Without the coordinates, he would not have returned. Without the night watch, he might have met his demise at the hands of those three beasts. Setting aside that layer of consideration, it was evident that Li Zijie was quite astute. If she could be brought to focus, she would prove to be a significant ally. However, the question remained. How could he assist her? He was unable to reach her. Although he usually felt quite adept in such matters, it appeared that Li Zijie was genuinely in a state of panic. Jiang Tian murmured to himself, acknowledging that the only assistance he could offer lay in the provision of items. He sent Li Zijie 10 crimson spirit fruits, 10 azure spirit fruits, and 4 vials of blue elixir. The recipient received them instantaneously. Here you go, but be warned, this comes at a steep price. Prepare yourself mentally. He detected that the player's favorability had reached the required threshold. Jiang Tian smiled faintly, having succeeded. She lay quietly beneath the cotton quilt, gently stroking the head of the intruding Wugu. Time passed slowly, second by second. Li Zijie took a moment to send herself a message. We are in the lead. Jiang Tian suddenly found Li Zijie rather endearing. It was considerate of her to report back, lest he worry about her absconding with funds. Although he harbored no such intentions, it was indeed a courteous gesture. Furthermore, the items in question held significant value, yet he found them utterly useless for his needs. Having reached the second tier, he could no longer enhance himself with fruits of this caliber. As for the blue elixirs, he had plenty as a pioneer and lacked for nothing. The greatest consumption of blue essence stemmed from the ripening process, but he still possessed ample grains. While Jiang Tian was lost in thought, a new message from Li Zijie arrived, but unlike the previous ones, he noticed it was a video. It seemed they had finished their tasks and had the leisure to send a video. He accepted the call. 2 beautiful women stood together, a delightful sight. Although their injuries marred the scene, Behind them loomed an enormous mantis shrimp, and at their feet lay a familiar treasure chest, the supreme treasure chest. Jiang Tian suddenly realized that he was indeed battling the boss, which explained the formidable challenge he faced. What is the matter? Have you come to tempt me with the ultimate treasure chest? He yawned while propping up his phone. At that moment, he longed for a phone stand, as holding it was becoming quite uncomfortable. How do you, a seemingly good person, know this is the ultimate treasure chest? The short-haired girl looked perplexed. Li Zig, equally taken aback, inquired, have you ever obtained one? Of course. Otherwise, where do you think the blue potion came from? Chapter 38. The envy-inducing luck of the European monarch. New skills and equipment. We wish to open the chest in your presence. You may choose whatever you desire, and feel free to take it all. Li Zig adjusted his glasses. Jiang Tian sat up. All right, you may proceed. Zhang Qingqing clasped her hands together, silently invoking a prayer. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Then, with a swift kick, she sent the box flying open. Witnessing this sequence of events, Jiang Tian's lips twitched slightly. However, as he beheld the items that emerged, his eyes widened in astonishment. Skill book, Flame-Severing Vortex Skill Book, Rapid Growth Spell Pet Orb X2C Sparrow Gun, Beginner Rejuvenation Potion, X20 Beginner Mental Potion, X10? Could a supreme treasure chest yield such an abundance? How absurd. Why was his own supreme treasure chest limited to merely 3 items? Hello? Is this GM? I wish to report someone for cheating. In the video, Li Zige picked up a pet orb, showcasing it to Jiang Tian before initiating a trade. I recall you posted a bounty. You sought a pet orb, did you not? Both of these are now yours. In the vast expanse of the sky and water, one might ponder the generosity of this young woman. Yet, without hesitation, she accepted the offer. I desire that Inferno Vortex. I am in dire need of skills. Very well. Li Zig, without a moment's pause, promptly exchanged the skill book with Jiang Tian. The rest is yours. Li Zig was taken aback. He did not wish to claim so many items. Zhang Qingqing, filled with joy, clasped her hands together and bowed towards her phone screen. You are truly a benevolent soul. Not only do you support us, but you also ask for nothing in return. That day, as I emerged from the arena, I secretly berated you. But now I extend my sincerest apologies. I am truly sorry. Jiang Tian's lips twitched slightly. Could it be that this person has been rendered foolish by the boss's blows? Who would know such things if not spoken aloud? The next moment, it registered that the player's affection level had reached the required standard. Goodness. Could it truly be sincere? Well, that's enough for now. I ought to get some rest, and you all should retire early as well. Jiang Tian was about to hang up the phone when Li Zig suddenly called out. Wait a moment. You are also a mage, aren't you? Here. Take 5 more potions of mental fortitude. Consider them a gift, not a debt. Additionally, I shall provide you with 10 rejuvenation elixirs. For one must always be prepared for the injuries that may arise while venturing into the world. As for the fruits and items you have borrowed from us, rest assured we shall repay you in due time. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, acknowledging the truth of the matter. However, it was indeed rare for one to breach their own defenses and survive. If Lan Liang discovered a deficiency, he would have long since fled. After all, it was something he had bestowed upon himself, and it would be wise to accept it. Thus, Jiang Tian calmly accepted the offering. As the clock struck midnight, having arranged the night patrols, he prepared to rest. He had mastered the skill of Flame Vortex, a searing whirlpool that engulfed enemies, possessing immense power, requiring 30 energy points per second. He had tested this skill outside, and its overwhelming area of effect capability had left the night patrol in awe. He owed a debt of gratitude to the fortuitous one. In comparison to others, he felt utterly disadvantaged. While his own loot was modest, others seemed to open chests yielding twice as much. Reflecting on Li Zige and Zhang Qingqing brought a smile to his face. One was a shrewd matron, and the other, a child with a playful spirit. As for De Long, he was a cunning individual who feigned simplicity. None of them were malevolent. He considered the prospect of engaging with De Long further. Perhaps he could learn that remarkable speed-enhancing skill from him. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Tian soon drifted into slumber. After midnight, a wolf's howl abruptly roused him from his sleep. It was the signal of the night patrol. Something was amiss. Jiang Tian rose to his feet, and the grains trembled in palpable fear. This state of unease was reminiscent of the time when the beasts had arrived. He bent down to touch the grains gently. I shall return shortly. Jiang Tian donned a thick overcoat and pushed open the door. In the biting cold, The Night Watch found itself in a standoff against 3 enormous moths. With a howl, the Night Watch leapt forward, lunging at the black moth. However, the moth's movements were incredibly elusive. Just as the Night Watch was about to make contact, its body seemed to dissolve into the ether, evading the attack. In an instant, the 3 moths soared above the Night Watch, their mouthparts extending and contracting before striking him with a resounding thud. The Night Watch's expression shifted, revealing that the strike possessed some peculiar effect. With a thunderous impact, what appeared to be a feeble blow sent the Night Watch crashing to the ground. Yet, as he fell, he rebounded like a ball, regaining his footing, albeit grimacing in pain. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian experienced a sense of eerie familiarity, reminiscent of his battle against the feathered beings of the Yuan tribe. Such units, wielding absolute aerial dominance, exerted an unyielding pressure upon the ground. I shall take my turn. Jiang Tian extended his hand towards the battlefield where the Night Watch and the moth were engaged in combat. A circle of fire began to coalesce upon the ground. Night Watch, retreat. The Night Watch, aware that this was the signature skill of their leader, hastily withdrew. Jiang Tian had previously experimented with this technique on the beach, and the Night Watch had observed it closely. Should he find himself ensnared within, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries within mere seconds. Infernal vortex. Whoosh. A fire vortex, several dozen meters in height, erupted into existence, resembling a fiery tornado. A searing wave of heat surged forth, raising the ambient temperature significantly. One moth, realizing the imminent danger, managed to escape the fiery cyclone, while the other 2 were tragically ensnared within. Their agonizing screams pierced the eardrums of the 2 observers. The destructive power of flames against insects was indisputable, particularly for such moths. Their bodies, coated in phosphorescent powder, served as an accelerant. The moth that had narrowly escaped let out a furious cry before unfurling its wings. For luminous points appeared upon its wings. Bio. From these radiant points, the moth unleashed 4 beams of pitch-black light. Jiang Tian maintained the flame spiral, activating the protective shield as 5 fiery spears emerged behind him. The flame spears soared forth, colliding with a beam of light and exploding in midair. However, the sheer number of flame spears proved advantageous, as a solitary spear pierced through the wings of the magical moth. Instantly, the moth lost its balance, flailing its wings in a state of disarray. Night Watch seized this opportunity. With an explosive surge of power from its hind legs, it lunged forward, bringing the moth crashing down. Well done. Jiang Tian was aware of the outcome when a warrior engaged in close combat from a distance. With a howl reminiscent of a wolf, a powerful strike was delivered. Instantly, the essence of the demon moth splattered everywhere, covering the ground in its viscous fluid. Jiang Tian also retracted the flame-severing vortex. 2 ominous black objects plummeted from the sky with a resounding thud. Quite impressive indeed. The flame-severing vortex, a skill that originally consumed 30 mana, felt as if it only drained 3 in my hands. Truly, infinite mana is a sorcerer's best companion. Night Watch approached, his wounds not too severe, beginning to mend slowly due to his regenerative abilities. As he drew near, he conveniently nudged the treasure chest over as well. How considerate of him. Jiang Tian gently caressed the Night Watchman, treating him to a morsel of sea beast meat as a reward. Then he readied himself to open the treasure chest. However, the moment his hand made contact with the chest, he hesitated and paused. Jiang Tian reminisced about the endearing Zhang Qingqing. He pressed his palms together and chanted, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits," before delivering a swift kick. The black mist cloak, blue, granted 2 to Constitution and 6 to Perception. Its mist form could transform into vapor for 5 seconds, rendering it immune to attacks with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Remarkable. Chapter 39, Basic Speed Potion. Search for a new camp. Region, 6666. Personal ID, 666666. Race, Human. Life rating, Tier 2. Constitution, 56, 6. Agility, 54, 4. Perception, 60, 10. Energy, 600. 600. Title, Pioneer Talent, Bonds Beyond Worlds. Equipment, Black Mist Cloak, blue. Ritual Ring, blue. Steel Bone Chain Pants, green. Coral Boots, green. Hunter's Gloves, green. It appears that the enhancement of equipment is indeed substantial. Perception has already reached 10, equivalent to 5 fruits. However, the personal gear is nothing short of luxurious, comprising 2 blues and 3 greens, though it lacks a headpiece. I shall procure one later, or perhaps acquire it through a drop. The other 2 chests yielded different items. Ocean currency, 600 basic speed potion, increases personal speed by 50 for a duration of 10 minutes. Quite commendable. This speed potion may very well serve as a means of escape. I could hardly muster the energy to examine the ocean currency. After Jiang Tian harvested the remains of the demon moth, he obtained its materials and returned home to sleep soundly. He slumbered deeply until dawn. Having aided Li Zige the previous night, their bond could be deemed one of life and death. Today, they exchanged morning greetings. Jiang Tian also returned to the past. The little deer, startled last night, rose early. As it got up, its legs trembled. So it ventured out to test the cold breeze before retreating back into the cozy confines of the cabin, curling up in the blankets. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian busied himself with breakfast. He found himself in a culinary predicament. The instant noodles had been devoured, and with no other provisions at hand, he had no choice but to whittle some wooden skewers to prepare barbecue. Presently, the prices of food in the trading post were exorbitant. Staples like bread, biscuits, and instant noodles were priced beyond reason. The historical transaction price for a bag of 10 kilograms of flour soared to 1,000, an amount far beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Yet, after toiling for several days, should he not indulge himself a little? He spent 200 to acquire a loaf of bread. After grilling some beef and layering it with cabbage, he savored yet another delightful breakfast. Once finished, Jiang Tian retrieved his small boat and paddled out to sea, feeling a bit restless. He wondered if he might discover something worthwhile this time. Casting his line, after a while, a treasure chest surfaced. It contained horse mackerel, 5 mackerels, and 2 golden pomfrets. Haha. Jiang Tian placed the hook at the very bottom of his backpack and secured it with a lock. He vowed never to use it again. What does this mean? To give oneself seafood when one is allergic to it? Jiang Tian gazed at the fish in his bag, finding them to be an ill omen. He sent a message to Li Zige, stating, "Fortune has favored me today. I've caught quite a number of fish, and there are some that I cannot consume, so I shall share with you." In response, Li Zige replied, "Today, my luck has been rather mediocre. I only managed to acquire a blueprint, which we have no use for. I'll pass it on to you." How serendipitous that we both sent messages simultaneously. The blueprint for the grand wooden cabin. Jiang Tian's jaw was nearly clenched in frustration. How could this be? Ah, thank you. Qingxing has developed a fondness for fish. I appreciate your kindness. Both parties accepted their respective items. In his hands lay a blueprint of a popular large wooden cabin. Its circulation was quite significant. Such a cabin was constructed by numerous organizations on their flagship vessels. It offered ample space, was cost-effective, and lightweight, providing exceptional value for money. However, it did have its drawbacks, as it required a bit more ground space, rendering it unsuitable for smaller rafts. There had been more than one group lamenting the effort put into constructing houses only to find their rafts unable to accommodate them. Yet, for Jiang Tian, this was of little concern, as he was not residing on a raft. As fate would have it, he intended to relocate. With this new acquisition, he could bid farewell to his humble flat-roofed wooden cabin. Jiang Tian promptly commenced the construction. The large wooden cabin requires 500 units of timber, 200 nails, 50 stones, 5 metal ingots, and 5 glass panes. A substantial amount of the essential materials was acquired from the band of pirates. The resources needed for the large wooden cabin are more than sufficient, with the sole exception being the glass, of which only 2 pieces are lacking. Given the minimal demand, a direct purchase from the marketplace will suffice. Jiang Tian opened the trading hall and conducted a brief search, discovering that the price of glass had surged to over 100. He spent 200 to acquire 2 pieces of glass and commenced construction. The crafting time was a lengthy 24 hours. How exasperating. Jiang Tian rose to his feet. Adjusting his gear, he had concealed all his previous mismatched equipment due to its unsightly appearance. The only item visible was the newly acquired black mist cloak, a minimalist design crafted from a fabric reminiscent of fine woolen material. However, it garnered no attention, resembling little more than an inconspicuous attire worn under the cover of night. Jiang Tian intended to seize this opportunity to explore the other side of the island, seeking a safe haven to establish a home. He harbored an unsettling intuition that the shoreline resembled a patrol route for some lurking monstrosity. Having endured several nights at this encampment, he had been subjected to attacks almost every evening. Being roused from slumber in the dead of night became a relentless ordeal, one that was scarcely bearable. Jiang Tian called upon Yi Sun and Wu Gu to venture into the depths of the island. The forest was lush and dense, teeming with an abundance of shrubs. Jiang Tian proceeded along the narrow path, first intending to ascertain the condition of the mountain spring. After all, the night patrol had mentioned that springs, which were regarded as sources of drinking water by magical beasts, could run dry. The underbrush resembled a labyrinth. In just a few days of absence, Jiang Tian could scarcely recognize the route. Nevertheless, he was relieved that the path remained, and he continued to walk forward along it. Jiang Tian embraced the 5 grains while riding upon the night watch. The night watch moved swiftly, and soon they arrived at the mountain spring. As anticipated, the water in the spring had receded significantly. Jiang Tian did not descend. After a mere glance, he resolved not to establish a shelter in this location. In just a few days, the water level had receded so swiftly, indicating a likely abundance of magical beasts. He patted Yi Sun on the back and turned to leave. Are there any areas on this island with large rocks or similar features? Yi Sun responded immediately, certainly, but that territory already belongs to others, and venturing there would surely lead to conflict. Then let us abandon that idea. I am seeking a campsite to settle, not a frontline base. He decided to wander aimlessly, hoping to discover a suitable location. Yi Sun complied with the command, carrying Jiang Tian forward. As time flowed gradually, Jiang Tian stumbled upon a clay mine along the way. The terrain was remarkably level, adorned with patches of grass. This place is quite promising, he mused. It is flat and abundant in resources. Jiang Tian recalled that someone in the group chat had mentioned gathering clay. This area should be considered unclaimed territory, he thought. Yi Sun nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is unclaimed land. However, the nearby marshes render it unsuitable for a campsite. Jiang Tian shook his head in regret, yet he committed this location to memory. The group continued to race across the island. Suddenly, Jiang Tian spotted a massive, sheer cliff in the distance. It was suspended below, while the top remained perfectly flat. Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was precisely the place he had longed for. He patted the dog's head and then pointed towards the cliff. Night patrol, over there. Night patrol followed Jiang Tian's gaze, momentarily stunned. My lord, that is the land of divine strikes. Jiang Tian detected the hesitation in the night patrol's voice. What troubles you? Our queen has decreed that the land of divine strikes is a sacred realm that must not be violated, repelling all living beings. This edict bears the greatest weight on the beasts of magic, not to mention us guardians. Jiang Tian caught a whiff of the treasure's aroma. Moreover, is it not the most ideal campsite that magical beasts would not approach? Chapter 40. The carrot of the divine strike land, the humanoid of the grains. Jiang Tian, accompanied by Wu Gu and Yi Sun, made his way towards the precipice. While Wu Gu appeared to be unharmed, Yi Sun seemed to be in considerable distress. Consequently, Jiang Tian instructed Yi Sun to wait outside for a while. Yi Sun nodded in acknowledgement and then sprinted off into the distance. Jiang Tian and Wu Gu arrived at what seemed to be the very heart of the territory, and upon surveying the surroundings, they were greeted by an expanse of flat land. Not a single towering tree marred the landscape, offering an unobstructed view. Below them, a solid foundation provided reassurance, alleviating any concerns of crumbling cliffs. It was indeed an ideal location for establishing a campsite. As for the monsters, the night patrols were formidable enough, let alone the beasts of the wild. They could genuinely anticipate restful slumber beneath the stars. Interestingly, Jiang Tian felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he was enveloped in a warm, soothing embrace, a sensation mirrored by Wu Gu, who wore a languid expression. In stark contrast was the night patrol, which appeared to recoil in trepidation. The domain of divine retribution was a hallowed ground, reminiscent of ancient tribal legends. Yet, the exclusion of themselves and Wu Gu from this enigmatic existence added an intriguing layer to the narrative. Jiang Tian could not fathom the reasoning behind it, so he chose to abandon his thoughts altogether and walked to the edge of the cliff. Jiang Tian beheld an irregular emerald crystal, and as he approached, the warmth enveloping him intensified. Jiang Tian took out his phone and captured a photograph. The crystal of the mythical beast, it embodies an incomparably potent force. Is this not the realm of divine strikes? How is it now connected to mythical beasts? Jiang Tian felt somewhat perplexed. Brother, this object is remarkable. Wu Gu drew closer, fixated on the crystal, his gaze revealing a hint of longing. Do you recognize it? Jiang Tian was filled with curiosity. This was the lingering power of the island master, reminiscent of the essence found within the mountains. Brother, I desire this object, he declared. Wu Gu raised his head, gazing earnestly at Jiang Tian. The mountains loomed in the background. Jiang Tian had not encountered the term Kunshin for the first time. His initial encounter was during the confrontation with the beasts, when Wu Gu mentioned that the monsters were attacking Kunshin. Subsequently, a mysterious force emerged, akin to that which resided in Kunshin. The island master, the illusionary beasts, the monsters. The realm of divine strikes, and the altar. Each revelation only deepened his perplexity. After you took it away, did the power here remain? Wu Gu lifted his gaze and closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. The power here had already penetrated deep into the earth and would not dissipate. That is reassuring. It was arduous enough to discover a suitable place to establish a home, and searching for another would be excessively laborious. Jiang Tian gently caressed the deer's head. Then you may as well take it, he thought to himself. After all, it does not belong to me. The 5 grains let out a cry and then swiftly bit into the crystal. In an instant, a radiant light surged from the 5 grains, soaring high into the heavens, piercing through the clouds. Jiang Tian never anticipated such a profound reaction. His eyes were nearly blinded by the brilliance, and an unseen force propelled him backward. Jiang Tian raised his arm in a feeble attempt to shield himself, yet he was inexorably pushed closer to the precipice. Such formidable strength. Suddenly, the voice of the night watch pierced through the air, urgent and frantic. My lord, something has passed. Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned and instinctively activated the protective shield. However, to his surprise, the shield began to coalesce from the front, resulting in a powerful blow to his right arm. Jiang Tian was originally perched on the edge of the precipice, and with a single, forceful kick, he was propelled into the air. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of something white. Furthermore, he heard a voice filled with fury exclaim, Thief! You wretched scoundrel! Lunar kick! Subsequently, Jiang Tian was sent tumbling down the cliff. In the air, Jiang Tian experienced a brief mental lapse. A dead carrot? It was only then that he realized he had been ambushed. He swiftly adjusted his movements in midair. Fiery tornado. A flash of the fire vortex momentarily enveloped him, and the rapidly heated air cushioned his descent, slightly alleviating his landing speed. With a soft thud, he touched down. Jiang Tian landed steadily, yet his mind remained in a state of confusion. A deadbeat? It was akin to witnessing a brawl at the school gates, while others shouted expletives. The most formidable fighter from his school emitted a dissonant cry reminiscent of a dynamic light wave. This left Jiang Tian utterly bewildered. No, he needed to return swiftly. Jiang Tian gradually became aware that there was someone on the island. This individual moved with remarkable swiftness, far beyond his own capacity to react. The night watch was apprehensive of that crystalline power, unable to approach. Even if he could, his own speed would only render him a target for mockery. And over there were still the 5 grains. Jiang Tian charged directly towards the land of divine strikes. After being kicked far away, he wandered for quite some time before discovering the path upwards. At that moment, Yi Sun also rushed down to search for Jiang Tian, and the two encountered each other midway. My lord, are you unharmed? Yi Sun inquired, his heart racing with anxiety, unable to articulate the events above. There has been a conflict up there. What? Jiang Tian was momentarily bewildered. A conflict? Who is involved? Yi Sun could not provide an explanation. Instead, he urged Jiang Tian to climb onto his back, and they swiftly returned to the land of divine strikes. Yi Sun's feet seemed to ignite with sparks as he ran tirelessly, almost instantaneously reaching the outskirts of the cliff. As Jiang Tian hastened downwards, preparing to rescue those in peril, he was confronted with an astonishing spectacle that rendered him momentarily speechless. He comprehended the true meaning behind the phrase night patrol has commenced. At the precipice of the cliff, 2 young girls were engaged in a contest of strength, their palms pressed against one another. The intensity of their auras palpable to the naked eye. One girl, clad in oversized work trousers, sported a pair of elongated rabbit ears, while the other, dressed in a teal jacket and flowing white trousers, adorned herself with diminutive deer antlers. Thieving little brat, you're a home invader, exclaimed one. How dare you accuse me of stealing? This was a gift from my brother. A home invader indeed. I did not steal it. It was a present from my brother. Then your brother must be a thief as well. You shall not speak ill of my brother. The 2 girls continued their struggle, evenly matched in their contest of wills. The sky and the earth weigh heavily upon me. Alas, this territory is already claimed. What shall I do? I find myself in the wrong. However, have the grains taken on human form? Jiang Tian glanced at the attributes of the 5 grains. Name, 5 grains race. Harvest deer, mythical beast. Life rating, tier 4 physique, 16 speed, 21 perception, 108 energy, 1, 0, 84, 710, 847 talents. Abundance, shifting leap, grain gathering. Rapid growth of all things, abundance. Consumes energy to accelerate plant growth, potentially causing mutations. Shifting leap, consumes energy for instantaneous teleportation, with no upper limit on energy expenditure. The more energy consumed, the more precise the location. Grain gathering, consumes energy to harvest plants, yielding more precious items. Rapid growth of all things, applies a small amount of energy to plants, increasing growth speed by 300. Rapid growth of all things? Quite remarkable. However, there is no time for further examination. I must first set up the framework. Cursed mountain dwellers. Ignorant forest folk. The rabbit-eared girl, filled with indignation, suddenly lost her composure and darted aside. The 5 grains, caught off guard, could not regain control and surged towards the cliff. As Jiang Tian's expression shifted, he prepared to intervene. However, in the blink of an eye, the rabbit had seemingly teleported to the edge of the cliff, swiftly grasping the collar of Wu Gu from behind, preventing her from plummeting into the abyss. With a casual toss, he deposited her safely onto the grassy expanse. How infuriating! The rabbit girl then turned and pointed at Jiang Tian. I recognize you. I saw you at the seaside not long ago. Chapter 41. You steal, I steal, second-tier cabbage. The seaside? Rabbit ears, mythical beast. Could it be the lucky rabbit? Goodness, the world is indeed small. I sincerely apologize. I was unaware that it belonged to you. Jiang Tian pressed his temples, exclaiming, what should I do? I need a boss to vent my frustrations. The most challenging adversaries are always young girls. The happiness bunny did not respond to Jiang Tian, but walked directly towards him, halting in front of him. This rabbit was less than 1.5 meters tall, forcing her to look up at Jiang Tian. Return what is mine. Give me back the crystal. I merely went out to find something to eat, and you stole it from me. She clenched her teeth and lifted her leg, attempting to kick Jiang Tian's calf with her toes. Ouch! Li Zig boiled a kettle of hot water, set up the breakfast table, and arranged the paper cupcakes. She was ready to relish a delightful afternoon. Despite the chilly weather, as the sun shone brightly, the previous day's attack lingered in her memory, prompting her to decide to unwind thoroughly. She called Zhang Qingqing, who was still down below, fishing for supplies, to take a break. Just as she sat down, her phone vibrated unexpectedly. The message was from Jiang Tian. She flicked her hair back and picked up her phone, her expression turning to one of confusion. You know Crazy Dragon, right? We are friends. He upset a girl, apparently by damaging her house. He has come to me for help, and I'm uncertain what to do, so I thought I'd seek your advice. After all, girls understand each other best. Li Zig was at a loss for words. I've never seen you this flustered before. What happened? If the house is damaged, just compensate her. By the way, did you actually meet her? Jiang Tian cast his gaze downward, observing the petite figure treading upon his foot, incessantly exclaiming, return it to me. Beside him, Wu Gu was unable to extricate himself from the situation, urgently seeking assistance from Li Zige, lamenting, I cannot afford this. Li Zige, having just sipped a mouthful of hot water, nearly scalded his tongue upon reading the message. What do you mean you cannot afford it? The flagship properties of the group are predominantly grand wooden houses, with materials scarcely exceeding 5,000. How could you possibly claim to be unable to compensate? Were you deceived? No, wait. Did you demolish the villa belonging to Longjiang Heavy Industry? Jiang Tian felt a sense of helplessness. It was true that the item in question held significant value. This was a statement made by Guanglong. However, after a moment of contemplation, he decided to speak candidly. After all, he had already ascended to the 2nd tier, and it was time for the arrival of the illusory beast Spirit Island. I have arrived at the illusory beast Spirit Island, he announced. Li Zige smiled knowingly. I had my suspicions. While searching for a suitable location to establish a home, he inadvertently dismantled someone else's dwelling. Now, a peculiar little creature was persistently stepping on his foot, and he had already consumed the item. What should I do? He pondered aloud. Li Zige paused for a moment, visualizing the scene, and suddenly found Jiang Tian endearingly charming. You should try feeding it first and offer an apology. Just aim to stabilize the situation for now. That makes sense. I must first ensure stability. Jiang Tian held a cabbage in his hand, originally intended for lunch, but ended up settling for some bread instead. He took out the cabbage. Shall we take a break? The rabbit was taken aback, then glanced at its own bag. This gesture left Jiang Tian perplexed. I thought you had pilfered my vegetable. The words of the rabbit suddenly echoed in Jiang Tian's mind. I merely stepped out to procure some food. And you took it from me. A realization struck him. Food. Could it be that this rabbit had pilfered his vegetables? An exchange of theft? What a curious coincidence. Yet, considering that both Li Zig and De Long had encountered him in the trial grounds, such occurrences were not entirely extraordinary. Jiang Tian lowered his gaze towards the girl with rabbit ears, pointing at the cabbage. Did you perhaps find this over by that wooden house? He inquired. What? What is this? The happy rabbit turned her head away, gradually averting her gaze, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. I haven't seen it before, she stammered. Yet, despite her words, her averted gaze betrayed her inability to meet Jiang Tian's eyes, revealing her lack of confidence even in deception. Initially, he had intended to further tease the rabbit girl, but he decided against it. Jiang Tian inquired, How many vegetables did you take from me? 8, came the reply. You wretched rabbit, you plundered them all. Jiang Tian held the cabbage and entrusted it to the rabbit. This cabbage shall serve as your compensation. Should you find yourself in need of sustenance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. The absence of the crystal was our fault, but rest assured, we shall provide you with something far superior in due time. Beside him, Wugu nodded fervently. My brother is truly remarkable. He honors his word. You may enjoy this vegetable for now. I, too, am making a sacrifice. With that, Jiang Tian sent the blissful rabbit away from the Forsaken Realm, watching her depart. Wugu waved, Do come back to visit when you can. The blissful rabbit turned back to wave as well, suddenly struck by a realization. She rushed back to Jiang Tian, pointing at the Forsaken Land. This is my home. Later that evening, as the night watch stood guard from a distance, Wugu had transformed once more into a fawn. Reclining on a hammock, draped in a cloak of dark mist, drifting into a gentle slumber, Jiang Tian speculated that he must digest the excessive energy he had absorbed. Meanwhile, beside him, the happy rabbit was contentedly munching on a bowl of shredded cabbage, the sound of crunching filling the air. This was not something Jiang Tian had prepared. Rather, it was the happy rabbit's own handiwork. How unfortunate that the precious crystal he had painstakingly discovered was now in the hands of this rustic creature. What a loss. Jiang Tian smiled gently, extending his hand to warm himself by the fire. He then dug a small hole in the earth and planted a cabbage seed within it. With a flourish of his harvesting skill, a cabbage the size of a human head sprang forth. Noticing the eager gaze of the happy rabbit, he swiftly interjected to prevent it from indulging prematurely. There was still work to be done. The cabbage required further maturation. The happy rabbit pouted slightly in response. For the entirety of the afternoon, Jiang Tian devoted himself to hastening the growth of the cabbage for the happy rabbit, finding himself unable to depart. Once this task was completed, he resolved to leave, for after today, the season of frozen seas would commence. As a human, he was far less resilient to the cold than the rabbit. Jiang Tian felt the chill in the air as he exhaled a puff of white mist. It seemed that the cold had indeed arrived, for the white mist was evident. You are not allowed to leave. If you do, I shall knock on your door every day. Jiang Tian helplessly shrugged his shoulders. I am but a mere human. Lacking a home, I would perish from the cold. I am a man of my word. If I say I will come tomorrow, I shall indeed come. The happy rabbit fixated its gaze intently on the yet-to-sprout baby bok choy, eyes brimming with anticipation. Why? Because once my house is constructed, I shall reside here for the night. Jiang Tian continued to hasten the ripening of the cabbage when suddenly he uttered an exclamation. He noticed that something was amiss with the cabbage. Therefore, he administered a potion and persisted in his efforts to accelerate its maturation. The leaves were a vibrant green and glistened with dew, so tender that they seemed ready to drip with moisture. He took out his phone and captured a photograph. Second-tier cabbage, a plant that has undergone mutation through special methods, possessing a delightful sweetness. Prolonged consumption may enhance one's speed attributes. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Is this what the skills refer to as mutated food? Moreover, it enhances one's speed attributes. Jiang Tian plucked a piece and savored it delicately in his mouth. Although the texture of this cabbage was not significantly inferior, it indeed possessed a remarkable abundance of energy. Furthermore, Jiang Tian was certain that this substance would prove to be exceedingly beneficial for him, should he fail to discover means to enhance his strength on the island subsequently. This would undoubtedly become his staple food in the future. Jiang Tian collected the seeds, preparing for future planting. Happy Rabbit observed Jiang Tian's actions and inquired, When will you return? Tomorrow morning, he replied. I have completed half of the house. Blueprint? Yes. Oh, you are familiar with blueprints? Happy Rabbit did not respond to Jiang Tian's words, but simply closed his eyes, a flash of golden light emanating from his body. Jiang Tian suddenly heard an announcement. You have acquired the craftsmanship buff, reducing crafting time by 70. Your item has been successfully constructed. Chapter 42, A New Home. The enchanting skills of the Happy Rabbit. Jiang Tian, filled with astonishment, opened his backpack to discover a grand wooden cabin quietly nestled within. He carefully extracted the cabin and positioned it at the center of the realm of divine strikes. In an instant, an L-shaped structure emerged before him. How wondrous! It had truly been crafted. Fantastical beasts are indeed remarkable entities. Now that the house is ready, the matter of furnishings remains. Jiang Tian was aware that within the auction group, there were individuals offering bundled sales of various items, such as tables, chairs, benches, large beds, and wardrobes. After all, the blueprints for furniture are exceedingly numerous. By selling them as a package, one could earn a sum equivalent to the time spent on production. Upon inquiry, the price was revealed to be 300 yuan per set. This was reasonable, as such a price aligns with the daily material costs typically acquired by an average person. Jiang Tian effortlessly secured a set. The Happy Rabbit observed Jiang Tian busily manipulating his phone, letting out a couple of soft chuckles. However, the thought of losing the cherished accumulation of time weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her somewhat despondent. Hugging her knees, she tilted her head to scrutinize Jiang Tian. Letting out a sigh? This simply wouldn't do. Jiang Tian was engaged in a transaction when he unexpectedly overheard the words of the Happy Rabbit. What is impossible? Nothing. It is simply that you are too weak. Jiang Tian. All right, although I am the best in my region, I still feel rather inadequate among the island's natives. Nevertheless, I must inquire as to the reason. Jiang Tian continued to categorize the furniture, shopping at the auction house. His hands never idle. What else with the sudden remark? The Happy Rabbit said leisurely, hugging his knees. Do you know where one can obtain crystals besides the inaccessible mountains? Or perhaps, do you understand the essence of these crystals? They are the embodiment of power, condensed from formidable phantom beasts. This particular piece was bestowed upon me by the island master. As far as I know, another resides with the beasts. The Happy Rabbit plucked a leaf of vegetables, sampled it, and nodded in approval, clearly pleased with the flavor. The beasts are formidable. You are undoubtedly no match for them at present. In the future, I would like you to retrieve the crystal from the beasts for me, and today's incident will be forgotten. A delay is inconsequential. I can wait. Just as long as it does not extend until this land has decayed. No problem. Jiang Tian rose to his feet and gently patted the head of the Happiness Rabbit, who offered no resistance. She pointed at the cabbage. May I eat it? Seeing how much you adore it, perhaps I shall refrain from indulging, he replied. Of course. You may eat it. Go ahead. After all, there are seeds, and you can cultivate them gradually. With that, Jiang Tian stepped into the wooden house. The interior was sparse, yet it possessed one advantage over the smaller cabin, a floor. Moreover, the elevated floor alleviated concerns about dampness. Quite splendid indeed. Jiang Tian not only spent 300 on a complete set of wooden furniture, but also invested 3,000 in various insulation items. This included a rubber soft mattress, plush bed linens, a down comforter, a fireplace, and a plush carpet. These 5 items alone accounted for the substantial sum of 3,000, with the fireplace being the most significant expenditure. As the weather turned frigid, prices surged rapidly in accordance with demand. Although it is described as a grand log cabin, its area is merely over 80 square meters. One fireplace suffices. And how could one have a fireplace without a rocking chair? Thus, an additional 30 was spent on a rocking chair. The house lacks separate rooms. Jiang Tian positioned the fireplace in the spacious L-shaped area by the entrance, while the opposite side was designated as the bedroom. A grand bed was placed snugly in the far corner, adorned with warm bedding, and a smaller bed was also set up, draped with a thick quilt. The remaining furniture was arranged meticulously. The only drawback was the somewhat dim lighting, which rendered visibility rather inconvenient. Jiang Tian stepped outside to bring the grains indoors, gently placing the slumbering grains upon the bed. At that moment, the blissful rabbit, lacking enthusiasm, was nibbled on a cabbage. At this moment, Jiang Tian felt a chill and donned his dark mist coat. Hunger struck. It was time for dinner. A quick solution would be roasted beef. With a flash of white light in his hand, the beef materialized before him. Do you wish to dine? The Happy Rabbit inquired. gazing at Jiang Tian. I am a living creature as well. How could I possibly forego a meal? Jiang Tian, with a stick in hand, remarked. Oh. Happy Rabbit responded in a soft voice, then resumed nibbling on the cabbage. Noticing the despondency that enveloped Happy Rabbit, Jiang Tian inquired, Are you still troubled by the matter of the crystal? I am quite at peace, replied Happy Rabbit, merely contemplating the extraordinary fortune of the harvest deer. Why is that? Oh, it's nothing. Happy Rabbit rose to stretch slightly, offering no further reply to Jiang Tian. After satisfying their hunger, under the request of the Happiness Rabbit, Jiang Tian brought the hammock indoors. He slept in the large bed. Wugu rested on the small one. The rabbit occupied the hammock. While the night watch had no bed at all, this was the best sleep he had experienced since arriving in this world. Not only was the bed exceedingly soft, but there were also no monsters to disturb him. He slept soundly until dawn. Jiang Tian slowly opened his misty eyes, stretched lazily, and let out a yawn. It felt so warm. The cozy little room, however, still felt somewhat unfamiliar. Jiang Tian gazed at the fireplace, observing that the wood within continued to burn fervently. How remarkably resilient this wood is. Oh, wait a moment. This wood has been freshly added. His eyes swept around the room. The grain still lay asleep on the small bed, yet the blissful rabbit in the hammock was nowhere to be found. Jiang Tian was somewhat taken aback. The wood was supplied by the rabbit? Speaking of which, where was she? Creak. The door swung open, allowing a gust of frigid wind to sweep in, chilling to the bone. Through the crack of the door emerged a petite rabbit girl, cradling some neatly chopped firewood in her arms. Upon noticing Jiang Tian was awake, she greeted him with a cheerful, "Good morning." Jiang Tian gazed at the industrious Happy Rabbit and, in a daze, murmured, "Good morning." The disparity in attitude compared to yesterday was striking. He still bore the imprints of his shoes. The timber had been neatly stacked. Happy Rabbit, inexplicably adorned with an apron, was squatting before the fireplace, roasting over a dozen strings of well-prepared cabbage. What is this? Jiang Tian found himself at a loss for words, merely observing as the Happy Rabbit skillfully grilled skewers. Time slipped by quietly. Once all the skewers were expertly cooked, the Happy Rabbit handed them over to him. Breakfast? He asked, taken aback. For me? Jiang Tian accepted them with a dazed expression. Have you eaten? Of course. I've devoured half of that cabbage. The notion that he was being cared for by a rabbit seemed utterly unbelievable. Taking a bite, his eyes sparkled with delight. While the dish may not have been particularly exquisite, being simply grilled vegetables devoid of any seasoning, it nonetheless bestowed a remarkable buff. Consuming the special food temporarily increased his speed by 5, lasting for 3 hours. Incredible! He exclaimed, with the rich harvest deer preceding him and the Happy Rabbit following. This island truly felt like a land of fortune. After feeding Jiang Tian, the Happy Rabbit prepared to venture out. Jiang Tian inquired, "Where are you headed?" The Happy Rabbit had already opened the door and turned to respond. To chop wood. This meager firewood is far from sufficient. I had to get up twice last night to stoke the fire. Jiang Tian sighed, expressing his sentiments. You are so preoccupied that I feel like an outsider. The Happiness Rabbit had already ventured outside, but upon hearing Jiang Tian's words, it returned, peeking its head in, baring its small rabbit teeth, and pointing at the floor. This is my home, it declared. But it is indeed my house, isn't it? Jiang Tian showcased a fresh head of cabbage. This is my home. Chapter 43, Resilient Timber. Selling crossbows. Jiang Tian accompanied the Happy Rabbit to fell trees. Upon reaching the edge of the sacred strike land, he observed that the fur of the night patrol was particularly lush at that moment. My lord, good morning. Good morning, night patrol. Shall I arrange a house for you? There is no need, my lord. This time, the frozen sea period is considerably milder compared to previous ones. Jiang Tian appeared to be lost in thought. Previously, Yusun had remarked that the weather was rather mild. It seemed that the arrival of himself and his companions had altered certain rules. After affectionately patting the dog's head, he left some provisions for Yusun and followed the Happy Rabbit to the forest to gather wood. The Happy Rabbit employed a tool that was not a conventional axe, but rather a skill that allowed the manifestation of tools. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian's inferior axe had been broken during the intrusion of Yusun, leaving him without any means to work. Jiang Tian could only follow the Happy Rabbit in gathering timber. Suddenly, he caught sight of a bright yellow-orange adhesive object on the ground, and the wood in his hands felt distinctly different. Not only was it heavier, but its texture was also remarkably sturdy. He promptly took out his phone to check for messages. Second-tier resilient wood, second-tier resin. What a surprise. Gazing at the sprawling trees before him, he couldn't help but reminisce about the blueprints that had gathered dust. Oh, right. Jiang Tian suddenly remembered that he still owed Li Zigao a crossbow. Thus, he immediately added the crossbow to his crafting queue. Half an hour later, the crossbow was completed, just as the energy axe in the Happy Rabbit's possession was exhausted. They had collectively acquired 84 units of resilient wood, 120 units of resin, and 37 vines. Well, yet another novel item. Jiang Tian exchanged the crossbow with Li Zige, much to the astonishment of the latter. I had presumed you had forgotten about it. Jiang Tian absent-mindedly touched his nose, realizing he had indeed forgotten. It was only after acquiring the resilient timber that the thought resurfaced. I hope it hasn't caused any delay. Li Zig stood upon a small vessel, surrounded by salvaged supplies. There is no longer an issue. That sea creature perished long ago, and my own crossbow has been placed by Qingqing on the trading board. How about you keep this one? And we can consider it as a credit? Nearby, Zhang Qingqing also pulled out her phone, calling out in confusion as she turned to Li Zig. Guer, the person who bought my crossbow is asking if I have any more. She handed her phone to Li Zig. Upon receiving it, Li Zig glanced at the screen. May I inquire if there are any additional crossbows available? We are purchasing in bulk. After pondering for a moment, Li Zig sent a message to Jiang Tian. What a coincidence. There is someone here looking to buy a crossbow as well. Do you have any left? If so, I can refer this person to you. Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. What a remarkable coincidence. Although he still had plenty of fruit, 96 red spirit fruits and 30 green spirit fruits, he couldn't always rely on selling them whenever he was short on funds, as that would be rather unwise. Thus, he decided to message Li Zige to inquire about the buyer's identity and purpose, whether it was for wholesale or personal use. Li Zige promptly replied, I've already inquired, and it's someone from Rueguang Chemical for personal use. Additionally, I found the post from yesterday where Rueguang Chemical was seeking to purchase weapons. Would you like to take a look? Indeed, a wise individual brings ease to oneself. Jiang Tian replied, There's no need to look further. Please pass this person to me. Li Zige complied without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingqing, who had been observing the entire exchange, chuckled and remarked, Gur, you seem to be his secretary. A gesture of gratitude. After all, it's only right to lend a hand when one is able. Yet, as she recalled the battle from that day, her spirits sank once more. Just tell me, why is he so formidable? I couldn't match him, sob. Qingqing, just think about it. Those who sell meat inevitably become plump, Li Zige mused. Fortunately, we managed to befriend him. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging for us two girls. Greetings, esteemed one. I am from Rueguang, and my name is Zhang Yuxuan. Zhang Yuxuan gazed in astonishment at Jiang Tian's ID, utterly taken aback to discover it belonged to Huan Shun. Not only did he possess fruits, but he could also sell crossbows. What extraordinary fortune. Through a mutual acquaintance, I learned that you have surplus crossbows. Might I inquire about your price, esteemed one? Jiang Tian was not quite certain about the price of the crossbow. He visited the auction house and found none available. Historically, only one transaction had taken place, that being the one involving Li Zig. Consequently, Jiang Tian sought out Li Zig once more to inquire about the selling price of the crossbow. He received a response of 900. Jiang Tian felt that he had undervalued the items, as even a single mattress seemed more valuable in comparison. However, he had a clear understanding of his situation. To craft a crossbow, he required 5 pieces of wood, 1 resilient wood, 2 sturdy ropes, 3 metal sheets, and 2 resins. With the resin at hand, there was no need for a compound substitute. Moreover, after robbing that pirate, he found himself relatively well-stocked. His current inventory included 684 pieces of wood, 311 metal sheets, 60 fibers, 84 resilient woods, and 120 resins. Each sturdy rope necessitated 1 leaf, 1 fiber, and 1 resin. Thus, it appeared he could produce a maximum of 30. Silently calculating how many he could offer, Jiang Tian sent a message to Zhang Yuxuan. I can provide 20. How many do you require? As for the price, you may propose it first to demonstrate your sincerity. Zhang Yuxuan was taken aback. Why was this individual, with the username 666666, always able to produce such valuable goods? Lingua had become widely recognized, and thanks to him, it had transformed into a form of hard currency. Although the crossbow did not hold the same value as the lingua, it was still scarce in the market. In a world where competition was fierce, one had to constantly evaluate worth. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuxuan replied, Boss, we will take them all, at a price of 500. Upon seeing this price, Jiang Tian shook his head and responded, "Are you suggesting I work for free? This is rather harsh." He had also checked the market costs, at least the baseline costs. Currently, the average price of the compound was 50, and while it could substitute for resin, it required double the quantity, amounting to 8. Just for one material, the cost approached around 400, and when adding the average prices of the metal sheets at 30 and the resilient wood at 70, the total expenses exceeded 500. This was clearly a loss, even though he did not need the compound for production. Jiang Tian, with no mercy, remarked, "If that's the case, I might as well hang myself on the board for sale. Farewell." "Oh, wait. Zhang Yuxuan sighed inwardly. This is not good. He was unaware of the cost of the crossbow. Attempting to negotiate based on the previous purchase price seemed to have driven the price too low. "Esteemed one, I am unaware of the actual cost. Perhaps you could set the price. As long as it remains reasonable, we shall certainly make the purchase." Jiang Tian gazed upon the words, pondering for a moment. Rare commodities command a premium. It seems reasonable to request 1,000 to round off the figure. Zhang Yuxuan promptly responded, affirming, "Certainly. However, our current funds are limited to approximately 10,000. As you are aware, our primary business involves purchasing soil. Thus our finances are largely allocated there. We shall initially procure 10, and we assure you that the funds for the subsequent 10 will be secured within 2 days. Kindly reserve them for us. This is a token of our gratitude. Please accept it. Transaction request received. Cucumber seeds 2. Chapter 44. The frenzy of the crossbow and the reaction of the lucky trio. What a remarkable item. Seeds are not typically sold unless one is either quite foolish or driven by desperation. Yet, given the frigid conditions of the frozen sea period, one wonders if they can even be cultivated in such cold. Jiang Tian set aside the seeds. Having received the benefits from others, he could now commence the production directly. Thus, I shall provide you with 50 crossbow bolts this afternoon, with subsequent pricing to be negotiated. The materials required for crafting the bolts consist of a single piece of wood and a metal shard, yielding 10 bolts, which are relatively basic materials, making the process quite straightforward. With the fortunate rabbit's skillful buff, the time required can be reduced by 70%. Logically, the entire task should be completed in an hour and a half. However, it remains uncertain whether the fortunate rabbit will assist further. So it is prudent to postpone until the afternoon to avoid any issues with delivery. Once the items are prepared, the crafting process will commence. Jiang Tian extended his hand toward the happy rabbit, revealing 2 seats. "Do you see what these are?" The happy rabbit, seated cross-legged on the ground and taking a moment to rest, lifted its head at Jiang Tian's call and glanced over. "Are these seeds? Surely, they are not from a cabbage." Jiang Tian nodded, acknowledging, "This is certainly not a cabbage seed. This is a cucumber, crisp and refreshing, far more delectable than cabbage." The eyes of the happy rabbit sparkled, only to be followed by a wary glance towards Jiang Tian. "Why are you telling me this? What do you wish for me to do?" Jiang Tian chuckled and remarked, "You are quite astute. About that buff for constructing houses from yesterday, might you provide me with another?" The happy rabbit nodded in acquiescence. "Is that all? A trifling matter indeed." Receiving the crafty hands buff, which reduces production time by 70%, he realized that with this enhancement, he could complete the delivery in merely an hour and a half. In the group chat for transactions, Brother Wang, the AAA archery wholesaler, continued to pursue his arms dealings. From slingshots to bows and arrows, he was reaping substantial profits. "Rui Guang, my friend, if you truly no longer require arrows, I shall sell them to others. If the price seems steep, we can negotiate. How about 400 for a bow? I can give you a 20% discount." However, Zhang Yuxuan, who had already secured an order from Jiang Tian, was not interested in the arrows. The skill required to wield a bow was quite challenging, making crossbows far more user-friendly. "No need, we have acquired crossbows." Brother Wang was taken aback. "Crossbows? Which kind? The hand crossbows from Li Hao? This requires clarification. If crossbows are available, my arrows will lose their competitiveness. Much like how no one buys slingshots anymore, only bows. What kind of crossbows? Who are you buying from?" Their dialogue had attracted the attention of others. "What is happening? Is there someone capable of mass-producing crossbows now?" Rui Guang and the others have declared they no longer want arrows, but crossbows, indicating that someone must be able to procure them. Who? I wanted to. Indeed, our people struggle with bows. Hitting 1 out of 5 shots is considered fortunate. Enough said. Last night while fishing, I hit 1 out of 10. Rui Guang, where are you? Just as Zhang Yuxuan settled down for a sip of water and reopened his phone, he was startled to see over 20 notifications directing at him and more than 100 private messages. What the? Am I being cyberbullied? Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all inquiring about who was selling crossbows. Indeed, the advantages of crossbows over arrows were immense. They were easy to wield, powerful, and suitable for both the elderly and children. However, Zhang Yuxuan felt a twinge of concern. His own weapons were not yet fully assembled, and with so many people interested, he wondered if there would be enough materials at Huanshan's end. Just then, Jiang Tian made his entrance. Initially intending to sell a few items in the chat, he observed the high demand for weapons. It was understandable. The items dropped from monsters sold for a considerable amount of ocean currency. If luck was in their favor and they obtained equipment, they could strike it rich. Thus, Jiang Tian decided to take action. The crossbow is my creation for those interested. There is no need to message privately. I will set up a shop in the group. The price is 1,000, with 20 available each day on a first-come, first-served basis. However, today a stock has been entirely claimed by Rui Guang, so everyone will have to wait until tomorrow. Everyone was astonished. How could it still be the Mirage? Why does this person possess so many exquisite items? Is there anything else that has not crossed my mind? What a delightful surprise to encounter the esteemed Mirage. First selling spiritual fruits, then crossbows. Are you aspiring to be an arms dealer? Sure. Today, I find myself somewhat vexed as the people from Rui Guang have monopolized the market. Could they possibly sell me something? Zhang Yuxuan let out a sigh of relief, as it seemed that Mirage was well stocked with materials. Upon seeing someone suggest selling second-hand items, he resolutely declined. No, I shall not sell, nor will I engage in second-hand trade. In the entire world, only Jiang Tian offers a large quantity of crossbows. Truly, the Scorpion's droppings are one of a kind. If he does not sell, others shall remain empty-handed. The crowd collectively sighed, particularly the yellow-haired girl with a nose ring and the leather-clad man. They were especially disheartened, as they once possessed a blueprint of such caliber. The three of them huddled in the wooden cabin, warming themselves by the fire. Their raft had also leveled up, significantly increasing its area. The less than 10 square meter cabin they had fashioned was quite impressive. Elevated at the bottom, with metal plates encircling the campfire in the middle, it was pleasantly warm. The leather-clad man gazed at the crossbow blueprint in the group chat, letting out a heavy sigh. Had it not been for that stone man taking away his blueprint, he would have been prosperous by now. The campfire blueprints were abundant, and the competition was fierce. Moreover, production was swift, leading to an oversaturation of goods in the market. The low cost of production prevented prices from rising. However, the crossbow was different. Its value was on an entirely different level compared to the campfire. Without a campfire, one can simply wear more layers or retreat indoors. Although it is the frozen sea period, many cotton garments are available now, even down jackets. But what of the crossbow? Without it, one must resort to using a bow to hunt monsters, and that too on a swaying surface of water, which presents a considerable challenge. This explains why the crossbow is so highly sought after. The Mirage is reaping substantial profits. The girl with the nose ring clicked her tongue in admiration. The yellow-haired man was irate. Who is to blame? Who released the blueprint? The girl with the nose ring shrank back, aware that she was in the wrong. But we traded for 100 stones, didn't we? We earned a fair amount from constructing the campfire, and we still have timber stored. The open currency has not affected us. The yellow-haired man pointed accusingly at the girl with the nose ring, pressing down firmly. Is it merely about how much we earned? We missed out on a colossal opportunity. It's akin to winning a lottery worth 100 million, only to discard it as trash. The leather-clad man sighed again. Let it go. What is gained is fortune, what is lost is fate. With the campfire, we have already surpassed 99% of survivors. How many groups have disbanded because they could not acquire valuable items? If fortune smiles upon us, perhaps we might yet discover another crossbow blueprint. The rarity of the yellow-haired man's leather attire is indeed a sight to behold. Are you dreaming, my friend? It has been widely acknowledged that the more scarce the blueprint, the lesser the chances of acquisition. Observe the abundance of the wooden barrel blueprints. Even chairs can occasionally yield finished products. As for the crossbow, aside from the Mirage beast, who else has managed to procure one? At this juncture, all three paused momentarily, suddenly realizing something profound. Chapter 45. The Trio's Overture and the Uniqueness of the Illusory Beasts. Jiang Tian rocked in his chair, silently calculating the daily production of crossbows. The 5 grains had already awakened, transforming into human forms and swaying as they approached. Good morning. Jiang Tian gently ruffled his hair and smiled, asking, "Are you hungry?" Wu Gu nodded in affirmation. "Allow me to prepare a meal for you. In your current state, you cannot continue gnawing on cabbage." Wu Gu nodded once more. At that moment, the joyful rabbit pushed the door open and entered, burdened with a bundle of firewood. Upon noticing Wu Gu was awake, he let out a dismissive huff and turned to leave, casting over his shoulder a parting remark, "How lazy you are, mountain dweller." The wooden door slammed shut with a resounding thud, eliciting an annoyed stomp from Wu Gu. Jiang Tian absent-mindedly touched his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. "Do not take it to heart. She is not a bad person." Jiang Tian handed the cucumber seeds to Wu Gu, suggesting that he attempt to cultivate them outdoors. Should the endeavor prove successful, they could relish cucumber slices for breakfast. Wu Gu accepted the seeds, rubbing his eyes as he ventured outside, stifling a yawn. After Jiang Tian saw her walk out, he resumed his gaze upon his phone. Someone had reached out to him. Since they had previously engaged in private conversation, that individual was able to message him directly. Jiang Tian perused his message history. To his surprise, it was from the individual who had purchased his crossbow. The esteemed Mirage Master seemed rather unscrupulous. Jiang Tian smiled, seemingly realizing that he had swapped the blueprint for the crossbow. "What's wrong? Are you envious of my earnings?" The person opposite him readily admitted, "Of course. It would be disingenuous not to feel a tinge of jealousy. Yet, there's nothing I can do. I believe that connecting with a big shot through a mere blueprint is worthwhile. However, our fate is destined to be more than just this." Jiang Tian let out a sound of acknowledgement, patiently awaiting the other party to continue speaking. "Do you recall the rather troublesome ring that the big boss purchased? It was of blue quality, possessing 2 skills. Jiang Tian felt a slight perplexity. Was it referring to the ritual ring? A skill pit, perhaps? How impressive. It was indeed his secret weapon. However, for others, it could be considered rather redundant, as this skill was evidently meant for the later stages. Yet it was embedded in an early game item. Truly a case of being tasteless yet too precious to discard. Were it not for his possession of the pioneer, he would find it utterly unusable. If memory serves, it should be called the ritual ring." Jiang Tian caressed the ring adorning his finger, speaking with open eyes in a manner that belied the truth. The person across from him responded, "Indeed, it belongs to us as well, haha. I must apologize for having extracted a spiritual fruit from your possession." Jiang Tian did not perceive that this individual approached him simply to convey such a message. "I possess an abundance of spiritual fruits. Thus, that is of little consequence. If there is something to discuss, please proceed." The other party responded, "I truly have nothing pressing to address. I merely did not anticipate that the esteemed stone master would turn out to be the illusory Mirage. I came over to establish a connection. Moreover, we have unveiled a new item, the exquisite grand bed item display. Our raft is modest, and our dwelling is limited, making it impossible to accommodate it. Therefore, I present it to you, hoping for your future assistance." Jiang Tian cast a glance at the magnificent bed, its exquisite design suggesting a delightful comfort for slumber. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to accept it. "Thank you. Should you have anything to part with in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. I offer generous prices." "Is that truly the case? Would you like some firewood? I have quite a stockpile." Jiang Tian. With a creaking sound, the door swung open once more. Wu Gu, clutching the seeds, returned. In her youthful stage, Wu Gu stood nearly as tall as a reclining chair. Upon approaching, she stifled a yawn and remarked, "Brother, this seed cannot sprout. I can sense the chill is too intense. It simply cannot grow." This sentiment is quite understandable. It appears this ability accelerates growth, but does not allow for spontaneous generation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. As for temperature, the room could indeed suffice. However, regarding illumination, it would be inadequate for accelerated growth without proper lighting. Furthermore, the cucumber vines sprawled in all directions, necessitating the construction of a trellis, which would be quite cumbersome. A greenhouse or a spacious shed would be requisite. Yet, it seemed that no one possessed the means to create such a facility. Suddenly, a hand rested upon his shoulder, interrupting his train of thought. Jiang Tian turned around to glance, and it was Wu Gu. She chuckled softly, then began to tease him. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, Jiang Tian sensed that Wu Gu's intellect seemed to have matured somewhat. When he was in his fawn stage, it was distinctly evident that he was merely a juvenile. Yet now he appeared to lean more towards that of a child. At this moment, Jiang Tian is somewhat eager for the moment when the 5 grains ascend to the 5th tier, curious whether they will experience further growth. His small hands applied just the right amount of pressure. Jiang Tian squinted his eyes in enjoyment for a moment. After a while, he stood up and gently patted Wugu's head. Let us dine. Yesterday I harvested a particularly exceptional cabbage. I shall slice it and place it in your bowl. However, it seems the cabbage is with the happy rabbit. Jiang Tian stepped outside and encountered the happy rabbit, with whom he shared a few words. The happy rabbit was still engaged in chopping wood, and a scattering of resin lay upon the ground. The axe in her hand dissipated as she placed her hands on her hips. Do the mountain folk require sustenance? Allow me to take care of it. Once I am done, I can still compete with her for a meal. Jiang Tian found himself in a perplexing situation, torn between amusement and exasperation. It seemed that he was still quite agitated. He could only hope that a confrontation would be avoided. Jiang Tian observed that the intellect of the rabbit was evidently superior to that of the grains, leaving him to ponder whether this was related to its prowess. However, Yi Sun displayed remarkable maturity despite being only at the second tier. Is this a characteristic unique to the phantom beast, or is Yi Sun exceptional in his own right? Jiang Tian leans towards the mythical beasts, seeking to validate the thoughts that dwell within his heart. Jiang Tian called out to the rabbit holding the cabbage. Wait, I have a question for you. If it's inconvenient, just disregard it. The happiness rabbit slowly turned around, a look of confusion on its face. What is it? Are mythical beasts truly remarkable? The happiness rabbit raised an eyebrow and twitched its ears. Indeed, mythical beasts are exceptionally unique. Why do you inquire? Jiang Tian tilted his head in contemplation, momentarily forgetting the term he sought. Is your growth correlated with the passage of time? Or is it that your developmental stages are linked to your capabilities? The happy rabbit gazed at Jiang Tian with astonishment, seemingly quite taken aback. How did you come to this realization? Jiang Tian spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. So I was right. The happy rabbit nodded in affirmation. The extraordinary aspect of the mythical beasts lies in their mastery of the power of rules. Beyond this power, they possess no combat capabilities. You must have noticed that when I delivered that flying kick, aside from being sent tumbling off the cliff, you likely sustained no significant injuries, did you? This is because the moonlit strike is my escape skill, a utility I discovered only after extensive experimentation. Jiang Tian gently rubbed his arm and nodded at the happy rabbit. Indeed, being propelled so far must have caused considerable pain, yet he felt only a tremendous force without any injury. Typically, living beings gain strength as they mature. But the mythical beasts are different. They grow only after their power has increased. Each mythical creature enhances its strength in its own manner, and all require nurturing. The one consumed by the mountain dwellers was such a creature. It provided a substantial amount of energy, although natural absorption is also a viable method. Provided one survives long enough, their strength will inevitably increase over time. The happy rabbit shrugged, remarking that the process would be exceedingly lengthy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian comprehended that it was not merely an illusion. Indeed, Wugu's intellect had matured slightly. However, Jiang Tian was curious about why this rabbit possessed such knowledge. He hesitated for a moment and then inquired, "Why do you know so much? You don't seem to have progressed much in your growth stage either." The happy rabbit paused, taken aback. "Why do you think that?" it asked. Jiang Tian gestured toward his own chest and replied, "Because you aren't very tall." The happy rabbit was momentarily speechless, then furiously approached Jiang Tian and delivered a sharp kick to his calf. "I'll kick you to death, you worthless carrot." Chapter 46. The Abundant Land of Crescent Bay, Mysterious Beasts. The happy rabbit went off to prepare a meal for Wugu. Jiang Tian earnestly instructed the two not to engage in any altercations. Simultaneously, he entrusted the second-tier cabbage seeds to Wugu, encouraging her to experiment with their ripening. With a limp, he made his way toward the night patrol, grimacing as he walked. That wretched rabbit certainly delivered a painful kick. It was quite a forceful blow. Upon noticing Jiang Tian's approach, the night patrol stuck out its tongue and wagged its tail vigorously, affectionately nuzzling its fluffy head. "Come on, let us prepare for the hunt." Jiang Tian summoned the night patrol. The night patrol nodded vigorously, its luxuriant fur swaying like a feather duster as it shook its head. "At your command, my lord." To be honest, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of guilt. While everyone else remained indoors, it was only the night patrol, a solitary dog, outside. Though this had been the case by the seaside as well, at least then it was near the threshold, in close proximity. Now, however, it was positioned quite a distance from the house. "My lord, where shall we venture?" it inquired. "Are we seeking wild cattle or sheep? Do you have a destination in mind?" At that moment, Jiang Tian had already mounted the back of the night patrol. After a moment's reflection, the night patrol replied, "That would be Crescent Bay. There are numerous beasts there that hardly qualify as first tier, and resources are abundant. During the frozen sea period, we often go there to stockpile provisions before retreating into the caves to rest." Jiang Tian nodded. "Then let us proceed over there." Crescent Bay, formed by two peninsulas extending from the island, appears like a crescent moon when viewed from above. It is also a vast expanse of grassland. Jiang Tian rode upon the back of Yi Sun for an extended period. At first glance, he was utterly astonished. Herds of cattle and sheep thrived abundantly, radiating vitality. Although the grassland bore the traces of frost, it could not conceal the fertility of the earth. Countless wild buffalo grazed upon the verdant grass. This place could indeed serve as a formidable base. Jiang Tian gazed upon the vast grassland and spoke. Yi Sun shook his head. "My lord, this is the least suitable place for establishing a camp. Our island's tribes have fought countless battles over Crescent Bay, and it was only through deliberation that it was agreed it belonged to no one. While hunting here may be permissible, constructing a camp would surely provoke a collective assault." Jiang Tian comprehended the situation and nodded in agreement. Sharing is acceptable, but hoarding will incur consequences. Therefore, it would be prudent to capture 2 wild bison to take back. And not only bison, but he even spotted wild boars at the edge of the forest. The resources are indeed plentiful. In the vast wilderness, the wolf stealthily advanced towards a distant herd of bison. Suddenly, the bison scattered in panic as a dark figure surged forth, swiftly seizing one of the fleeing creatures in its jaws, then coiling around it with fierce determination. Jiang Tian came to a halt, and he could discern that the dark figure was a colossal black serpent. The serpent had ensnared a wild buffalo, which emitted a mournful cry of agony. Was this black monstrosity a magical beast? A sidelong glance at the night patrol revealed minimal reaction. It appeared not to be a magical beast after all. The night patrol lowered its head and responded, "My lord, there will be no magical beasts approaching Crescent Bay. The lair of the magical beasts is located directly opposite the island. Should they venture here, they would encroach upon the territories of the 3 great races. Such an intrusion would incite a fierce conflict." Jiang Tian pointed at the formidable black serpent. "Is it one of the 3 great races?" he inquired. Yi Sun shook his head in response. "No, it is merely a particularly powerful beast. A race can only be deemed great if it produces a king. The mere abundance of its members does not confer such a status. However, my lord, exercise caution, for it may strike at you." Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. He sensed that despite the serpent's imposing size, its strength was rather feeble. Not only could he handle it himself, but he also had a night watcher accompanying him. Once the black serpent had fully constricted the wild buffalo, it effortlessly devoured it. The serpent's head, nearly a meter in width, found no difficulty in swallowing the buffalo whole. After the massive serpent finished its meal, its body swelled prominently, and it cast a glance towards Jiang Tian in the distance, flicking its tongue. It then turned and slithered away. This exemplified the chain of life. Larger fish consume smaller ones, and small fish feast on shrimp. Jiang Tian contemplated briefly. It was our turn now. We would return with 2 heads and see if there were other creatures around, perhaps rabbits or the like. Jiang Tian bent down to massage his calves. That dead rabbit certainly kicked with ferocity. Suddenly, both Jiang Tian and Yi Sun were taken aback, their gazes instinctively drawn to the distance. They faintly sensed the aura of a magical beast. Jiang Tian was deeply perplexed. Hadn't the Night Watch mentioned that the beast would not arrive at Crescent Bay? The contradiction was striking. The Night Watch's expression turned grave, and his body instinctively leaned in that direction. Jiang Tian took note of this and remarked, "Let us go and see what has transpired. However, it is certain that it is not a favorable situation." According to the Night Patrol's accounts, Crescent Bay resembles a logistics town supporting the front lines, and now enemy forces have appeared near the granaries. The situation at the front is undoubtedly dire. Jiang Tian turned around and mounted the Night Patrol, urging it forth. The Night Patrol, ever obedient to its command, galloped swiftly ahead. The grass was remarkably lush, standing at nearly half a meter high, yet the Night Patrol traversed it with the ease of walking on solid ground. Along the way, Jiang Tian caught sight of the enormous serpent gliding toward them, its intentions aligned with theirs, drawn by the enigmatic aura of the magical beast. With the Night Patrol's full speed, they rapidly approached their destination. As they neared, they slowed slightly, but the colossal serpent slithered forward, positioning itself before Jiang Tian. Flicking its tongue in the air, its cold gaze scanning him intently. Upon awakening his innate abilities, Jiang Tian could faintly perceive the emotions of others. There was a vigilant glimmer in their eyes. He patted Yi Sun on the neck and instructed, "Tell him we are not foes. We too have come to address the threat of the magical beasts." Yi Sun understood and let out a resounding howl. The colossal serpent paused, slightly doubtful. Yet it did not sense any malice emanating from Jiang Tian. Ultimately, it chose to yield and cleared the path. Watching the departing serpent, Jiang Tian reflected, "You truly harbor a profound disdain for these magical beasts." Yi Sun remained silent, continuing to surge forward. Upon reaching their destination, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. Not only was the scent overwhelmingly acrid, but the atmosphere of this place also filled him with unease. At a glance, it was a grim sight, with countless carcasses of wild buffalo and wild boar heaped together, forming small mounds. Jiang Tian observed that these corpses were all shattered, as if they had been severed by some formidable force. If the intent was merely to seek nourishment, one would expect a degree of preservation of the body's integrity. However, the circumstances here were markedly different, resembling a mere act of slaughter for amusement. Jiang Tian began to grasp the reason behind the profound disdain that the night patrol harbored towards the demonic beasts. The mere existence of such creatures was a blatant disruption of equilibrium. The sight of countless corpses was undeniably eerie, and an unsettling sensation gnawed at Jiang Tian's insides. He gently patted Night Patrol's neck, urging a retreat to conceal themselves. Understanding the unspoken command, Night Patrol withdrew to a position further back. The feeling of unease intensified with each passing moment. Jiang Tian murmured, "Continue the retreat." Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resonated, startling the Night Patrol. Almost instantaneously, the sky grew ominously dark. A raindrop struck Jiang Tian's face, and in an instant, a torrential downpour ensued. The large raindrops pelted the ground, sending up sprays of mist that obscured visibility. Jiang Tian suddenly shivered, instinctively glancing back. Through the hazy weaponry, he beheld a chilling monstrosity. The creature, with a human body and the head of a deer, was composed entirely of bones, exuding a thick, ominous black mist. With a surge of strength, it slowly dragged the body of a black snake, which had accompanied Jiang Tian and his companions, and cast it onto the heap of corpses. Jiang Tian was taken aback. When had he met his demise? Suddenly, the creature turned its head, an abyss of terror surging forth from its hollow eye sockets. Although it lacked pupils, Jiang Tian sensed that the monster was fixated upon him. Instantly, a chill gripped his hands and feet, a shiver that emanated from his very soul. Run. Chapter 47. The Pursuit. All cards on the table. The deer-headed figure charged fiercely towards Jiang Tian. The night watchman also perceived the overwhelming aura and, with all its might, began to flee. Yet, the creature relentlessly pursued, its form gliding effortlessly through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it had caught up to Jiang Tian. Raising its bony claws, it lunged violently towards him. Energy shield. A honeycomb-patterned energy shield materialized, and the monster's claw struck against it with a resounding crack. Jiang Tian's eyes widened as the energy shield instantly dissipated. The monster's tentative strike shattered the energy barrier with ease. Its claws, undeterred by the previous encounter, lunged toward Jiang Tian once more. The flame spear shot backward, colliding with the creature's claws, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. However, aside from slightly deflecting the bony talons, it had little effect. A heavy feeling settled in his heart. It seemed he had encountered a formidable opponent. Furthermore, the rain diminished the potency of his flames, complicating the battle and highlighting the vast disparity in their strengths. Regardless of any flashy maneuvers, a single claw could break through. Fortunately, it had altered its trajectory slightly. Suddenly, the monster materialized before Night Patrol, extending its claws toward the wolf's head, seemingly intent on forcing Night Patrol to collide with it. "Watch out! Duck!" Jiang Tian shouted urgently. Night Patrol narrowly evaded the assault, the claws grazing its mane, while Jiang Tian watched in horror as the talons loomed larger before him. "Oh no, this is bad." Jiang Tian could already see the fragments of flesh clinging to his claws. The black mist cloak possesses a unique ability, mist formation, which ensures that he remains impervious to attacks for a span of 5 seconds. Jiang Tian swiftly activated that skill. In an instant, black bone claws pierced through his body, releasing a cloud of mist. The creature stood frozen, bewildered by the occurrence. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Sun hastily distanced himself, leaving the monster behind. The creature raised its hand, its hollow eye sockets fixated on the bone claws, then grasped at the void, seemingly puzzled. It had distinctly felt the grasp moments ago. Why then? Was there no sensation of substance? Jiang Tian glanced back. The creature stood silently in the rain, gazing at its bony hand. Suddenly, a thick plume of black mist erupted violently. Jiang Tian was covered in goosebumps. He needed to run swiftly. This entity was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to confront. What manner of creature was this? Was it a third or fourth tier beast? The dense aura of malevolence was so overwhelming that Jiang Tian felt a wave of nausea rising within him. Jiang Tian turned around and discovered that the creature was pointing at him. At its fingertip, a sphere of energy, no larger than a fingernail, had coalesced into existence. As the spirit of Jiang Tian surged forth, he grasped the mane of the night patrol and bellowed, "Move to the left." The night patrol leaped to the side in an instant, and in the next moment, a powerful energy beam pierced through the space they had just occupied, striking the distant hillside and igniting a fierce explosion. The creature, with a swift flicker, relentlessly pursued them. Jiang Tian understood that this was not a viable solution. There were only two ways to rid himself of this monster: to fight or to flee. Since fighting was futile, he opted for the latter. Knowing he possessed a potion, an elementary speed potion, Jiang Tian produced a vial of potion and hurled it before him. Night Patrol, shatter it. There was no time for a gradual feeding. The opponent's speed was truly formidable. Upon seeing the potion flying from Jiang Tian's hand, Night Patrol instantly comprehended the situation. He opened his maw wide and lunged toward the speed-enhancing potion with ferocity. The collision between his fangs and the glass vial resulted in a painful mixture of potion and shattered glass. Yet, this agony served as a form of stimulation. Being caught would render a far worse fate. Night Patrol expelled the glass shards mingled with his blood. As Jiang Tian felt a sudden surge in the speed of the Night Patrol, a remarkable acceleration of 50 units propelled him far ahead, leaving the monstrous creature trailing in the distance. At that moment, Jiang Tian finally found the opportunity to inquire about the nature of this beast. "What is that thing?" he asked. The Night Patrol, while sprinting at a frenzied pace, responded, "I do not know. I have never encountered such a creature before." Jiang Tian's heart sank. No wonder the happiness rabbit had warned him about the formidable strength of the beasts. It turned out they were waiting for him here. One must ponder. What could possibly bring such entities to this place? Jiang Tian inquired about the Night Watch. The Night Watch, breathless and utterly exhausted, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His confusion palpable. He could assure that the three major races were undoubtedly free of any issues. Thus, the problem lay with this beast. Consequently, he found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Tian glanced back and discovered that the creature had come to a halt. Its arms were outstretched, revealing a ribcage that was starkly exposed. A massive sphere of energy had coalesced at its chest. Jiang Tian's pupils constricted. Turn. The Night Patrol came to an abrupt halt, executing a drift as it veered to the left. At that very moment, a 3-meter-wide wave of energy grazed the tail of the Night Patrol, leaving a path of devastation in its wake. A clod of earth, dislodged and sent flying, struck Jiang Tian's face, sending a shiver of fear coursing through him. After unleashing its attack, the monstrous entity accelerated and pursued relentlessly. Jiang Tian extended his hand, and a flame spear struck the creature. Aside from scattering a few sparks, it seemed utterly ineffective. Truly, what a relentless ordeal this is. Jiang Tian gazed anxiously at the approaching monstrosity. Although the distance was gradually increasing after consuming the speed potion, every time he reached a certain distance, the creature would accelerate and close in on him. This was untenable. He could not afford such a predicament. The potion's effects lasted for a mere 10 minutes, and he had to evade the creature within that fleeting span of time. Jiang Tian gritted his teeth. He decided to venture into the forest, weaving around the trees. This creature relied on acceleration rather than teleportation. In the woods, we still had a glimmer of hope. Whereas in the open, we would have only 10 minutes to escape, which was utterly insufficient. With a swift command, they veered towards the woods. The two of them plunged into the depths of the forest, with the creature hot on their heels. After a period of relentless pursuit, Jiang Tian's predictions proved accurate. The monster's frequency of acceleration noticeably diminished within the confines of the forest, allowing it to surge forward only in the more expansive areas. The distance between them gradually widened. Perhaps sensing its failure to catch up, the creature behind them let out a guttural roar, its voice hoarse and piercing, a sound that stung the eardrums. Jiang Tian glanced back and noticed that the creature had not pursued him. Yet, he dared not let his guard down. Although the forest could impede the monster's speed, it also obstructed Jiang Tian's line of sight. Thus, he could not ascertain his safety. After a brief moment, silence prevailed behind him. The forest lay in a profound stillness. Jiang Tian exhaled deeply. Perhaps he thought that he could not catch up and had given up. However, before he could fully relax, he caught a glimpse of an enigmatic black object suddenly hurtling into the forest. Jiang Tian felt a tightening in his chest. What was this? The black object suspended in the air writhed slightly. Suddenly, a large eye opened wide, emerging from the enigmatic dark mass. It scanned the surroundings and quickly fixed its gaze upon the fleeing Jiang Tian, locking onto him intently. Is this truly never-ending? Jiang Tian raised his hand, and a series of fiery javelins were aimed at the ominous black eye in the sky. In an instant, he chanted the incantation for the flame spear, and with a swift whoosh, countless long spears pierced through the air, striking the formidable eye above. In the downpour, the eye could barely withstand the onslaught for a mere 3 seconds before succumbing to an explosive demise. It was evident that this eye was far inferior in strength compared to the monster itself. Jiang Tian gasped for breath, his chest heaving. A fleeting glance revealed that the monstrous creature had once again pursued him. Jiang Tian silently cursed under his breath. It seemed they had truly encountered misfortune. On a rocky outcrop, Zhang Qingqing squatted atop an open treasure chest. Beside her lay the lifeless form of a robust merman. She gazed at her ink, letting out a soft gasp. Turning to Li Zig, she remarked, "Gur, take a look at this item. What do you think?" Chapter 48. The Peach Blossom Source Spirit Ring. A skill of divine might. The relentless onslaught of these monsters in the rain was proving to be quite a headache for them. Li Zig pondered the patterns of the monsters' attacks, calculating in her mind. According to conventional wisdom, the greater the number of adversaries, the more severe the assault. Yet here they were, merely 2 individuals facing an intensity comparable to that of a 1,000-strong force. The ferocity of their assaults even surpassed that of military incursions. While others were still grappling with the lesser mermen, they had already engaged the formidable ones. These relentless attacks clung to them like bothersome flies, causing considerable distress. Was it possible that the ferocity of the monster attacks was not solely dependent on numbers, but also on their strength? Furthermore, could it also be related to the level of their raft? After all, she had heard tales of small groups being besieged, often due to their good fortune in acquiring rare items, thus upgrading their rafts. The more she contemplated, the more sense it made. Their unique advantage lay in the considerable blessings they had received from Jiang Tian, having consumed copious amounts of fruit. Their attributes were second and third only to Jiang Tian himself. However, from this perspective, the intensity of monster attacks might not be entirely detrimental. They were not only provided with ample sea beast meat, but also with treasure chests containing equipment. This could easily translate into a means of livelihood. Aside from the annoyance of being perpetually harried, there seemed to be little downside. "Gur, what do you think of this?" Zhang Qingqing approached Li Zig, holding out the ring. Li Zig reached out to catch it, and upon glancing at it, her eyes widened in astonishment. She incredulously lifted her gaze to Zhang Qingqing, her brow furrowing. "Qingqing, be honest with me. Have you been using some sort of cheat?" Zhang Qingqing playfully wiggled her fingers and whistled. "Perhaps the heavens find me adorable. This is quite powerful. Isn't it? I stumbled upon it." Li Zig examined the ring closely. It was a piece of blue-quality jewelry, reducing 3-dimensional attributes by 7 points, but granting an exceptionally formidable skill. A summoner? Li Zig clutched the ring, contemplating, and glanced at the recently tamed stingray. She resolved firmly. "Qingqing, I want to give this ring to Jiang Tian." Zhang Qingqing pouted. "That is fine. Aren't you curious why? You must have your reasons for doing this," she replied. Zhang Qingqing tousled her hair, which had become entangled from lack of washing. "Besides, didn't he also assist us? The duration of the speed potion is merely 10 minutes, after which its effects have already dissipated." Jiang Tian and Yi Sun concealed themselves behind a towering tree, stifling their breaths. On the opposite side of the tree, the creature glided by with an ethereal grace. Jiang Tian swallowed hard, his gaze subtly trailing the retreating hem of the creature's garments. Whether it was the relentless pursuit or that peculiar skill of the large-eyed being, he could not shake off the sensation. Jiang Tian wished to take a chance, wagering that his perceptive abilities were not particularly acute, for had they been keen, he would not possess such a skill. At this moment, it appeared that Jiang Tian's gamble was indeed a fortuitous one. Upon further reflection, the reasoning became evident. Those who wore glasses were invariably nearsighted, and he had just shattered the lenses. As long as he remained silent, It was certain that the individual would gradually withdraw. Jiang Tian swallowed hard once more. Glancing behind the tree, a large eye suddenly appeared before him, not more than 50 centimeters away. Jiang Tian found himself locked in an unexpected gaze with the black, large-eyed figure. He was bewildered. How could this eye still exist? Hadn't it been obliterated? However, there was no time for Jiang Tian to ponder further, as a sudden eruption of demonic energy erupted from a distance, indicating that their adversaries had discerned their whereabouts and were swiftly approaching. Run! Just a second after they had departed from the great tree, a beam of energy pierced through the spot they once occupied, resulting in a violent explosion. The shockwave from the blast sent the two of them soaring. The mere aftermath propelled them 5 or 6 meters into the air, and Jiang Tian dared not contemplate what would have transpired had it struck him directly. Surviving in one piece would have been a mere fantasy. Jiang Tian and Yi Sun gracefully maneuvered in midair, avoiding a clumsy descent. The rain poured down with increasing intensity as the creature approached, its arms outstretched and gliding leisurely. Suddenly, a ring of fire materialized beneath its feet. As Jiang Tian clenched his fist, a fiery vortex erupted with a resounding crack. The flames swiftly enveloped the creature. However, under the relentless downpour, the blaze rapidly diminished. Yet, the creature paid no heed to the fiery whirlpool and simply strode forth, undeterred. Jiang Tian realized that even the black cloth strips adorning his body remained unscathed. He found himself utterly incapable of fighting. It was simply impossible to engage in battle. Jiang Tian, endowed with a unique ability, sensed that the creature was currently in a state of delight. What could evoke such joy? Was it the thrill of a cat capturing a mouse? Suddenly, it halted, its obsidian bony fingers pointing towards the heavens. Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, and then suddenly sensed something, abruptly lifting his head. His pupils constricted sharply. A colossal sphere of energy loomed above him, before erupting with a sudden explosion. Countless comets descended upon the earth, crashing down with astonishing force. These entities resembled a barrage of guided missiles, converging towards the center, plowing through every inch of ground. There was no escape, akin to a leech encircled by salt or a bird trapped within an electric cage. Every potential avenue of retreat was completely sealed off. At that moment, the creature was not merely hunting, it was reveling in its sport. Boom, boom, boom. The distant explosions gradually diminished. Yi Sun stood resolutely before Jiang Tian. My lord, you must leave. I am aware that you possess the means to depart. I cannot return. It is I who have burdened you. The time spent together with you has brought me great joy. Jiang Tian felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He was reluctant to abandon his nocturnal patrols, yet the advancing threat of the creature loomed ever closer. Gritting his teeth, he tasted the metallic tang of rust on his tongue. This was his first tamed companion. Although the process of taming had been far from pleasant, the loyalty of his nocturnal guardian was beyond question. Memories flooded his mind of that exuberant dog, its tail wagging furiously, always ready to greet him at the shore. It had even hunted down a wild buffalo to stave off his hunger. Just as Jiang Tian resolved to grant his faithful companion a fighting chance, a sudden buzz interrupted his thoughts. His phone was ringing. Jiang Tian noticed the incoming call from Li Zijie. Behind him, relentless and violent explosions echoed, while monstrous creatures slowly advanced before him. Strangely calm, he reached out to answer Li Zijie's call. Hello? Li Zijie, hearing the thunderous blasts on Jiang Tian's end, was taken aback. What is happening over there? Are you all right? This is a piece of equipment. I hope it proves useful to you. Without further ado, he transferred the ring, leaving no room for unnecessary words. Remember to call me once it's resolved. Jiang Tian cast a glance at the ring, his breath momentarily stalling. The Taoyuan Spirit Ring, blue, -7 Constitution Taoyuan Realm. A unique interdimensional space capable of harboring a single pet, wherein the pet remains in a state of suspension. By absorbing items imbued with energy, it can mend its wounds. The processes of absorption and release share a cooldown period of 1 hour. Jiang Tian swiftly adorned his hand with the ring. The realm of Peach Blossom was activated. The Night Watcher, caught off guard, was drawn into the ring. However, almost immediately, Jiang Tian sensed the overwhelming joy emanating from within his mind. My lord, what is this? Jiang Tian remained silent, activating his escape skills. The monstrous figure continued to approach leisurely. It steadied itself and spread its arms wide, seemingly taunting him. Run? Keep running? It reached out to grab Jiang Tian, yet its claws passed through him as if he were mere air. The creature's initial delight swiftly morphed into furious rage as it lashed out wildly. However, Jiang Tian's form began to shimmer and fade, a skill he had extracted from the essence of the 5 grains. The ability, termed Phase Leap, allowed him to consume energy for instantaneous teleportation. With no limit to energy expenditure, greater consumption resulted in a more precise location. He had previously tested this ability and discovered that during the teleportation, he would enter a phantasmal state, rendering him as an ephemeral projection to those around him. This knowledge emboldened him to activate Phase Leap before the creature. I shall remember you, regardless of your nature. One day, I will shatter your skull. Prepare yourself, he declared. And in an instant, Jiang Tian vanished. The monster remained, bewildered and alone in its place. Chapter 49. Phase Leap gains fortuitous encounter. Cave treasure unveils miraculous wonders. Whoosh. Jiang Tian found himself transported to an unfamiliar location, his head spinning. He retched softly, his insides churning. Where am I? Gritting his teeth against the discomfort. He cast a glance around. The lush underbrush and towering trees indicated that he was still ensconced within the depths of the jungle. Jiang Tian's initially relaxed demeanor suddenly became taut. Surely, he couldn't have wandered too far. No, if he hadn't strayed far. That creature would have caught up with him by now. This must merely be another expanse of forest. The rain pelted against Jiang Tian's face, stinging painfully. A raincoat would be a welcome relief at this moment. The earthy aroma permeated Jiang Tian's nostrils, alleviating his dizziness to a considerable extent. Jiang Tian glanced around and discovered a cave. The depths of this cavern were unfathomable. The rain from the heavens showed no sign of abating. Leaving Jiang Tian in a state of hesitation regarding his entry, he was exceedingly cautious, as the pressure from that monstrous beast weighed heavily upon him. He feared that within the cave, a 9th-tier creature might be lurking in wait. However, given the circumstances, he could not simply remain standing in the rain, unable to return. The skill of the Tiyuan spirit ring had a cooldown of 1 hour, and he was unfamiliar with the path back. Thus, he could only wait here until the cooldown expired. Jiang Tian took a deep breath, standing at the entrance of the cave. The protruding rocks shielded him from the torrential downpour, instilling an inexplicable sense of tranquility within him. Behind him lay the impenetrable darkness of the cave, which, although only about 1.5 meters high, extended a considerable distance into the depths. Jiang Tian cast a glance and felt compelled to venture inside, as the unsettling sensation of an unknown presence lingered behind him. Surely, there could be no peril within. The night watch within the ring replied, "My lord, I sense nothing within the ring." Jiang Tian gently stroked the ring on his finger and reassured her, "Do not worry. Take good care of yourself inside. Once we return home, I shall treat you to some crystal cores. You have endured so much." Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, and a circle of energy shields began to hover around him. This not only provided protection for himself, but also allowed him to observe his surroundings through the luminous glow of the shields. It was better than nothing. Yet the primary illumination still relied on his mobile phone. With the faint light emitted from the device, Jiang Tian discerned that the cave resembled a funnel shape, gradually widening as he ventured deeper. Upon reaching the end, he discovered an expansive cavern, measuring an impressive 10 meters in length. However, there were no creatures lurking within. Jiang Tian let out a sigh of relief. With the faint glow of his phone, he noticed that the wall seemed to shimmer. He approached it, delicately caressing and examining it, as it appeared to be some form of mineral. Jiang Tian extended his hand to pluck a protrusion, examining the data. Crystallized fossil bone, a type of fuel. Ground into powder, it can serve as a medicinal material. Is it truly a source of fuel? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before using a small knife to pry off a considerable amount. The fossilized bone was remarkably soft, making the task effortless. After a while, he went to a nearby stall, spending 100 yuan on a cigarette and another 10 on a stool. He settled down to smoke, feeling overwhelmed by the pressures of life and in need of release. Igniting the cigarette was a trivial endeavor. Both his basic attack and skills were fire-based. With a snap of his fingers, a series of fiery spears plunged into the ground, and as he leaned the cigarette against one, it ignited. He inhaled deeply, savoring the rich smoke before exhaling a thin wisp. He smoked, yet was not addicted. An occasional cigarette during particularly stressful moments felt quite satisfying. However, having abstained for so long, he suddenly felt a bit lightheaded. The flames from the spears flickered for 3 or 4 seconds before dissipating. The burst of energy illuminated the cave for a fleeting moment, and in that brief glow, Jiang Tian seemed to notice something lurking in the corner. The fiery spears struck again, embedding themselves into the distant wall. Jiang Tian was astonished to discover a treasure chest. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this chest was unlike any he had encountered before. It bore no skulls or supplies, yet its intricate patterns were remarkably exquisite. When he kicked it, he found the chest to be surprisingly heavy. Taking out his phone, he glanced at the inscription, "Cave Treasure Chest," a rather unassuming phrase. Nevertheless, Jiang Tian felt assured that this treasure chest would surely exceed his expectations. With a swift kick, he opened the chest, and an intense violet light erupted from within, illuminating the entire cave. Inside, there lay only a scroll and a construction tool. Jiang Tian glanced at it, momentarily bewildered. The resurrection scroll could revive creatures that had perished within the last 3 hours, but upon revival, they would endure a period of weakness lasting 3 days. What on earth? Jiang Tian gazed blankly at the object in his hand. An uncontrollable surge of ecstasy welled up within him. It was a resurrection scroll. Indeed, it was a resurrection scroll. Jiang Tian was certain that if this object were to appear before the world, people would be willing to part with their fortunes, even to the point of ruin, in exchange for it. However, this object would never be offered by its possessor. It was genuinely priceless and unattainable. Jiang Tian's scorching gaze fell upon another architectural prop, the divine cuisine spring well. This extraordinary structure continuously produces spring water, and from time to time, it refreshes unique ingredients. Astonishing. Indeed, fortune has smiled upon me. Given the elevated terrain of the land of divine strikes, drawing water is quite a laborious task. The spiritual spring water I possess has nearly been exhausted while hastening the growth of cabbage. This divine cuisine spring well is a true boon, perfectly aligning with my needs. This must be what they refer to as surviving great adversity to receive future blessings. However, it is somewhat regrettable that there are no enhancements for oneself. Wait a moment. The well occasionally refreshes unique ingredients? Jiang Tian stood still, contemplating the information at hand. It appeared that not only were there the crimson spirit fruit and the azure spirit fruit, but also that second-tier cabbage. Strictly speaking, these were all extraordinary ingredients. If his conjecture were correct, he could swiftly elevate his prowess. After all, the third-tier trial card in his possession was nearly worn to tatters. He intended to reach the comprehensive limit of the second tier before entering the trial grounds, a limit that extended beyond mere dimensions. Preparations for equipment and supplies were imperative. He had discerned the nature of that trial ground. It was a pure arena of competition among myriad races, likely populated by many unfamiliar beings. It would undoubtedly be fraught with mechanisms akin to those of the winged race. To avoid being subdued, he had no choice but to enhance his own abilities. There was simply no other recourse. Sweating now would lead to less bloodshed later. He wished to avoid the agony of injuring his little finger a second time. Buzz. His phone vibrated. A message from Li Zijie appeared. Have you resolved the issue? What just transpired? Jiang Tian smiled and responded, It's nothing. I was just held down and beaten by a formidable monster. Li Zijie exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling her tension dissipate. I'm glad to hear that. I was concerned because your demeanor seemed off at the time. If it weren't for you, the two of us might have met a dire fate. You must have gained quite a bit from this experience. Jiang Tian sighed, responding with a hint of resignation. What gains could there possibly be? I've lost nearly half my life. The nothing refers to the escape that occurred. Therefore, I am truly grateful to you. Your equipment saved my pet's life. After pondering for a moment, she continued to inquire. You're welcome. After all, you saved our lives as well. By the way, was that monster from Spirit Island? What was its strength like? Jiang Tian replied, Indeed, it is a formidable beast, a skeletal creature with the head of a deer residing on Ling Island. Li Zijie smiled gently. As long as you are unharmed, everything will be fine in the end. I have faith in your ability to triumph. Jiang Tian smiled faintly, just about to respond. However, the ground suddenly trembled slightly, as if something was approaching. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Could it be returning? He gazed at the entrance of the cave, where a colossal black creature descended with a sliding motion. Suddenly, he froze in astonishment. Wasn't this the enormous serpent that had perished? No, that couldn't be right. Jiang Tian discerned that something was amiss. Countless fist-sized black beetles descended rapidly. Jiang Tian felt a chill run down his spine. The Night Watch seemed capable of perceiving the outside world through the ring. My lord, this is a blood-devouring shell. Exercise utmost caution. Chapter 50. Slaying the blood-devouring shell. The giant serpent specialized in defense. A torrent of insects surged forth, carrying the lifeless form of the colossal serpent. Suddenly, they halted. Upon spotting Jiang Tian within the cave, the giant serpent was flung aside, and they eagerly lunged towards him, their movements strikingly synchronized. As if guided by some unseen force. Gazing upon this wave of death, Jiang Tian felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the serpent had perished at the hands of the monster, transformed into a trophy amidst a mountain of corpses. However, the creature had been diverted from him for over 10 minutes, thanks to the speed at which the night watch consumed the potion. For the moment, he was safe. As for the insects, they harbored a profound fear of fire. Jiang Tian summoned an energy shield, his fist clenched. A fiery vortex erupted from thin air, obstructing the passageway. Flames surged upward, accompanied by a continuous cacophony of crackling sounds. A charred scent wafted through the air. Through the flames, Jiang Tian discerned countless fist-sized black fragments swirling amidst the inferno, emitting incessant screeches. To prevent any escapees, Jiang Tian remained particularly vigilant to the movements within the fiery whirlpool. 10 seconds elapsed, and all the insects were reduced to char. As Jiang Tian prepared to retreat from the firestorm, a creature the size of a pillow suddenly charged towards him. Like a bullet, it struck the energy shield with tremendous force, causing sparks to fly as the beetle collided with the barrier. Although the energy shield remained intact, the impact forced Jiang Tian to stagger backward. Indeed, Jiang Tian's suspicions were confirmed. The synchronized movements of these insects indicated the presence of a commander. Soon after, a series of large beetles launched themselves. Crashing against the energy shield, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, taken aback by the sheer number. A mere 10 seconds of the inferno vortex could easily claim half the lives of even the most resilient beasts. Yet, these beetles remained remarkably vibrant. Sparks flickered behind him, as fiery spears systematically dispatched each of the insects. Despite their vitality, the flames had significantly diminished their agility, proving once again that fire is indeed the arch-nemesis of these creatures. Although the bloodfang beetles were shielded by their hard exoskeletons, the fiery spears penetrated effortlessly. With a soft hiss, the final bloodfang beetle fell, impaled by the flaming lance, and tumbled to the ground. The sudden onslaught had come to an end. To err on the side of caution, Jiang Tian delivered additional strikes to the large bloodfang beetles. He lingered in silence for a moment, ensuring that no survivors remained, before finally allowing himself to relax. Strangely, ever since arriving in this realm of divine strikes, he felt an unexpected surge in intensity. The demonic thorn lizards and the infernal moths had been formidable foes, and now even the threat posed by a single insect was not to be underestimated. Had he unwittingly entered a more advanced territory? Jiang Tian surmised that this was indeed the case. The rain continued to pour, and he found himself growing somewhat bored as he waited. He withdrew his dagger, extracting a substantial amount of crystallized fossilized bones. As the 1-hour time limit approached, Jiang Tian summoned the night watchman, preparing to return. He delivered the crossbow to Ruiguang Hehe and joyfully withdrew 10,000 yuan. However, the black serpent obstructed the passage, proving to be quite a nuisance. The entrance was already narrow, measuring only 1.5 meters, while the thickest part of the colossal serpent exceeded 1 meter in width, effectively blocking the entrance entirely. Jiang Tian raised his hand, poised to incinerate the black serpent. Suddenly, the night watch called out to him, "My lord, wait. This fierce beast is still alive." Jiang Tian was taken aback. Could it be? First, he encountered that monstrous creature, then came across the blood-devouring shell, and finally endured the baptism of his own flame-severing vortex. How could he still be alive after all that? What kind of vitality was this? Super regeneration? Jiang Tian recalled the 2 precious pet orbs gifted to him by Li Ziche. It would be a pity not to tame such a remarkable giant serpent. He gently caressed the serpent's scales, causing it to shiver slightly. Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Tian contemplated. Indeed, he still lives. He spoke softly, declaring, "The true culprit behind your plight is that skeletal monster. That wretched creature pursued me relentlessly for half a day, nearly leading to my demise. I shall ensure he pays 1,000-fold for his transgressions. Do you wish to lend me your strength, or do you seek vengeance for yourself?" He produced a pet orb, stating, "This object possesses the power to heal your wounds. Submit to me, and I shall lead you to obliterate that skeletal fiend and dismantle the lair of the Beast King. If you are inclined to assist, merely make a gesture." Jiang Tian held the precious orb, patiently awaiting the serpent's response. However, the colossal creature remained unresponsive. Observing this, Yi Sun let out a soft growl, clearly attempting to coax the beast. Upon hearing Yi Sun's words, the serpent's eyes slowly opened in the darkness, gradually alight with vitality. Following this, its massive body quivered violently. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was accomplished. The pet orb was placed upon the colossal serpent, enveloped within a cocoon. The efficacy of the pet orb increased with the level of obedience. Should the serpent resist, he had no desire to squander this precious orb. The rarity of such orbs had become apparent to all, with their circulation exceedingly limited. Yet, the outcome was favorable. As they not only shared a common foe, but Jiang Tian also developed a certain fondness for the valiant serpent that had risen to the occasion. Additionally, it possessed the remarkable skill of survival against dire odds. It would be a great pity for it to perish. As time ticked away, a thick thread materialized before Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian firmly grasped the thread that connected him to the colossal serpent. Designation: Unnamed Species, Tide Shadow Serpent, Fierce Beast, Life Rating, 2nd Tier Constitution, 61 Speed, 53 Perception, 63 Energy, 06323 Talents. Crystallization: Shadow Slip Crystallization, the ability to expend energy to envelop oneself in a hard crystal. Shadow Slip consumes a significant amount of energy to move within shadows. Unable to traverse interrupted shadows, indeed, it possesses life-saving skills. It appears that it must evade fatal wounds through Shadow Slip, and then utilize crystallization to withstand the bites of the blood-devouring shell. The mound of corpses nearby consists solely of ordinary beasts. It is hardly surprising that a 2nd-tier fierce beast, like the colossal serpent, has drawn attention. Ah, yes. It is time to bestow a name upon it. Jiang Tian propped his chin in contemplation, gazing at the ebony scales, a notion forming in his mind. Mo Lin, he mused, a name befitting a colossal serpent. From now on, you shall be called Mo Lin. Do you fancy it? A faint connection resonated in his mind, affirming his choice. Thus, the name section transformed into Mo Lin. Time flowed silently by. While awaiting Mo Lin's recovery, Jiang Tian ventured into the auction house to scour for sea beast crystal cores. Maintaining 2 ravenous mouths at home was quite a burden. Observing the prices, his brow furrowed. The cost of the sea beast crystal cores hovered around 2,000, a figure vastly exceeding their rightful value. Upon examining historical transactions, Jiang Tian discerned the truth. It was not a matter of supply surpassing demand. Rather, someone was engaging in a buying spree, purchasing at the lowest price and selling at a premium. All these 2,000 crystal cores had been listed by that unscrupulous individual. How outrageous! Even in this gaming realm, he sought to manipulate the market. Jiang Tian turned off his phone and fell into a contemplative silence. The military had faced numerous assaults, undoubtedly possessing a substantial quantity of crystal cores. He could trade them for a crossbow, which would contribute to a long-term strategy for his development. Given his unique talent, it was evident that the more pets he possessed, the better. Conversely, the greater the number of pets, the larger the quantity of sea beast crystal cores required. Jiang Tian resolved to return and fell those trees that yielded resilient timber for monetary gain. Time flowed silently, and afternoon had arrived. It was uncertain whether it was due to the substantial size of Mo Lin or the severity of its injuries, but the process of taming took an unusually long time. Nonetheless, it has now come to a conclusion. Jiang Tian gazed at the dimming light cocoon, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Mo Lin emerged from the chrysalis, and his voice resonated within Jiang Tian's mind. I am grateful to my master for bestowing upon me a second life. I shall diligently enhance my strength and assist my master in driving out every last beast. Chapter 51. Tomato Honey Glazed Beef Stew. Was that beast truly a newborn? As Jiang Tian awaited Mo Lin's taming, the cooldown of the Taoyuan spirit ring had long since expired. Concerned that Mo Lin's immense size and lesser speed compared to the night patrol might complicate matters, Jiang Tian decided to retract Mo Lin. Jiang Tian suddenly developed a peculiar sense of humor. He wondered if, during a close-quarters battle with someone, he were to unexpectedly produce an ink-scaled object. Would his opponent be left utterly astonished? Amidst the tumultuous night, Jiang Tian mounted his steed and galloped homeward. The path back was treacherous and muddy, the heavy downpour impeding his speed significantly compared to his earlier journey. Along the way, he encountered a wild boar, which he swiftly dispatched, procuring a prize of boar meat. Jiang Tian could hardly believe that such a colossal wild boar yielded less than 20 pieces of meat, each weighing merely a kilogram. Given that this great beast weighed no less than 500 kilograms, It was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, he had managed to fulfill his original purpose. Regardless of the challenges and gains encountered during this outing, the quest for sustenance remained his primary intention. Upon his return home, the rain continued to pour. The two little ones sat at the edge of the house, sheltered by the eaves, thus avoiding the downpour. Beneath them lay layers of wooden boards, a clear indication that they had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Jiang Tian's return, Wu Gu eagerly dashed out, braving the rain. "Brother!" Jiang Tian had just dismounted from his nocturnal patrol when he sensed a small creature clinging to his waist. "Have you encountered danger?" he inquired. "I can perceive that you have utilized my skills." Jiang Tian gently stroked the head of Wu Gu. "I have returned, so there is no need for your concern." The happy rabbit approached, holding a colossal leaf that served splendidly as an umbrella. She raised the large leaf, sheltering Jiang Tian's head from the rain, allowing the droplets to cascade down the sides. With her tiny fingers, she gently tapped the back of Wu Gu's head. "You ought to express your gratitude to me. The people from the mountains intended to seek you out, but I persuaded them otherwise. What can a mere phantom beast achieve? She possesses no combat prowess, merely causing chaos." Looking up at Jiang Tian, she added, "Come inside. You mustn't catch a cold." A warmth enveloped Jiang Tian's heart as he spoke. Very well. The night patrol still had not ventured into the realm of divine strikes. He resolved to seek a hollow in a tree to rest within. Jiang Tian intervened, spending 200 yuan to acquire a wooden shed. Thus, he could shield himself from the rain during his nocturnal patrols. After completing the shelter, Jiang Tian revealed his most significant find of this journey, the god of food spring well. After pondering its placement, he ultimately decided to position it in front of the house for convenient access to water. This structure resembled a quaint pavilion, while it was referred to as a well. It was more aptly described as a small pool. With a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of 3 meters, one could easily glimpse the pebbles beneath the surface. What thrilled Jiang Tian the most was the presence of 2 ingredients within the spring water, a jar of honey and 4 tomatoes, all of which were Tier 3 ingredients. Jiang Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. The happy rabbit, holding a leaf umbrella, approached with a look of disbelief. "Is this a structure imbued with the power of rules? My goodness." The happy rabbit took a moment to compose herself before retrieving the 2 ingredients. Gently caressing them, she softly remarked, "This harvest deer is truly fortunate." As it was raining, Jiang Tian did not catch her words clearly. She turned to him and said, "I'll take these ingredients with me, and tonight, I shall showcase a skill for you." Jiang Tian nodded and addressed the happy rabbit, reminding it to check if the seeds could be extracted, as they were a rare 3rd-tier ingredient. The happy rabbit gestured an okay, signifying its understanding. On the mantelpiece above the fireplace rested a pot, which the happy rabbit stirred with a ladle, occasionally dipping it to taste the seasoning. Witnessing this, Jiang Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips. According to the happy rabbit, the dish was called tomato honey beef stew, which indeed contained meat. However, the happy rabbit remarked that Jiang Tian was overreacting. "I am a mythical beast, not bound by the realm of all living creatures. Don't be surprised if I were famished. I could even consume a wild rabbit, although it would be rather unsettling, given our similar appearances." A chill swept through Jiang Tian. The dish that the happiness rabbit prepared for the grains was a delightful combination of tomatoes and cabbage, drizzled with honey. This revelation eased Jiang Tian's mind. However, he now possessed a more profound understanding of the mythical beast race, realizing that they should not be regarded as ordinary animals. Observing the rabbit, Jiang Tian found it utterly unsurprising when she held up a chicken leg and exclaimed, "Isn't it delicious? Would you care for a bite?" Shortly thereafter, dinner was ready. Jiang Tian donned a refreshing outfit. The accompanying dish was a luscious beef stew infused with tomato and honey, while the staple was the dry bread he had purchased. He consumed his meal with remarkable tidiness. The restful slumber he enjoyed the previous night was unparalleled, and today's meal was the most delightful he had experienced. Although the dish lacked excessive seasonings, it excelled in its freshness. By the end of the meal, he procured an additional piece of bread to savor every drop of the sauce. Consuming the 3rd-tier floral honey granted him a speed boost of 5, while indulging in the 3rd-tier gemstone tomato enhanced his perception by 5. Partaking in special food temporarily elevated his speed and perception by 10 each, lasting for 5 hours. Jiang Tian sat at the table, supporting himself as he awaited their meal to conclude. Truly, the moniker Happy Rabbit was well deserved. The description provided was indeed accurate. The sight of her devouring her food with such fervor brought a subtle smile to the corners of Happy Rabbit's mouth. Although her meal mirrored Jiang Tian's, she savored it at a much more leisurely pace. She scooped a spoonful of soup and took a sip, suddenly recalling something. By the way, what peril have you encountered? At that moment, Wu Gu also raised his head, still chewing on his food. Jiang Tian propped his chin on his hand and sighed, saying, "There exists a formidable beast. An exceptionally powerful one. It manifests as a skeletal figure with the head of a deer, capable of floating. Were it not for an item bestowed upon me by a friend, the night watch would have met its demise there." Jiang Tian noticed that Wu Gu's expression seemed somewhat unnatural. "What is it?" Wu Gu set down the wooden fork in his hand and gestured with his hands. "Brother, isn't he quite tall, perhaps around your height? And he has claws, which are black. Moreover, he possesses many inexplicable skills." Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. How could the 5 grains possess such profound knowledge? Could it be that they are the monstrous beasts attacking the mountains? I sustained my injuries amidst the turmoil of their battle. The Happy Rabbit interjected. "They are the soul devourers, beasts that enhance their strength by consuming souls. Their monarch is the soul-birthing matron." She cast a glance at Jiang Tian, her expression a tapestry of complexity. "You have encountered such a nefarious entity. It is quite remarkable that you managed to return. By the way, you haven't ventured into the lair of the soul-birthing matron, have you?" Jiang Tian shook his head, saying, "I have already told you that I went hunting at Crescent Bay with Yi Sun. However, during our expedition, we sensed the presence of a magical beast. We intended to confront it, but in retrospect, it was indeed a lapse in caution and a display of arrogance on our part." Both Wu Gu and the Happy Rabbit were taken aback. Crescent Bay? The soul-bearing mother herself is not particularly formidable, and typically, soul devourers do not stray far from her. What could have brought them to Crescent Bay? Isn't that a hunting ground? What of the people from the 3 major races? Jiang Tian shrugged his shoulders, saying, "How am I to know? I'm just a newcomer, and you are asking me about the night patrol?" The Happy Rabbit continued to inquire, "Is there anything unusual over there?" Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, uncertain whether the mountain of corpses could be deemed abnormal. The soul devourer was preying upon beasts, creating a small mound of bodies. Was this considered unusual? The Happy Rabbit, chewing on a spoon, contemplated quietly. Preying on beasts? Could it be a newly emerged soul devourer? This notion left Jiang Tian momentarily speechless. A newborn monster? Do not jest with me. A newly born soul devourer would be on the brink of self-destruction. If it encountered a fully developed one, it might as well find a block of tofu to end its existence. The Happy Rabbit murmured to itself. They have begun to reproduce. Undoubtedly, there will be significant developments behind the soul breeder. The soul devourer takes 2 months to mature. There is still time. She glanced at the darkening night outside and turned to Jiang Tian, saying, "You must be cautious. The soul devourer holds a considerable grudge. Once it reaches maturity, it will certainly seek you out." A mature soul devourer is a 4th-tier elite monster. Chapter 52. Targeting Li Hao? The frozen sea period approaches. After dinner, Jiang Tian reclined upon the soft bed, beginning to reminisce about the words of the rabbit. Soul devourer, a 4th-tier elite. Jiang Tian helplessly wiped his face. Transitioning from the 2nd to the 4th tier poses quite a challenge. Jiang Tian rested his arm over his eyes, lying quietly. The sound of footsteps approached. Jiang Tian lowered his arms and sat up to gaze at the newcomer. It was Wu Gu, who held her phone in hand. "Brother, you left your phone on the table. Someone is looking for you." The Happiness Rabbit, already lounging in the hammock, stifled a yawn and then clenched its fist to encourage Jiang Tian. "Do not be so lost in thought. Pull yourself together. Come on, you can do it." Jiang Tian sighed helplessly. "It's merely a matter of rest. I am not so fragile. It's just a couple of months at the 4th tier. Watch me conquer it effortlessly." After speaking, Jiang Tian recalled something. "Wu Gu, have you hastened the growth of that 2nd-tier cabbage?" Wu Gu nodded. "I have accelerated its growth, but it has not fully ripened. I feel that maturing this 2nd-tier crop requires double the energy." Jiang Tian felt assured. It would suffice if the maturation could be expedited. He glanced down at his phone. It was a message from Deng Taifeng, a representative from the military. Coincidentally, Jiang Tian had been seeking him out. Ever since encountering the soul devourer, he had perceptibly sensed a profound despondency enveloping Yi Sun. He understood the reason behind it. Yi Sun felt inadequate, overwhelmed by his own perceived weakness. The arrival of the military was fortuitous, as it presented an opportunity to acquire the sea beast orbs they possessed. Jiang Tian surmised that the military's visit at this moment was undoubtedly in regard to the crossbows. His intuition proved correct. The representative opposite him wasted no time and directly addressed the matter at hand. Comrade Huan Shen, do you possess any surplus crossbows? We are in need of a considerable quantity, Jiang Tian replied, stating that he currently does not possess a significant quantity, as he has already traded most of it away. Based on his production efficiency, coupled with the buff from the Happy Rabbit, he can maximally produce 160 units in a day. However, he currently lacks sufficient raw materials. He has already provided the 10 units that Rue Guang requested, with another 10 units reserved for them. Yet, they have not gathered the necessary funds. So he has decided to hold on to them for the sake of the seeds. Thus, the only quantity Jiang Tian can offer to the military is 10 units. Deng Tiexiong responded promptly, inquiring about the current stock. Jiang Tian confirmed it was merely 10 units. Deng Tiexiong expressed some disappointment, saying, Comrade Huanshan, we are in urgent need of this. Is there any way you can exert more effort? Jiang Tian smiled lightly and said, how can one exert more effort with this? The blueprint has a specific production time, after all. Sighing, Deng Taifeng responded, I saw the messages in your group. Is it true that you can only craft 20 each day? Jiang Tian denied, stating, if you desire, you may exchange pet orbs. I can provide you with a little extra daily. Deng Taifeng pondered for a moment, inquiring, will the price be calculated based on the trading market? Or will it be fixed? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian recalled the traders in the marketplace. A sea beast crystal core typically costs around 1K, but due to speculation, the market price has inflated to 2K, doubling the cost. Let us set a fixed price then, 1 crystal core for 1 crossbow. How many do you currently possess? Deng Taifeng responded, that quantity is rather substantial. I must seek approval first. After a while, Deng Taifeng returned, stating, we currently have 100 usable crystal cores. And we are also nurturing sea beasts ourselves. Thus we require more sea beast crystal cores. Jiang Tian was somewhat astonished. Had these individuals disturbed a nest of sea beasts? How could there be so many? Even if they kept half for themselves, that would still amount to 200 crystal cores, equivalent to 200 sea beasts. Jiang Tian recollected the first time he engaged in trade with the military, when Deng Taifeng mentioned they had been besieged by a multitude of sea beasts. Initially, it was assumed to be mere coincidence, but it has now become a disconcerting norm. Quite astonishing, isn't it? We now experience nightly assaults from as many as 50 sea beasts. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian could vividly envision Deng Tiefeng's exasperated expression. It is no wonder they are in such a rush. We have conducted a thorough assessment. The number of individuals, the quality of the rafts, and the inherent strength of the individuals all attract significant numbers of sea beasts. In terms of numbers, we have gathered over 100,000 refugees. Our rafts have attained a level 4 classification. Regarding individual prowess, we have Li Xiaojun, the warrior of our district, also known as the Divine Soldier, Xingtian, on the leaderboard. It is worth mentioning that we owe a debt of gratitude for your contributions. Jiang Tian replied, it is of no concern. We simply take what we need. However, these inferences have captured Jiang Tian's attention. If we consider it this way, the initial nightly assaults undoubtedly favored those with greater numbers. Yet now, as the ranks dwindle, those with lesser strength find it increasingly easier to survive. Jiang Tian speculated that the mastermind behind the scenes might be attempting to exert control over the situation, aiming to prevent large gatherings of people. Is that settled then? When can we expect the delivery of 100 crossbows? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, let it be tomorrow. I shall provide it to you then. Deng Taifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. By the way, there is something I must inform you of. According to the intelligence from our informants, Li Yihao has already met with the Riren. They have brought along a curious device, purportedly intended to deal with you first. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow at the words. Are you going to confront me? Let us see if your teeth are harder than my bones. According to Deng Taifeng, the weapon wielded by Li Yihao was known as the Arena of Life and Death, a designated area for one-on-one duels. It resembled a trial ground, yet in that arena, death was irrevocable. While he spoke with an air of nonchalance, he was acutely aware that Li Yihao was no fool. He undoubtedly possessed a trump card. Jiang Tian experienced a slight headache, pondering why he seemed to be the focus of everyone's attention, with the Soul Devourer looming in front and Li Yihua trailing behind. He felt akin to a piece of cured meat hanging in winter, surrounded by a pack of wild dogs, gazing up at him with longing eyes. Subsequently, he received a flurry of messages, all expressing a desire for the crossbow. Jiang Tian responded, yet the demands were exclusively for the sea beast crystal cores. It was evident that their stock was inferior to that of the military, and they were unwilling to accept the price of one crystal core in exchange for a crossbow. Consequently, only a single transaction was successfully completed. Among the group, there were 20, while the military possessed 100, along with this individual S-10. Tomorrow promises to be bustling with activity. Jiang Tian glanced at the clock. It was already 10 o'clock. It was time to retire for the night. Jiang Tian reclined upon the soft mattress, enveloped in the warmth of his blanket. He bid goodnight to the happy rabbit and the 5 grains. A night passed. On the surface of the sea, the rain abruptly ceased. Yet, it was immediately followed by an unparalleled chill. Those without shelter were the first to experience this icy wave. Before they could express their grievances, a layer of frost had already settled upon them. They quietly departed from this world. By dawn, only 2 billion souls remained. Jiang Tian opened his eyes, feeling an unsettling chill. How frigid it is. Could it be that the fireplace has extinguished? He murmured to himself, glancing towards the hearth. He noticed that the flames still danced within. He paused momentarily before turning his gaze to the window. The rain-soaked ground had transformed into a glistening sheet of ice, and the trees, still adorned with their leaves, were all frosted over. He unlocked his phone, which was inundated with complaints. This night nearly left my comrades frozen to death. Why is it so bitterly cold? We are merely a small wooden cabin, huddled together, 6 of us, striving to keep warm. Fortunately, the military has warned of an impending severe drop in temperature, hence I stockpiled ample firewood. Haha. Brothers, could you spare some wood? We are on the brink of freezing to death. 10 coins for a piece of firewood. Damn it. Are you profiting from this national calamity? Chapter 53, The Frigid Weather. The military under attack. Although the interior of Jiang Tian's abode was frigid, he found it bearable. Enduring the chill, he approached the fireplace to add another log. As the fruits of the diligent rabbit's labor came to fruition at that moment. Indeed, the resilient timber proved far superior for burning compared to ordinary wood. As Jiang Tian added more firewood, he couldn't help but lament. While most people could scarcely afford to burn ordinary timber, he was using rare materials as fuel. How remarkable! However, Jiang Tian had no intention of sharing his resources. Informing the military to prepare for the cold was already a gesture of utmost benevolence. What Jiang Tian currently requires is an enhancement of his strength. The night patrol and ink scale can be upgraded using the sea beast crystal core, which can be traded with his crossbow. However, he still lacks a suitable headpiece for his equipment. The most effective way to acquire this would be to encounter a first-tier boss and directly obtain the Supreme Treasure Chest. The contents of the Supreme Treasure Chest truly tantalize Jiang Tian. The Origin Transformation Gem, skill books, and high-quality gear. Each item possesses the potential to grant him significant enhancement. Jiang Tian donned a cotton coat, finding some relief from the biting cold. Through the glass, he caught a glimpse of the divine food spring well and noticed a jar of some substance within. He pushed open the door and retrieved the jar. It contained second-tier oatmeal, a delightful find, as it provided him with a staple food. Jiang Tian hurriedly entered the house, for the cold outside was biting. In such a short span of time, he felt as though his cotton clothing had turned icy. Fortunately, he had stockpiled an ample supply of winter garments, so donning a few additional layers would suffice. Wugu and the happy rabbit had also awakened. The 3 of them managed to have a modest breakfast together. Subsequently, the happy rabbit and Jiang Tian ventured out to chop wood, while Wugu continued to hasten the ripening of the second-tier cabbages. Jiang Tian donned several layers of cotton clothing, wrapped up like a Michelin man, barely managing to fend off the biting cold. Meanwhile, the happy rabbit miraculously produced a thick coat from seemingly nowhere and put it on, claiming it was crafted from her own fur. How wondrous! The 2 of them ventured toward the woods. Along the way, Jiang Tian was struck by a pressing concern. It had been 2 days and nights, yet he still did not know the name of the happy rabbit. Jiang Tian took a sip and, wielding the metallic axe he had purchased from the market, began to chop at the trees while speaking. By the way, I still don't know your name. Calling you Happy Rabbit every day feels rather awkward. Happy Rabbit did not cease her work, continuing to swing her unique energy axe. I have no name. You may simply refer to me as Hey or Yo. That won't do. I am quite curious. How do you creatures of illusion refer to one another? The harvest deer has no name. And neither do you. Jiang Tian was quite curious. Could it be that the mythical beasts lacked names? The blissful rabbit ceased its actions, and with a thunderous crash, A tree toppled, scattering materials all around. With her back turned to Jiang Tian, she began to gather the resilient wood-s resin. The inhabitants of the mountains were too diminutive, not yet having matured to the point of bestowing names. As for me, no one has given me a name. I am the sole survivor of my kind. Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, and the hand that wielded the axe came to a halt. My race was obliterated during the interdimensional invasion 5 centuries ago, leaving me as the sole survivor. At that time, I was roughly the same size as the harvest deer. The blissful rabbit turned to gaze at the cottage. The harvest deer race has nearly reached its end as well. After uttering these words, the blissful rabbit resumed chopping down trees. Jiang Tian, wielding an axe, felt a tumult of emotions within him. He had not anticipated that a mere question would unravel a century-old feud. With a sigh, he grasped his axe and resumed chopping wood. As time slowly progressed toward noon, he completed the gathering of resources. Jiang Tian deftly maneuvered his phone, producing 200 creations in one breath. However, the notion of naming the happiness bunny had already begun to take root in his mind. Once both of them had completed their tasks, they returned laden with an abundance of resources. While the happiness bunny pondered what to have for lunch, Jiang Tian called out to her, "Wait a moment." The happiness bunny turned back, puzzled, as she assumed Jiang Tian wished to inquire about events from 4 centuries ago. Yet, that was not the case. "Allow me to bestow a name upon you." Jiang Tian followed closely behind, gently stroking the head of the happy bunny. The texture was delightful. Its fur smooth and its ears pleasantly warm. "You possess a myriad of talents, and your mind is occupied with various thoughts. Henceforth, I shall call you Dreamweaver." The happy bunny pouted and shook its head, freeing itself from Jiang Tian's hand. It neither confirmed nor denied, but merely offered a light-hearted quip. "Such a name is hardly representative of our kind's naming conventions. Nevertheless, do as you wish." Jiang Tian smiled. She was elated to feel the prowess of her innate abilities. After finishing her lunch, which consisted of braised pork with cabbage and oatmeal porridge, accompanied by a honey and cabbage salad crafted by the happy rabbit, now known as Weaving Dreams, she felt content. Just as she was sated, Jiang Tian suddenly received a message from DeLong, urgent and insistent. Something had gone awry within the military. Jiang Tian gazed at the news, filled with perplexity. The military? There are 2 military forces in this maritime region. Haijing and Haidu. Which military could it be? Jiang Tian inquired. Both military factions have converged. And now a crisis has arisen. DeLong clenched his teeth. "This is for you. We hope you can assist us." "We?" Jiang Tian was astonished to discover that DeLong was, in fact, affiliated with the military. Jiang Tian accepted the transaction, momentarily taken aback by the item name, the teleportation steel. 10 minutes prior, on a raft belonging to the Haidu military, several personnel clad in thick cotton clothing were operating a massive screen. One individual observed a small dot approaching and stood to report. "Sir, the Haijing military is still 10 kilometers away. They are expected to converge within 2 hours." The middle-aged man at the forefront nodded, his gaze shifting towards the colossal island beside them, a desolate expanse, save for a verdant patch at its center. Though considerable in size, it appeared diminutive compared to the entire island. This patch boasted soil and forest, yet it was guarded by an immensely powerful boss accompanied by a legion of minions. Their initial assault had resulted in significant losses. After several discussions, they resolved to focus on their own development for the time being, postponing the confrontation with the boss for later. By a stroke of fortune, they managed to establish contact with the Haijing military, discovering their proximity, and thus agreed to collaborate in seizing the island to establish a human settlement. At this moment, the Haijing military was slowly advancing towards the island. Truth be told, it was a stroke of luck to make contact on the very first day. Had it not been for Haijing's ongoing efforts to gather refugees, they would have arrived much sooner. Just as they pondered how to plan for the island, an unexpected twist occurred. A communications officer received an astonishing message. "This is bad. The undercover agent on the E-House side has encountered trouble." The middle-aged man was taken aback. "He last sent us a message, and his current status is unknown." He stated that Li Yihao's dealings with the Mirage were merely a ruse. In reality, they are targeting us. They have allied with the Japanese to seize the island. On the distant horizon, 4 enormous sea beasts were dragging countless rafts. The creatures advanced with remarkable speed, soon arriving before the Haida military. "Annihilate these Chinese pigs. Leave no survivors. Raise your weapons. Fire. Engage." The sound of gunfire erupted. Chapter 54. The clash of matchlock guns and crossbows, a bitter struggle for the military. The combined forces of the Japanese and the pirates organized by Li Yihao numbered 4,000, while the Haida military could only muster 3,000. It was not merely a matter of numerical superiority. The Japanese were armed with guns. Though they wielded matchlock guns, commonly known as bird guns, whose power was somewhat diminished, they were still firearms. A volley of concentrated fire felled hundreds of military personnel, with countless civilians caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, the Haida military was left with only small crossbows and bows. "Let me through. I will take on these little Japanese. Help. They have guns." Are we doomed? It pains me greatly. I have been struck. In that moment, the entire crowd erupted in a cacophony of wails. "These brutes!" A middle-aged man, his eyes ablaze with fury, shouted in outrage. "Counterattack!" Their original intention was to gather the refugees, hence they did not conceal the coordinates of the island. Instead, they made them public. They believed that all humans possess a moral compass. However, they could never have anticipated the emergence of the beast known as Li Yihao. Although the nature of their connection with the Japanese remained unclear, the world is replete with mysterious artifacts. It is not unusual for items to transcend regional boundaries. Gritting his teeth, the middle-aged man issued commands, informing his allies that his unit was under attack and calling for the return of Shilong. The leader was Li Yihao, and swift support was imperative. "We shall hold our ground. This island belongs to the Huaxia nation. We will not allow them to set foot on our shores, even if it costs us our last drop of blood." Meanwhile, Li Yihao stood upon a wooden raft, facing a line of Japanese soldiers armed with matchlock guns. Their gazes cold and menacing. As Huaxia people, they had not been assigned these weapons. They could only rely on crossbows and the calculations of projectile trajectories. It was truly laughable. Even after pledging allegiance to the Japanese, they were still treated as outsiders. The matchlock guns were an unexpected sight in the hands of his adoptive father. He had only managed to procure crossbows for himself, which left him somewhat disheartened. Yet, he quickly resolved to seize the moment and make a commendable effort, striving to demonstrate his sincerity in this battle for the island. Time passed amidst the clamor of battle, and the attack by the Japanese and Li Yihao on the military quickly escalated. The populace rallied in support of the military. "That damned Li Yihao truly deserves a miserable fate. Traitor! Li Yihao, do you revel in being a dog for the enemy?" Some organizations directly supplied weapons, having previously engaged in trade with military personnel, most notably Brother Wang from the auction group, who sent over 200 sets of bows and arrows. The military remembered these gestures well. Yet, bows and crossbows, as cold weapons, were still inferior when compared to the matchlock guns. The Japanese, standing on their rafts, erected wooden boards that significantly mitigated the lethality of arrows. Those shot from bows either lodged into the boards or were deflected into the water. Shooting arrows from a raft was already a daunting task, and with such countermeasures, the few arrows that found their mark on the Japanese were a rarity. At that moment, a soldier gritted his teeth and lamented, "If only we had crossbows. Those things pack a punch and are easy to aim. As soldiers, we would handle them with ease." Almost as if in response to his words, Rui Guang provided 20 crossbows, calling forth sharpshooters to claim them. Crossbows? Several individuals rose and hurried to claim their crossbows. Once obtained, they held them with great affection, for these weapons were significantly heavier than the handheld crossbows. Before they could fully comprehend their acquisition, another voice called out, urging them to quickly collect the crossbows, as friendly forces had provided 60 more. These were also procured from Jiangtian. Meanwhile, the opposing forces were busy loading gunpowder into their matchlock firearms, a rather cumbersome task. Ha ha ha, the enemy from Huaxia was being struck down like foolish pigs by us. After all, they were the military of Huaxia. We could say we had made a name for ourselves. It was thanks to our leader's prowess that we were able to obtain such formidable weaponry. I wonder how the opposing forces will fare against us. A small enemy soldier, grinning maliciously, lifted his head, only to be pierced through the skull by a crossbow bolt. The enemy was taken aback by this display of power, which was evidently not that of a handheld crossbow. Cautiously, they peered out from behind their cover, only to discover a squad of soldiers aiming their crossbows with precision. One by one, enemy soldiers fell under their fire. What was happening? The leader of the enemy, Gu Wu Mao, also wished to inquire. He stood at the back and called for Li Yihao to come over. "Li, I don't recall you mentioning this intelligence. The penetrating power is clearly not that of a handheld crossbow or a bow and arrow." Despite Li Yihao being the adopted son of their leader, the enemy soldier spoke rather rudely, indicating they did not regard Li Yihao with much respect. Initially, it was Li Yihao who had paved the way with money. allowing their leader to accept him. However, upon arriving in this world, he had somehow managed to reconnect with them. Nevertheless, he still held some value, at the very least. He had informed them of the islands within Huaxia's maritime territories. Li Yihao bowed slightly. It may be a secret weapon of the military. I truly do not know, as I have been focused on preparations for battle these past few days and have not kept abreast of the news. He was unaware of the news regarding Jiang Tian's sale of crossbows. The warriors of the Great Corps will curse you in hell, coldly remarked Kaguya Shigeru. Li Yihao bowed even deeper. Behind them, the anguished screams of the Dairin echoed relentlessly. To their astonishment, those wielding matchlock guns were unexpectedly suppressed. Kaguya waved his hand. A line of Dairin, equipped with blast shields, surged forward. These shields were dropped by minor foes and were not particularly rare, resulting in their acquisition of over 80 of them. Victory in this battle was imperative. The crossbow bolts struck the blast shields, ricocheting into the sea, while the Dairin took cover behind their shields to reload, leaving the forces from Haidu at a loss. After a short while, they raised high-quality bullets and ignited the match. Bang, 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 another round of gunfire ensued. Despite the military personnel taking refuge behind cover, they still suffered injuries. This is untenable. The blast shields are far too sturdy to penetrate, remarked a middle-aged man, furrowing his brow as he inquired of his subordinate officer, how long until Allied support arrives? The officer replied, they have dispatched a spearhead unit, led by the 5th-ranked individual, Li Xiaojun. As for the main force, the earliest arrival will be in half an hour. The middle-aged man lowered his head in contemplation and then made a resolute decision. Notify everyone, close combat, seize the enemy's position, disarm them, and use that position as a stronghold for a counterattack. Cover the operation with crossbows and arrows. The officer received the order and returned to relay the message. As the Dairin completed a round of shooting and focused on reloading, they exchanged cold smiles at the prospect of the military's proactive assault. Come on, come on. There are still treasures beneath the sea. The military also possessed blast shields, but they were crafted in limited numbers. Although these shields were remarkably resilient, they were not specially designed and ultimately could not withstand bullets. Their rafts surged toward the Dairin's frontline rafts, similarly drawn by sea beasts. Just as they advanced under the rain of gunfire from the Dairin, a sudden disturbance broke the surface, causing one raft to capsize. A fish-like sea beast was ensnared, dragging the raft underwater. A soldier caught sight of a shadow beneath the waves, prompting a gasp. There's something down there. It's a sea beast. A dark purple tentacle surged from the depths, ensnaring one soldier and dragging him below the surface. The captured soldier exclaimed, "What is that?" However, he was soon dragged into the sea, leaving behind only a few fleeting bubbles. Blood swiftly spread through the waters, and a mangled corpse floated to the surface. Chapter 55, United Against External Enemies, Part 1. Gu Huazhu lowered his head with a cold smirk. They had invested considerable effort to tame this octopus, which they referred to internally as Yachi, a formidable force indeed. The colossal octopus, dubbed Yachi, rampaged through the area, toppling adversaries to its left and right. The soldiers on the raft wielded their firearms, identifying each fallen comrade. Too distant to strike, yet too close to evade? In an instant, the waters were stained a deep crimson. A group of soldiers laughed maniacally. "Ignorant Chinese swine, you are far too feeble. We shall annihilate all the men and leave the women to propagate our noble lineage." Beside them, another soldier leered with a depraved grin. "Do not kill them all. Leave a few behind to witness our prowess." Ha 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 ha. Even more brazenly, he lewdly gyrated his hips, making vulgar gestures. With the colossal sea beast obstructing their path, fewer than 40% of the soldiers managed to reach the front lines. They banded together, desperately fighting for survival. Gu Huazhu observed the advancing troops and addressed Li Yihao. "Li, it is time for you to prove your worth. Go and eliminate that group of Chinese warriors charging forward." Li Yihao nodded, rallying a band of desperate men armed with machetes as they surged toward the front raft. The initial number of soldiers who had boarded was already scant. With Li Yihao's intervention, their disadvantage became even more pronounced. A few warriors recognized him and hurled curses. "Li Yihao, may you suffer a most wretched fate." However, they were swiftly silenced by the pirates' blades. Gu Huazhu, observing from a distance, nodded with satisfaction. He continued issuing orders. "Keep firing. Our warriors fear not death. But we shall not die in vain. Prevent these Chinese swine from boarding." Numerous soldiers complied, hastily reloading their weapons. At this point, the military was clearly at a disadvantage. Even with their reckless bravery, They could not approach under the oppressive fire of the sea beasts and flintlock rifles. Furthermore, the crossbows were rendered ineffective by the explosive shields, leading to further retreat. Gu Huazhu lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. Why had the military's experts not yet made their move? Did they truly intend to watch their soldiers perish? Li Hao, drenched in blood, returned and, upon hearing Gu Huazhu's words, let out a hearty laugh. Most of the fruits in this region have been taken by me, and I have not sold them the potions. His gaze shifted backward, revealing 18 imposing men in matching suits behind the ancient house. Thus, this battle is one we must win. Gu Wuzhao nodded slightly, revealing a lecherous grin. Indeed. Li Sang is truly a dear friend of our great coronation. Ha ha. The suited figures behind Gu Wuzhao were trained by Li Yihao and represented the absolute pinnacle of combat prowess in their region. Each of them possessed a strength attribute exceeding 25, and their equipment was far from subpar, averaging above 30 points. They eagerly rubbed their fists in anticipation, ready to pounce as soon as a formidable opponent appeared. With the traitor Li Yihao among them, the military's secrets were virtually laid bare. The most significant threat was the military's ace, Li Xiaojun, known as the god of war, Xing Tian. However, the people of Rizi still held a trump card. They had mustered the collective strength of the entire region to attack an organization. With all trump cards deployed, failure was not an option. Gu Wuzhao casually tossed his cigarette but into the sea, watching as a marlin dragged a wooden boat. He recognized it as the elite strike team of the Haijing military. He spoke softly, "Go ahead, leave them behind. Oh, and summon Susanu, eliminate their sea beast as well." The 18 men nodded and, armed with a variety of weapons, strode into the distance. Meanwhile, Li Xiaojun, accompanied by over 20 soldiers, charged towards the battlefield. Gripping a long knife, his brow furrowed, fury threatening to spill from his eyes. The soldiers beside him shared his silent rage as they rushed towards the position of the people from Rizi. Their sea beast was a marlin, swift in its movements. However, it suddenly began to convulse. In an instant, a pink tentacle shot out of the water, ensnaring one of the elite strike team soldiers. Li Xiaojun reacted swiftly, slicing off a massive octopus tentacle with his long knife. Yet, it was futile. More and more tentacles emerged from the depths, overwhelming him. He was frantic, knowing that all the soldiers aboard were ordinary individuals, unaccustomed to any spiritual fruits or potions. Adding to his alarm, he realized that their sea beast, the marlin, was now belly up. He felt the raft jolt slightly as the octopus had dispatched their beast. This creature was undoubtedly among the higher echelons of first-tier beasts. He relentlessly struck at the encroaching octopus tentacles, desperately shielding his fellow soldiers. At that moment, a small raft slowly approached. "It's useless. We nearly lost 500 personnel to capture that sea beast. Our entire region has laid bare all its trump cards to deal with your mere organization of a few thousand." Li Xiaojun cast a sweeping glance, noting that the speaker was a man clad in a suit, surrounded by others emanating a similar aura. His foundational strength was currently at 30. Having reached the first-tier human limit, and with the enhancement of his equipment, it surged beyond 40. Yet, these individuals exhibited a presence that was not in the slightest inferior to his own, and to make matters worse, there were 18 of them. Li Xiaojun was no fool. His mind instantly connected the dots to Li Yuhua. For aside from the mirage fruit, only Li Yuhua possessed the means to acquire such a miraculous potion. That beast. Li Yuhua, he muttered under his breath, as he severed yet another tentacle with his blade. The suit-clad individual had intended to wait for Li Xiaojun to be overwhelmed and ultimately perished by the sea beast octopus, or at least to exhaust his stamina significantly. However, as time elapsed, the so-called Susanu, the sea beast octopus, appeared to be on the verge of being countered. "This won't do. Susanu can hardly hold on any longer," one of the men exclaimed. "Let us unite our efforts and vanquish it together." Suddenly, while engaged on the raft platform, Li Xiaojun observed that the tentacles had retreated back into the depths of the sea. A sense of foreboding washed over him. In the next moment, a spear shot toward him with alarming speed. Li Xiaojun sidestepped just in time, the spear grazing the tip of his nose. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed another man preparing to hurl another spear, his arm bulging with strength. His equipment boasted a skill that allowed for 3 consecutive enhanced throws, each more powerful than the last. Seizing the opportunity as his comrade charged, the remaining 17 surged forward, armed with an eclectic array of weapons, knives, guns, and clubs. All sharing one common trait: they were equipped. Chinese soldiers. "Prepare to meet your end," one of them exclaimed, leaping high, his long knife clashing with Li Xiaojun's simultaneously. A companion, exploiting a blind spot, aimed to strike at Li Xiaojun's abdomen, his blade glowing ominously. This blow, evidently a skillful strike, would inflict grievous harm. The middle-aged man turned away, unable to bear witness. They had lost this battle, yet it was imperative to rescue Li Xiaojun. Just as he prepared to issue commands, a distant female voice rang out. Sea Sparrow strike. A spear darted through the air like a meteor. With a resounding explosion, the raft beneath Li Xiaojun erupted, sending everyone tumbling into the water. Yet, in the ensuing chaos, a gigantic manta ray leaped from the depths, catching the injured Li Xiaojun and pulling him away to safety. An officer nearby saluted solemnly to the middle-aged man. Report. The main forces of the Haijing garrison are less than a kilometer from the battlefield. Another voice chimed in. Report. Qiu Tianyi from Ruiguang Fusion is en route. Yet another added. Report. Longjiang Heavy Industries is supplying 50 bottles of rejuvenating potion and 100 bows. And yet another voice echoed. Report. Shuguang Technology is dispatching 50 hand crossbows and 30 bottles of rejuvenating potions. Reports continued to flood in. Chapter 56. United Against External Enemies. Part 2. The middle-aged man felt a lump in his throat. He took a deep breath and resolved to express his gratitude to the supportive masses later. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute. We must win this battle. We cannot allow the arrogance of those who have recently prospered to prevail. He conveyed the news of reinforcements to the soldiers, hoping to bolster their morale. Then, they would await the arrival of allied forces to orchestrate a counteroffensive. Everyone saluted, their voices resonating with fervor. Indeed, behind them stood thousands of refugees. Among these displaced individuals, two sentiments emerged. One group lamented the dire state of their existence, while another expressed a desire to escape. Enough of this. These devils are too ruthless. I must flee, cried a rotund man, tears mingling with snot. He had sought refuge with the military, never anticipating that the oppressors would dare to assault the armed forces. Do they even have a chance against those with guns? Pondered an elderly woman. Shall we flee now? She suggested, nudging an elderly man beside her. The man, angered, huffed and puffed. If you speak of running again, I shall strike you. I intend to confront these fiends. Another voice chimed in. With a scar the size of a bowl on my head, what have I to fear? In this wretched world, we are bound to perish eventually. I might as well take someone down with me. A man with a goat-like beard discreetly severed the ropes binding the raft. He mused, these fools. The military is evidently at a disadvantage now. If not now, when should we flee? He often scrolled through his phone and was well aware that Li Xiaojun was a formidable ace of the Haijing military. One encounter had left an enemy grievously injured. How formidable must they be? The thought left him trembling. Besides, the enemy numbered 18. Victory seemed impossible. Casting a glance at the wounded soldiers recruiting volunteers, he spat softly in disdain. Fools. A giant ray returned with Li Xiaojun. Clutching his abdomen, Li Xiaojun inquired, Who are you? On another, smaller ray stood two individuals. A short-haired woman beckoned, and a long spear flew from a distance into her grasp. She replied, A valiant woman who draws her sword to aid those in need. It was none other than Zhang Qingqing. Turning to Li Zijie, she remarked, Zijie, this man is gravely injured. Can he be saved? Li Zijie nodded, her gaze fixated on the grievous wound that lay exposed. Subsequently, the staff in her hand emanated a radiant glow, channeling streams of verdant energy into Li Xiaojun's body. Instinctively, he sought to recoil, yet Zhang Qingqing's timely reminder reassured him that this was a superior method of recovery, surpassing even the rejuvenating elixirs. Thus, he acquiesced to the infusion of energy and tranquil acceptance. This technique, known as rapid growth, was unleashed alongside Jiang Tianyan's vortex. In the context of the game, it represented an advanced form of the healing arts, demanding greater energy consumption, yet offering enhanced restoration at an accelerated pace. However, in the frigid weather, Li Xiaojun, having fallen into the water, was already shivering uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the adversaries across the way had managed to ascend onto their wooden raft, equally aware of the biting cold and filled with trepidation. Suddenly, a long spear hurtled towards them. Had they not evaded in time, they would have found themselves skewered like a string of candied hawthorns. Gu Wuhao approached, tossing them a new set of garments. His gaze drifted towards the distant rays, a glimmer of malice flickering before he composed himself. Surely, these were the contenders on the leaderboard of this region. Including the military personnel, there were merely 3. The remainder would soon arrive. The suited adversary stood, bowing in apology. Team leader, we. Gu Wuhao shook his head, declaring, The warriors of the Great Corberno Guild, The culpability lies solely with the Huaxia people. Even if they all arrive, I possess means to ensure they remain here. The atmosphere grew tense, marked by sporadic exchanges of fire from flintlock guns and crossbows, alongside verbal confrontations. The marine beasts and the high-tier combatants on both sides remained poised and inactive. The military awaited reinforcements, while the adversaries too anticipated the arrival of their own backup. At that moment, Li Xiaojun was elucidating the capabilities of the adversaries to Zhang Qingqing. 18 individuals, conservatively estimated to possess physical attributes exceeding 20. With their equipment, they approached the physical limit of 30 points. Their armaments are all enhanced. Moreover, they chose the coldest moment to launch their assault. Their meticulous preparations and nefarious intentions are evident. Suddenly, Li Xiaojun's phone vibrated, and his furrowed brow relaxed as he received a message. Qiu Tianyi from Ruiguan Chemical is on his way, he announced, shifting his gaze toward Li Zijie and Zhang Qingqing. By the way, I still do not know who you two are. Zhang Qingqing, hands on her hips, declared, I am Zhang Qingqing, the second on the leaderboard. Li Xiaojun was taken aback. He was aware that Qingyang was female but did not expect her to exhibit such vigor. Li Zijie introduced herself. I am Li Zijie, summoned here by the illusory sink. In truth, it is a falsehood. She has yet to establish contact with Jiang Tian, as she is apprehensive about the dangers he may encounter on Ling Island. Much like the explosive sound that resonated during their last phone call, he would need to confront any peril with utmost dedication. Therefore, Li Zijie refrained from repeatedly calling out, knowing it would only serve to create chaos. Nonetheless, even if Jiang Tian does not arrive, sharing the credit for her own support with him would be a mere trifle. Considering he had once saved her life, Li Xiaojun paused momentarily, then sighed. The number one illusory mirage is indeed formidable. One cannot fathom its true strength. Zhang Qingqing interjected, asserting, the illusory mirage is exceptionally powerful. I feel that even the entire opposing side would be insufficient to contend with it. She then inquired, is he coming here himself? Li Zijie pondered for a moment before responding. He should arrive once the situation over there is resolved. However, the circumstances are rather intricate, which is why he summoned us. Her words were precise and devoid of ambiguity. Li Xiaojun nodded in understanding. Everyone undoubtedly had their own affairs to attend to, and if the distance were too great, it would be inconvenient for them to come. Speaking of which, where had the military presence from Haida gone? The standoff continued. With the arrival of Qiu Tianyi and the main forces of Haijing, the flames of conflict were on the verge of igniting. 10 wooden rafts from the Haijing military surged forward, covered by a thin layer of cloth. Yet, judging by the undulations, it was evident that they housed angular, formidable equipment. Qiu Tianyi, much like Zhang Qingqing, wielded a long spear. Beneath him lay a colossal sea serpent as he joined forces with Li Xiaojun and Zhang Qingqing. He had been informed en route that reinforcements were already on the way. The massive manta ray beneath him was indeed an ally. However, he remained vigilant. I am Qiu Tianyi. Who might you be? Li Xiaojun rose, his abdominal wound having healed, though his clothing was tattered, allowing the wind to gust through. I am Li Xiaojun. I appreciate your timely assistance. Upon realizing he was in the presence of a renowned soldier, Qiu Tianyi relaxed his guard. I hope I have not arrived too late. Not at all. It is just the beginning, Li Xiaojun replied, casting his gaze toward the angular objects on the nearby raft. A cold smirk forming on his lips. Next, we shall see how these adversaries contend with our secret weapon. Zhang Qingqing, puzzled, uttered a sound of inquiry. Suddenly, the soldiers on the raft lifted the cloth, revealing a collection of fearsome, giant mechanical crossbows. Open fire. The air was filled with a whistling sound as grotesque. Massive crossbow bolts were unleashed upon the stronghold of the Sun People. Those bracing themselves with blast shields were instantly pierced through. Seizing this opportunity, the long-suppressed warriors eagerly pulled their triggers. One bolt after another penetrated the skulls of the enemy. The horn of counterattack had sounded. Yet, Shigeru Koya's gaze remained fixed on a quartet across the battlefield. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to the notion that these four would suffice. Chapter 57. United Against External Threats. Part 3. The power of the colossal crossbow was extraordinary. Its blueprint described it as a formidable weapon capable of piercing even the mightiest sea beasts with a single strike, often employed in the defense of cities. Due to its exorbitant cost, it required not only a copious amount of resilient timber but also the rare material known as beast sinew. Despite having slain numerous sea beasts, only a mere 10 yielded the coveted sinew. Those Sun People, who had braved the onslaught of the colossal crossbow, had already met their fate at the hands of their deity, Amaterasu. At this moment, Their formation was in disarray. They could not afford to continue in this manner. Their initial advantage lay in the destructive capability of their weaponry, which paled in comparison to the crossbow. Should the colossal crossbow continue to ravage their front line, the moment they boarded their rafts armed with matchlocks, they would merely be wielding sticks for kindling. With a decisive gesture, Koya summoned the creature known as Yatagarasu, which swiftly dove into the depths of the water, endeavoring to directly dismantle the raft and neutralize this dreadful weapon. The crossbow continued its relentless assault. The warriors of the Sea Tribe, wielding crossbows, aimed at the exposed Sun People. For every appearance, there was a demise. Fire away, once the colossal crossbow is destroyed. We shall see how you retaliate. Suddenly, Shigeo Kubiya sensed that Yagami had been injured. He was momentarily taken aback, pondering the situation. This colossal octopus was immensely powerful. How could a sea creature possibly inflict harm upon it? The surface of the ocean suddenly became tumultuous as a gigantic orca leapt out of the water, severing 3 or 4 of the octopus's tentacles with a single bite. The two massive sea beasts engaged in a fierce struggle. Yet it was evident that the orca held the upper hand. With its powerful tail slaps and biting jaws, each strike left a wound on the giant octopus. While the octopus could only rely on the barbed suckers of its tentacles to scratch the orca's skin, proving ineffective. Although Kaguya was astonished, he remained composed. Silently, he commanded in his mind, "Slice open the orca's eye." The giant octopus obeyed, extending its tentacles toward the orca's head. However, the orca quickly grasped the octopus's intention, swiftly turning its head and biting off several of the tentacles. Following this, with a powerful tail slap, it sent the octopus soaring out of the water. This strike appeared to be infused with some skill, rendering the octopus unconscious. Seizing the opportunity, the orca lunged at the octopus's head and bit down fiercely. Black ink mixed with blood as the octopus perished instantly. In this clash of titans, the orca emerged victorious. Kaguya watched the spilled ink nearby with a heavy heart. While the loss of another sea creature seemed trivial, akin to that octopus named Susanoo, it was different for him. Though severely wounded, he felt no pain. Yet Yagami was his own sea beast, his own companion. He fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon the orca and spoke, "Case Santa, it's your turn to act." From behind him, a languid voice emerged. "Ah, is it my turn already? It's merely a sea creature. Can't the captain handle it?" Kuya Shigeru did not glance back. He was acutely aware that this individual possessed the ability to become invisible. Moreover, he had already ascended to the 2nd tier, his power immensely formidable. This was the trump card he held. According to Kuroyama-'s Ta, no one had ever successfully passed the trial, whether it was the rock-solid Stonekin or the swift-winged Aviar. The various subhuman races were simply beyond the capabilities of humanity to defeat. Therefore, he was indeed the world's strongest. With stealthy ambushes, he had achieved a record of 9 victories and 8 defeats. His base speed and physical attributes had reached a terrifying value of 40, and with the right equipment, it had soared to 50. Moreover, he had awakened the talent of the assassin, a perfect complement to his invisibility skills. Once he activated his stealth, a single strike could inflict damage equivalent to twice his physical constitution. Few creatures could withstand his blade. "I'm off now." His voice gradually faded away, evidently having departed. Kuya Shigeru sighed. Initially, this person had been respectful before ascending to the 2nd tier, but since his rapid advancement in strength, his demeanor had become rather aloof. He hadn't even lifted a finger to capture the 2 octopuses. Had he intervened, their numbers would not have dwindled so drastically. "Oh, and that girl with black hair and glasses, I'm quite fond of her. Don't let those 18 fools injure her." Kuroyama-'s Ta's voice echoed in Kuya Shigeru's ears, causing him to shudder. Kuya Shigeru gritted his teeth. "I will inform them. Hurry and deal with that whale, then destroy those 10 giant crossbows. Also, remember to call in a few people for cover. Do not expose your abilities. Your battlefield is not here." Kuroyama-'s Ta's voice faded into the distance. "Understood, leader." Li Yihao, standing nearby, wore a grim expression. Who is Kuya Shigeru speaking to, the invisible one? Who is this person? Why am I unaware? On the military side of the sea, the giant crossbows continued to suppress the opposing forces, working in tandem with the ballistae to drive the daylight people into retreat. They had powerful sea beasts on their side, and although the 18 daylight masters were prepared for battle, they had not yet mounted the sea creatures to charge forward. The scales of victory seemed to be tipping in their favor. Everyone felt that victory was assured. The middle-aged man sighed, revealing a long-lost smile. Thanks to the timely support from our allies, a tall elder approached from behind. Still calling them allies? The middle-aged man chuckled, turning to salute and proclaim loudly, Wang Zhengwo. Thanks for the support, Chief. Everyone in the room stood up and saluted. Greetings, Chief. The elderly man waved his hand, signaling for everyone to take their seats. At this moment, the collective mindset of the group had largely calmed, for the scales of victory appeared to be tipping in their favor. The orca had expended all of its giant crossbow bolts, and it was only through Li Xiaojuan's strategic restraint that they had managed to subdue it. In a straightforward confrontation, Li Xiaojun might not even stand a chance. Just then, two men in suits seemed to have received some intelligence, plunging off the raft into the water. This sudden shift left the military personnel momentarily stunned. Were they intending to engage the sea creature in close combat? In the ocean? The elderly man's glasses narrowed, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He swiftly issued a command. Quickly, order the orca to retreat. The adjutant, though perplexed, resolutely issued the command. The orca, upon receiving the order, began its descent from the surface of the sea. At that moment, a grievous wound, deep enough to reveal bone, manifested upon its body. Fortunately, the timely dive spared it from fatal harm. The colossal orca seethed with rage, clueless as to the origin of its injury, which had come upon it inexplicably, igniting its ire. However, as its master commanded it to return swiftly, it complied. Heishan Tsongtai shivered in the frigid waters, cursing inwardly. It was undoubtedly those two fools behind him who had betrayed their position, prompting the sea beast to dive. Otherwise, it would have surely delivered a lethal strike. Yet, observing the injured orca, Heishan Tsongtai couldn't help but smirk inwardly. His dagger was laced with paralyzing poison, and with such grievous wounds, the orca's combat efficacy had been severely diminished. Thus, he deemed his task accomplished. As the orca retreated, two large fish seized the opportunity, dragging 14 individuals towards the stingray, colliding with Li Xiaojun and his group. The remaining 4 boarded another sea beast, surging towards the wooden raft of the giant crossbow. Those elite warriors were no match for the ordinary soldiers of the Daesarin. In an instant, blades clashed amidst a cacophony of curses and cries of anguish. Heishan Tsongtai, too, surged to the front line. In a fleeting moment, 10 heavy crossbows were dismantled. The suppressed firelocks, long stifled, roared back to life, echoing with rapid gunfire. Chapter 58, United Against External Foes, Part 4. The elder gazed down at the sacrificial warriors below, his brow furrowing. Based on his observations, he deduced that these Daesarin were slightly inferior to Li Xiaojun, though not by a considerable margin. However, his side was comprised entirely of ordinary soldiers who would not endure long under the blades of these butchers. His heart bled for them. On the other side, 2 sea beasts clashed with 2 stingrays, resulting in a 4 against 14 scenario. While individual combat prowess differed, it was not overwhelmingly disparate. Yet the opposing side held a definitive numerical advantage. Furthermore, Li Zige was either a mage or a priest. This battle would prove arduous. It was laughable that the Huaxia had even sent women to the battlefield. You truly are spineless creatures. Perhaps if you 2 women shed your garments, we might let you off the hook, they taunted, laughter echoing amidst their mockery. The derision incensed Qiu Tianyi, reddening his countenance. Li Xiaojun drew his long blade. Ever prepared for the impending assault, Zhang Qingqing felt apprehensive. While she could easily overpower an opponent one-on-one, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. She had no choice but to seek assistance from Li Zige. Guer, how shall we contend with such a multitude? Li Zige gazed at Zhang Qingqing in confusion. This was not a reef. If they couldn't fight, couldn't they just flee? Li Xiaojun cast a bewildered glance at her, and Li Zige realized he misunderstood her intent. She raised her staff. Do not misconstrue my words. I do not intend to be a coward. However, should we find ourselves in an unwinnable situation, my priority will undoubtedly be self-preservation. Li Xiaojun nodded in understanding. He could not compel others to fight recklessly, especially since Li Zige was a girl. If she fell into the hands of their adversaries, her suffering would be unimaginable. He inquired, so what do you mean? I am a mage. I can kite them. She replied, moreover, I possess items that restore my energy. Qiu Tianyi recognized the sea beast before them. It was a creature known as a silver shuttle, remarkably swift. Whereas Li Zige's ray, while not slow, could not match its speed. Kiting seemed implausible. Thus, Qiu Tianyi voiced his confusion. My pet is called the Twin Ray. Li Zige explained. It allows 2 rays to swap positions. I use this ability to arrive here quickly. She had already commanded the other ray to distance itself from the battlefield. Brother Qiu, come up and remember to conceal your pet in a safe location. She then began to chant in place. Xiao Tianyi jumped up, his expression one of bewilderment. So what do we do now? Zhang Qingqing assumed a defensive stance, prepared to protect Li Zijie, ready to intercept any potential archers from the opposing side. As the battle commenced, Li Zijie transformed into a magical cannon, releasing ice spikes at intervals. Her aim was not to harm the foes directly above, but to eliminate their larger adversaries first. She understood that the exchange of positions among the rays had a significant drawback. If the enemy anticipated their movement and guarded both rays, this tactic would falter. However, if the opponent failed to evade and one ray was eliminated, their forces could split, creating an opening for a breakthrough. They would seek out a less defended group and launch a direct assault. With a healer like her and Zhang Qingqing, who boasted exceptional physical speed, she believed they could certainly defeat 6 enemies. At that moment, Xiao Tianyi's mind was a whirlwind. Truth be told, he had prepared himself for a bloody battle upon arrival, but he had not anticipated engaging in a chase instead. He queried, "So what should I do now?" Li Xiaojun, brandishing his long knife, replied, "Just wait." Li Zijie's strategy should be the optimal solution. He felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that due to his insufficient strength, he had no choice but to resort to this plan. Li Zijie shook her head, her staff continuing to gather power. She now hoped that their enemies would be foolish enough to attack civilians, forcing them into close combat. However, she acknowledged that doing so would significantly diminish their chances of victory. I hope they remain oblivious. The chase persists. 2 sea beasts are perilously closing in. Li Zijie, with a flick of his hand, unleashes another ice spear. The opposing sea beast swiftly maneuvers to the left, evading the strike, while an individual among them draws a hand crossbow, charged with formidable energy, evidently a skill. Whoosh! An arrow, transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtles towards Li Zijie. Zhang Qingqing, ever vigilant, sweeps her spear to deflect it. Meanwhile, In Suo has caught up with the stingray. The individuals on the opposing side wear expressions of frustration. They are distinctly displeased with their predicament. Prepared for combat, they resolve to converge and eliminate the 4. One leaps high, brandishing a long knife, imbued with a radiant white light. Prepare to meet your demise. However, in the next moment, the 4, along with the stingray beneath them, vanish without a trace. They are bewildered. Where did they go? The individual who leaped high plunges into the sea. His powerful strike cleaves the water, and he feels a pang of regret. That attack has a cooldown of a day, a true trump card. Yet, he steels himself against the frigid water and spots a shadow. It is a slightly smaller stingray beneath the surface. He climbs onto the back of the sea beast, wringing out the water from his clothes. Below, a stingray, Bagayaru. It seems they have swapped positions through teleportation. What now? One inquires. Are you a fool? Pursue them. They chase after, but soon enough, the trick is repeated, and they are left grasping at nothing. Enraged, they decide to split their forces, one group to guard the stingray, the other to give chase. They leave 6 behind, while 8 pursue. At that moment, 1's phone rings. Upon answering, the voice of Gu Wu Zhao resonates. Are you all imbeciles? This is clearly a divide-and-conquer strategy, aimed at picking you off one by one. The suited man holding the phone nods eagerly. Mr. Gu Wu, your wisdom is undeniable. What should we do now? Gu Wu Zhao shifts his gaze from the individuals on the 2 sea beasts to the raft. 10 should protect Heishan Jun, while the rest return to thwart the enemy's escape. This is a calculated strategy. Meanwhile, on the military front, a second-tier invisibility user and 4 extraordinary humans, under the cover of flintlock guns, are on the brink of a massacre. Many soldiers attempt to flank and attack the 4 decoys, but are swiftly eliminated by Heishan Songtai. Even in death, they remain unaware of their assailant. Wang Zhengwo turns to the elder. Chief, what is our course of action now? The elder's gaze was intense. His brows furrowed, filled with a sense of resentment. The days spent nurturing the 2 regions had indeed been fierce. They owed much to Li Yihua. Should the opportunity arise to capture him, he would certainly be made to pay a price. Yet for now, retreat was the only option. The elder had not anticipated that neither the orca nor the giant crossbow would impede their progress. Moreover, as he gazed at the 4 figures in the distance, he noted with dread that, despite their lack of engagement, people continued to perish. This bizarre phenomenon sent chills down their spines. At that moment, a colossal sea creature suddenly surged forth, crashing heavily into the frontline wooden raft of the military. 10 suited men dispersed, charging into the crowd. Despair descended upon the masses. Chapter 59. Military retreat under pressure. A suited individual steadied himself, his gaze fixed on the distance, where a ray was dragging the four back. A cold smile crept across his face. Just as the ancient artifact master had predicted, as long as he launched an attack here, they would inevitably return to provide aid. On the ray, Li Zigao and Li Xiaojun were embroiled in a heated argument. Li Zigao asserted that they should seize the moment to launch a surprise assault on the enemy's flagship, thereby compelling them to return for rescue, a strategy that might offer a glimmer of hope. In contrast, Li Xiaojun insisted they must return to the military immediately, otherwise, they risked losing all their forces. The few surviving soldiers would be drastically diminished, and even the commander and the refugees would be in peril. Li Xiaojun grew increasingly agitated. I cannot bear to witness my comrades perish needlessly at the hands of these foes. Li Zig let out a deep sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Xiaojun was a member of the military, and his decision was both reasonable and justifiable. Rather than pursuing a faint glimmer of victory, it was more prudent to minimize casualties through a strategic retreat. Thus, the ray fish surged directly towards the military raft. Upon nearing the raft, Li Xiaojun charged at the suited man with determination. Their attire was unmistakable, and with a furious strike, he cleaved the suited man in two. However, he was immediately besieged by 5 other suited individuals. Li Xiaojun found himself outnumbered, sustaining injuries swiftly. Defending himself became a formidable challenge, let alone mounting an offense. Qiu Tianyi also plunged into the fray, engaging a suited man with a thrust of his long spear. Yet, he was soon alarmed. Although the suited man's speed was not impressive, each of his strikes carried immense force. Qiu Tianyi's own equipment was subpar, consisting only of a long spear, a coat, and trousers, with a physical enhancement barely reaching 5 points. As he faced off against the enemy, another assailant emerged to ambush him. A surge of dread washed over Qiu Tianyi. Although he had dabbled in combat training, he had never set foot in an arena, merely indulging in fitness regimens. Despite his resolve, the reality of life and death peril instilled a sense of trepidation. He took a step back, only to be seized by a foe, suffering a wound to his arm and gradually finding himself at a disadvantage. As for Li Zig, she refrained from boarding the raft, remaining on the ray fish, for she was a mage capable of providing ranged support. On the side of Zhang Qingqing, having consumed the 10 crimson spirit fruits bestowed by Jiang Tian, her physical prowess and speed had reached their zenith. To ordinary soldiers, she appeared as but a fleeting shadow. In an instant, a careless suited man was sent flying, meeting his demise on the spot. However, this prompted an immediate response from the remaining suited men. They had initially assumed Li Xiaojun to be the ace, only to discover that this young woman surpassed him in combat prowess. The 5 assailants encircling Li Xiaojun swiftly divided, with 2 redirecting their assault towards Zhang Qingqing, while the 4 originally targeting the military unit also turned to charge at her. Meanwhile, the most formidable threat, Heishan Songtai, stealthily approached. At this juncture, the number of suited men assaulting Zhang Qingqing had escalated to 8, alongside an unseen peril. Li Xiaojun, battling 3 opponents, shouted urgently, "Quickly, let the brothers retreat. We cannot hold out much longer." The cacophony of sounds drowned out the distant leaders, who, nevertheless, understood that this was the opportune moment for retreat. Commands were promptly issued. Zhang Jingguo furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the distant battle, his mind quietly contemplating. Where was Shilong? Why had he not yet arrived? Since Shilong had not coordinated with the Haidu military, the teleportation stone he possessed was provided by the military itself, designed to prevent unforeseen circumstances that might delay his return. Yet, why was he still absent? At this moment, Li Xiaojun was riddled with knife wounds, fighting desperately to take down an opponent. Qiu Tianyi was in an even more precarious state, continuously retreating to create distance. Only Zhang Qingqing remained, struggling to hold her ground. Just as she managed to thrust her gun and send a suited assailant flying, a deep, bone-revealing wound suddenly appeared on her back, startling her. Overwhelmed by pain, she instinctively swung her long gun backward. Heishan Songtai, observing the incoming weapon, smirked coldly and effortlessly blocked it. His physical prowess had reached a remarkable 50 points, and being a second-tier life form only enhanced his capabilities. Thus, an uncanny scene unfolded. Qingqing's long gun struck the air, failing to penetrate even a fraction. An invisible assailant? She thought instinctively, only to be abruptly kicked and sent crashing to the ground. As Zhang Qingqing attempted to rise, a wave of weakness washed over her. Poison. Heishan Songtai's face revealed a look of astonishment. He raised his numbed hand and examined Zhang Qingqing with a complex gaze. This woman's constitution was undoubtedly nearing the 40s. Though he had been careless, he had almost faltered. No, this woman must die. Everyone attack. He beckoned to his companions. Weapons gleamed in their hands, clearly imbued with offensive skills. Simultaneously, the dagger in his grip began to glow, indicating the activation of his innate abilities. With this assault, Zhang Qingqing was destined to perish. Li Zige was taken aback, not expecting there to be another hidden assassin lurking in the shadows. She could only repeatedly cast a rapid growth spell for Zhang Qingqing. A sinister smile flickered across Heishan Songtai's lips. You shall perish. Just then, a shadow cast by the towering command post enveloped Zhang Qingqing. Clang! A black serpent emerged from her shadow, coiling around her to form a protective half-circle. All attacks were absorbed by the serpent. Under the sunlight, it appeared to be coated with an exceptionally sturdy crystal layer, impervious to harm. Heishan Songtai was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Xiaojun lay prostrate on the ground, facing a suit-clad man whose arm was injured. The man's gaze was malevolent. He had not anticipated that this soldier from the Huaxia nation would fight so fiercely, wagering his life for a mere wound. Nonetheless, the outcome was favorable. This adversary had reached the end of his rope, and with the divine protection of the sun goddess, he raised his knife high, poised to sever Li Xiaojun's head. At that moment, a thunderous crash resounded. A remarkably robust giant charged forth at great speed, brandishing a knuckle duster. With a single punch, he sent the would-be assassin flying. Judging by the extent of his transformation in midair, it was evident that the man had met his demise. Li Xiaojun struggled to lift his head, gazing at this formidable giant, and heaved a sigh of relief. Stone Dragon, where have you been? His words trailed off as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Stone Dragon, witnessing the grievously wounded Li Xiaojun, felt the veins on his forehead throb, and turned to rush toward the besieged black snake. On another front, Qiu Tianyi had lost his weapon and sustained a grievous cut across his back. Yet, only one opponent remained before him, though that individual appeared to be in excellent condition. The fate of the other assailant was tragically grim. His neck had been brutally snapped, his face twisted in terror. During an exchange, Qiu Tianyi's weapon had been knocked away, and an adversary lunged at him, only to be caught off guard and thrown over his shoulder. The assailant had not anticipated that Qiu Tianyi, unarmed, was far more formidable than when wielding a weapon, and he was swiftly dispatched. However, Qiu Tianyi was not unscathed. He had received a deep gash from another foe, the wound barely missing the bone. The standing adversary, now armed with Qiu Tianyi's weapon, clucked his tongue in disdain, completely disregarding the gruesome fate of his companion. To let such a weapon fall into the hands of a Huaxia pig is simply a waste. Allow me to demonstrate my marksmanship. He lunged forward with a thrust of the spear. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a headless corpse stood frozen in place, its hand still poised in the stabbing position. Qiu Tianyi, enduring excruciating pain, lifted his head to behold an immense, pitch-black wolf. As he caught a glimpse, he noticed a man clad in black striding toward the throng surrounding Zhang Qingqing. With a faint chuckle, he closed his eyes and fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 60. Jiang Tian arrives, the world aware of the life-and-death duel arena. The delay experienced by Jiang Tian was not due to any crisis, but rather a rather unfortunate circumstance. Within the realm of the illusory beast Spirit Island, it was impossible to place the teleportation stone tablet. He was utterly speechless at that moment. The only option was to distance himself from the barrier of the illusory beast Spirit Island and place the tablet on a small boat. Subsequently, he sought out the stone dragon for guidance, which ultimately led him to the battlefield. This entire process consumed over half an hour. He gazed upon the crimson-stained ocean, alongside the lifeless bodies of warriors upon the raft. A surge of anger welled up within Jiang Tian. Today's blood debt must be repaid tenfold by the enemy. He gazed at several suited men huddled in the distance, silently activating his abilities. The men, perplexed and at a loss against the formidable black serpent, pondered their strategies. This black serpent was impervious to their attacks. What on earth was this? It must be the woman's life-saving skill. How infuriating! It truly evoked envy. That fellow Li Hao had also acquired such an exceptional blueprint, and this woman possessed such remarkable skills as well. The group whispered among themselves, utterly oblivious to the fact that the adversary had already been dealt with. Suddenly, a ring of fire appeared beneath their feet. In the fleeting moment of their confusion, a fiery vortex erupted violently. The unexpected assault reduced the three men to mere ashes. At this point, everyone took notice of the advancing stone dragon and the nearby Jiang Tian. Meanwhile, the military officials, poised for retreat, gazed at Jiang Tian and the stone dragon with a glimmer of hope. Their abrupt appearance before the teleportation stone nearly incited chaos. Furthermore, the mirage had ascended to the second tier of life. The sense of oppression it exuded was incomparable to that of the stone dragon or Li Xiaojun. Wang Jiangwo gritted his teeth, contemplating the prospect of hope. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Zig's legs buckled, causing him to collapse onto the stingray. Jiang Tian finally arrived, her gaze fixed upon the enormous black serpent. Was this her pet? It seemed capable of withstanding the assaults of all present. In stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of the military personnel, Heishan Songtai was engulfed in a heavy mood. He sensed a lethal threat emanating from Jiang Tian, one that bore a similar essence, a second-tier life form. Just then, Li Zide shouted, "Be cautious. They have an invisible person." Heishan Songtai sneered. "What does it matter if I know of their invisibility? They remain utterly powerless against me." Suddenly, Jiang Tian's gaze shifted from the black serpent and locked onto him. Heishan Songtai broke into a cold sweat. "What is happening? I have not deactivated my invisibility. How can he see me? I am a second-tier life form. It is impossible for him to perceive me." In truth, Jiang Tian had not actually seen him. He merely sensed something peculiar in that direction. It was akin to touching a lump of glue submerged in a glass of water, indiscernible to the eye. However, his perception had reached a remarkable 65 points. And he felt that something was amiss. There was undoubtedly something present. Thanks to Li Zide's warning, he was aware of the invisible presence opposite him. He extended his hand towards that location and clenched his fist. Flame vortex. A swirling inferno erupted beneath Heishan Songtai's feet, causing him to panic and hastily dodge backward. Simultaneously, he urgently signaled for everyone to disperse. Heishan Songtai's eyes darkened with malice. He recognized that this skill was an area attack. If they spread out and then closed in on the mage, everything would be resolved effortlessly. He contemplated, "Though you are a second-tier being, you are still a mage, while I am an assassin." With this thought in mind, he charged toward Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, meanwhile, sensed that the invisible entity was gradually encroaching upon her. She called upon Yi Sun, instructing him to deal with the remaining suited men. At that moment, Shilong and those suited men were already at a standstill, deterred by Shilong's formidable physique, which rendered them hesitant to act rashly. Yi Sun complied and departed from the scene. Meanwhile, the silently protective Mo Lin, shielding Zhang Qingqing, was also rousing his intellect, intently focused on the retreating figures of the suited men. A series of fiery spears manifested behind Jiang Tian before swiftly launching forth. Heishan Songtai hurriedly evaded, yet before he could regain his footing, another wave of attacks surged toward him. Heishan Songtai was utterly astonished. How could this individual's skills endure for so long? Yet, as the old adage goes, defense must eventually falter. After several rounds of assault, Heishan Songtai was pierced by a fiery spear, the excruciating pain fracturing his concentration and revealing his form. Jiang Tian unleashed the fiery vortex once more. The incapacitated Kuroyama Soda writhed in agony within the flames. Gu Wuhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Kuroyama Soda could not be harmed. He was a second-tier life form. Enraged, he whirled around and seized Li Yihao by the collar. "Speak. Who is this person? Did you not say the military's ace was Li Xiaojun? Not only has a woman appeared, but also a man of greater power. You must commit seppuku in atonement." Gritting his teeth, Li Yihao was equally oblivious to the identity of this individual. Yet a name lingered in his mind, Mirage. However, he refrained from voicing it. Clang. A shadowy figure, enveloped in an energy shield, surged forth. "I am the strongest in the world. Your flames cannot scorch me. I thought this tool would go unused. But you must perish here." Kuroyama Soda, now severely burned, charged forward at lightning speed, a chain raised in his hand. The arena of life and death. Suddenly, Jiang Tian felt as though he were being drawn by an unseen force. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself face to face with the ominous figure of Heishan Songtai. Shrouded in darkness, the two stood mere inches apart, separated only by a dark purple barrier before them, which displayed a countdown of 10 seconds. Once the time elapsed, this barrier would shatter. The arena for this life and death confrontation was exceedingly confined, measuring no more than 20 square meters. Heishan Songtai tossed a dagger in his hand. his gaze cold and menacing, harboring a deep-seated hatred, particularly because Jiang Tian was a mage. Jiang Tian spoke up. Indeed, if it were a mage, this troublesome situation would undoubtedly leave them in utter disarray. Heisen Songtai was momentarily taken aback, suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. At that moment, utilizing the artifact, an image projected into the sky, revealing the intrinsic nature of the device. The defeat would be known to all. The loss would encompass not merely life, but also reputation. Nearly half the individuals in the region bore witness to this spectacle, and the chatroom participants comprehended the gravity of the situation. Messages flooded in with frenzied intensity. The Mirage had been ambushed while aiding the military. This was dire. Whispers among the gathered refugees indicated that the Mirage's leader was indeed a mage. The adversary appeared to be a foe, presumably an assassin. This confrontation was decidedly unfavorable for the Mirage leader. What a pity. The Mirage's members were commendable. Commendable? Did he bestow upon you fruits or a crossbow? Such filial piety. Indeed, I suggest the military retreat swiftly, for the Mirage is doomed regardless. Those two cowardly scoundrels above, while the Mirage engages in battle, are content to bicker here, aren't they? Go, Mirage. Annihilate the invaders. Li Zig let out a heavy sigh. She held no belief that Jiang Tian would falter. Zhang Qingqing, entirely reliant on Jiang Tian, similarly did not doubt his prowess. Chapter 61. The instantaneous defeat of Heisen Songtai. One man becomes an army. The military personnel were engulfed in anxiety, while the invaders reveled in ecstatic delight. Anyone who has played a game knows the dire consequences of a mage being cornered by an assassin. Gu Wu Miao calmly lit a cigarette, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Heisen Songtai was not foolish. He understood how to utilize this artifact to close the distance. He believed Heisen Songtai would not allow that mysterious man to perish too swiftly. What followed would be a spectacle of merciless slaughter. The countdown steadily approached its conclusion. The violet barrier shattered with a resounding crash. Heisen Songtai laughed maniacally. Prepare to meet your demise. The one who will slay you is none other than Heisen Songtai. Crack. In an instant, Jiang Tian seized his throat, leaving everyone in a state of shock. The military personnel, the onlookers, and the ordinary people gazing at the projections in the sky. What a remarkable mirage. How astonishingly swift. A mere assassin, outpaced by a mage? It all transpired in the blink of an eye. I scarcely grasped the scene before that wretched man found himself ensnared. Mirage. Strangle him. The onlookers trembled in fear. It was inconceivable that Lord Song was outmatched in speed by this man. With just a slight increase in pace, Lord Song should have easily broken free. For strength was undeniably his forte. He was a mage, and the repercussions of being engaged at close quarters need not be elaborated upon. Eliminate him. Jiang Tian's speed had already approached 60. Heishan Changtai was utterly oblivious to Jiang Tian's assault. However, he sensed that Jiang Tian's strength was not particularly formidable, and he struggled desperately. Despite possessing the Taoyuan spirit ring, his physical constitution was slightly inferior to that of Heishan Changtai, which meant that if he wished to resist, he could certainly free himself. Nonetheless, the proximity afforded Heishan Changtai an excellent opportunity to strike. With a swift motion, he plunged the dagger forward. This was a dagger laced with paralyzing poison. If it struck true, victory would be his. Yet, in the next instant, the dagger passed through Jiang Tian's body, leaving him bewildered. It felt as though he had struck nothing but a shadow. Shadow shift. This was a skill derived from the harvest ability, allowing one not only to move within shadows but also to transform into one, evading lethal attacks. Observing the incredulous expression on Heishan Changtai's face, Jiang Tian spoke coolly. Rest assured, it will not be so easy for you to perish. Energy shield, crystal, flame vortex. Jiang Tian unleashed his skills in succession. With a whoosh, a fiery dragon spiral erupted beneath their feet. The anguished screams of Heishan Songtai echoed incessantly from within the vortex, his tormented wails sending shivers down the spines of all who witnessed. The fiery whirlpool persisted for an interminable duration. Jiang Tian deliberately moderated the power of the flame-severing vortex. Otherwise, he too would find it unbearable within its depths. And this restraint would serve to torment this individual even further. Gu Wu's astonishment was beyond measure. He stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Flee, he must flee. Otherwise, he too would meet his demise here. He immediately signaled his subordinates to prepare for an advance. Just at that moment, he heard the shattering of glass. Clang. He abruptly turned around. The arena of life and death collapsed with a thunderous roar. Jiang Tian, wielding the charred remains of the Black Mountain Beast, approached the edge of the raft. Along the way, he issued commands to Mo Lin and Yi Sun, urging them to hasten their pace lest the wretched creatures escape. Upon receiving the orders, the two beasts intensified their assault, and before long, the remaining 7 adversaries lay slain. Once the skirmish concluded, Yi Sun crouched behind Zhang Tian, while Mo Lin seamlessly melded into Zhang Tian's shadow. Shilong approached, his fists smeared with blood, and with a gaze imbued with complexity, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. You have grown stronger." Zhang Tian did not glance back, his gaze fixed upon the wooden raft of the Sun Dwellers. Instead of exchanging pleasantries, "It would be more prudent for your military to hasten their pursuit." He gestured with a finger, exclaiming, "Look, they are all attempting to flee." Upon Zhang Tian's pointed indication, Gu Wu's body was drenched in cold sweat. He commanded everyone to open fire on Zhang Tian. "No matter how formidable you may be, you are still but a mortal." The frontline Sun Dweller trembled as he raised his flintlock, aiming it at Zhang Tian. Bang, bang, bang. Mo Lin, he called. "Receive your master." Mo Lin emerged from the shadow of Zhang Tian, positioning himself to shield against the barrage of bullets. Instantly, the sound of metal meeting metal rang out, leading everyone to believe they had struck a solid steel plate. A monster, a true monstrosity. Zhang Tian urged Mo Lin to step aside and silently activated his skill. In an instant, he chanted, and countless fiery spears shot towards the adversary. Due to Zhang Tian's precise guidance, within merely 5 seconds, the enemy front line, armed with flintlock rifles, was utterly annihilated. Shilong recognized this as an opportune moment and summoned the sea beasts to charge directly at the opposing raft. However, upon arrival, they encountered 4 suited men. In the next moment, the necks of these 4 men were pierced by the flaming spears. The tragic demise of their remaining formidable warriors plunged the enemy into deeper panic. In stark contrast, the morale of the military surged. "Kill! Avenge our brothers!" One by one, the soldiers fervently paddled their rafts towards the enemy. Zhang Tian issued commands to his 2 pets, instructing them to proceed with caution and ensure that no innocent lives were taken. The 2 beasts accepted their orders. Yi Sun, perched atop Mo Lin, glided towards the opposing side. The adversaries attempted to retrieve their matchlock guns for a counterattack, but were swiftly struck down by crossbow bolts. In less than no time, thousands of warriors surged forward, breaching the defenses of the enemy. A fierce melee ensued, with Shilong resembling an unstoppable tank. Anyone who dared to obstruct his path met their demise. The soldiers, fueled by an indomitable fighting spirit, dispatched the ordinary foes with singular strokes of their blades. Meanwhile, the marksmen wielding crossbows advanced alongside, providing essential cover. The seized matchlock guns proved their worth in the hands of the soldiers, wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks, who were soon reduced to disarray. Most notably, Yi Sun and Mo Lin left no intact corpses in their wake. Mo Lin could entwine crystalline formations around his tail, crafting a razor-sharp tip that cleaved through enemies with a single strike. Yi Sun, too, obliterated foes with a mere swipe, reducing them to mere remnants. The outcome of the battle was unequivocally assured. Zhang Tian glanced at the 3 individuals who had been relocated to a secure position. He then strolled over to them. Aside from Zhang Qingqing, the other 2 were gravely injured and unconscious. However, Zhang Qingqing, despite being incapacitated, was still suffering from the effects of the poison. She lifted her head to gaze at Zhang Tian, who was approaching, along with Li Zig, who was hastening behind him. "I owe you yet another life." Zhang Tian smiled faintly. "Just help me open a few boxes, and that will suffice." He then inquired, "By the way, you don't have any wounds left, do you? Why can't you get up?" Zhang Qingqing's expression fell as she replied helplessly, "The dagger of the invisible man who ambushed me was poisoned. Now my limbs are weak, rendering me unable to move." Zhang Tian was somewhat taken aback as he drew forth the dagger he had seized, confirming his suspicion. Li Zig hurried over. Although she was unscathed, her energy had been entirely depleted, rendering her quite feeble. "You have saved us once again." Zhang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "It's a trivial matter." At that moment, the busy soldiers nearby noticed Zhang Tian approaching and promptly saluted him in gratitude. "I was delayed by some pressing matters. Otherwise, I would have arrived much earlier." Zhang Tian turned back to behold the multitude of fallen bodies, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. "No, we are truly grateful for your presence. It is we who have underestimated human nature as well as the complexities of this world." An elderly man approached, accompanied by a square-faced individual. "Once this ordeal concludes, We shall certainly repay your kindness. Jiang Tian cast a puzzled glance at Li Zigao. In an instant, Li Zigao comprehended that Jiang Tian appeared not to recognize the two individuals. Leaning in close to Jiang Tian's ear, he quietly remarked, "The elder is General Duan Wanzhong, the deputy commander of the Haijing military region, while the middle-aged man is Major General Wang Jiangwo." Jiang Tian, undoubtedly a high-ranking official in the military, slightly bowed and greeted. "Good day, sir." The three exchanged pleasantries for a brief moment. Subsequently, one individual approached to deliver a report. "Report. Our forces have secured 90% of the local positions. Only Li Yihao and the enemy leader remain entrenched in their resistance. He has taken hostages, rendering us somewhat incapacitated." The elder's eyes narrowed. "Capture Li Yihao alive. However, under necessary circumstances, we may resort to lethal force. We must never allow the tiger to return to the mountain." Jiang Tian spoke up. "I shall go. That scoundrel will undoubtedly emerge to confront me." Duan Wanzhong squinted and smiled. "Then it shall be a labor of love for you, my young friend." Chapter 62. The Final Touch, Blueprint for the Physical Enhancement Elixir. Jiang Tian and Li Zig arrived at the small wooden cabin where they were to confront each other. At that moment, Li Yihao had a bald man pinned down, a dagger pressed against his neck. "Stay back. If you come any closer, I will kill him. Everyone, step back. Prepare a boat for me, a wild sea beast, and a pet orb. Hurry, you have 1 minute." Li Yihao had not anticipated that what he initially intended as a means for the traitor to witness the military's downfall would ultimately become his own lifeline. "Hurry. What are you waiting for?" Suddenly, Li Yihao caught sight of Jiang Tian approaching. His gaze turned vicious. "Who the hell are you?" Jiang Tian shrugged his shoulders, exclaiming, "I am Li Xiaojun. How could you fail to discern the truth? Even in my absence, you would inevitably face defeat." Li Yihao shook his head vehemently. "You cannot be Li Xiaojun. My inquiries have been thorough. Who on earth are you? Are you that nameless code, or perhaps an illusion?" Shilong gazed at Jiang Tian in utter disbelief, astonished by his audacity in weaving such blatant fabrications. Suddenly, Shilong noticed Li Zig moving aside, casting a long shadow that extended towards the wooden cabin. A sense of relief washed over him. From his observations, Jiang Tian's pet black snake possessed the ability to traverse through shadows, an unpredictable menace. In that case, it would surely inflict grave harm upon Li Yihao, thereby saving the bald-headed man. Jiang Tian paced back and forth, and suddenly he looked up. "All right, do you still eat sushi?" Li Yihao was taken aback. Then, he erupted in fury. "Wan Shun, once again, this fellow has sabotaged my good fortune. If it weren't for him, I would have secured a position with Gu Wu and become a distinguished guest of my adoptive father." The more he pondered, the angrier he became. After a moment of composure, he continued to gaze at Jiang Tian. However, to his astonishment, he soon realized that Jiang Tian had vanished. Just then, he felt a sharp jab on his shoulder, and a male voice resounded from behind him. "Who are you looking for?" Li Yihua was struck with horror. He attempted to turn around, but felt his entire body go numb. Helplessly, he knelt on the ground. Jiang Tian turned his head to behold a middle-aged man, armed with a flintlock musket, aiming directly at him. "I shall contact the embassy. You have no authority to judge me. Step away, step away." Jiang Tian nodded in agreement with his words. Indeed, he held no authority to judge him. "However, I possess the power to end your life." Upon hearing this, Gu Wuji's expression shifted to one of both shock and fury as he ignited the fuse. Boom. As Jiang Tian provoked him, he had already activated the crystal and the energy shield. However, in retrospect, it seems he had overestimated the threat. This firebrand could not even breach his own shield. Meanwhile, the warrior beside him, unable to contain his eagerness, seized the opportunity to capture Gu Wumao while he was reloading. Jiang Tian remained oblivious to the happenings behind him, his attention solely fixated on Li Yihua. Before long, he discovered a mobile phone. Upon opening the backpack, Jiang Tian found what he had been seeking: the blueprint for crafting a strength-enhancing potion, comprising 1 glass vial, 1 Qiling fruit, 1 crystallized fossil bone, and 2 compounds. Staring at the list of required materials, Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Could crystallized fossil bones truly be utilized for such a purpose? Jiang Tian had initially intended to sell those fossilized bones as fuel, and in retrospect, he narrowly avoided a grave mistake. However, the materials have inexplicably come together, which can be considered a fortunate turn of events. Moreover, Jiang Tian has stumbled upon a remarkable find: a cross-border transfer scroll, along with an abundance of other materials. He even discovered crystallized fossil bones within Li Yihao's backpack. Indeed, it is a veritable treasure trove, embodying the essence of wealth and power. Furthermore, Li Yihao possesses numerous blueprints. Excluding the useless ones, Jiang Tian's interest is piqued by only two: the blueprint for a small greenhouse and that for a villa. The greenhouse offers the potential for cultivating vegetables, while the villa represents a more refined endeavor. This construction has only been rumored to have been accomplished by the inhabitants of Longjiang. It not only demands a vast quantity of materials, including bricks and cement, but it also necessitates that the raft be of level 6. This poses no concern for Jiang Tian, as he is grounded on solid land and does not lack in carrying capacity. Moreover, Jiang Tian has recognized the significance of manpower. With such a multitude of blueprints, producing each one individually would be exceedingly inefficient. It would be far more prudent to enlist a trustworthy individual to serve as labor, given that they are indeed human. Suitable accommodations must also be arranged. Jiang Tian shifted his gaze from the blueprint of the villa in his hands to Li Zijie. Li Zijie had been attentively observing Jiang Tian's demeanor and, upon meeting his gaze, offered a subtle smile. "What is it? With that look in your eyes? Are you contemplating selling me out? That's quite all right, considering I still owe you 2 lives." The concluding tasks had come to an end. The military had successfully captured 400 enemy soldiers and 23 traitors, all of whom were to face public execution by firing squad, no less. In order to prevent any escape attempts, their tendons had been severed. One enemy soldier shouted, "You cannot treat captives in this manner." Indeed, such leniency was excessive. The likes of these scoundrels deserved to be cast into the lair of the bloodthirsty. Jiang Tian is now contemplating the idea of subduing the Bloodshell King. Otherwise, encountering scoundrels will only lead to their swift demise. He snapped his fingers. Suddenly, flames spiraled up from beneath the feet of the raucous foreigner. No. I'm burning alive. Forgive me. I was wrong. Jiang Tian spoke softly. "Your error lies not in your loud outcry, but in your unwarranted intrusion into these waters." He intensified the flames, mercilessly incinerating his foe. After the deed was done, he surveyed the surroundings. Not a single enemy dared to meet his gaze. Li Zijie, standing behind Jiang Tian, remarked blandly, "They are merely a race that preys on the weak and fears the strong." "Indeed," Jiang Tian replied, "a race that possesses minor courtesies yet lacks grand principles is utterly despicable. Let us depart. I find this place to be ominous," he added. The battle had inflicted severe losses on the military, yet the spoils were plentiful. They had seized 200 matchlock guns, 3 pet orps, and an assortment of 50 pieces of equipment, along with countless basic materials. At this moment, Jiang Tian and his companions arrived aboard the military flagship. Upon arrival, everyone present rendered a salute to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian returned the courtesy. Duan Wanzhong and Zhang Jingguo emerged, surprised by the swift arrival of the heroes who had come to support this battle. "I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude," Duan Wanzhong declared. "Please, follow me." He led everyone to an upper room, the path invigorating due to the accumulation of small wooden cabins. Soon, they arrived at a cozy wooden room furnished entirely with sofas. Within, 3 individuals were present. Qiu Tianyi and Li Shaowan, both wrapped in bandages, were consuming a rejuvenating elixir, while Zhang Qingqing nonchalantly nibbled on a bag of chocolate with her legs crossed. The 6 took their seats, facing Duan Wanzhong directly. "I am deeply thankful for your assistance. In this encounter with the invasion, our military cannot escape blame. We were overly optimistic." Jiang Tian responded, "Gold is not without flaws, and neither are people. We never anticipated that Li Yihao possessed the means for cross-domain transmission." Chief Duan interjected, "Surely, I did not summon you here merely to discuss that." Duan Wanzhong shook his head. "Of course not. The purpose of your summons encompasses 3 matters. First, we have acquired a mysterious artifact, and should you reach the 2nd tier, I would like to extend an invitation for your participation. Second, there exists a remarkably powerful humanoid monster on this island, and I wish to commission your 6 members for its subjugation. Xiao Jun, calculate the task. Lastly, this island was seized through our collective efforts, and I would like to bestow upon you some land. You must be weary from drifting at sea. It is far more stable to tread upon solid ground. I commend your perseverance, children." Chapter 63. The Secret Realm of Peach Blossom Spring. Conducting business with the military has designated this island as Red Island, for it was claimed at the cost of over half of our soldiers. It is a land soaked in the blood of martyrs. Their intention is to establish it as a stronghold for humanity and to rebuild a civilized society. Jiang Tian participated in the solemn ceremony honoring the martyrs. The matchlock musket was ignited, and a shot was fired into the sky. 10 enemy soldiers were executed before the bodies of the fallen warriors, serving as a blood tribute. This act instilled fear and trepidation in the remaining adversaries and traitors, for they understood that once the island was entirely conquered, their demise would follow. All the brave soldiers were laid to rest upon the island, while the enemy's remains were cast into the sea. After the proceedings, Jiang Tian pondered the matters concerning Duan Wanzhong. The mysterious artifact mentioned by Duan Wanzhong was a coordinate card for a secret realm, not the illusory Beast Spirit Island, but rather the Peach Blossom Spring, a new secret domain, similarly accessible at the second tier. Jiang Tian recalled the first transaction with the Haijing military. When the enigmatic artifact was revealed, it must be this one. Yet, he pondered whether the creatures within were as perverse as those on the illusion Beast Spirit Island. However, these matters could be inquired about later with the fortunate rabbit, Dream Weaver, who had lived long enough to possess some knowledge. The words of Duan Wanzhong surfaced in his memory. I understand the dedication of all who have tirelessly come to aid our forces. I am willing to share this item selflessly with you all, but I have 2 stipulations. Firstly, please entrust to us any artifacts capable of enhancing our warriors' dimensional capabilities en masse. All other gains from the secret realms shall belong to you. Secondly, if any of you intend to utilize items from the secret realms, please prioritize our military. I extend my gratitude to you all. It appears the military aims to center its efforts on developing the islands. However, this development hinges upon a prerequisite. Jiang Tian's gaze was cast towards a distant oasis. The objective was to vanquish the formidable boss. According to the survivors who had previously assaulted the oasis, the creature was a humanoid entity, entirely clad in purple, accompanied by a multitude of similarly formidable minions. Jiang Tian also allowed Mo Lin to sense the situation, and the answer was affirmative, a second-tier lord. Duan Wanzhong indicated that they would not be claiming the loot dropped by the boss. Instead, it would be allocated according to their needs. Furthermore, each participant would receive a reward of 1,000 oceanic currency. This arrangement was quite favorable, as the military sought to avoid further casualties, while Jiang Tian and his companions were eager to secure the treasure chests. Thus, the battle plan was established. 500 warriors would provide remote cover, allowing them the opportunity to vanquish the Lord. The time was set for tomorrow, awaiting Zhang Qingqing and Li Xiaojun to fully recover before engaging in combat. Jiang Tian was filled with anticipation, yearning to uncover the splendid treasures that the second-tier exquisite chest might yield. As evening descended upon them during the welcoming feast, he found himself grimacing slightly. Although it was termed a banquet, it was, in essence, an open-air barbecue on the island. Piles of bonfires flickered in the distance, showcasing an array of fish, sea beasts, and the peculiar amalgamations of fish among sea creatures. Wrapping himself more snugly in his blanket, he surveyed the offerings. But none seemed appetizing enough to tempt his palate. With no other option, he reluctantly contributed his own supplies, providing beef and wild boar meat, thus enhancing the meal for everyone present. At that moment, Duan Wanzhong approached, clad in a cotton coat, accompanied by a burly man with a dark visage. He settled down beside Jiang Tian. "Care for a bite, Commander Duan?" Jiang Tian inquired, gesturing towards the barbecue in his hand. Duan Wanzhong waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you, but I'm getting old. My teeth aren't what they used to be." "What about Commander Zhang?" Jiang Tian asked. "He's occupied with paperwork," Duan Wanzhong replied with a chuckle. "I'm not a commander anymore, either. Given this dreadful weather, I'm uncertain if I can endure it. To be honest, during the time of our defeat, I nearly succumbed to my old ailment," he remarked, pointing to his temple. "I have a history of cerebral infarction. Furthermore, a single organization cannot have 2 leaders, can it?" Jiang Tian listened intently, deftly turning the skewers of meat in his hands. He was surprised to discover that Duan Wanzhong had actually relinquished some authority, which piqued his interest. Li Zijie quietly approached, squatting beside him, and took over the skewer, placing it back over the flames to roast. Jiang Tian felt a warmth in his heart, and then listened with reassurance as Duan Wanzhong spoke. "Therefore, I have entrusted the soldiers of Haijing to Zhang Guo. He is still young, yet possesses both capability and integrity." Jiang Tian nodded. To be able to gather refugees in such a dire environment surely reflects a commendable character. Zhang Jingguo, though still young and subject to further evaluation, is nonetheless perceived as a youth in the eyes of Duan Wanzhong. I must express my gratitude for your support and for sending Li and Zhang as well. Were it not for their presence, Xiao Jun might have fallen victim to the enemy's nefarious grasp. Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, yet his expression remained inscrutable. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Zijie, only to discover that she too was subtly observing him, a faint smile gracing her lips. The river and sky are clear. This girl is quite remarkable, managing to take credit for herself. When Commander Duan mentioned this to me, there must be a deeper meaning behind it, Jiang Tian retorted. Duan Wanzhong chuckled softly, extending his hand to warm himself by the campfire, offering no response to Jiang Tian, but instead posed a question. How are you considering the land? My young friend Huan Shen? Jiang Tian responded. My surname is Jiang, so just call me Xiao Jiang. The land issue will certainly be considered. And please refrain from addressing me as commander. You may simply call me Lao Duan, he added with a hearty laugh. However, the tone of Duan Wanzhong shifted abruptly as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Tian. Have you considered remaining on this island? We face considerable challenges managing the refugees on our side. Additionally, having lost many of our warriors, we are severely understaffed. Li Zig turned to inquire. Why not select members for the defense team from among the refugees? Duan Wanzhong shook his head. In this world, who among those capable of labor would willingly choose to be a refugee under restrictions? We have attempted recruitment before, but out of so many refugees, fewer than 100 expressed willingness. To avoid creating an awkward situation, we abandoned the effort. However, we are discreetly enlisting. Jiang Tian understood that Duan Wanzhong had come to seek him out in order to recruit a guardian for the military, essentially compensating for their insufficient strength. He shook his head. Duan Lao, I have my own family, albeit they are not in a position to make an appearance. Duan Wanzhong nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. The island was not particularly safe, and his family members were likely not adept in combat, thus requiring protection, especially if they were to fall under enemy control. Jiang Tian would also be constrained, which would instead yield counterproductive effects. At this moment, a sudden inspiration struck Jiang Tian. This item hasn't even been warmed yet. What a coincidence. He took out the blueprint for the physical enhancement potion from his phone. Elder Duan, shall we collaborate? Jiang Tian glanced at his reserves, noting that he had 96 red spirit fruits remaining. Each fruit could yield 5 bottles of potions, which amounted to a total of 480 bottles. Duan Wanzhong's gaze fixated on the blueprint for the physical enhancement potion, a fleeting look of regret crossing his face before he quickly regained composure. Li Hao, will you be selling that blueprint? Jiang Tian shook his head. You can undoubtedly afford this item, but the materials are rather ordinary. In consideration of old Duan's reputation, should the potion be successfully concocted, I will offer you a discount of 20%. Furthermore, Jiang Tian retrieved a crossbow and the long-forgotten blueprint for the magical thorn lizard chest armor. Surely, this is something you require as well. However, the blueprint is not for sale. Chapter 64, The Point System. Wanzhong was utterly astonished. After a deep sigh, he burst into hearty laughter. Jiang, my young friend, possesses a wealth of treasures indeed. Yet, I am merely a humble old man. If you seek collaboration, I can summon Jiangwo for you. At this moment, I am not in a position to decide. Wanzhong gestured to the burly man with a dark complexion beside him. Wen Yuan, go and fetch Jiangwo. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian was taken aback. He had initially assumed that the individual was merely a guard or a soldier of low rank, but was surprised to discover that he held a significant position. Rising to his feet, he brushed off his trousers and said, Please assist us in making the necessary arrangements. We shall proceed to seek out Chief Zhang. Thank you for your hard work, Duan Lao. Do take a well-deserved rest. Farewell. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Tian beckoned Li Zijie to the raft. As Jiang Tian walked away, the burly man known as Wen Yuan let out a sigh, his expression tinged with helplessness. Chief, why not retrieve that blueprint? By all accounts, it should be considered our trophy. The mere thought of how Li Yihao had utilized it to nurture so many formidable talents ignited a surge of inexplicable anger within the black-faced giant. Duan Wanzhong remained expressionless, tending to the campfire. It's foolish. However, Wen Yuan seemed poised to continue, but Duan Wanzhong shook his head in resignation. Times have changed. Our journey thus far has revealed how many have lost faith in the military. Just look at those skilled individuals, and what of the ordinary soldiers scattered about? How many have heeded the call to return? Now, everyone starts from scratch. each aspiring to rise above the rest. If you were to jeopardize our relationship over that blueprint, not only would we fail to obtain it, but acquiring the subsequent potions would be equally challenging. Furthermore, Duan Wanzhong turned his gaze towards the distant raft. That young man does not possess a bad character. His two female subordinates are commendable as well. Our responsibility is merely to manage this island. The world belongs to the youth. On the raft, Zhang Jingguo received the news and entered the small cabin to host Jiang Tian. He gestured for Jiang Tian to take a seat. Once both were settled, they delved into serious matters. Let us dispense with pleasantries and address the crux of the matter. How shall we settle on the price? Directly, I appreciate dealing with forthright individuals, Jiang Tian replied, raising two fingers. Director Zhang, do not hold it against me for asking a steep price. The materials are indeed rare. 2,000 for a vial. To be transparent, I can provide at least 400 vials. Perhaps after this transaction, you will be able to handle the creatures on the island yourselves. Zhang Jingguo offered a wry smile. To procure all of them would amount to 800,000. We simply do not possess such funds. Jiang Tian gazed at the steaming water on the table before lifting his head to meet Zhang Jingguo's eyes. Chief, I have a suggestion, contingent upon the military stance. This notion had long lingered in his mind, initially intended for personal use once he established his own organization. However, he deemed it acceptable to share. Zhang Jingguo retrieved a cigarette and extended it toward him. Jiang Tian took the object and ignited it. Chief, your desire for us to remain here stems from your concerns regarding the current diminished strength of our military. You fear that continuous assaults from marine beasts may overwhelm us. However, have you considered that these creatures are replete with treasures? The cores of marine beasts, chests of riches, and delectable ingredients abound. If one were to slay a marine beast, the sustenance it provides could last an individual for quite some time. Thus, there exists a particular system that aligns perfectly with your current predicament, a points-based system. Li Zig suddenly realized the implications, while Zhang Jingguo furrowed his brow slightly. Jiang Tian dipped his fingers in water and inscribed the character for people on the table. Regardless of whether one is a soldier or a refugee, slaying sea beasts would yield points. As for the token, it is naturally the crystal core of the sea beast. Points can be exchanged for. Jiang Tian inscribed the character for military once more, expressing a desire to exchange for items that would enhance his strength. This includes, but is not limited to, the human-faced carp breastplate in your possession, the crossbow in my grasp, the venomous thorn lizard, and even the potions for physical enhancement. But from whence do these items originate? Jiang Tian inscribed the character Jiang once more, naturally referring to himself. He then dipped his brush into the water and encircled the three characters, binding them together. I require the sea beast crystal core, while you must maintain order, and the refugees need to survive. It is a complete win-win situation. Zhang Jingguo gazed at the water stains on the table, his expression revealing nothing. However, the ash from his cigarette burned halfway without being flicked away, clearly indicating deep contemplation. His mind raced with thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head. What if individuals with ulterior motives were to acquire such power? This matter is akin to the firearms of the previous world. If a multitude were to incite chaos, managing the situation would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Jiang Tian smiled, for he had anticipated this matter long ago. It was exceedingly simple. If a refugee could exchange a sea beast crystal core for 100 points, then a soldier would be able to obtain 150. The points required for a refugee to acquire a physique-enhancing potion amounted to 1,000, whereas a soldier would only need 800. Thus, soldiers were afforded preferential treatment. Jiang Tian's fingers gently tapped on the table. Chief, consider this. How many individuals would actually enlist in the military? I surmise that to train them, you would need to establish quotas. Some may even resort to bribery just to gain entry into the armed forces. He gestured towards the outside. Even if they do not join the military, as they observe the increasing prowess of those around them on the rafts, they will undoubtedly strive to slay the sea beasts themselves. Chief Zhang, do not underestimate humanity's competitive spirit. Zhang Jingguo appeared to be swayed by his words. Yet he raised a pertinent question. In that case, what about the elderly and the disabled? Surely, they cannot be expected to hunt sea beasts as well. Li Zig shook his head and timely interjected. Chief, Jiang Tian was merely providing an example. You could certainly recruit individuals with specific skills for the development of the island. Farmers, herders, construction workers, designers, anyone whose expertise is needed can earn points. Moreover, the items redeemable with these points need not be rigidly defined. food, daily necessities, and even the lifeblood of the Huaxia people. Li Zig spoke softly. Land. In the current world, nothing is more enticing than possessing one's own territory. With such a snowball effect, even certain organizations may seek to ally with Red Island. If the land could be offered for exchange, it would not be unreasonable for some to trade blueprints for points. The chief must be aware of the valuable possessions that those refugees hold. Jiang Tian recalled the magical beasts from the illusionary beast Spirit Island, as well as the creatures inhabiting this oasis. He spoke softly. Chief, the foes in this world are not limited to humanity. Zhang Jingguo abruptly rose to his feet. Noticing his reaction, Jiang Tian offered a faint smile, reassured that his resources were secure. I need to convene a meeting to thoroughly discuss the feasibility of this system. I will provide you with a response by tomorrow. Chapter 65. Journey to the Central Oasis, Confronting the Second-Order Lord. Jiang Tian lay in the wooden cabin provided by the military. The room was equipped not only with a quilt but also with a fireplace. There were night patrols, and with Mo Lin shadowing him. He felt no concern for his safety. However, before drifting into slumber, he pondered a particular matter, the feasibility of hosting an auction on Red Island. At that moment, Jiang Tian gazed at the blueprints for the villa and the small greenhouse, utterly astonished. The small greenhouse required 100 units of glass, 50 units of stone, and 30 ingots of metal. The blueprint for the villa demanded 1,000 red bricks, 1,000 units of cement, 1,000 units of timber, 500 units of compounds, 300 units of resilient wood, 50 units of glass, 50 bolts, and 30 ingots of metal, along with 400 units of stone. Could Longjiang possibly construct such a thing? Jiang Tian vividly recalled the moment he first encountered Ji Meng when Li Zige revealed that he had dismantled the Longjiang villa. He was somewhat intrigued by Longjiang's ability to produce a substantial quantity of metal ingots. This realization hinted at Longjiang's complexities. After contemplating this matter, Jiang Tian succumbed to slumber. Upon dawn, he consumed the remnants of last night's roasted meat, paired with the military-provided bread, which constituted his breakfast. Around 9 o'clock, everyone stirred awake. At that juncture, Zhang Jingguo brought forth a significant announcement. This battle would yield them 2,000 points. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Tian exchanged a knowing smile with Li Zige. While Zhang Qingqing was also aware of the implications, Shi Long and Li Xiaojun, being part of the upper echelons, had already been informed. The only one left in the dark was Qiu Tianyi. What is this? What are points? He pondered, observing the exhilaration on Shi Long and Li Xiaojun's faces. Jiang Tian understood that 2,000 points must be quite substantial. Even without any rewards, he would have engaged in the battle against the boss. For the spoils from such encounters were undeniably alluring. Zhang Jingguo then addressed Jiang Tian, stating that after the battle, they would further discuss collaboration. Expressing his gratitude for Jiang Tian's assistance today, Jiang Tian nodded slightly, acknowledging that it was a minor issue. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jingguo, the 6 individuals, accompanied by 500 warriors, journeyed to the oasis of the island. This island was not insignificant in size. Jiang Tian estimated that he had traversed more than 2 or 3 kilometers. As he gradually approached the oasis, the night patrol beside him became somewhat agitated. Jiang Tian spoke in a hushed tone. Beasts of magic? Yi Sun nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Tian began to comprehend the situation. It appeared quite formidable. They arrived at the oasis, only to be confronted by a horde of grotesque, diminutive figures with purple skin. Let us provisionally designate them as goblins. Accompanying them were warriors armed with flintlock guns and crossbows, who unleashed a volley of concentrated fire, swiftly decimating the ranks. Jiang Tian raised his hand and unleashed the flame-severing vortex, while Li Zig similarly conjured ice spikes. The remaining 4, devoid of magical means, could only wield their crossbows. Zhang Qingqing and Shi Long yearned to charge in and showcase their prowess, yet Li Xiaojun dismissed their proposal. If you enter, the warriors will be hampered and their efficiency will suffer. Jiang Tian perceived that these peculiar creatures possessed an extraordinary vitality. The lesser foes were merely a testament to this. And the formidable boss at the center was undoubtedly even more formidable. They had fought for a considerable half hour, and the once abundant minions now emerged only sporadically. The 6 companions exchanged knowing glances, recognizing that the moment had come. With a resounding shout, Li Xiaojun exclaimed, "Charge!" Thus, the 6 of them plunged into the depths of the forest, closely followed by the surrounding warriors. Mo Lin and Yi Sun forged ahead, paving the way. while Shilong and Zhang Qingqing maintained a strategic position in the third and fourth slots. In the center stood the warriors, armed and ready. While bringing up the rear were Li Xiaojun, Qiu Tianyi, Jiang Tian, and Li Zige. Jiang Tian and Li Zige managed to deal with the pesky little monsters, while Li Xiaojun and Qiu Tianyi stood guard over them. Their journey proceeded smoothly, with the only interruptions being a few robust purple goblins. Fortunately, there were no casualties. No creature dared approach within 10 meters of the crowd. After progressing for a while, they arrived at a rather expansive clearing. In the center of this space stood an altar. Shilong reflected on their previous visit, which had been fraught with significant losses, contrasting it with the current experience that felt as comfortable as returning to a living room. Suddenly, Yusing gazed into the distance and let out a howl that echoed through the air. Jiang Tian turned to Li Xiaojun and said, "Prepare yourselves, the boss is arriving." If my senses are not mistaken, there are also two formidable guardians accompanying him. In the distance, a thunderous rumble echoed. Feeling the tremors beneath their feet, everyone understood that a colossal entity was approaching. One by one, the towering trees in the distance toppled, and thick plumes of smoke began to rise. Jiang Tian heard the sound of a soldier gulping beside him. He gently patted the soldier's shoulder, offering words of reassurance. "It's all right, we shall prevail." The soldier turned back, gratitude evident in his eyes as he glanced at Jiang Tian. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the final tree splintered, revealing the monstrous figure before them. It was a colossal goblin with purple skin, its muscular frame towering at an impressive 10 meters, grasping a massive club adorned with enigmatic runes. It exuded an aura of menace. Stone Dragon narrowed his gaze, fixing his eyes on Jiang Tian, who stood at the forefront, and declared, "It is he. The very boss we encountered at the outset." Jiang Tian shook his head, and Shilong was momentarily puzzled. Soon, however, he grasped the situation. "Goodness, is this not the boss?" Jiang Tian nodded and said, "I have some good news for you. There are two elite monsters." The expressions of the remaining four, aside from Li Zige, visibly shifted. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, another colossal goblin emerged. This one was evidently less reckless. Clad in identical animal hide, bearing the same markings and weaponry, the only distinguishing feature was its larger stature, accompanied by a shriveled goblin crawling upon its forehead. Jiang Tian extended his hand to indicate the imposing figure that had just arrived. It was not the bulky man himself, but rather the individual perched atop his head. Li Xiaojun approached Jiang Tian and inquired, "What shall we do?" Prior to their arrival, they had already designated the leaders. Commanding the 500 warriors was Li Xiaojun, while Jiang Tian would oversee the remaining 5. Jiang Tian sensed his surroundings and let out a sigh. The energy was remarkably dense. Although this magical beast did not exude an overwhelming aura, it still emanated a considerable sense of pressure. When the military arrived, they hastily repaired 4 heavy crossbows, which were now positioned at a distance. The soldiers held their weapons aloft, aiming at the small goblins that darted around the perimeter. Meanwhile, the colossal crossbows were being operated, with their sights set firmly on the central boss. Jiang Tian surveyed the disparity in strength on both sides and resolutely issued commands to Mo Lin Yi-sun, Shilong, Zhang Qingqing, Li Zigao, "You are to restrain that imposing figure. Engage in circular maneuvers. Do not confront the monster head-on. My pets will assist you." Then, Jiang Tian directed his gaze towards the slightly weaker giant goblin. "Qiu Tianyi, Li Xiaojun, join me in swiftly eliminating the other." The 4 giant crossbows also took aim at this target. "Let the firing of the crossbows serve as our signal to commence battle." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 massive crossbows released their formidable bolts. These projectiles possessed tremendous power. However, the giant goblin's defenses were formidable as well. The crossbow bolts, capable of piercing sea monsters, embedded themselves into the giant goblin. "Charge!" Jiang Tian gallantly took the lead, charging forward with Night Watch in tow. Qiu Tianyi and Li Xiaojun were momentarily taken aback, their hearts filled with astonishment. Goodness, how swift! They felt as though Jiang Tian was akin to a gust of wind, reaching the monstrous foe in the blink of an eye, while they had only just taken a few steps. However, the shock within them did not impede their advance. Within a few seconds, they too arrived before the formidable boss, where Night Watch had already engaged in a fierce battle with the gigantic goblin. Jiang Tian gazed intently at the enormous head of the goblin, his eyes narrowing slightly. It would not suffice to shoot directly. He needed the creature to bend down. "You, strike at his left leg, but be cautious not to let him step on you." As for the right leg, Jiang Tian took aim at the monster. His fist clenched. In Chapter 66 of the Fiery Vortex, the formidable boss lord, Li Xiaojun, wielded two skills. One was called Heavy Strike. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as his long sword swung fiercely toward the knee of the giant goblin. After battling against the human adversary, Qiu Tianyi had come to terms with the situation and equipped himself with the same brass knuckles as Shilong. He relentlessly pounded the creature's feet. With both legs under assault from the trio, the giant goblin winced in pain, bending downwards. Towering at 10 meters, the giant goblin moved with surprising agility. It swung its massive palm, intent on crushing Qiu Tianyi. As the colossal hand descended with alarming speed, Qiu Tianyi's heart raced. Goodness, how swift! At that moment, Jiang Tian, continuously unleashing the fiery vortex, seized the opportunity. As the giant goblin aimed to strike the ground, its body naturally lowered. Jiang Tian, already poised for action, instantaneously chanted an incantation, summoning countless fiery spears that pierced the giant goblin's head, transforming it into a porcupine. The monster's anguished howls echoed deafeningly. Yet, Jiang Tian persisted, firing more flame spears that filled the goblin's gaping mouth. 5 seconds elapsed, and the goblin collapsed thunderously. Though it had sustained a fatal wound, Jiang Tian remained cautious. After a brief pause, he noticed a treasure chest materializing from the fallen giant goblin. Let us assist the others. Meanwhile, the battle against another giant goblin was dire. Zhang Qingqing barely managed to dodge, while Shilong relied on the protection of his companions. The creature seemed to have discerned Shilong's sluggishness. A massive club swung directly toward him. Should it connect, Shilong would be obliterated. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted past, colliding with the goblin's wrist. This strike altered the trajectory of the attack, causing the club to crash heavily onto the ground, sending a gust of wind that lifted Shilong off his feet. Rising from the ground, Shilong felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as he had narrowly escaped disaster. Suddenly, Li Zig shouted, "Stay focused. That little monkey seems off." The little monkey referred to the boss, which now cackled ominously, exuding an unsettling aura. Abruptly, it extended its hand toward the group. A surge of energy erupted forth, cleaving through the earth like a scalpel through paper. With a resounding explosion, debris flew in all directions, and the force of the blast billowed out, lifting the clothing of those present in a grand display. Jiang Tian sensed that the boss's gaze was inadvertently directed towards him. He heightened his vigilance, preparing to counter the next wave of assault. Just as Jiang Tian anticipated, the subsequent attack was indeed aimed at him. Boom! He evaded the energy beams with agile movements, but soon found himself cornered. Suddenly, an ominous premonition washed over him. The warrior, who had been operating the massive crossbow and was initially targeting the goblin, was involuntarily drawn to Jiang Tian by the overwhelming force of the boss's attack. Upon catching sight of him, the warrior was momentarily stunned. He hastily shouted, "Be careful! That monster has revived." At that moment, a resounding thud echoed behind Jiang Tian, as the deceased giant goblin stood lifelessly behind him. Its fiery spear dissipated, revealing countless wounds. With its enormous club raised high, it brought it crashing down with great force. Jiang Tian was taken aback, realizing that the formidable boss was a necromancer. Suddenly, he recalled the small goblins they had slain along their journey, and he paused momentarily. Time slipped away gradually, as the surrounding monsters approached in scattered groups. Just when they began to relax, they turned to support the 6 facing the boss and were startled to see Shilong, Qiu Tianyi, and Li Xiaojun rushing back. Li Xiaojun's expression was tense. He had just heard Jiang Tian mention that this boss was a necromancer. Reflecting on their prior encounters, a cold sweat broke out on him. The 3 of them indeed found themselves powerless against the boss. Although their physical attributes were adequate, their speed was insufficient. They had to admit that they were merely a hindrance in this situation. Without needing Jiang Tian's direction, they voluntarily offered to protect the warriors. Zhang Ziyage intended to join as well, but Jiang Tian held her back. As a healer, should any debris harm Zhang Qingqing, it would jeopardize her ability to assist, making her the latter's second life. Meanwhile, Mo Lin was engaged in a standoff with the resurrected giant goblin. Though it had returned to life, its movements had slowed significantly. Mo Lin, with agile grace, occasionally tripped the creature. Additionally, he could sever the undead monster's legs using crystals, a feat that Night Patrol could not accomplish. Albeit the process was time-consuming. On another front, Zhang Qingqing was dodging the giant goblin's attacks while remaining vigilant against a sudden strike from the boss. The battle of offense and defense continued. Jiang Tian hurled the flame spear towards the boss, who effortlessly deflected it with a similar energy shield. Thus, he had no choice but to retreat and shift his focus to assaulting the massive goblin. However, the flame spear proved to be insufficiently lethal. As Jiang Tian bit down, he swiftly dismantled the source conversion gem. Although the original energy orbs inflicted minimal damage, they were accompanied by explosions, while the flame spear, despite its formidable penetration, would be rendered ineffective upon the death of the wielder, only to be revived by the undead. This equipment was ill-suited for the current battle. Thus, with resolute decisiveness, Jiang Tian removed the gem. Whoosh, 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 the intermittent energy orb soared towards the colossal goblin. It had been a long time since he last employed such a tool. He suddenly perceived that their flight was painfully sluggish. Boom, boom, boom. 3 energy orbs detonated upon striking the giant goblin, causing it to stagger. Li Zigao was wholly engrossed in observing the boss. Any lapse in her attention could spell doom for Zhang Qingqing. However, what astonished Li Zigao the most was that Jiang Tian had yet to consume a single blue potion, and his intervals between launching the flame spear or energy orbs were alarmingly short. The boss's attack intervals were too lengthy, although Jiang Tian's attacks were somewhat weaker. Their rapid succession allowed him to maintain pressure. As for the massive goblin, it could not hope to catch the swift Zhang Qingqing. The situation appeared to stabilize. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Li Zigao's keen eyes caught sight of the boss's wrinkles beginning to swell, a subtle yet unmistakable inflation. She promptly shared this crucial intelligence. This is bad. The boss is exhibiting unusual behavior. Its body is gradually expanding. We must exercise extreme caution. At that moment, a pale green luminescence emanated from the enormous goblin, and its wounds began to heal. Li Zigao understood all too well what that glow signified. The boss was regenerating health. Without hesitation, she conjured an ice spear and hurled it at the boss, which hastily dodged, but the interruption clearly agitated it. It retaliated with a surge of energy. Li Zigao had previously requested to position herself further back, as her speed was insufficient. If she had waited to evade until after witnessing the glow, it would have been too late. Thus, after launching the ice spear, she immediately took flight. Boom! An energy wave crashed behind her. At that moment, her physical constitution was merely 14 points, having consumed only 2 scarlet spirit fruits. The tremendous impact rendered her unconscious. Boom! Just then, the colossal goblin swung its wooden club downwards, sending flying debris that struck Zhang Qingqing's calf. The projectiles were swift and razor-sharp, leaving several gashes on her leg. However, she did not receive the healing she awaited from Li Zigao. At that moment, she heard Jiang Tian shouting fervently at her, "Zhang Qingqing, go open that treasure chest and trade everything to me." Chapter 67. The headgear of the Pasha curse and the terrifying power of new skills on their way. Jiang Tian and the others exchanged playful banter. What if I were to take on the boss solo? Shilong raised his thumb in approval. Then you would earn the highest accolades for your prowess. Consider yourself impressive. At that moment, Jiang Tian truly faced the boss alone. Without the avant-garde Zhang Qingqing by his side, managing the colossal goblin with merely the night patrol proved to be rather arduous. Remarkably, the giant goblin seemed to have received some directive and disregarded the night patrol entirely, striding purposefully towards Jiang Tian, evidently intent on resolving matters with him first. At this moment, Zhang Qingqing forcefully kicked open the treasure chest, emptying its contents. A dazzling golden light erupted from within. The items were anything but ordinary. She gazed at the 2 skill cards in her hands and subsequently sent a trade request to Jiang Tian. Buzz! Jiang Tian's phone vibrated. As he sprinted forward, he unleashed energy orbs behind him while accepting a trading request. Upon noticing the 3 items, Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled with interest. One was an equipment piece, accompanied by 2 skill cards. The equipment, however, was particularly intriguing. The Pact of the Cursed, purple, granted a 6 to Constitution and 8 to Perception. Featuring dual active skills, it resets the cooldowns of all equipment skills, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. A valuable find indeed. Jiang Tian equipped the items directly. At this moment, his attributes transformed into the following. Region, 6666 Personal ID, 666666 Race, Human Life Rating, 2nd Tier Physique, 55, 5, Agility, 67, 11, Perception, 73, 18, Energy, 540730 title, Pioneer Talent, Bonds Beyond Worlds Equipment, Black Mist Coat, blue. Ritual Ring, blue. Steelbone Chain Pants, green. Coral Boots, green. Hunter Gloves, green. Peach Blossom Spirit Ring, blue. Patia's Curse, purple. It was quite absurd. His perception had increased by 18 points solely due to the enhancements of his equipment. It seemed his initial conjecture was indeed correct. The limits of his 3 dimensions did not signify an end, but rather a beginning. However, relying solely on this enhanced dimensionality would not suffice for a direct confrontation with the boss. With a faint smile, Jiang Tian learned both skills he held in his hands. As long as he possessed sufficient natural aptitude and enough skill slots, there would be no issue. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal goblin charged from behind, prompting Jiang Tian to send a message to Li Xiaojun. While inspecting his equipment, he had discovered a skill he had nearly forgotten. If utilized properly, this skill should deliver a heavy blow to the giant goblin. He glanced at his hands, feeling a pang of nostalgia. The Hunter Gloves Gale arrow enhanced the force of his arrows by 200. Yet, the battles he had encountered were exceedingly extreme. Either he could not overcome them, such as with the Soul Devourer, or he dispatched them instantly, like the disgrace of the second tier, Black Mountain Sungtai, rendering this skill largely unnecessary. Li Xiaojun, taken aback by the message, was currently embroiled in a struggle amidst a pile of undead. At this moment, their line of defense rested solely on the 3 of them, leaving no room to disengage. He turned to the warrior and shouted, "String the 2 heavy crossbows and move them to an open space. Once completed, return immediately, and do not let the boss focus on you." Upon finishing his words, he cleaved through another undead goblin. After opening the treasure chest, Zhang Qingqing carried the unconscious Li Zigao to the tree. She had inquired with Jiang Tian if assistance was required, but the response was that it was unnecessary for the time being, as the number of undead continued to swell, and the 3 of them were barely managing. Consequently, Jiang Tian encouraged Zhang Qingqing to join the fray. After hearing the voice message, she extinguished her phone, cast a glance back at Jiang Tian, and plunged directly into the throng. She understood that this villain would not undertake actions without assurance of success. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian was leading the boss on a leisurely stroll, stepping into the shadow of the woods and then suddenly emerging from the other side. There lay a colossal crossbow, meticulously set up by a vigilant warrior who had preordained its trajectory. As the massive goblin charged toward him, Jiang Tian merely needed to pull the trigger, and the enormous bolt would surely pierce the creature's chest. Given the initial force of the crossbow, the bolt could embed itself halfway into the goblin's body. Now, what would happen with the windswept arrows? Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as a bolt, propelled with unmatched vigor, hurtled toward the giant goblin. The hulking figure sensed the imminent danger and swiftly dodged to the side. However, the speed and might of the windswept arrow were too formidable. Though it did not strike a fatal blow, it nonetheless shattered his forearm. Standing 10 meters tall, with a wrist over a meter wide, the impact exceeded Jiang Tian's expectations. Thus, he prepared to employ the same strategy for a second strike, but this time he initiated a mist form instead. Clang! In a state of mist, Jiang Tian was struck by the boss's beam, which pierced through the shifting vapor and exploded violently in the distance. Instantly, a wave of force surged forth, nearly dispersing the misty form of Jiang Tian, yet it remained intact. He dispelled the mist form and took a sip of blue potion to replenish his lost magical energy. With a double-enhanced gale arrow, he forcefully struck the trigger, launching another massive crossbow bolt. However, the colossal goblin was prepared, standing only a few paces from the giant crossbow, and swung its heavy club down upon Jiang Tian's head. This clash resulted in the shattering of the club. Yet the crossbow bolt lost all its potency in the process. Nevertheless, a cold smirk crept across Jiang Tian's lips. He extended his hand toward the giant goblin, instantly casting instant chant. With the dual enhancements, the cooldown was ready. Countless energy spheres crashed into the goblin's chest, and due to the explosive nature of the attack, the boss was also caught in the blast. It had no choice but to raise an energy shield to withstand the explosion. 5 seconds later, the upper half of the colossal goblin vanished, crashing to the ground. A treasure chest slowly emerged. The boss then leaped to the ground, regarding Jiang Tian. Indeed, while the energy spheres were merely standard attacks, their destructive capability far exceeded that of the flame lance. Yet, Jiang Tian understood that as long as the boss remained alive, this half of its body would inevitably resurrect. Thus, he needed to act swiftly. The boss stood on the ground, its form now noticeably rounder, though still wrinkled, not appearing as withered as before. Its aura gradually grew stronger. However, Jiang Tian remained unperturbed. He had acquired a new skill. Initially, using Gale Arrow was a tactic to buy time, for this skill relied on the energy infused into it. And he had begun infusing energy the moment he obtained it, even consuming a vial of blue potion for this purpose. Jiang Tian stood face to face with his boss, extending his hand to point towards the sky. The boss, perplexed, looked up. In an instant, he was struck dumb. A colossal magical array had manifested above, and it was continuously expanding. The boss panicked, sensing an imminent mortal threat. Jiang Tian chuckled, for the boss's reaction was precisely what he had anticipated. He then activated the mist. Instantly, a colossal beam of light shot from the magical array towards the ground. This strike was cataclysmic, capable of obliterating everything in its path. Jiang Tian narrowly escaped a calamity thanks to his misty form. However, the boss was not so fortunate, suffering a direct hit. In Chapter 68, titled Infinite Judgment, the altar serves as the heart of the island. The boss's energy shield crumbled like mere paper, utterly incapable of withstanding the immense energy unleashed by the magical array. Struck by this overwhelming force, the boss emitted a sharp, piercing cry. As the energy dissipated, Jiang Tian's figure, now materializing from the mist, gradually took shape. Although the boss remained alive, he was reduced to kneeling on the ground, barely clinging to life. This catastrophic scene instantly captured the attention of all present. The towering energy beam, nearly 10 meters high, was an awe-inspiring sight. Was that truly a skill of the boss? How on earth could they contend with such power? Was the great illusionist unharmed? Shilong, who had been ruthlessly dispatching minions with a single punch, turned to observe as well. Amidst the swirling smoke, the two figures appeared indistinguishable, making it impossible to discern who stood and who knelt. Nevertheless, he felt certain that, despite the illusionist's formidable strength, he could not have unleashed such a powerful attack. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to rescue him. Yet, before he could utter a word, a powerful gust of wind swept through, dispersing the haze, revealing the standing figure as none other than the illusionist. The crowd erupted in cheers. Incredible! Is this truly achievable by human effort? I thought the apocalypse had arrived. The illusionist was indeed impressive. Shilong was left utterly astonished. That previous move was executed by the illusionist? It had been unleashed. Skill book, Infinite Judgment, requires 55 perception, infusing energy to unleash a cataclysmic strike. This ability resonated with Jiang Tian in an unparalleled manner. With the title of Pioneer, his 100 blue mana was equivalent to 1,000. This strike, considering his own energy and the mana potions consumed, amassed over 8,000 units of energy, rendering the boss incapacitated with a single blow. However, it was worth noting that the boss had yet to unleash any attacks in the second phase, leaving him utterly devoid of combat capability. Jiang Tian gazed at the boss, who was on the brink of death, while Yu Sun had somehow appeared by his side. You take care of this. The voice of Jiang Tian resonated in Yi Sun's mind during the night patrol. He leaped high, striking the head of the monstrous beast with a powerful claw. Despite both being at the second tier, the physical prowess of a lord-level beast was immensely formidable. With a single blow, it merely knocked him to the ground, but Yu Sun swiftly retaliated with another strike. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the warriors engaged in fierce combat suddenly noticed that the undead goblins before them had succumbed to despair, subsequently collapsing to the ground. A moment of bewilderment ensued among them. They had triumphed. Huan Sun had single-handedly defeated the boss. It was astonishing. That energy column was clearly beyond human capabilities. The emotions of the warriors fluctuated dramatically, from the initial joy of easily entering the boss's territory to the despair that flooded their hearts when the undead swarmed forth. They had prepared to fight to the death, only to discover that the boss had been slain by Huan Sun alone. Remarkably, during this undead catastrophe, there were no casualties among the warriors, with only 10 sustaining injuries, one of whom was seriously hurt, but not in life-threatening condition. Such minimal damage was undoubtedly thanks to the extraordinary efforts of the four heroes, with Jiang Tian being the most pivotal among them. Notably, Shilong's performance surpassed that of the other three. Bolstered by his title of First Kill, he charged forward relentlessly, ensuring that anyone who dared to obstruct him met their demise. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian's solo defeat of the boss instilled fear with the skills he unleashed. At this moment, Jiang Tian sat down on the ground, gazing at the second-tier supreme treasure chest with a smile. This endless judgment had drained all his energy, yet it was undeniably worthwhile. The Mirage Beast is magnificent. The Mirage Beast is a true powerhouse. He turned his head to see a throng of people rushing towards him. Before Jiang Tian could react, he was seized and tossed high into the air, landing amidst the crowd only to be thrown up again. They were filled with exhilaration, their voices rising in joyous exclamations. And it took a considerable time for them to regain their composure. Once they set Jiang Tian down, Li Xiaojun and Shi Long rushed to embrace him. "Thank you. You've helped us once again." They were well aware of the ferocity exhibited by the colossal goblins, who were not only immensely strong, with tough hides and massive bodies, but also remarkably swift. Li Xiaojun and the others pondered whether they could face the elite monsters alone. The answer was a resounding no. Even if the remaining 5 joined forces, they would still be unable to prevail. Yet, Jiang Tian had not only slain them single-handedly, but also delivered the fatal blows to all 3 creatures. He then informed Jiang Tian that he had spread word of their great victory. Soon, others would arrive. The group settled down to rest, with the supreme treasure chest before them. Their expressions were utterly relaxed as Li Xiaojun and Shi Long conversed with Qiu Tianyi. Li Zijie had also awakened, resting on Zhang Qingqing's lap. At this moment, Jiang Tian's gaze shifted to the altar. The altar. The monsters aimed to attack the altar. "I know, the altar lies within the mountains." As Jiang Tian recalled the words of Wugu, he rose to his feet and made his way toward the altar. Li Zijie noticed Jiang Tian's intent and spoke up, asking, "You are about to open the treasure chest. What do you intend to do?" Jiang Tian extended his hand, pointing towards the altar. "Please wait a moment. I wish to examine that object." Li Zijie followed the direction of Jiang Tian's finger, observing a square altar adorned with a brazen cauldron. Indeed, she found it rather peculiar. What could possibly account for the presence of such an object in this locale? Jiang Tian stood upon the altar, scrutinizing the intricate patterns that adorned its surface. Moreover, the central brazier had ignited upon his arrival. The estimated time for the conquest of this island is anticipated to be 2 hours. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Occupying the island? He soon comprehended that this entity served as the nexus of the entire island, the key to its manipulation. Surrounding Red Island were sandy beaches, barren of resources, with a central oasis that offered a relative abundance of supplies. In contrast, the area encircling the Beast Spirit Island was adorned with forests, with a range of mountains at its heart, also rich in resources. This layout mirrored that of the Beast Spirit Island. Jiang Tian breathed heavily, sensing that he had grasped something significant. It seemed as though he could master the Spirit Beast Island, but the prerequisite was to venture into the mountains, eliminate the surrounding lesser creatures, and conquer a boss of indeterminate strength. Wait a moment. Jiang Tian was struck by a sudden realization, leaving him in a cold sweat. It seemed as though the beasts of the abyss behaved in a similar manner. At that moment, Li Zijie approached and called Jiang Tian, who appeared somewhat lost in thought. "It's time to open the treasure chest." Jiang Tian absent-mindedly responded. Li Zijie, puzzled, wondered what this altar contained that elicited such a profound reaction from Jiang Tian. Curiosity piqued, she reached out to touch it. Upon contact, a startling message sprang forth, catching her off guard. "Goodness, this thing can actually claim an island?" She glanced at the somewhat dejected Jiang Tian and quietly inquired, "Do you desire it?" Jiang Tian sighed softly and then shook his head. "I find this place unappealing. It is far too impoverished." Jiang Tian spoke the truth. This place, as far as the eye can see, is filled with first-rate materials, and even the firewood is composed of sturdy timber, which Jiang Tian naturally finds unworthy. "Then why do you sigh?" inquired Li Zijie. Jiang Tian cast a glance at her, shook his head, and began, "I will tell you later. For now, we must unlock the treasure chest." Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before summoning Li Xiaojun. He pointed to the altar and elucidated its purpose, urging him to safeguard it diligently, for wealth often stirs the human heart. Li Xiaojun glanced at the altar and then at Jiang Tian, a sense of admiration swelling within him. Jiang Tian is truly an extraordinary individual. In Chapter 69, the second-tier Supreme Treasure Chest, a remarkable explosion of fortune occurs. This treasure chest, excluded from military involvement, allows only 6 individuals to partake in its distribution. Just as Shi Long is about to open the chest, Jiang Tian halts him. "You mustn't forget, we have a lucky one among us." Jiang Tian pats Zhang Qingqing, who stands proudly, her chest puffed out. Shi Long chuckles heartily, stepping aside to make room. Thus, Zhang Qingqing begins her ritual. Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, grant me access. With a powerful kick, she shatters the chest, leaving Qiu, Shi, and Li in astonishment. The radiant golden light nearly blinds them all. As they behold the treasures from the second-tier supreme chest, Jiang Tian's eyes glisten with envy. Not just him, but Shi Long and Li Xiaojun also lean eagerly towards the chest. Who could have anticipated such magnificent treasures from a supreme chest? They had never before encountered anything like this. A sum of 100,000 oceanic currency, 10 swift sword leaves, a blueprint for the captor's crossbow, 5 apricot spirit vine, 50 primary rejuvenation potions, 50 primary mental potions, and skill books, heavenly shot, firefly eruption, fierce mountain strike, frosty dance, the hoe walk blade, purple, the book of How, purple, the swift boots, purple, and the captor's king pants, purple, all splendid items. Moreover, there lay an elite treasure chest. The group eagerly urged Zhang Qingqing to open that chest as well. Reluctantly, Zhang Qingqing performed her ritual again, kicking open the chest, which emitted a flash of purple light. The skill book Slow Spell, Deadly Strike, blue, and the Elder's Necklace, blue, appeared. These skills and equipment were utterly tantalizing. Shi Long fixated on one of the skill books, banging his head in disbelief. Li Xiaojun, eyeing the purple long blade, clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, Qiu Tianyi raised his hand. Brothers, these items are far too precious. I cannot accept them. Whether fighting the enemies or the bosses, I merely played a peripheral role. If you bestow these upon me, my conscience would be troubled. Li Xiaojun sighed in agreement. Setting aside the attributes of the equipment, the name of that blade was indeed appealing to him. Shi Long felt similarly. However, their thoughts mirrored those of Qiu Tianyi. They had not contributed significantly. In battling the enemies, Jiang Tian had single-handedly turned the tide. And against the bosses, he had dispatched 3 foes alone. Their role was merely to shield Jiang Tian from the interference of the undead army. Such feats could easily be accomplished by Jiang Tian's pets alone. Jiang Tian smiled gently, raising his hand to allocate the Han Mountain's might to Shi Long, the Chui Wen knife to Li Xiaojun, and the fatal strike to Qiu Tianyi. The 3 men were somewhat taken aback. They had previously agreed on a system of equitable distribution based on effort, yet they felt their contributions did not merit such a bountiful reward. Noticing their hesitation, Jiang Tian chuckled softly. Take it without any psychological burden. If it weren't for your valiant efforts in halting that army of the undead, I wouldn't have achieved this triumph so effortlessly. Moreover, my decisive strike was made possible by the skills unleashed by Zhang Qingqing. Truly, the luck of a fortunate individual is an enviable phenomenon. He handed the frozen dance to Li Zigao and bestowed the gun heaven strike along with the Elder's Necklace upon Zhang Qingqing. Jiang Tian suddenly recalled a matter of significance. It was during the confrontation with the King of Capturers that Zhang Qingqing had bestowed upon him a skill book. This particular tome was exceptionally suited for Li Zige. The skill described within, Energy Guardian, allows the expenditure of energy points to bestow shields upon allied units. The higher the perception, the greater the defense, consuming 10 energy points per second. With this skill, Zhang Qingqing's survivability would be notably enhanced, potentially serving as a means of salvation in the future. In response to the collective request, Jiang Tian acquired 50,000 oceanic currency. He retained half of the potions, while the remainder was evenly divided between Li Zige and Zhang Qingqing. Now, the focus shifted to the remaining items. The apricot spirit vine is a mother vine, and once nurtured, it can yield an endless supply of apricot spirit fruits. Naturally, these fruits are as valuable as the azure and crimson spirit fruits. With this acquisition, Jiang Tian had yet another lucrative item in his possession. The swift blade leaf, akin to the spirit fruits, can directly enhance Jiang Tian's speed by 5 points per leaf. With 10 leaves, that amounts to a staggering 50 points, leaving Jiang Tian astounded. He would soar to new heights in an instant. The blueprint for the Capturer's crossbow requires a vial of Capturer's blood, a magical beast crystal core, 2 units of resilient wood, 5 metal plates, and 4 portions of resin. This constitutes a weapon blueprint, and according to Jiang Tian's knowledge, it is indeed the first of its kind. The axes and ordinary longswords do not qualify as they lack any notable quality. This crossbow, once crafted, will possess a blue quality. Jiang Tian suddenly felt that he was straying further along the path of arms dealing. Fireflies erupted. Demand perception at 60, consuming energy to create a field of fireflies, capable of instant detonation. Jiang Tian is quite fond of this ability, the magnificent skill of mass extermination. Moreover, The infinite judgment is a charged skill, and should there be a firefly eruption to force a positional change, it can significantly enhance the hit rate. The flame vortex can also synergize beautifully with this skill. The fiery vortex draws all the fireflies in, then detonates, unleashing a powerful surge of explosive energy. At this moment, Jiang Tian turned his gaze towards the Book of Harl. His eyes gleamed with excitement. This artifact belonged to the same category as his ritual ring, albeit with an inverse function. While the ritual ring diminished power to enhance casting speed, the Book of Harl operated in the opposite manner. Fortunately, since the ritual ring was a ring, he could seamlessly transition by mentally dismissing it and then retrieving the Book of Harl. The ritual ring would remain on his finger, allowing for a swift re-equipping once he finished with the Book of Harl. After all, he had surpassed the phase of relying solely on basic attacks for his endeavors. The upcoming adversaries were not ones he could simply face with basic strikes. The Book of Harl, Purple Perception 14, Delicate Casting, increases skill power by 40, but extends the casting time by 50, cooldown of 30 minutes. This skill was perfectly complementary to Infinite Judgment, and at this moment, Jiang Tian's energy could accumulate enough for a substantial Infinite Judgment in one go. He contemplated the power of the Soul Devourer's skills and was astonished to discover that his Infinite Judgment, with 8,000 energy, could already overpower the energy wave produced by the Soul Devourer. It seemed that with a bit more effort, upon reaching the third tier, he would no longer fear that foe. Swift Boots, Speed 20, no skills. A piece of high-stat whiteboard equipment, nearly identical to the steel-bone chain pants he currently wore. Lastly, the remaining King of Captors trousers presented an intriguing prospect. King of Captors trousers, Constitution 10, Perception 2. Summon wild captors. Summons 5 wild captors that can be tamed, with a cooldown of 5 hours. Now, this was indeed quite interesting. Jiang Tian possesses the Capturer's crossbow, which necessitates blood as the bodies of the capturers have been turned into undead, resulting in the absence of crystalline cores and substantial amounts of blood. The trousers that summon forth are capable of invoking wild capturers, thus rendering them susceptible to attack. Jiang Tian felt that his decision to support the military was indeed fortuitous. Not only had he donned an entirely new set of equipment, but he had also resolved the issue of his pet's food supply. Most of this gear was adorned in shades of purple, enhancing his fundamental attributes, an increase of 11 points in Constitution, 22 points in Speed, and 30 points in Perception. If he were to factor in the unutilized Swiftblade leaves, his speed would surpass the 100 mark, rendering him a true man of the wind. It was quite extraordinary. As he contemplated these attributes, Jiang Tian retrieved his Tier 3 trial card. Should he? Perhaps it was time to give it a try? Chapter 70. Seeds, Li Zig's Allegiance. In the new trials in the arena shortly after everyone had distributed the equipment, Zhang Jingguo arrived at the scene, where he touched the altar to claim the island. Li Xiaojun approached him and whispered something in his ear, causing Zhang Jingguo to pause momentarily before casting a look towards Jiang Tian, his eyes filled with conviction. Time passed swiftly, and the group made their way to the raft. On this journey, Jiang Tian's rewards encompassed not only his personal 2,000 points but also 2 pet orbs and 50 sea beast crystal cores acquired through his support of the military. The bounty was indeed substantial. Furthermore, he claimed the Colossal Capturer and the Capturer King, which had not succumbed to necrosis, as spoils of war, since this creature remained untainted by the Capturer King's transformation into the undead. The beast meat could serve as sustenance for dogs while also providing second-tier elite beast crystal cores as chew toys. Similarly, the Capturer King yielded identical treasures. The Lord-level crystal core was bestowed upon Yi Sen, while the elite beast crystal core was given to Mo Lin. Everyone's objectives were fulfilled. Qiu Tianyi was the first to bid farewell to the group, noting that Ruiguang was not a large organization and was in dire need of personnel. Before departing, Qiu Tianyi traded 2 items with Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian cast a glance and gave Qiu Tianyi a thumbs up. This was precisely the treasure he desperately needed. 10 potatoes and 50 wheat seeds. Evidently, Ruiguang had indeed devoted himself to the path of cultivation. He had managed to procure such an abundance of excellent provisions. Both of these items were undoubtedly staple foods. With them, he would no longer have to gnaw on dry, tasteless bread. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Li Zig and Zhang Qingqing had also gathered around. Jiang Tian inquired, "Are you preparing to leave as well?" "Leave? We are not departing. We have no raft to return," replied Li Zigao, reminiscing about the quaint wooden cabin he had constructed upon the coral reef, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. The twin rays possess the ability to exchange positions and subsequently summon one another. We originally intended to make this place our temporary haven, but we coincidentally encountered the enemy. However, now, what is it? Jiang Tian asked, observing Li Zigao's hesitation. We have a request. A flicker of apprehension crossed her mind at the thought of Jiang Tian potentially declining. Previously, no one could keep pace with Jiang Tian, and after the battle with the boss, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Would he consider her too feeble? In her eyes, Jiang Tian resembled a boulder descending from a snowy mountain. Having charged forward faster than anyone else from the outset, the snow accumulated upon him grew larger and larger. While the others remained mere snowballs the size of fists, Jiang Tian had already reached the size of a grinding stone. Zhang Qingqing, noticing Li Zigao's reluctance, stamped her foot in frustration and took the lead. She was tall, able to reach Jiang Tian's chin, who stood at 185 centimeters. Taking a deep breath, she retreated behind Li Zigao. Gur, you should speak. I've forgotten my lines. Adjusting her glasses, Li Zigao felt her emotions settle. After being nudged forward by Zhang Qingqing, she spoke, take us along. You are quite occupied, exceedingly busy, not only with transactions involving the military, but also with numerous dealings that you manage single-handedly. You require assistance, and we are the ideal candidates. Jiang Tian smiled as he reminisced about the events of the previous day when Li Zige assisted him. Whether it was allowing him to listen attentively to Duan Wanzhong or engaging in lively discourse beside Zhang Jingguo, Li Zige performed admirably. As for combat, Li Zige was no mere ornament. Zhang Qingqing, too, was noteworthy, possessing a simple mind and remarkable luck. Many of his supplies had been procured from her. Moreover, he anticipated a demanding schedule ahead, involving journeys to the third-level trial grounds, exploring treacherous mountain paths, hunting formidable beasts, and gathering resources for blueprint creation. Undertaking these endeavors alone would be exhausting. Additionally, the rapport he had developed with both individuals surpassed mere adequacy. Furthermore, he had always intended to recruit Li Zige and her companion. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Tian nodded. You are indeed correct. I am in dire need of assistance. However, does your statement imply that you wish to serve as my subordinate? Li Zige relaxed, her demeanor no longer as tense as before. She smiled, a captivating smile that illuminated her face. Having accumulated such a considerable debt of fruits, I must surely repay it. In the afternoon, at the military assembly grounds, Jiang Tian has successfully negotiated the supply of arms with Zhang Jingguo. Initially, these will circulate internally to gauge their effectiveness before being disseminated to the islanders. Upon returning home, Jiang Tian briefed Li Zigao on the tasks at hand: a greenhouse, a villa, crossbows, spiked lizard chest armor, and capture crossbows, along with physical enhancement potions. Each of these endeavors demands a significant investment of time. The blueprints for the crossbows and the capture crossbow were entrusted to Zhang Qingqing, while the spiked lizard chest armor and the greenhouse villa were assigned to Li Zigao. The materials for the greenhouse have been provided by the military and are sufficient. However, the villa poses a challenge and will be temporarily set aside, as the large wooden cabin suffices for now. Jiang Tian can, however, commence the production of physical enhancement potions. These items serve as the foundation for military credits and a continuous source of sustenance. Once they reach the second tier, they can venture to the Spirit Beast Island. For the time being, they will remain stationed at the military base. Zhang Qingqing has become quite formidable, easily navigating the first tier of life, provided her luck does not lead her to encounter the feathered people. Li Zigao faces more difficulties. As a conventional mage, she possesses only two offensive skills: Ice Spike and Frozen Dance. The Ice Spike depletes her energy after 7 or 8 uses, while Frozen Dance is a decisive move. Consequently, her consumption of blue potions is considerable. Observing the Frozen Dance, which is akin to his own flame whirlwind, Jiang Tian felt somewhat bemused. Upon comparison, he realized the extent of his own prowess. Equipment that others cannot utilize becomes his secret weapon, while skills that heavily drain the energy of others flow from him like mere grains of sand. Even the Infinite Judgment, a feat challenging for others, can be wielded by him with the force of a natural disaster. Jiang Tian gazed at the third-tier trial card in his hand, gently caressing the spirit ring adorning his finger. He had long since stowed away his nocturnal companion, eager to explore whether he could bring a pet into the spirit ring. A resolution formed within him. He would seize this opportunity to discover the true nature of the third tier. After all, upon returning to the illusory Beast Spirit Island. He would be obstructed by the barrier upon his return from the trial. He had no desire to row back across the waters. After conveying his instructions to Li Zijie, Jiang Tian, with the spirit ring and the nocturnal creature, stepped into the third-tier trial arena. Whoosh! Jiang Tian vanished from sight. Li Zijie, having witnessed Zhang Qingqing enter the trial arena previously, remained unfazed. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the wooden cabin door. Is Illusory Shun there? I have something I wish to confirm with you. Jiang Tian arrived at a familiar location. However, he did not intend to engage in combat continuously. Instead, he sought to observe the nature of the third-tier trial grounds. Surely, he would not encounter any humans here. At that moment, Jiang Tian received a notification. You have successfully and flawlessly completed the second-tier trial. Your current life level is ordinary. The rare-tier trial has been unlocked for you, and participation will be available upon the conclusion of the third-tier trial. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. A special trial? However, participation was only permitted after the trial's conclusion. It seemed he had uncovered some concealed intelligence. Yet, Jiang Tian was acutely aware of his objective. He had come to gauge the strengths of his adversary. Thus, he clicked to apply for a duel. Moments later, a woman descended from the heavens, unfurling her azure wings as she gracefully alighted. Jiang Tian's expression was peculiar. Had he fallen victim to a curse that compelled him to confront acquaintances? Chapter 71. Overwhelming the old rivals. The strength in the trial grounds belonged to the feathered race, and it was a foe he had previously battled. Jiang Tian felt a sense of overwhelm. He had come to understand the intricacies of this race. Yet probing further yielded no substantial insights. Nevertheless, he resolved to observe the transformations that the winged race would undergo upon reaching the second tier. At that moment, a woman fixated her gaze upon Jiang Tian's face with unwavering intensity. Even in death, she would not forget this man. The humiliation of having her wings severed remained etched in her memory. A countdown appeared in the center of the arena. Jiang Tian adorned the source gemstone upon his ring. Meanwhile, the feathered people remained silent, their gaze fixed upon Jiang Tian. The biting dog does not bark. This time, the feathered people would not underestimate their opponent. As time concluded, both sides launched their assaults simultaneously. However, Jiang Tian was astonished to witness that the feathered people's speed had remarkably approached 100. Yet, aside from their enhanced velocity, they continued to employ their piercing feather attacks, revealing a striking monotony in their offensive techniques. Jiang Tian was perplexed. He had exchanged his equipment and skills multiple times, yet the opposing side remained silent about their abilities. Surely, they must possess some form of equipment, at the very least? Could it be that their circumstances differed significantly from his own? Jiang Tian unleashed a burst of fireflies, instantly filling the air with countless yellow-green flames, prompting the feathered clan to hastily evade, exercising utmost caution. It mattered not. Jiang Tian possessed an abundance of skills. With a clenched fist, a swirling vortex of flames materialized beside him. The resulting airflow from the fiery vortex tousled the hair of the feathered clan member, rendering her utterly astonished. This human had progressed at an astonishing pace. How could he have mastered so much magic in just a few days? No, she had to strike first. The feathered clan member slightly bent her body and extended her wings. In an instant, a flurry of feathers shot forth from her wings, hurtling directly toward Jiang Tian. Clang, 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 clang. Jiang Tian extended his hand to support the energy shield, feeling the formidable force of the piercing feathers. This power was comparable to that of a flintlock gun. A single instance posed no issue, yet the sheer quantity proved to be a rapid drain on energy. Jiang Tian had a clear understanding of the situation. Thus, she proactively deactivated her energy shield and activated her mist skill. Boom, boom, boom. Countless quills rained down upon the ground, creating a swirling mist that obscured visibility. Yet, she did not dare to let her guard down. Seizing this opportunity, she accelerated the growth of her feathers. Having ascended to the second tier, she no longer needed to wait long for her feathers to develop. She could now actively channel energy to her wings. As the mist dissipated, Jiang Tian's figure solidified, completely unscathed. The expression of the winged woman from the feathered race froze in disbelief. She had witnessed the quills piercing the body of the man before her. How could there be no effect whatsoever? What on earth are you? Anger surged within her as she flung a cluster of quills. However, Jiang Tian did not flinch, allowing the quills to strike her. Instantly, The sound of metal clashing resonated as a layer of crystalline substance enveloped her, deflecting all the quills. The crystalline substance could withstand the bullets from a fire rope gun. Naturally, it could also repel the woman-esque quills. Impossible, the winged woman panicked. Her method of attack was singular. If her opponent possessed a means to counter her quills, she was at a complete loss. Jiang Tian extended his hand and clenched his fist. Though 3 days had passed since their last encounter, one would expect a noticeable transformation. Yet, why have you not made any progress? Suddenly, amidst the chaos of the fiery vortex, a fire dragon surged upward, enveloping the momentarily dazed members of the feathered tribe. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this fire dragon was interwoven with numerous yellow-green flames. Jiang Tian snapped his fingers. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from the fire dragon whirlpool, obliterating the woman of the feathered race into ashes. Congratulations, you have achieved victory in this battle. Your points have increased by 10. However, upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Tian did not feel elated. It was perplexing. Was he truly so formidable? Or were the myriad races so feeble? This bore little value for reference. Jiang Tian stroked his chin and clicked to participate, preparing for the next match. Shilong and Lizage sat cross-legged in the cabin, warming themselves by the fire, while Zhang Qingqing savored a bowl of instant noodles. They were engaged in a discussion about advancing to the second tier, and Shilong had come to inquire about intelligence. I have never entered the trial arena, but I believe I possess the information you seek, Lizage remarked. In the morning, Jiang Tian had shared with her the general attributes of the trial arena. The singular attributes were largely maxed out. However, there would be some rather challenging situations. Shilong sighed, expressing his desire to enter the trial arena. Yet, he had only participated in one match, and his opponent was a mirage beast. After being swiftly defeated, he gleaned no useful intelligence. Zhang Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise. Really? You too? She exclaimed. I also fought one match, and I encountered the same opponent. Shilong nodded helplessly. Thus, I am somewhat unfamiliar with the intricacies of the trial arena. I merely wish to gather some information from the Mirage Beast, to be honest. He patted his chest and continued, since arriving in this world, I have possessed the innate talent of a perfect physique. My limits for physique and speed are both set at 50 points. Furthermore, after vanquishing a sea beast, I obtained a special skill book on energy regulation. As long as I remain alive, I can enhance my physique by consuming energy. Currently, I am capable of extracting 0.3 in physique daily. Li Zige inquired. Are you seeking a comparison? Specifically, a comparison with the otherworldly beings within the trial arena? Shilong nodded, placing his hands on the table. Aware that Li Zige and Zhang Qingqing had allied with Jiang Tian, he did not hold back and disclosed his own three-dimensional attributes. Excluding equipment, my physique stands at 32, speed at 15, and perception at 10. With equipment factored in, both physique and speed could increase by approximately 10 points. Li Zige remarked, based on my estimations, as long as we avoid the feathered race mentioned by the Mirage Beast, we should encounter no significant issues. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Zige. Jiang Tian only mentioned 3 types of alien races, yet to ascend fully, one requires 5 shards. The other 2 shards belong to the unfortunate Shilong and Zhang Qingqing. Does this imply that Jiang Tian overpowered them? Upon contemplating this, it seems that the second tier may not be as formidable as they had imagined. Perhaps it is simply because Jiang Tian is exceedingly powerful, leading them to subconsciously perceive all trials as being populated by such monsters as him. After this realization, Li Zige spoke up, suggesting that perhaps these alien races are not as terrifying as we have envisioned. Jiang Tian gazed at the looming gray werewolf before him, adopting a stance of readiness. This creature must possess considerable strength, he thought, hoping it would contribute to the augmentation of his own data. As the countdown concluded, the werewolf bared its fangs and charged towards Jiang Tian, splashing through the puddles beneath its feet. Jiang Tian estimated the speed to be around 60 to 70 points, which was not particularly swift. At that moment, the werewolf suddenly transformed, morphing into a gray wolf, and its speed surged dramatically. With a swift paw, it struck. An energy shield, crystalline in nature, was prepared in Jiang Tian's mind, and he was also ready to activate his stealth ability. Thud. The werewolf's paw collided with the energy shield, producing a cracking sound as fissures appeared. Upon becoming a wolf, its speed exceeded 100 points, while its strength was approximately 70. Utilizing the momentum from its strike, the werewolf instantaneously reverted to its human form. You shall pay the price for your complacency. Another punch landed on the energy shield. Crack. This blow was immensely powerful, causing the cracks to widen and nearly shattering the shield. The force exceeded 100 points, likely between 110 and 120. Complacency? Jiang Tian did not underestimate his opponent. With an energy shield and a crystal in hand, he also wielded the shadow of the abyss, instilling a profound sense of fear within him. However, Jiang Tian came to a realization. If this is the level of a werewolf capable of transformation, it appears he has indeed been overly concerned. Perhaps, for beings of such ordinary life forms, this level of attribute is the pinnacle of their capabilities. Jiang Tian directly utilized the combination technique of flame-severing vortex and firefly explosion. Boom. Congratulations on your victory in this battle. Points 10. Jiang Tian stretched languidly, a sense of awareness dawning upon him. It was time to return, for the moment of executing the traitors and the enemy was nigh. He would not allow himself to miss it. Chapter 72. A discussion on the trial grounds. The execution commences. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Jiang Tian unexpectedly encountered an unanticipated visitor, Shilong. Upon inquiry, he learned that Shilong had come seeking intelligence, though Li Zig had already clarified matters for him. Jiang Tian felt it sufficient to offer a few supplementary insights of his own conjectures. The tactics employed by the alien races appeared rather monotonous. They seemed devoid of the sophisticated equipment we possess. Jiang Tian joined the others by the fire to warm himself. I spoke of the feathered people before, did I not? Today, I encountered one again. Aside from a significant increase in speed, their methods of attack remain largely unchanged. I surmise that they may lack items akin to treasure chests. To access the second-tier trial grounds, it would be prudent to reach the upper limit, as this would enable us to contend with approximately 80% of the alien races. Li Zig rested her chin on her hands atop the table. If this is indeed their situation, our countermeasures become rather predictable, including the weaknesses inherent to each race. Jiang Tian nodded. Indeed, this could serve as a manual to document the various alien beings encountered by each individual, thereby providing insights into appropriate countermeasures. He opened his phone and accessed the leaderboard. The names listed were those who had ventured into the trial arena. Li Zige. Perhaps you could inquire when you have a moment, he suggested. At that moment, the doors swung open, and Zhang Qingqing entered with a gleeful expression. Hee. I came across a stone golem. I emerged victorious. Upon noticing Jiang Tian, she exclaimed, "Oh, boss, you're back." Naturally. I returned as I must soon preside over the fate of the remaining foes, Jiang Tian replied. What was the encounter like? Both Shilong and Li Zige inquired. Quite formidable. The stone golem showcased its attributes. Although it didn't exceed 30 points, it was remarkably sturdy, Zhang Qingqing recounted, as she seized the water in front of Li Zige and gulped it down eagerly before plopping down on the ground. My basic attacks had little effect. I ultimately defeated it with a combination of firepower. However, it was relatively manageable, primarily due to its sluggish speed. Jiang Tian smiled, reassuring them. There is no need for excessive concern, as your attributes have already surpassed 30 points. Their capabilities are merely at the threshold. The four engaged in extensive discussion. Among them, Shilong revealed his possession of titles and talents, which left Jiang Tian envious. If Jiang Tian's conjectures were correct, Shilong would acquire another talent upon reaching the second tier. Although Shilong's combat prowess currently paled in comparison to Zhang Qingqing, he possessed a title. And under the influence of his talents, his potential was significantly elevated. Didn't you spend your time wandering outside? Why not come to the island? Upon learning that Shilong had obtained the first kill title, Jiang Tian contemplated bringing him into their fold. Once Shilong reached the second tier, their efficiency in combating the beasts would markedly increase. Indeed, Shilong replied. Initially, I was part of the main group, but then I requested to operate independently. I envisioned establishing something akin to a mercenary organization, where they would provide the funding and I would offer my services. This way, I could collect commissions while also acquiring treasure chests. Jiang Tian grew intrigued. Who do you assist? He inquired. Longjiang, Shilong replied. When the rankings were announced, I happened to be trading metal blocks with the people from Longjiang for boathouses. They recognized me and offered me employment. They hired me for a week. During the day, I would wander about, and at night, I returned to Longjiang. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Tian. Shilong was a skilled individual operating under the guise of the military. With this in mind, Jiang Tian realized he could recruit him without worrying about inciting military disapproval. Contemplating this, Jiang Tian directly asked, "Would you care to join me?" Shilong was momentarily taken aback, then filled with excitement. Is that for real? I hope I won't be a burden to you. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively, asserting, we cannot delay. Trust me, our region's level of development is unequivocally exceptional. With your inherent talent, your potential is bound to reach astonishing heights in the future. Long concurred. However, his contract with Long Jiang had yet to expire, with 3 days remaining until its conclusion. This time frame was ample for him to advance to the second tier. Likewise, Jiang Tian encouraged him to engage more with Long Jiang. As the only known organization capable of producing the red bricks and cement required for the villa construction was Long Jiang, Jiang Tian found Long Jiang somewhat enigmatic. However, it is said that Long Jiang has also provided substantial support to the military, thus he should not be considered a villain, perhaps. The 4 individuals were seated in the room, engaged in casual conversation. After a while, a soldier approached and knocked on the door. The moment of reckoning for the enemy had arrived. Jiang Tian finally awaited the moment, ready to return to the illusory beast spirit island after the execution of the enemy. He intended to fill the greenhouse he had constructed and acquire a finished wooden house, which would serve as the residence for Li Zig and Zhang Qingqing once they ascended to the second tier. Shortly thereafter, at the shores of Red Island, rows of enemies knelt on the ground, parched and desperate, as the military had provided them with neither food nor water. The circumstances were starkly different from before. There were no longer any conventions or treaties to protect them. Now, those captured in the offensive faced only a grim fate. Did they truly believe that a culturally rich ancient nation would remain docile? The captives cried out for mercy, but their pleas fell on deaf ears, with the barrels of flintlock rifles pressed against their skulls. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of 10 gunshots reverberated through the air. Change. Came the command for the next batch. Bang, bang, bang. The cycle continued. Li Hao and Gu Wuzhao found themselves in solitary confinement, kneeling and gazing toward the distant warrior cemetery. Zhang Jingguo stood beside them, accompanied by Li Shaojun and Jiang Tian. Do you regret it, Li Hao? He asked, his voice low and filled with gravity. As a son of China, to conspire with the enemy against one's own nation was a grievous act. I have heard that the pirates you gathered are notorious for their misdeeds. If you tell me how you established contact with them, you may find a swifter end. Li Yihao looked up at Zhang Jingguo and smiled faintly. I have no regrets. The only regret being that I acted impulsively and did not seek the mirage to concoct potions. Otherwise, I would have swiftly dealt with you Chinese swine. His words were abruptly cut off as Li Shaojun landed a powerful slap, causing Li Yihao to see stars. A testament to the force behind it. Truly a beast. Li Shaojun gritted his teeth, drawing out a hoe and knife. Zhang Jingguo raised a hand, signaling him to halt. Observing Li Yihao's demeanor, he turned his attention to Gu Wuzhao. Can you reach out to your contacts? Gu Wuzhao nodded fervently. I can. I can reach them. If I help you make contact, will you spare me? I am not a soldier, merely a civilian. Don't you Chinese people cherish peace above all? He pleaded. Spare me, spare me. Zhang Jingguo handed Gu Wuzhao a mobile phone. You make the call. Gu Wuzhao took the phone, looking up at Zhang Jingguo. What should I say? Zhang Jingguo narrowed his eyes. Simply state that we, the people of China, are not fond of this so-called gift, and we intend to show the enemy what a true gift entails. Prepare yourself for what is to come. Chapter 73. Departing from Hong Island to prepare a grand feast, the military execution of the enemy was broadcasted live in its entirety. Some voices of dissent emerged, questioning the brutality of such a massacre. What if children witnessed this? They lamented. Indeed, it is excessively bloody and violent. I oppose capital punishment. We must uphold humanity. We cannot stoop to their level. The atmosphere was thick with hostility. Such remarks made Jiang Tian's skin crawl. After all this time, are there still individuals so utterly naive? Jiang Tian harbored justifiable suspicions that these imbeciles were among the refugees. Such a mindset could hardly have sustained them until now. Conversely, he believed the military's actions were utterly justified. Setting aside the fact that these individuals had come to kill and seize territory, their demise was of little consequence. Even if they were mere pirates, the approach would remain the same. Establishing authority necessitates bloodshed. A relentless line of adversaries awaited their fate, met with execution. Among them were those who resisted, those who pleaded for mercy, and those who hurled invectives. Yet, without exception, they all met the same grim end. At this moment, Li Yihua was in a state of utter desolation. He had not anticipated that Gu Wuzhi would send a message to his adoptive father, and that it would be transmitted intact. Li Yihua found himself targeted by 3 guns, one aimed at his head, the others at his chest. Gu Wuji faced a similar fate. There could be no leniency for the principal offenders. Bang! The sharp crack of gunfire echoed, and both Li Yihua and Gu Wuji, the primary culprits, fell lifeless to the ground. The execution was complete. Jiang Tian and his companions were also ready to depart. Having been away from home for an entire day, he wondered how the little ones were faring. During this time, Jiang Tian concocted 100 bottles of vitality elixir. Utilizing 20 red spirit fruits, he decided to allocate 80 bottles for military use, receiving a deposit of 500 seed beast crystals in return. The remaining 20 bottles were entrusted to Li Zijie, while Mo Lin received them within his spirit ring. Zhang Jingguo, Duan Wanzhong, and even Deng Taifeng came to bid farewell. Jiang Tian bid farewell to the crowd, expressing his intent to return when time permits. Zhang Jingguo smiled and shook Jiang Tian's hand, assuring him that he would always be welcomed here. Meanwhile, a small boat drifted aimlessly across the sea, bearing an ominous black stone tablet. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the tablet, and a figure emerged, accompanied by a formidable giant wolf. Jiang Tian gazed at the distant boat drifting away, feeling somewhat speechless. He murmured to himself, "It seems that I must row for quite some time." After half an hour of rowing, he finally reached the shore. Boarding the night patrol, he swiftly made his way towards the realm of divine strikes. Upon arriving at his destination, Jiang Tian released Mo Lin. Both were fierce beasts and could not enter. The reason for releasing Mo Lin was to allow it to absorb the crystal cores. This time, they had obtained 550 marine beast crystal cores, which they would split evenly. It was likely that they would soon step into the 3rd tier. Furthermore, with the addition of Lord-level and Elite-level crystal cores, they might even attempt to ascend to the 4th tier. The commotion caused by Jiang Tian's return was quite noticeable, capturing the attention of Wu Gu. She crouched before the planting box, and upon hearing the noise, turned her head to look. Upon realizing it was Jiang Tian who had returned, she dashed over with a swift movement, leaping into his embrace. Jiang Tian gently stroked her head. "Are you thinking of me?" "I am." The grains of hope followed Jiang Tian as they made their way towards the wooden cabin. At that moment, the door of the house swung open once more. Dreamweaver, the happiness rabbit, emerged with a furrowed brow, still clad in an apron. Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Tian hurriedly inquired about what had transpired. Ji Ming cast Jiang Tian a disapproving glance and remarked, "Could you not have returned a bit earlier? We have just finished our meal. Such a hassle. The dishes have already been washed." Jiang Tian, upon hearing this, let out a hearty laugh. "It's nothing. I'm not hungry, and besides, I have brought back some excellent seeds." Jiang Tian took out the wheat and potato seeds gifted by Qiu Tianyi, along with the small greenhouse. Although it was termed a small greenhouse, it occupied an area of 30 square meters, situated beside the wooden cabin, near the food god spring. "Come, take a look. With this, even during the frost season, we can enjoy fresh produce. We can cultivate cucumbers and jewel tomatoes." And Wu Gu's eyes sparkled with excitement, though she believed that even just cabbage would suffice. Ji Ming recalled Jiang Tian mentioning the delightful taste of freshly picked cucumbers, and thus transformed her energy into a hoe. "Let us go. Let us begin planting." Whether it was the fire pit that didn't require kindling or this greenhouse, both were items governed by rules. The greenhouse maintained a constant temperature of 20 degrees Celsius, ideal for the majority of crops, a temperature similar to that of the wooden cabin with its fireplace. Rule-based items are truly remarkable, Jiang Tian mused. The trio planted all the crops with enthusiasm. Wu Gu was particularly exhilarated. Inside the greenhouse, there were potatoes, wheat, Tier 3 jewel tomatoes, Tier 2 cabbage, and cucumbers. That would be enough to sustain them. Wu Gu cast the spell of rapid growth upon all the crops, accelerating their growth by 300. Simultaneously, she invoked the harvest spell to hasten the ripening of each type of produce. Jiang Tian had informed them that in a few days, 2 elder sisters would be arriving, and it was necessary to prepare some food. Wheat and potatoes would serve as the finest staple foods. Jiang Tian also removed the crystalline structure and donned the garb of harvest. The two of them busied themselves in the greenhouse for an entire afternoon, while the happy rabbit diligently chipped away at stones nearby. Time slipped away amidst their industriousness. They hastened the ripening of sufficient food to sustain 5 individuals for 3 days. However, the labor proved quite exhausting for the pair. Fortunately, they had shared the spoils of the boss battle, dividing the mental potions evenly, 10 bottles remained as a reserve, while the rest were kept for the execution of infinite judgment. Observing the bustling activity, Yi Sun and Mo Lin ventured out to procure some game, wild chickens and wild boars. The wild boars were not mere beasts, but rather fierce creatures, classified as second-tier beings. Jiang Tian also visited the trading post, spending 200 to acquire a substantial bottle of salt, weighing over 300 grams, which would suffice for the time being. In accordance with Xi Ming's request, he purchased various kitchen utensils, including pots, bowls, and even acquired a stove for her. That evening, a truly sumptuous feast unfolded. With ample ingredients at hand, Xi Ming's culinary skills were fully realized. The table was laden with an abundance of delicacies, leaving the three of them with round bellies. Moreover, Jiang Tian was finally liberated from the monotony of stale bread. He now had flatbreads and steamed potatoes. He vividly recalled the meager fare consumed by Zhang Jingguo and his associates, and he couldn't help but feel that his own lifestyle was vastly superior. Jiang Tian visited the trading post to purchase some wooden bowls, which were remarkably inexpensive, priced at merely 2 oceanic coins each. With a substantial fortune at his disposal, he decided to buy 100 of them for future needs. He sent a portion of these wooden bowls to Li Zijie and her companions. At that moment, Li Zijie was preparing to kindle a fire for roasting fish when she received a message from Jiang Tian. Upon accepting the request, she discovered a feast of sumptuous stews and meats awaiting her. The staple was freshly baked flatbreads, accompanied by tender, fluffy potatoes. A wave of nostalgia washed over her, evoking memories of a long-lost civilized society. After tasting a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. It was simply delectable, incredibly aromatic. Suddenly, Zhang Qingqing appeared out of nowhere, exuding the aura of a second-tier life form. Before she could share her own joy of ascension, she stood frozen in place, captivated by an irresistible aroma. Wow, it smells divine. What are you eating? Let me have a taste. The two, Li Zijie and Zhang Qingqing, devoured the food ravenously, leaving nothing but a stack of impeccably clean bowls in their wake. Li Zijie watched as Zhang Qingqing licked the wooden bowl, unable to refrain from teasing her. Stop licking the bowl. Can you act a bit more ladylike? Chapter 74. The Equipment of the Happy Rabbit. Nature's Admiration After Their Meal. Li Zijie took out the second-tier trial card given by Red Island, preparing to enter. She felt well-rested and was ready to undertake the second-tier trial that evening. Tomorrow, she and Zhang Qingqing would embark on their adventure to the illusory Beast Spirit Island together. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian intended to digest his food, which had increased his speed by 2 points and his perception by 5 points. Jiang Tian was acutely aware of the effects of the second-tier cabbage and third-tier gemstone tomatoes. He meandered around the crops in the greenhouse, a satisfied smile illuminating his face as he gazed upon the rows of furrows. By continuously hastening the ripening of his crops, he could reap a substantial amount of three-dimensional points. Once his three-dimensional attributes reached their zenith, he would venture into the trial arena to confront the latest challenges. The Soul Devourer loomed over him like a sword suspended above his head, relentlessly urging him onward. Tomorrow, he planned to explore further, meticulously searching for any treasure chests hidden in caves or plains, hoping to acquire more items akin to the divine food spring. Meanwhile, he glanced at his backpack. He still possessed 2 pet orbs. If fortune favored him, he could capture 2 pets with distinct abilities. The Night Watcher was functional, boasting average combat prowess without any extraordinary skills, while the Inkscale leaned towards defense, exhibiting 2 defensive capabilities. Henceforth, he would need to seek out a pet with offensive capabilities. Jiang Tian returned to his room and stoked the fireplace until it blazed brightly. He noticed Wugu was fast asleep, yet Jiming remained reclined in the rocking chair, leisurely digesting his meal. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Tian purchased another lounge chair and settled beside Jiming. A thought resurfaced in his mind: the altar of Hongdao. What would he do if he truly had to engage in a battle with a mythical beast? The blissful rabbit, Jiming, turned to glance at Jiang Tian, who was reclining in the chair, noticing that his expression was somewhat unnatural. Hence, she inquired, "What troubles you? Are you feeling fatigued?" Jiang Tian shook his head. "I have nothing in particular, but do you know anything about the altar in the mountains?" Jiming paused for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't know. What's the matter?" Jiang Tian replied, "It's nothing much. I simply went out yesterday. I vanquished a second-tier lord-level beast, and then stumbled upon an altar." Jiming was taken aback. She quickly inquired, "A second-tier lord level? It seems that the second-tier lord holds more significance for her than the altar itself." Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, it can be considered so. Ji Ming breathed heavily, scrutinizing Jiang Tian from head to toe. You are merely at the second tier, not even a rare-level life form. How have you managed to achieve this? Jiang Tian shrugged his shoulders and remarked. With just a punch here and a kick there, I took him down. This demeanor led Ji Ming to believe that Jiang Tian was boasting. I find it hard to believe. Jiang Tian chuckled softly. You should venture outside to seek the Night Watch. He possesses the crystal core of a second-tier Lord Beast. Oh. Ji Ming immediately sprang from her chair and dashed out of the small room. Her sudden movement caused quite a stir, rousing Wu Gu from his slumber. Wu Gu, rubbing his eyes, blinked in confusion. After a brief while, Ji Ming returned from her encounter with the Night Watch, her face alight with incredulity. How did you manage to accomplish that? Jiang Tian chuckled. Perhaps I am rather formidable. The pioneer's mana consumption had diminished. An infinite judgment would only grow in strength as long as there was mana available. Moreover, his perceptive abilities, exceeding 70 points at the time, were not insignificant, thus rendering it unsurprising that he incapacitated his foe with a single strike. Such an absurd human, Dreamweaver remarked. So what? Jiang Tian shrugged. I even managed to eliminate a first-tier Sea Beast Lord. Sea Beast Lords are ubiquitous, unlike the Beast Lords. Subsequently, Dreamweaver elucidated the hierarchy of life forms. The levels of life are categorized as ordinary, rare, precious, elite, and lord. And here he was, confronting the highest tier of lords while possessing the lowest tier himself. Reflecting on this, he indeed felt quite extraordinary. Dreamweaver gazed at Jiang Tian and retrieved an item from her small pouch. Here, this is for you. I had underestimated you. As Jiang Tian gazed upon it, he was astonished to discover it was a necklace. The design of this necklace was rather crude, at first glance. It appeared to be a piece of grass rope strung through a branch. Natural admiration. Perception 10, speed 10, constitution 10. Natural growth. Consuming special energy can enhance the quality of this equipment. Goodness gracious. Does an item of green quality truly provide such a three-dimensional augmentation? Jiang Tian adorned himself with the item. At this moment, the panel displayed the following information. Region, 6666, Personal ID, 666666, Race, Human, Life Rating, Second Order, Physique, 7121. Agility, 89, 32, Perception, 140, Energy, 10001000, Title, Pioneer, Talent, Bonds Beyond Worlds, Equipment, Book of Hall, Purple, Curse of Pasha, Purple, Hunter's Gloves, Green, Cloak of Black Mist, Blue, King of Capturer's Pants, Purple, Swift Boots, Purple, Peach Blossom Spirit Ring, Blue, Natural Admiration, Green. Jiang Tian inquired, pointing at the necklace around his neck. Asking the happy rabbit, what is this special energy? Humph, guess for yourself, Dreamweaver retorted, sticking out her tongue before rising to lie on the hammock. Jiang Tian found himself at a loss for words, yet soon fell into a contemplative silence. It was not difficult to deduce that she had bestowed this upon him only after realizing his capability to vanquish a Lord-level life form. This implied that the special energy was derived from the crystal core of a magical beast. Otherwise, he could not fathom a reason for her sudden gift. Could it be a crystal core from a creature of a higher life tier? Dreamweaver let out a soft hum, acknowledging his deduction. You guessed correctly. I shall take my leave to rest now. Jiang Tian prepared to rise and venture outside to retrieve the magical beast crystal core from the mouth of the Night Watch. However, Ji Ming turned over, indicating that what lay in the Night Watch's mouth was not a complete magical beast crystal core and thus was of no use. Jiang Tian sighed in regret. Perhaps that crystal core could elevate the necklace to a blue quality, thereby enhancing its three-dimensional attributes. With this thought in mind, he decided to retire for the night. Before sleeping, he brewed some water with swift blade leaves. After consuming a pot of tea, he felt a 5 boost in speed, aiding his slumber. With a second-tier cabbage in hand, he was not concerned about the absence of swift blade leaves for the moment. The small room was warm, and he fell into a deep sleep until dawn, far more comfortable than in the wooden cabin arranged by the military. However, the soft mattress left him with a sore back upon waking. Just as Jiang Tian was getting up, Dreamweaver was already awake. With ample ingredients at her disposal, she had more opportunities to showcase her culinary skills. Glancing at the busy Dreamweaver and the awkwardly sleeping Grain, he chuckled as he tucked the blanket around Grain. With these two little ones around, his meals were assured, one could cultivate, and the other could cook. Life was delightful. At that moment, Jiang Tian's phone vibrated momentarily. It was a message from Li Zigong. After a brief glance, he prepared to step out. "I'm just going out for a bit," he said. Jimeng, standing on a stool chopping vegetables, turned her head upon hearing Jiang Tian's words. "Are you heading out again? Do you need me to prepare your meal?" After all, Jiang Tian would be out for the entire day, making her inquiry quite reasonable. As Jiang Tian donned his attire, he made his way toward the entrance. "I shall return shortly. By the way, prepare a couple of extra portions. 2 formidable young ladies are on their way," he remarked before stepping outside. Jimeng sighed, resumed her task of chopping vegetables, and muttered softly, "Ah, the mail." Chapter 75. Li Zige and Zhang Qingqing enter the Spirit Island to capture companion pets. Jiang Tian, accompanied by the night patrol, raced swiftly to the seaside. After picking up Li Zige and Zhang Qingqing, he invited them aboard, simultaneously stowing away the teleportation stone and the small boat. The 3 of them rode upon a single wolf, which, remarkably, did not feel cramped. Along the journey, Zhang Qingqing recounted her encounters with a myriad of races, each more diverse than the last: the spouting octopods, the frail dog-headed beings, and even the bearmen and foxmen among the beast folk. Jiang Tian found it unsurprising. After all, he himself had encountered a werewolf. Zhang Qingqing boasted a record of 6 victories and 2 defeats, while Li Zig held a record of 7 victories and 3 defeats. It appears that mages who have yet to mature are indeed at a disadvantage in such an arena. Jiang Tian informed Li Zigao and the others that his 3rd-tier trial card had been obtained from the monsters in this area. Thus, if they wished to explore, they could venture out for some hunting. He also warned them of the terrifying Soul Devourer, a mature entity classified as a 4th-tier elite. The trio chatted as they made their way to the land of divine strikes. At that moment, Wu Gu had already awakened, holding a collection of grains piled outside the wooden cabin, as Jiang Tian had advised, for this weather was indeed ideal for food storage. The cold served as a natural refrigerator. Upon seeing Wu Gu, Zhang Qingqing murmured, "Oh my, child labor." Wu Gu, filled with curiosity, approached and asked, "Brother, are these the 2 people the rabbit spoke of?" She performed a deep bow, greeting them, "Hello." "Ah, so adorable," Zhang Qingqing exclaimed, stamping her feet in delight. While Li Zigao, breathing heavily, felt an urge to pick her up and pamper her. As they walked, they had heard Jiang Tian mention that he had 2 little beast girls at home, both of them mythical creatures. One was here, but where was the other? Just as they pondered, the wooden door swung open, revealing a rabbit-eared girl clad in an apron. She appeared surprised. "So soon?" Jiang Tian introduced, "This is the harvest spirit, Wu Gu, and this is the happiness spirit, Jimeng." Wu Gu had the ability to hasten crop maturation, while Jimeng could expedite blueprint creation. Jiang Tian then introduced Li Zigao and Zhang Qingqing. "This is Li Zigao, a mage, and this is Zhang Qingqing, a vanguard. They are both 2nd-tier beings." Jimeng waved. "Hello. Hi. Hi." Everyone exchanged greetings, and then Jiang Tian led the 2 on a tour of his currently barren little territory. The new and old wooden cabins stood side by side for convenience. Zhang Qingqing excitedly dashed into the cabin, which contained a bed, a fireplace, and bedding, all meant for 2. Li Zigao traded 5,000 ocean coins with Jiang Tian, effectively reimbursing him. Jiang Tian, without pretense, accepted it directly. Thus, the group proceeded into the house to dine. The spacious log cabin quickly became crowded with so many people. The path was lined with simmering stews, ready to be served. The meal was exceptionally delightful. Zhang Qingqing pulled out her phone and snapped pictures of the dishes on the table. She intended to document every meal as a collection. After satisfying their hunger, everyone joined in to wash the dishes. This meal granted an increase of 5 points in perception and 2 points in speed. The gemstone tomato contributed 5 points to perception, while the 2nd-tier cabbage added 2 points to speed. It was regrettable that there was no enhancement to physical constitution, otherwise it would have been truly perfect. Dreamweaver had preemptively boiled water, ensuring her hands remained warm. "What shall we do next?" Li Zig inquired while scrubbing a plate. Glancing towards Jiang Tian, "We need to capture a mountable pet," Jiang Tian replied, looking back at Li Zig. "Even if it is somewhat weaker, it must be swift. Should we encounter a beast, we shall eliminate it. If it proves too formidable, we will flee. If we find any that are pleasing to the eye, we will tame them. Additionally, keep an eye out for resources." Li Zig nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, do we have any clay on our island?" Jiang Tian nodded slightly and inquired, "What is it?" The people of Longjiang are collecting clay in substantial quantities at a high price. Jiang Tian felt a surge of excitement. This was an opportunity to acquire cement and red bricks from Longjiang, which would secure his villa. After washing the dishes, Jiang Tian and Li Zijie took a moment to rest. Zhang Qingqing was amusing Ji Ming, seemingly enamored with the small creatures. Just then, a series of rapid footsteps echoed from outside, and the door swung open. Wu Gu rushed in, holding a potato aloft. She exclaimed with exhilaration, "Brother, the potato has mutated." Li Zijie was taken aback, bewildered by the term mutated. Observing Jiang Tian's eager approach, she followed suit. Upon examining the attributes, she was astounded. Second-tier potato, a plant that has undergone mutation through special means. Long-term consumption can enhance physical constitution. This potato was undoubtedly given by Qiu Tianyi. But how could it suddenly possess the ability to enhance one's physique? Li Zijie was left in a state of confusion. Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. It was truly a case of receiving exactly what was needed. From now on, merely by partaking in daily meals, he could enhance his prowess in every conceivable way. How exhilarating! Jiang Tian turned to Li Zigao and inquired, "Shall we order more?" Li Zigao waved his hand, responding, "I'm quite full." Indeed. In order to fully absorb the energy from their meal, they seldom left any food uneaten, their bellies round from the substantial fare. Jiang Tian gently patted Wu Gu's head and smiled, saying, "Well done, our Wu Gu is the best." Ha ha ha. Wu Gu chuckled as he nuzzled against Jiang Tian's palm. "Brother will take these two sisters out for a while and return around noon. All right, you must not run around at home." Jiang Tian playfully pinched Wu Gu's nose. Wu Gu giggled. "Hey, I've been praised by my brother." Jiang Tian turned a glance at Zhang Qingqing, who was amusing herself with the Dreamweaver. We're leaving, he said. Zhang Qingqing rose to her feet, and the two followed Jiang Tian as they departed. Jiang Tian brought only the night watch and left Mo Lin behind. In order to make room for the spirit ring, he decided to let him gnaw on the crystal cores for the time being, the elite magical beast crystal cores, along with the numerous sea beast crystal cores, should suffice for his ascension to the third tier. For now, it would be prudent to survey the surroundings. Jiang Tian, with a gesture, remarked, "I have not thoroughly explored this vicinity, yet I have discovered 2 clay deposits in other locations. This morning, let us first examine this area, and afterwards, we shall seek the clay. I shall endeavor to procure 2 mounts for you." Night Patrol's strength is now exceedingly close to the third tier. I sense that after a brief period of assimilation, he shall be poised for advancement. The trio then embarked into the depths of the forest aboard Night Patrol. As Jiang Tian patrolled the night, he inquired, "On this island, which creatures possess remarkable speed?" His companion responded, "My lord, if we are to speak of swiftness, there exists a ferocious beast known for its rapidity. The silver-maned deer runs with great velocity and leaps to impressive heights." "Very well, let us venture over there." "It should pose no danger," Jiang Tian replied. "Indeed, that area is relatively safe." However, he recalled that initially, the Night Patrol had assured him that the Crescent Bay would be free from any monstrous incursions. Yet, they had encountered a newly emerged soul devourer, which had them fleeing for their lives down half a street, nearly leading to their own demise. Jiang Tian's expression was somewhat peculiar. "Is it reliable?" Night Watch, feeling somewhat helpless, promptly elucidated, "The silver-maned deer inhabits the deep forests atop the snowy peaks. This place would undoubtedly be devoid of any magical beasts. My lord, I swear upon the sea beast crystal core that there is absolutely no danger over there. Truly, you must trust me, my lord. There will be no adversaries that we cannot handle." Chapter 76. The Guild Scroll and the Cave Treasure. Establishing the Guild, Mirage. The 3 proceeded towards the snowy forest that Night Watch had mentioned. Upon further investigation, Jiang Tian was astonished to discover that there was indeed a snowfield on this island. Moreover, Night Watch stated that the permafrost of the snowfield remains frozen year-round, showing no signs of change even during the scorching season. Consequently, during this time, a multitude of creatures flock to the snowfield seeking respite from the heat. Among them is the ice pillar bear, one of the 3 major races. However, the snowy forest is still quite distant from the frozen expanse, so there is no need for concern. Despite Night Watch's articulate explanation, Jiang Tian couldn't shake off a lingering sense of unease. Additionally, he had learned about an extreme weather phenomenon, the scorching season, which, by its very name, suggested unbearable heat. It seemed prudent to procure something to cool down later. As they continued on their path, suddenly, Zhang Qingqing pointed ahead. Jiang Tian, do you see that? Is there a cave over there? Could it be a mine? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, his gaze following the direction indicated by Zhang Qingqing's finger. And he soon felt a surge of joy. He had originally intended to simultaneously capture a mountable pet while searching for treasure chests, yet unexpectedly. Before even reaching the snowy peak's dense forest, he stumbled upon a cave. Within it lay valuable treasures. Jiang Tian smiled. The three of them entered the cave, with Yi Sun standing guard at the entrance. Ever since Jiang Tian had ventured into the cave that day, he had been attentive to the availability of illumination tools. However, common implements such as torches or candles proved inconvenient. As for kerosene lamps, none could be found on the shelves, their scarcity evident from the meager historical transaction records. Thus, after procuring a handful of candles, he decided to cease his search. At this moment, Li Zig and Zhang Qingqing, preparing to enter the cave, produced two portable lanterns. Upon inspecting their attributes, Jiang Tian was taken aback. These lanterns remarkably required neither kerosene nor oil. They operated solely on sea beast crystal cores or energy, which was exceedingly convenient. If he could acquire a treasure chest, it would be a significant windfall. His resurrection scroll and the divine fountain of food had both originated from treasure chests. The trio proceeded deeper into the passage, with the illumination from the lanterns. Their venture was considerably easier than the previous one. However, Li Zig felt a tinge of fear, pressing closely against Zhang Qingqing. Zhang Qingqing, with a glint in her eyes, grasped her dragon sparrow gun and hastened downwards. I will scout ahead. In truth, there was no need for reconnaissance, aided by the lantern's glow. It was evident that the cave was not particularly deep, merely shrouded in darkness. Li Zig, feeling somewhat anxious, trembled as he held the lantern aloft. Observing this, Jiang Tian inquired, "What's wrong? Are you afraid of the dark?" Li Zig bit his lip. "Not exactly. It's just that I encountered a repulsive bug man in the trial grounds. For some reason, upon entering here, I can't help but recall that wretched creature. I used to have no fear of insects." Jiang Tian smiled and suggested, "How about this? You can hold on to my coat. It might be a bit better." Li Zig blushed and replied, "I am not a child." Yet, her hand still grasped the dark coat of Jiang Tian. The two walked in tandem, one following the other. At that moment, Zhang Qingqing's voice echoed from ahead, "Oh my! There is actually a mine here?" Upon hearing this, they hastened their pace downwards. Jiang Tian took the lantern from Li Zig's hand and directed its light towards the cave's edge, revealing a verdant hue. Could this possibly be copper ore? It struck him that he had never heard of any blueprint requiring copper ore. Even if extracted, it seemed it would serve little purpose beyond personal use. However, he recalled the crystallized fossil bones, which were initially described as a type of fuel, but unexpectedly turned out to be a vital ingredient for a physical enhancement potion. Who knows? Perhaps copper ore could possess such extraordinary properties as well. Just then, a gasp broke the silence. A treasure chest. There's a treasure chest here. At this revelation, Jiang Tian felt a surge of excitement. Quickly, let us open it and see. This could be a remarkable find. Let us see what Zhang Qingqing, the lucky one, can uncover. Jiang Tian and Li Zi arrived at Zhang Qingqing's location. Zhang Qingqing began her incantation, then forcefully kicked open the treasure chest. Instantly, a brilliant golden light emanated, revealing but a single item within, a guild scroll. The three of them simultaneously exclaimed in astonishment. Ever since the rankings began, the guild leaderboard had remained devoid of entries. Never had anyone obtained a guild scroll, and it turned out to be hidden here all along. He glanced back at the two, who nodded in agreement under the glow of the lantern. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Tian contemplated selling it to the military. However, upon reflection, he realized that the military might be unable to afford such an item, and thus he abandoned the thought. Without hesitation, he tore open the scroll. Successfully utilizing the guild scroll, he was prompted to name his guild. Jiang Tian had long contemplated the concept of a mirage, a shimmering illusion over the sea. Most importantly, when the average person encounters this term, they instinctively associate it with the mythical creature known as the Shun. The name mirage has been successfully established. Please confirm your guild's direction: combat, commerce, or colonization. Jiang Tian furrowed his brows, astonished by such a classification. He examined the description closely. The combat guild. Each consumption of a high-level food item grants an additional 20 attributes. The commerce guild. Engaging in transactions with merchants reduces prices by 20. And merchants are more inclined to offer you quality items. The colonization guild. The growth rate of crops is accelerated by 100. Gazing at these three guild orientations, Jiang Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive." However, only the Commerce Guild seemed beneficial to him. The additional attribute enhancement from high-level food in the Combat Guild held no value for him, as his yield was infinite. The same reasoning applied to the Colonization Guild. With an ample supply of grains, the skill of rapid growth, boasting a speed of 300, utterly eclipsed the Colonization Guild's 100 growth speed. Yet, Jiang Tian felt a flicker of curiosity. Merchants? Would there truly be individuals willing to engage in trade with him? Moreover, he was intrigued by one particular phrase. Merchants are more inclined to offer you quality items. What exactly constituted a quality item? Jiang Tian felt a sense of anticipation. He wondered in what manner the merchants would arrive. Thus, he chose to establish a commercial guild directly. Ding. Commercial Guild. Mirage has been successfully created. Founder, Illusionary Mirage. At that moment, it was merely 9 a.m. Most people were enduring the biting cold and gradually rising from their slumber. Some individuals had a habit of checking their phones upon waking, eager to see if any intriguing news had unfolded overnight. For instance, which organization had neglected to keep watch at night, resulting in their fire extinguishing and members succumbing to the cold. Or perhaps someone had met with misfortune, falling into the sea during a midnight bathroom trip. Naturally, their primary concern remained Red Island. Ever since the military announced its complete occupation of Red Island, they had set their sights on it. After all, it was solid ground. The prospect of survival there was far more comfortable than drifting at sea. However, at that moment, the fervor surrounding Red Island was overshadowed by a particular piece of news. Commercial Guild. Mirage has been successfully created. Creator, Illusionary Mirage. What is happening? Has Illusionary Mirage established a guild again? Why must he steal all the limelight? It drives me to jealousy. My goodness, he tops both the individual and guild rankings. Is there no room left for others? Illusionary Mirage. Take notice of me. Do you need more members? I was a streamer. If you recruit me into your guild, I will elevate your prominence. How shameless. The person above must be foolish. Who dares to claim that Illusionary Mirage lacks notoriety in this region? It's utterly laughable. Beyond belief. Indeed, does Illusionary Mirage even pay attention to such vile creatures? Chapter 77. Arrival at the Snowy Forest, Third Stage Beast, Demonic Ice Pillar Bear. The considerable discussion surrounding the establishment of the guild was something Jiang Tian had anticipated. With only 3 rankings, one of which remained empty, everyone was engaged in speculation about who would be the first to establish a guild. Some suggested the military, others mentioned Longjiang, while a portion leaned towards Illusionary Mirage. Yet, the truth was now evident. It was himself. At this moment, the discourse regarding the guild intensified. Some exceptionally capable individuals began to showcase their talents, hoping to gain entry into Jiang Tian's guild. However, Jiang Tian chose to disregard them for the time being. He was exceedingly occupied, ever since the guild's inception. His phone had been incessantly buzzing. Zhang Jingguo from Red Island, Feng Jinlong from Longjiang, and Xiao Tianyi from Ruiguang all inquired about how to acquire a guild scroll. Given that Red Island and Longjiang had larger populations, establishing a guild there would facilitate easier management. Jiang Tian was forthright, sharing intelligence with them. After all, this endeavor was solely within his grasp for the time being. On Red Island, only Li Xiaojun remained, and entering these second-tier secret realms would inevitably lead to demise. He had to rely on himself. However, in accordance with his agreement with the Red Island faction, when he eventually arrived at the Peach Blossom source, he would need to provide them with a copy of this information. After all, this combat guild could be seen as an indirect means of enhancing the warrior's combat prowess. The Red Island faction was utterly impoverished, having offered him a mere 200 yuan of sea beast meat. Yet, Jiang Tian understood their predicament. They had scant resources to express their gratitude for the implementation of the point system. Longjiang, on the other hand, was quite affluent, directly bestowing upon him 20 sea beast crystal cores and 50 metal ingots. Ruiguang contributed 5 bags of fertilizer, which could accelerate growth by 50. What a windfall it was. At that moment, Shilong inquired if he could join. Observing Shilong's request, Jiang Tian replied affirmatively. Thus, he welcomed Shilong into the guild. Within the guild interface, there existed a feature for external sales. By simply setting the items and prices, he could invite others to purchase. After pondering this function for a while, Jiang Tian realized it was a unique offering of commercial guilds. With this capability, selling became exceedingly convenient, eliminating the need for traditional transactions. The operation was straightforward, surpassing the Group S consignment feature. However, he decided to postpone engaging in this for now, planning to address it later when circumstances allowed, as he was still within the cave. Consequently, Jiang Tian took a small amount of copper ore and exited the cave. The three of them boarded the night patrol and continued their journey toward the Snow Peak Forest. The journey was uneventful. Yet Jiang Tian encountered several wild beasts charging toward them, all of which he swiftly subdued, transforming them into morsels. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the periphery of the Snow Peak Forest. At that moment, Jiang Tian caught a glimpse of a silvery flash darting forth from the corner of his eye. The night patrol's eyes glinted fiercely. "My lord, it is a silver-maned deer." Jiang Tian felt a surge of joy, unexpectedly encountering the creature so soon. He swiftly calculated the speed and trajectory of the silver-maned deer. With a clenched fist, he unleashed the flame-disrupting vortex. The silver-maned deer traveled in a straight line, making it remarkably easy to predict its movements. Thus, Jiang Tian ensnared it with the flame-disrupting vortex. For breakfast, Jiang Tian had consumed a gemstone tomato, and his perception attribute had already reached an impressive 105 points. With just a slight application of firepower, he nearly incinerated the silver-maned deer. Jiang Tian dismissed the Yan Duan vortex and aimed directly at the hind leg of the silver-maned deer, firing an incendiary shot. Whoosh! This strike caused the creature to lose its speed, forcing it to escape with a pronounced limp. At that moment, panic surged within it. Who was this assailant? It needed to flee swiftly, otherwise, that monstrosity would be upon it. Suddenly, Jiang Tian heard a roar. His brow furrowed. This roar did not resemble that of a magical beast, and he sensed no presence of one. The ground trembled beneath the weighty footsteps emerging from the depths of the snow-laden forest. A massive shadow pushed through the surrounding trees. Before Jiang Tian stood an enormous bear, towering at least 4 meters high. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, and it exuded a faint, dark aura. Wait, though faint, Jiang Tian still detected a trace of magical energy. This state was strikingly reminiscent of his first encounter with the Night Watcher. However, unlike that time when the Night Watcher was feeble, this bear was of the 3rd tier. Jiang Tian let out a resounding roar. "Prepare for battle, 3rd-tier ferocious beasts." Li Zig drew forth her staff, while Zhang Qingqing brandished her dragon sparrow gun. Jiang Tian could sense the explosive power emanating from the colossal bear. However, at that moment, it was consumed by demonic energy, which caused it to lose its sanity. It was capable of delivering a formidable blow. Jiang Tian was the first to strike. With a swift motion, he unleashed the flame-severing vortex followed by the firefly explosion. Instantly, a swirling vortex of flames, infused with hues of yellow and green, materialized from thin air. Yi Sun, taken aback, could scarcely believe his eyes. He had not anticipated that the ice pillar bear had also succumbed to the taint of demonic energy. Having previously fallen victim to such a fate, he was haunted by vivid memories of that experience. In his mind, there was nothing but a bloodthirsty frenzy, a singular desire to annihilate all that lay before him. "This is the ice pillar bear. Be cautious, my lord." Nevertheless, the ice pillar bear, with its thick, abundant fur, was undeniably associated with the ice element. Jiang Tian's fiery abilities should have been its natural counter. Yet, being a formidable 3rd-tier creature, it charged forth, undeterred by the flames. Jiang Tian smiled gently. Boom, boom, boom. The fireflies exploded like a series of unstable liquid bombs, sending the creature staggering. The effect was notable, though not overwhelming. Yet, Jiang Tian discerned that this foe was manageable. Certainly more so than a 2nd-tier lord, as its speed was somewhat sluggish, allowing him to employ a kite strategy to vanquish it. At this moment, Jiang Tian commenced gathering energy for the infinite judgment. Observing the sudden emergence of a colossal magic circle in the sky, Zhang Qingqing and Yi Sun charged forward to create distractions, ensuring Jiang Tian's energy accumulation remained uninterrupted. Li Zig provided intermittent support with slow spells, growth spells, and energy shields. However, the slow spell consumed excessive mana, and due to the ice pillar bear being a 3rd-tier ferocious beast, it quickly broke free from any control. Nonetheless, this creature had several times saved Zhang Qingqing from peril. Presently, Jiang Tian noted the growing intensity of Yi Sun's aura. Ever since he had provided Yi Sun with a magical beast crystal core, it had been constantly at his disposal. At this juncture, Jiang Tian's energy had nearly reached its peak. Based on his calculations, an energy surge of 400 would suffice to defeat the creature. However, having charged to 600, it was akin to an ordinary person accumulating 6,000. This strike would undoubtedly obliterate the ice pillar bear. Li Zig, use the slow spell. Everyone else, stand clear. Zhang Qingqing swiftly retreated, while Yi Sun collided fiercely with the ice pillar bear, forcing it to stagger backward before swiftly disengaging. Seizing the opportunity as the ice pillar bear struggled to maintain its balance, Li Zig unleashed a slow spell. Already unsteady, the bear was further destabilized by the spell, causing it to collapse onto the ground. Quite impressive. Jiang Tian secretly gave a thumbs up to Li Zig in his heart. The timing was impeccable. Truly deserving of the bond they had forged from the very beginning until now. With a gentle wave of his hand, Jiang Tian summoned the infinite judgment. The magical array in the sky crackled with thunder and lightning. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted violently from the array, striking directly upon the icy pillar bear that was seated on the ground. In the twilight of the river and sky, Jiang Tian caught a glimpse of something enveloping the icy pillar bear. Yet, his vision remained unclear. It appeared to be crystalline ice. Boom. Crash. As the boundless energy of judgment dissipated, the figure of the icy pillar bear emerged. Its body was marred with wounds, teetering on the brink of death, with remnants of an unshattered crystalline armor adorning its belly. Jiang Tian was somewhat incredulous. What a formidable defense this must be to withstand his infinite judgment. Chapter 78. The Cause of Demonization, Ascension of the Demonized Night Patrol. The once proud polar bear swayed slightly before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Jiang Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. If his perception at 105 could not even eliminate a third-tier monster with his infinite judgment, it would be better to simply turn back home. Jiang Tian approached the ice pillar bear. Li Zig cast a protective shield around him. Observing the shield materializing around him, Jiang Tian turned back and gave an okay gesture. He sensed that the bear did not appear to be dead, for a deceased creature would surely yield a treasure chest. If he were to tame it, what skills might he acquire? Jiang Tian circled around, approaching from behind. Upon noticing the immense ice crystals adorning its back, he comprehended the origin of its name. The names of these fierce beasts were indeed straightforward and unrefined. A creature with icicles on its back was aptly named Ice Pillar Bear, while a large black wolf was simply referred to as Black Giant Wolf. Jiang Tian peered from behind, noticing that the redness in his eyes had faded, revealing their original hue. The ice pillar bear let out a soft whimper, a mournful sound echoing in the night. Nightwatch stood beside Jiang Tian. Upon hearing the bear's call, he was momentarily taken aback. Soon, a fierce expression crossed his face, his entire body trembling as if he had sensed the presence of an adversary. Jiang Tian naturally sensed the unusual occurrence during the night patrol and inquired, "What is the matter?" The voice of the night patrol resonated in Jiang Tian's mind. "It is a seducer. A seducer has appeared in the frozen wasteland. My lord, do you still remember the reason for our acquaintance?" Jiang Tian paused for a moment, then swiftly comprehended the situation. In other words, the source capable of corrupting these ferocious beasts into a demonic state resides within the frozen wasteland? Howl, howl, howl. Jiang Tian heard the voice of the ice pillar bear and inquired about the night patrol. What did it say? "Be cautious, the heavens." At these words, Jiang Tian suddenly looked up. At that moment, a slender, emaciated female figure was flapping her wings and soaring through the air, gazing down at everyone with a tinkling laugh. Her neck was extraordinarily long, measuring nearly half her body, and her face bore no other features, save for a singular, large eye. Alas, yet another magical beast. At that moment, Jiang Tian was oblivious to the presence of malevolent energy, suggesting that this beast lacked formidable direct combat prowess. On a positive note, this creature could merely be regarded as a mobile pathogen, devoid of any frontal combat capabilities, thus exhibiting exceptional stealth. Conversely, on a more sinister note, it could be perceived as an assassin. However, the only solace for Jiang Tian lay in the fact that this beast exuded none of the soul-consuming pressure characteristic of a soul devourer. It was indeed a rare entity of the third tier, capable of fighting. Jiang Tian took the initiative, unleashing the flame break vortex combined with firefly explosion. The fiery tornado surged upward instantaneously, yet he refrained from allowing the firefly to be engulfed. He understood that this beast would not be so easily subdued. As expected, the tempter's form flickered, and in the next moment, it materialized nearby, the inferno swirling behind it, blazing fiercely. With narrowed eyes, it appeared to be taunting Jiang Tian. A cold chuckle escaped Jiang Tian's lips as the fireflies erupted in a cacophony of explosions. The fireflies, evenly distributed across the sky, detonated unexpectedly, causing the creature to stagger. Its grave error lay in its proximity to the fire tornado, which drew in a multitude of fireflies. It had overestimated its own strength. The consequence of such hubris was a body marred by countless injuries. However, what astonished Jiang Tian was the resilience of its wings. They appeared fragile, yet exhibited remarkable toughness, remaining unscathed despite the creature's battered form. Clearly, bringing it down would not be an effortless task. The temptress, racked with pain, roared in fury at Jiang Tian. A piercing scream reverberated through the air, momentarily disorienting him. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to accelerate, and he beheld a myriad of sharp spines erupting from the temptress's wings, hurtling towards him. Yet, Jiang Tian quickly regained his composure. He recognized that this sound wave was a control skill. Instantly, he activated his crystalline shield along with an energy barrier. Crack! The temptress's spines effortlessly pierced through Li Zig's protective shield, akin to a thin sheet of paper, rendering it nearly useless. Crack! Jiang Tian's energy shield also suffered a fissure, shattering after a brief moment of resistance. Just as the spines were about to impale him, the temptress suddenly felt an unusual heaviness in its body. Then, a thunderous shout erupted from Zhang Qingqing. Gun heaven strike. Whoosh! A beam of white light, accompanied by a long spear, plunged into the temptress's chest, causing it to falter. However, this strike bore little consequence, as their recent ascension to the second tier left them ill-equipped to contend with a third-tier rare magical beast. Nonetheless, this particular beast was somewhat weaker, and Zhang Qingqing's devastating move momentarily halted its advance. Seizing this brief opportunity, Night Patrol transformed into a meteor, lunging fiercely at the temptress and knocking it aside. It was only then that Jiang Tian's dizziness subsided. Observing Night Patrol engaged in combat with the temptress, he activated the skill of his ritual ring. In an instant, countless fiery spears surged forth from behind him, hurtling directly towards the temptress. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing flames of the Inferno lance impaled the seducer, transforming him into a quilled creature of agony. The seducer howled in torment, and in a fit of rage, violently kicked Nightwatch away. In that very moment, the seducer's eyes widened in shock, as a beam of light swept across Jiang Tian. Feeling the insatiable bloodlust surge within his mind, Jiang Tian instantly comprehended the nature of this phenomenon, demonic transformation. His eyes gradually turned a deep crimson, and his thoughts became inundated with visions of relentless slaughter. He felt an overwhelming urge to return and eliminate Wugu and Jiming. Yet, in the next instant, clarity returned to his gaze, and the desire for carnage vanished as swiftly as it had come. Though he could not fathom the reason behind the sudden dissipating of his murderous instincts, the experience of being demonically influenced left him astounded. This ability to forcibly ignite ferocity was exceedingly formidable. A mere flick toward the crowd would incite them to turn upon one another. Such a prospect was absurd. He could not allow it to attack again. Jiang Tian gently raised his palm, and a tome of magic materialized in the air. The Book of Hal. Skill power increases by 40. Casting time for ordinary spells extends by 50, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Simultaneously, Jiang Tian aimed at his own position and invoked Infinite Judgment. A magical array appeared in the sky, gradually expanding. Not enough. Jiang Tian suddenly downed a bottle of stimulants, followed by another. The tempter glanced at the magical array, then shifted its gaze to Jiang Tian. It swiftly retreated from the attack range of Infinite Judgment. Next, its eyes widened, and an inescapable beam of light instantaneously swept across the Night Watch, causing the latter's body to stiffen. This is bad. In an instant, images of those infected by demonic energy flooded Jiang Tian's mind. Eyes ablaze with crimson, bodies enveloped in dark miasma, devoid of reason, driven by madness and bloodlust. What should he do? He hesitated for a fleeting moment, but ultimately resolved to render the nocturnal patrol nearly lifeless. After all, experience had taught him that as long as one could bring a demonic creature to the brink of death, the malevolent energy would inevitably dissipate. Jiang Tian suddenly delivered a powerful kick, sending the Night Watcher flying, and swiftly distanced himself. He was genuinely concerned that the Night Watcher might become infected, especially considering that the Night Watcher was perilously close to reaching the third tier. Moreover, there loomed an elusive tempter from above. Li Zig, witnessing Jiang Tian's abrupt action, hurriedly cast a spell of slowing on the Night Watcher. Although she was unaware of Jiang Tian's motives, she had observed the peculiar beast assaulting the Night Watcher. Thankfully, the Night Watcher appeared unscathed. Reflecting on the state of the massive white bear, she began to piece together the situation. Mental manipulation? As if on cue, the Night Watcher began to convulse, its eyes gradually turning a deep crimson. Just as everyone prepared to launch an attack against the Night Watcher, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from its form, soaring into the sky. Jiang Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Blast it, had I known, I would have refrained from feeding this foolish dog. To break through to the third tier at this moment? What a predicament! Jiang Tian cast a glance at the data from the night patrol, his heart sinking. Goodness, a third-tier rare ferocious beast? Its attributes were exceedingly terrifying, and the sense of oppression it exuded was not in the least inferior to that of the Soul Eater. Jiang Tian gritted his teeth, resolutely determining to unleash the infinite judgment, brimming with over 10,000 points of energy, directly upon the Night Watch. With the blessing of the Book of Hal, this strike would surely spell death for the Night Watch. However, he possessed a resurrection scroll. At this moment, the Night Watch's form elongated. What was once a figure cloaked in darkness now sprouted a mane of white fur, and its ears elongated, adorned with white hair. The original Night Watch form resembled an ordinary wolf, merely larger in size. Yet now, it had begun to take on a fantastical appearance. Race: Lunar Howler, Ferocious Beast. Life Class: Tier 3 Life Rating. Rare Physique: 261 Speed, 235 Perception, 103 Energy, 1, 032, 010, 320 Abilities. Sleepless: Intermediate Regeneration. Lunar Power: Sleepless, no need for sleep. Attributes enhanced by 5 at night. Intermediate Regeneration: consumes substantial energy for effective growth of flesh and blood. Lunar Power: gathers energy to enhance attributes by 20. With a 60 increase at night, this was not merely a promotion, it was an evolution. Not only had its attributes undergone a qualitative transformation, but its appearance and aura had also shifted. The might of the Lord-level beast core was far greater than Jiang Tian had anticipated. The creature had transformed from the original black giant wolf into the Lunar Howler, transcending 2 tiers from ordinary to rare. Such attributes, one could say, rivaled even those of a newly born soul devourer. In Jiang Tian's mind, he was poised to activate the nebulization, silently expressing an apology. He then prepared to unleash the infinite judgment. However, he soon made a startling discovery. Night Patrol's eyes had returned to their normal state. No longer the bloodthirsty crimson. They were now the original blue, and the dark aura that had enveloped him was dissipating. In the next moment, Night Patrol's voice resonated in Jiang Tian's mind, confirming his conjecture. My lord, do not act. I have not been corrupted. Jiang Tian was taken aback for a moment, but soon his heart swelled with joy. It made sense, after all. If the Tempter could freely transform beings of greater life evaluations than itself, it would indeed be insurmountable. The Tempter was a rare creature of the 3rd tier, while the Night Watcher at this moment was a cherished entity of the same level. Judging by the aura it radiated, the Night Watcher was likely superior to the Tempter. Suddenly, Jiang Tian sensed a disturbance behind him. Turning around, he beheld the Tempter gathering strength. Its wings spread wide, resembling 2 sharp blades. It surged towards Jiang Tian with a swift whoosh. Li Zig raised his hand, casting a spell of deceleration, hindering its movement. The Night Watcher leaped high into the air, glowing with radiant energy, and with a powerful strike, it brought its palm down heavily upon the beast's head, now elevated to the 3rd tier of rarity. The Night Watcher was no longer a target that such a creature could contest with. The Tempter lost its balance in an instant, its entire body pitching forward. Its elongated neck swung like a mighty flail, crashing heavily into the ground. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jiang Tian bellowed, "Everyone, step back." For this infinite judgment was aimed at himself. From Jiang Tian's observations, the magical beast lacked any ranged attack capabilities. If it wished to kill him, it would inevitably engage in close combat. Indeed, Jiang Tian's assumption proved correct. However, the reality was far less daunting than he had anticipated. With the combined might of the Book of Hall and 10,000 energy, the infinite judgment was unleashed in an instant. Li Zig and Zhang Qingqing stood at a considerable distance, yet they were still overwhelmed by the formidable aura sent tumbling by its force. Only Yi Sun remained as steadfast as a mountain in the face of this energy. The 2 women wore expressions of astonishment. This energy surpassed even that of Red Island. Not to mention the epicenter, Even a mere brush with its edges would spell doom for them. Jiang Tian stood merely a step away from the magical beast, and their positions placed them squarely in the path of its full might. However, Jiang Tian possessed the skill of vaporization, and he watched as the third-tier magical beast before him gradually disintegrated into ashes. 5 seconds elapsed. Before him lay only a treasure chest and a piece of charred flesh, the purpose of which was indiscernible. Upon prying it open, he discovered a crystal core, classified as rare tier. Gazing at this crystal core, Jiang Tian recalled the admiration for nature that Dream Weaver had bestowed upon him the previous day. He wondered if this rare tier core could enhance its quality. Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment before retrieving the necklace. Upon their contact, he felt a gentle warmth emanating from the necklace in his palm, and in an instant, a radiant white light materialized. He dared not gaze directly at this brilliance, instead opting to shield his eyes with his arm. Li Zige swiftly turned away to avert his gaze, shielding Zhang Qingqing's eyes as well. Yi Sun also turned away, disregarding the spectacle. After a brief interval, the luminescence faded. At this moment, the equipment in Jiang Tian's hands had become significantly more refined. Though it remained constructed from wood, it was no longer as coarse, displaying evident signs of meticulous polishing. A glance at the attributes brought Jiang Tian a sense of satisfaction. The natural admiration for physique had increased by 20. Alongside enhancements in speed and perception, each also rising by 20, with an additional 30 points distributed across the 3 dimensions. The skills remained unchanged, and no new abilities had emerged. Given the extraordinary augmentation of attributes, such expectations were indeed unwarranted. Jiang Tian gazed intently at the treasure chest before him and hastily beckoned Zhang Qingqing to approach. Come, lucky one. Lend a hand and open the chest. Zhang Qingqing skipped over energetically and delivered a swift kick to the chest. A brilliant flash of purple light erupted forth. Jiang Tian glanced inside and discovered a piece of equipment and a blueprint. Truly, it was worthy of the treasures yielded by a Tier 3 chest. Jiang Tian gazed upon the blueprint, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. Had he possessed this item earlier, he would have undoubtedly been overwhelmed with excitement. Yet now, he felt an indifferent detachment, for it served no purpose to him and could merely be exchanged for dog food. The blueprint for the speed potion required a glass vial, a fragrant apricot spirit fruit, a crystallized fossilized bone, and 2 compounds. This concoction mirrored the requirements of the physique potion, save for the substitution of the apricot spirit fruit for the original crimson spirit fruit. He could indeed afford to create it, especially since he possessed a vine of the apricot spirit fruit, ensuring a continuous supply. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian slapped his forehead. Recalling that he had yet to plant his apricot spirit fruits, he resolved to do so upon returning home. The other item was a piece of purple equipment, an exceptionally high attribute pair of trousers, which he decided to gift to Zhang Qingqing. She was elated, as her attire had previously consisted solely of blue gear, and now, with the addition of purple trousers, her strength had notably increased. At that moment, Li Zige spoke up, announcing that the silver-maned deer had fled. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian turned his gaze towards the direction where they initially ambushed the silver-maned deer, only to discover that it had indeed vanished without a trace. Their purpose for coming here was to capture the silver-maned deer. How could they possibly return empty-handed? He realized that he could not accompany the 2 of them every single day. He needed to provide them with some means of self-preservation. Jiang Tian patted Yi Sun and suggested, "How about this? You both follow Yi Sun to pursue. I have injured its legs, so it cannot flee far." Li Zige nodded but still expressed concern by inquiring, "What about you?" "Rest assured," Jiang Tian replied, gesturing towards the still-breathing polar bear. "I intend to rescue this one." Li Zige nodded again. "Shall we regroup here?" "Indeed, we shall." With that, the 3 dispersed, with Yi Sun leading the way. Unperturbed by the possibility of the 2 getting lost, Jiang Tian crouched beside the ice pillar bear, extracting his pet gem. "I can save you. Do you wish to live?" Chapter 80. The Frosted Ice Pillar Bear, A Warm Daily Life. Did you see that wolf? Back then, it was just like you, tainted by demonic energy, attacking my camp. And I nearly defeated it. Now, it has evolved into a 3rd-tier rare beast. Its transformation owes much to my slaying of a 2nd-tier lord beast. At this point, the Ice Pillar Bear's eyes gleamed with intensity. "You have witnessed my strength. A single strike severely injured you, and with another, I dispatched that avian demon beast. To be candid, I harbor grievances against the beasts as well. So what say you? Will you follow me? Following me could restore your health." What do you think? Jiang Tian gazed at the panting ice pillar bear, its breath growing increasingly labored. If you wish to survive, simply nod and become my companion. I shall lead you in vanquishing the beasts of the realm. With that, Jiang Tian crouched down, his eyes fixed upon the enormous bear's head, his heart filled with anticipation. The ice pillar bear appeared to be wrestling with its own thoughts, and after a considerable pause, it finally nodded. Jiang Tian smiled faintly. You will not regret this. He then placed the pet orb onto the pedestal, and a massive cocoon of light enveloped the ice pillar bear. Observing the protruding thick lines, Jiang Tian reached out to grasp them. Name: unnamed race. Ice pillar bear, fierce beast. Life rating: Tier 3 physique, 153 speed, 98 perception, 135 energy, 1, 203, 013. 520 talent. Cold aura, freezing ray, snow spirit, cold aura. Forms ice on both hands. Providing self-defense, freezing ray. Emits an extremely cold beam, snow spirit. Enhanced physique by 100 in cold climates. Upon seeing these attributes and talents, Jiang Tian felt a surge of delight. It was indeed a combat pet. His infinite judgment had likely been thwarted by the cold aura, and the snow spirit's resilience had allowed it to withstand the attack. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Even a force of 6,000 could be resisted. However, its sole weakness lay in its relatively slow speed, yet it could serve as a guardian. This way, when he took Yi Sun and Mo Lin out, he would not need to worry about the safety of the two little ones. Speaking of which, he noticed that the freezing ray skill had yet to be utilized. It seemed that the encroachment of demonic energy had caused a loss of rationality, leading to the forgetfulness of ranged abilities. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that no one was injured. He needed to give it a name. Ice Bear. Perhaps he should call it Big White. As soon as Jiang Tian conceived this idea, he sensed a slight tremor emanating from the immense cocoon of light, accompanied by a series of protests. It was evident that it expressed dissatisfaction with this name. With a chuckle, Jiang Tian indicated that he was merely jesting. After a moment's contemplation, a name came to mind: Frostbite. It seemed rather fitting. This time, the ice pillar bear did not voice any further objections, thus solidifying its name. During the process of taming, Li Zig announced that he had caught up with the fleeing silver-maned deer and had commenced the taming. Simultaneously, Zhang Qingqing spotted a colossal owl and expressed her desire to tame it. With a swift cast of slow, the owl soaring above plummeted to the ground, where it was promptly captured by Zhang Qingqing. Regrettably, it turned out to be merely a wild beast, not a ferocious one. As afternoon descended, the trio reconvened at Jiang Tian's location after successfully taming their creatures. Li Zig rode upon the path, while Zhang Qingqing soared through the air, clutching the owl. With these two companions, they felt assured in their escape. Upon their arrival, they found that the ice pillar bear, Frostbite, had already hatched, although it bore numerous minor wounds. Its life was not in jeopardy. The three embarked on their journey homeward. Due to its sluggish pace, Frostbite was received into Jiang Tian's Peach Blossom Spirit Ring. The return journey proved uneventful, and they stumbled upon an open iron mine, an unexpected delight. They marked the coordinates for future collection. Upon their return home, Ji Meng had prepared a sumptuous feast, warming it over the stove. Zhang Qingqing's eyes sparkled upon seeing the spread, and she discreetly complained to Li Zig about Jiang Tian's seemingly idyllic life, free from worries of sustenance, accompanied by charming creatures that could assist with chores, and returning to a warm meal. Such a life would undoubtedly incite envy. After enjoying their afternoon meal, their attributes had once again increased. After Jiang Tian planted the apricot vine, he inquired about how many days it would take for the grains to fully mature. The grains informed Jiang Tian that it would take approximately 2 days. This is due to the abundant energy contained within the fruit. Even though it is merely a first-tier plant, it still requires this duration, excluding the fruiting period. Jiang Tian had a clear understanding of the situation. Gazing at the greenhouse brimming with abundance, he was once again inspired to create another one. However, this time he intended to incorporate a furnace. Previously, the demands had been pressing, leaving no time for on-the-spot crafting. Now, with leisure at hand, and recognizing that future potion making would necessitate glass, he found it an opportune moment. The process of smelting glass required merely a single portion of sand, and the crafting duration was equally 10 minutes. Jiang Tian instructed the two young women to accompany Yi Sun in the task of gathering a modest quantity of sand. A mere 1,000 would suffice. Yi Sun, well versed in the terrain, could also serve as their protector, while the two women assumed the roles of subservient laborers. Furthermore, regardless of the amount of sand collected, there was no concern, as it could be conveniently stowed in their backpacks without the burden of excess weight. Thus, after a brief respite, the silver-maned deer and the owl guided them once more to the seaside. Jiang Tian opened the trading hall and discovered that a substantial quantity of furnaces was being supplied by Longjiang. A thought flickered through his mind. Could the metal ingots from Longjiang possibly be those he had smelted himself? The more he pondered, the greater the likelihood seemed. He raised his hand and spent 600 to purchase a furnace. This furnace, rather than being a mere stove, resembled more of a workstation. Upon opening it, Jiang Tian's confusion deepened. There indeed was an option for smelting metal ingots, but it required impure ores. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Tian. Could Longjiang also be situated on land? Thus, he approached Shilong to inquire about this matter. Shilong, upon reading Jiang Tian's message, was quite perplexed. On land? No. It isn't. Longjiang operates on a raft. How could you possibly think that Longjiang is on land? Jiang Tian stroked his chin and sent forth his reasoning. I observed that the smelting of metal ingots necessitates impure ores, yet I pondered how Longjiang acquired such a plethora of impure ores. Thus, I surmised that Longjiang must be situated on land. Shilong glanced back at the enormous rafts bound together by iron chains and replied, there was nothing of the sort. They remained merely rafts. With this revelation, Jiang Tian grew somewhat curious about Longjiang. He resolved to seek an opportune moment to engage with Longjiang, preferably when they might be in need of his assistance. On the first day, Jiang Tian procured 40 units of sand. After returning from a confrontation with Li Cha, he engaged a band of pirates and uncovered Li Yihua's hidden secrets. At this moment, his stockpile of sand has surpassed 100. Consequently, Jiang Tian promptly cast it into the furnace, which indicated a processing time of 10 minutes per batch. Jiang Tian clapped his hands and returned to the house. After a while, Jimeng came back, cradling a pile of timber. She glanced at the furnace outside, where something was still being crafted. With a sigh, she reached out and murmured softly, I wonder if he ever thinks to look for me. A mysterious energy enveloped the furnace, instantly reducing the time required to melt the glass from 10 minutes to merely 3. Upon entering the house, she observed Jiang Tian reclining in a chair and inquired, what would you like for dinner? Jiang Tian, lying on the bed while manipulating the guild panel, pondered for a moment and replied, let's prepare more gemstone tomatoes. I need to enhance my strength. Chapter 81. The Trial of Selling Guild Services Externally, Swift Loss Mitigation by Rui Guang. Jiang Tian manipulated the virtual screen with intent. He contemplated the prospect of showcasing this feature for external sale. Examining the items in his possession, clay, sand, crystallized fossil bones, copper ore, and iron ore, he resolved to list these few materials. However, the pricing was exorbitant, each item set at a staggering $99.99. His intention was not to sell, but merely to exhibit. He surmised that should anyone acquire crafting blueprints for iron ingots or copper ingots, they would inevitably seek him out. Yet, the bait he cast was not aimed at attracting mere small fry. His true target was Longjiang. Clay was essential for crafting red bricks, and he speculated that Longjiang would undoubtedly require it, possibly even cement. There was a chance that the blueprints for iron and copper ingots might reside with Longjiang as well. He did not expect to extract resource intelligence from this transaction, but perhaps he could negotiate a discount on red bricks and cement. After all, he would soon need an astronomical quantity of these materials for constructing villas. Just as Jiang Tian pondered these thoughts, his phone vibrated. Jiang Tian smiled slightly. Let me see which fish has bitten. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Qiu Tianyi, how much crystallized fossil bone do we have left? Urgent, urgent. After glancing at the message, Jiang Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had indeed caught an unexpectedly large fish. At this moment, Qiu Tianyi halted the ongoing negotiations. Do not collect that ancient skeleton for now. Let it rot in hand. The asking price of 100,000 was even more exorbitant than Li Yihao's. His subordinates were momentarily stunned, but still ceased their actions. One of them curiously inquired of Qiu Tianyi, so, are we not going to use it as fertilizer? Upon hearing this, Qiu Tianyi raised his phone. We will, but with Mirage. He silently marveled at the coincidence. Their organization, Rui Guang, specialized in cultivation. What do crops require besides seeds? Fertilizer. On the first day, they had acquired a blueprint for fertilizer that could reduce growing time by 50. Specifically the type Jiang Tian had received. The second day brought them a box of cabbage seeds and planting boxes, a clear sign from the heavens. However, what troubled them was that one of the materials for the fertilizer blueprint was particularly rare, crystallized fossil bone. This substance could only be harvested from certain ancient skeletons, and not in significant quantities. They were in dire need of it. Yet unscrupulous speculators and scalpers had already snatched it up and were selling it to them at exorbitant prices. These scoundrels had accurately gauged their situation, leaving them feeling quite frustrated. However, they had no choice but to purchase, as their fossil bones had just run out and the newly acquired batch of seeds required a substantial amount of fertilizer. They were currently engaged in negotiations with these scalpers. Xiao Tianyi snorted coldly. Even if I must spend 100,000 to buy a small handful from Mirage, I will not purchase a single bone from them. This bone is only of use to us. Let them keep it rotting in their hands. Those around him were exhilarated. They had long found these profiteers irritating. Hoarding everything, pet orbs, sea beast cores, ancient skeletons, was an utterly despicable practice. Xiao Tianyi inquired of Zhang Tian how much fossil bone he possessed, to which Zhang Tian replied that he had as much as he desired. Xiao Tianyi was flabbergasted. Could it be that he had a mine? Meanwhile, one of his companions informed the scalper that they no longer wanted the bone. Sorry, we don't want that fossil bone anymore. Seeing this, Xiao Tianyi snatched the phone and, with a sinister smile, sent a message to the scalper. Get lost. Not even $10 would I offer you. After sending the message, he instructed those nearby to blacklist the scalper. The scalper was left in confusion. Why had the Ruiguang people suddenly grown so resolute? Surely, some competitors have taken action. He remarked to those around him. Let us see who else can produce fossil bones. We shall purchase them all. I refuse to believe that he has more to offer than the funds I possess. When the individuals from Ruiguang come seeking us, we'll present them with a price of 150,000 or no, 200,000. He has profited handsomely from reselling, amassing a fortune. The oceanic currency he holds alone exceeds 200,000. Moreover, they operate as a gang, comprising no fewer than several dozen members, disseminating rumors everywhere. They speak of imminent viral outbreaks and extreme heat in the coming days. Once others fall prey to their fears, they seize the opportunity to fashion seaweed into pills, claiming these are the antidote to the virus. Others, having purchased their garments at exorbitant prices, discover they're still left shivering. After all this, their reputation has become irreparably tarnished, prompting people to denounce them on forums. Yet, they remain indifferent. What is the worth of conscience? If it held any value, they would have long exchanged it for oceanic currency. Upon receiving the news, a person nearby opened his phone to scour the forums. However, upon opening his device, he stood frozen in place. The scalper glanced at him and inquired, "What's wrong?" He raised his phone and turned to face the scalper. It's Huan Shun. It is indeed Huan Shun. For the guild sales posted by Zhang Tian came with notifications. This platform is far more effective than the forums, almost akin to an announcement scroll. Thus, upon opening his phone, it was no surprise to see it filled with messages. The news was rife with calls to action. Huan Shun has disabled private messages. How am I to contact him? Why do you need to reach out to Huan Shun? If you require something, you can directly purchase it from the guild sales window. What the hell? Take a closer look at the esteemed one's price tag, $99.99. Clearly, this is a display. I am part of the elite auction group. If you trade something to the esteemed one, he will naturally seek you out. Such a thing exists? I have to pay to converse with Huan Shun? Huh. I wouldn't give him anything even if it were lost. That scoundrel. They set up the block precisely to guard against people like you. Indeed, who knows, perhaps Huan Shun will arrive, and you'll be the one clinging to his leg, pleading for refuge. Nonsense. As if I would care. That fool Huan Shun isn't even worthy of polishing my shoes. At that moment, someone recognized the brash individual. What the hell? Isn't that the idiot selling seaweed pills? It turned out to be that fool. They had also mentioned that in a few days there would be extreme heat, selling clothes and fans at inflated prices. But what does this have to do with the esteemed Huan Shun? How dare he confront Huan Shun? I'm from Ruiguang, and I know what is going on. We need crystallized fossil bones, and this fool is asking for 100,000. Forget it. We'll buy directly from Huan Shun instead. 100,000. Damn. This person has truly lost his mind over money. In an instant, everyone comprehended the situation. A foolish speculator, indeed. Witnessing others' profits only highlights one's own losses. How fitting. Chapter 82. The Fertilizer of Ruiguang, Future Plans. Qiu Tianyi informed Jiang Tian that their fertilizer blueprint indicated that a single crystallized fossil could produce 5 batches of fertilizer. Jiang Tian inquired about the quantity they required. Qiu Tianyi replied that they needed 60 pieces. It appears that Jiang Tian has underestimated the value of the crystallized fossil bones. If one were to consider the discussions in the channel, it would amount to a sale of 100,000 for 60 pieces. Given the nature of these scalpers, one could expect at least a doubling of that price. Thus, even at its original value, each piece would be worth over 1,000. Remarkably, this exceeds the profits from selling crossbows, as crystallized fossil bones are easier to extract, while crossbows require intricate craftsmanship. The distinction is quite clear. However, crossbows can be exchanged for marine beast crystal cores, though regrettably, Ruiguang possesses very few of these. Each has its own merits. 60 pieces of fossil bones would suffice for personal use, eliminating the need for further excavation. Jiang Tian procured a selection of fossilized bones from Qiu Tianyi, intending to purchase some fertilizer from him. Concurrently, he requested a modest quantity of new seeds, specifically 2 of each variety. As he contemplated the 5 varieties of seeds he had acquired, Jiang Tian mused that such specialized matters ought to be handled by experts. He pondered how Qiu Tianyi had managed to obtain such an abundance of seeds, though he found it inappropriate to inquire, especially since Qiu Tianyi had never questioned him regarding the substantial quantity of spirit fruits he possessed. Perhaps Qiu Tianyi even harbored a sense of envy towards him. 4 spirit fruits undoubtedly surpassed mere seeds in value. The 5 varieties of seeds he received included carrots, peas, garlic, chili peppers, and eggplants. Indeed, his array of produce had significantly expanded. Jiang Tian planted the seeds and, upon stepping outside, was astonished to discover that the sand had already been refined. Observing Jiang Tian's shocked expression, Ji Ming let out a couple of hums. Do you now recognize my prowess? Not only can I accelerate the speed of your blueprints, but I can also enhance the efficiency of the workbench's blueprints. Impressive, indeed. Jiang Tian gave Ji Ming a thumbs up. I have acquired quite a number of seeds. There will certainly be enough for you as well. Is that so? Do we have any seasonings? Ji Ming rubbed her hands together eagerly. Jiang Tian selected chili seeds and smiled, saying, Of course, I can. Just wait a moment while I purchase some spices in a pot. Let us indulge in hot pot. By the way, are you proficient in making the hot pot base? Ji Ming hummed a couple of times, replying, I am a lucky rabbit. How could I possibly not be able to prepare a mere hot pot base? As Jiang Tian made his way towards the greenhouse, he remarked, I appreciate your efforts. Do remember to slice plenty of the gem-like tomatoes. As evening approached, Li Zige and Zhang Qingqing returned. Upon entering the house, they immediately collapsed onto the reclining chairs. I am utterly exhausted, so tired that I require a comforting embrace from little Bunny to summon the strength to rise. Jiang Tian propped himself up from the bed and inquired, Why have you returned so late? Did you encounter any peril? Li Zige's arms hung limply in the air, resembling a figure on the brink of exhaustion, as he weakly gestured with his hand. Not really, he replied, but we did uncover signs of human activity. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Is it possible that there are still people on this island? No, that can't be right. Damn it. Could the night patrol have led them near their own hometown? This foolish wolf. Was it not better to descend from the land of divine strikes? After all, it is all just sand. Digging is the same no matter where one goes. Jiang Tian cleared his throat. That should be mine. Li Zige sighed with relief. I thought so. The night patrol seemed quite nostalgic, almost toppling over the house with a few nudges. I wondered if such familiar words were from a temporary site you once set up. Thankfully, no one entered, just a false alarm. Li Zige sent a transaction request to Jiang Tian. This is our achievement, and the night patrol contributed significantly as well. I truly envy you. How do you manage to find such considerate pets? You have no idea. That double-tailed stingray, the moment you step on it, it cries out in pain. Li Zige chattered incessantly, reminiscent of Zhang Qingqing. Jiang Tian smiled, accepting the transaction request. Upon glancing at the quantity, he was taken aback. 5,000 grains of sand. No wonder they were exhausted. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Jiang Tian cast a complex glance at Li Zige and sighed. In truth, you need not exert yourself so fervently. We are companions here on the island. Li Zige responded with a smile. I shall do my utmost. If I can gather sufficient supplies in one trip, it will reduce the frequency of subsequent journeys. All I can do is strive to the best of my abilities. At that moment, Zhang Qingqing was reclining on a lounge chair, assisting the happy rabbit in selecting vegetables. The round trip already consumed a significant portion of our time. This island is indeed vast. Who could possibly dispute that? Jiang Tian smiled gently, expressing gratitude for their hard work. Tonight, we shall indulge in hot pot. The two of them widened their eyes in surprise. Hot pot? We haven't heard of anyone bringing the broth base. Could it be that they would have to prepare it themselves? Their gazes turned towards Ji Ming, who nodded affirmatively, puffing out her chest with pride. Indeed, it is I who will prepare it. Her confidence ignited their enthusiasm. After all, they had gathered quite a bounty of game during their journey to capture the silver-maned deer. And now they would slice it all into delectable pieces. Jiang Tian also became involved, briefly browsing the trading hall and acquiring all the spices he could find. Such commodities remain exorbitantly priced when people have their basic needs met. After gathering a few varieties, he had already spent over 2,000. Cultivating his own was undoubtedly more economical. The greenhouse had commenced construction when Jiang Tian procured the sand. To be on the safe side, he had intentionally built two. The blueprint required 4 hours to fabricate, and with the acceleration provided by Dreamweaver, it was completed by mealtime. Consequently, Jiang Tian scattered the surplus seeds across the plots. The grains continued to thrive in the greenhouse, consuming nourishment while hastening their maturation, and they appeared to have gained quite a bit of weight. Upon Jiang Tian's entrance into the old greenhouse, the grains emitted a cheerful sound. Turning around to see Jiang Tian, she joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you." Jiang Tian gazed at the cucumber in her hand and nodded. "Has it mutated?" "Indeed. Brother, take a look." Jiang Tian took the cucumber and examined its attributes. It was a second-tier cucumber, a plant that had undergone mutation through special means, and long-term consumption could enhance perception. Quite impressive indeed. However, this meant that the energy from the grains might not keep pace. Currently, the grains could produce a maximum of 2 levels of food each day. And the gem tomato, which was essential for daily consumption, being a third-tier crop, could yield no more than 2 per day, making it impossible to increase the output. His own physique was also a limitation. He needed second-tier potatoes, which were considered a staple food. The divine spring well showed no signs of activity, which was somewhat disappointing. It seemed that in the coming days, he could remove some skills and replace them with harvest, while seeking assistance from the people of Ruiguang to produce more fertilizer, striving to elevate all food to the second tier. Then, he would solely utilize the accelerated growth technique, allowing the crops to grow naturally. However, this would increase the demand for seeds, as it was essential to ensure that one harvest could sustain him until the next. With an abundance of food, his strength would naturally increase. Once he advanced to the third tier and was adequately prepared, he could venture to the peach blossom spring. He gazed at the cucumber in his hand. His current consumption attributes were Physique 4, Speed 17, and Perception 22. At present, the only food he had on hand that could rapidly enhance his strength was the Swift Sword leaf. He had only consumed a single leaf, using it to brew tea. Today, he could eat a bit more of the Swift Sword leaf to boost his attributes, while reserving some for his daily meals to avoid wastage, particularly since the cabbage was also a second-tier crop. Upon reaching the third tier, the only useful item left for him would be the gem tomato. Having planted many surplus seeds, Jiang Tian returned to his room. He chuckled, ready to prepare for a hot pot feast. Chapter 83, Hot Pot. Fourth tier silver thread taro in the evening. A large iron pot simmered on the stove, containing a unique hot pot base. The beef tallow was rendered from wild buffalo fat, and the chili peppers were of his own cultivation, with a few spices purchased from the market, though he lacked Sichuan peppercorns. The beef had been frozen outside until it was rock hard, making it easy to slice. In his childhood, he had enjoyed a sweetened drink concocted by an elder. By combining vinegar with sugar and diluting it with water, he created a beverage that was both sour and sweet. Jiang Tian raised his cup to commemorate your arrival and the elevation to the third tier of the night patrol. Cheers! Cheers! The clinking of glasses resonated through the air as everyone partook in the rather unpalatable beverage. Zhang Qingqing, with her back to the dining table, snapped another photo, this time forming a peace sign. The smiles of the crowd were captured within the frame. Wu Gu held aloft a large cup filled solely with syrupy water, drinking it down with gusto. Allow me to sample this soup and discern its flavor. Jiang Tian produced a new spoon and took a generous scoop. The spiciness was pronounced, accompanied by a subtle hint of creaminess, making it quite palatable. Quite remarkable. He commended Dreamweaver with a thumbs up, truly impressive. As everyone added meat and vegetables and refilled their drinks, they eventually consumed all the sugar, prompting them to purchase another pack. They even packed a bowl of meat for Shilong. And Jiang Tian could sense his astonishment in that moment. Zhang Qingqing was adding vegetables to the pot when a sudden sniffle caused 2 tears to fall from her eyes. The others took note of Zhang Qingqing's condition. Jiang Tian chuckled softly. Have you been enchanted by the aroma? Sobbing gently, she expressed. I simply feel so fortunate to still be able to enjoy hot pot in this world. It makes my life worthwhile. Reflecting on her little wooden cabin atop the coral reef, she glanced at Jiang Tian's cozy abode. This is what life truly is. Li Zig gently patted Zhang Qingqing's back, offering her comfort. Wu Gu tugged at Jiang Tian's arm and whispered, What is the matter with this sister? Jiang Tian gently stroked Wu Gu's head, remarking that the exquisite flavors were so delightful they brought tears of joy. As they savored the meal, their conversation shifted to the perils they encountered earlier that day. Jiang Tian recounted to Zhi Ming the tale of his newly acquired pet, Frostbite. Since his return, the creature had been recuperating within the spirit ring, nearly draining Jiang Tian of his energy. However, after a day of rest, it had fully healed. He intended for the 2 little ones to become familiar with each other, so they would not be startled later, as Frostbite would remain here to safeguard the premises. As for the night watch, he had contemplated it. After all, the talent of sleeplessness made one ideally suited for guarding the home. Nonetheless, Night Watch had already reached the 3rd tier. He preferred to have an additional layer of security before venturing out again, just in case they encountered another formidable lord. It was likely that a 3rd-tier Night Watch could easily handle a 2nd-tier lord. Upon seeing the ice pillar bear, Zhi Ming gasped in astonishment. Are you attempting to gather all 3 major races of the Spirit Island? When she learned they had also defeated a 3rd-tier seducer, her composure wavered. What was this human capable of? Although she was unaware of the full extent of the seducer's power, she recognized that the creature was notoriously difficult to contend with, as it could spread demonic energy, infecting those weaker than itself. Yet, this human was only at the 2nd tier. How had he managed to resist? It was indeed a puzzling matter. By the time their conversation concluded, the clock had struck 10 in the evening. Li Zige inquired if Jiang Tian needed someone to keep watch, but after he explained the unique characteristics of the sacred strike land, she became unsettled. What? There exists a place where one can evade monsters? What kind of divine realm is this? It was well known that the most tormenting aspect of being a lone wolf was the inability to rest properly. One could never predict when a monster might approach. While they were on the coral reefs, they had to take turns keeping vigil, though they could obtain treasure chests. The incessant harassment from monsters had nearly driven them to despair. That night marked the most restful sleep they had experienced. There were no crashing waves or monsters to disturb their slumber. Moreover, the mere thought of Night Watch, Frostbite, and Mo Lin standing guard outside instilled a sense of inexplicable reassurance. As Jiang Tian placed 6 Swiftblade leaves into his mouth before sleep, his speed increased by 25. If the maximum attribute for a 2nd tier is 100, he is merely 3 points shy of full speed. As for these remaining 3 points, they shall be entrusted to tomorrow's cabbage. A night has passed. Jiang Tian rose early, long before dawn, while Wu Gu and Jimeng remained nestled in slumber. He resolved to immerse himself in the greenhouse over the coming days. As he was on the cusp of ascending to the 3rd tier, it was imperative that his sustenance kept pace. Currently, the only food available at the 3rd tier was the gemstone tomato, which significantly enhanced both speed and perception, yet his physical constitution had only improved by 4 points, leaving him somewhat discontented. Thus, Jiang Tian intended to hasten the growth of more plants to bolster his physical attributes. Dressed in warm garments, he equipped his harvesting skills and, upon opening the door, was elated to discover that the divine food spring had yielded a bounty. He beheld round, dark fruits, the 3rd-tier gold and diamond watermelon, which promised an increase of 5 to perception upon consumption. Regrettably, it did not augment his physical constitution. Jiang Tian shook his head but proceeded to retrieve the watermelon from the well. Yet, as he was fishing it out, he caught sight of something else. His eyes gleamed with astonishment, almost unable to believe what he saw. A 4th-tier silver silk taro, which promised a 10 enhancement to one's constitution upon consumption. Goodness! 4th tier. He had yet to reach the 3rd tier himself, and here he was, presented with the prospect of elevating to the 4th tier directly. Jiang Tian clutched a taro, roughly the size of 2 fists, and burst into hearty laughter. What was the cause of his merriment? Li Zig also emerged, bundled up quite snugly. Upon stepping outside, she noticed Jiang Tian holding something while laughing boisterously. with a watermelon resting at his feet. Wait, a watermelon? Where did that come from? Li Zig was bewildered. Jiang Tian presented the taro to Li Zige, who glanced at it, and, indeed, could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. A satisfied smile graced Jiang Tian's face at this expression. After a moment of composure, Li Zige handed the taro back to Jiang Tian and inquired, "How is this taro cultivated?" Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, how does one cultivate taro? He was utterly clueless. Unlike tomatoes, which at least have seeds, taro presented a perplexing challenge. His tumultuous emotions mirrored the wild undulations of a roller coaster. He had afforded himself such a splendid opportunity, yet it could only be savored once. It was truly exasperating. Sigh, perhaps he should explore if there is a solution with the grains. Jiang Tian stowed the taro into his backpack, while Shiguo retreated indoors to slice open the watermelon and extract the seeds within. He had come to terms with the situation. Even if the taro could not be cultivated, it was of little consequence. He could merely regard it as having consumed a potion that enhanced his constitution by 10 points. With the watermelon and tomatoes at hand, his third-tier perception was bound to ascend significantly. After a while, the two little ones and Zhang Qingqing also stirred awake. Upon seeing the watermelon, Zhang Qingqing was struck with the same astonishment as Li Zig, her mind buzzing with disbelief. Where did this watermelon come from? I found it. Zhang Qingqing gave Jiang Tian a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. I wish I could find one too." Jiang Tian's lips twitched slightly. He divided the watermelon into two halves. One portion was for Wugu and Jiming, while the other half remained for them. The two little ones had worked hard, and this watermelon appeared irresistibly sweet. It served as a token of gratitude for their efforts. The seeds were meticulously extracted by them and stored in Jiang Tian's backpack. As he turned to head towards the greenhouse to plant something, he caught sight of Zhang Qingqing's eager little eyes, drooling profusely. Consequently, Jiang Tian decided to cut a piece and share it with the two girls. They had both indulged in its sweetness, and he could not possibly abstain from enjoying it himself. Jiang Tian cut himself a small piece of watermelon. Watermelon is known for its cooling properties, and having not eaten breakfast, indulging too much could lead to a stomach ache. Gazing at the translucent, glistening flesh of the fruit, he took a bite, and his eyes lit up. It was astonishingly sweet, and the abundant juice was so rich that it coated his hands, leaving a sticky residue. Truly remarkable, indeed. It was no wonder it was classified as a Tier 3 food. By the way, Jiang Tian produced a taro and offered it to Wugu. "Can you plant this?" he inquired. Wugu lifted his gaze, examined the taro, and nodded affirmatively, "Certainly." Chapter 84. 3 days of preparation in the blink of an eye. 3 days had elapsed. They had been in this world for 13 days, approaching a fortnight. The greenhouse had expanded to 6 structures, all filled with cultivated crops, 2 houses for common crops, 3 for second-tier crops, and 1 dedicated to those of the 3rd tier and above. Moreover, fertilizers and the miraculous growth enhancer had been employed to hasten maturation. Notably, after acquiring the greenhouse, the first batch of crops planted, which naturally matured using the growth enhancer, had ripened. This included, but was not limited to, staple foods such as potatoes and wheat. Common vegetables like cabbage and cucumbers had also reached maturity. These ordinary crops required merely 3 days to ripen under the potent acceleration. The second-tier cabbage, however, reached maturity on the 5th day, which is today. The harvest was recently completed, yielding a considerable quantity. Through the collaborative efforts of Jiang Tian and Wugu, all crops, except for the chili peppers and garlic, had ascended to the 2nd tier, while the 2nd-tier cabbage had undergone mutation, elevating it to the 3rd tier. Jiang Tian gazed upon the greenhouse brimming with crops, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In a mere 5 days, these 2nd-tier crops would be ready for harvest. As for the 3rd-tier crops, he felt no trepidation, for he had previously cultivated golden diamond watermelons and gem tomatoes, which did not require an exponential amount of energy. With the potent acceleration in effect, he anticipated that they would reach maturity within a week. The renewable foods at his disposal that could enhance his 3 dimensions included physical enhancement foods, 2nd-tier potatoes, wheat, peas, and 4th-tier silver taro. Speed enhancement foods, 2nd-tier carrots, eggplants, and 3rd-tier cabbage. Perception enhancement foods, 2nd-tier cucumbers, 3rd-tier gem tomatoes, and golden diamond watermelons. Furthermore, the divine spring of the food deity had produced a jar of 3rd-tier jam that could augment speed, which he intended to savor after reaching the 3rd tier. With the influence of these nourishing foods, his 2nd-tier dimensions were finally fully realized. Current attributes: region 6666, personal ID 666666, race human, life rating second tier, constitution 131 agility 142 perception 150 energy 1500 title pioneer, talent bonds beyond worlds, equipment Book of Hal, purple Patty's curse, purple Hunter's gloves, green cloak of black mist, blue King's pants of capturers, purple Swift boots, purple Peach blossom spirit ring, blue Nature's admiration, blue. Moreover, Jiang Tian was not the only one undergoing significant transformation. Mo Lin had also transcended to the third tier, akin to the Night Watch. And due to absorbing second-tier elite cores, his life rating had ascended to the rare third tier. Mo Lin's attributes were well balanced. Yet his rare life tier rendered him exceptionally remarkable. Name: Mo Lin. Race: Tide Shadow Serpent, Fierce Beast, life tier, third tier life rating, rare constitution, 151 speed, 143 perception, 163 energy, 161201. 6120 talent, crystal body, shadow movement. Emergency molting, crystal body. Can consume energy to add a hard crystal layer to oneself. Shadow movement. Consumes a significant amount of energy to move within shadows. Unable to exit interrupted shadows. Emergency molting. Consumes a significant amount of energy to molt, healing injuries while dispelling abnormal effects, though not on par with the Night Watch, who was a third-tier rarity. Mo Lin's prowess was commendable. However, Jiang Tian was taken aback when the people from Longjiang did not approach him to purchase clay. Instead, they expressed keen interest in various ores. Uncertain of their true value, Jiang Tian engaged in daily transactions, offering them 20 units. Simultaneously, the materials for the villa had accumulated to the halfway point. The red bricks were ready, with only 600 units of cement remaining. It was not a matter of Jiang Tian lacking funds, but rather that the limestone in Longjiang was insufficient. Thus, he had no choice but to wait. Stretching leisurely, he pushed open the greenhouse door and stepped outside. Feeling the chill in the air, a surge of power coursed through him. This was the Frost talent skill, Snow Demon. In frigid conditions, his constitution was enhanced by 100, meaning his strength could potentially surpass that of the Night Watch. He felt an unwavering confidence as he prepared to enter the third-tier trial arena. Clad in luxurious purple attire, his attributes rivaled those of the third-tier Mo Lin. As a mage, even without consuming mental potions, the power of his infinite judgment could reach 15,000. Coupled with the Book of Hal and the doubling effect from his pioneer's Spirit Island, even that newly born soul devourer would find it insurmountable. Buzz. Jiang Tian's phone vibrated. A call had come through. Brother Jiang, I've discovered a treasure chest. Should I open it myself or summon Zhang Qingqing? Open it yourself. It seems that Zhang Qingqing is quite far from you. All right. After a brief acknowledgement, Shilong's voice faded away. Jiang Tian hung up the phone. Indeed, Shilong had arrived on the island. Under the influence of his innate perception, Jiang Tian discovered that Shilong's favorability had reached its zenith. The same applied to the two women. Shilong had concluded his employment with Longjiang the day before, amassing a considerable income along with several commendable pieces of equipment. Upon his arrival, he promptly organized a welcoming banquet and was utterly astonished by the lavish array of dishes before him. After indulging in the feast, he found himself at a loss, realizing he had nothing to occupy his time. Presently, Jiang Tian and Wu Gu were tasked with food cultivation, leaving them utterly drained each day. Zhang Qingqing and Yusun explored the map together, returning only to recline on a lounge chair to massage their legs. Li Zige was responsible for trading with others, yearning for 2 extra pairs of hands. Each of them possessed their own unique skills. Shilong felt helpless, yet there was little he could do, as he was outmatched in expertise. Thus, he too set off to explore the map in search of treasure chests. To Jiang Tian's surprise, Shilong's fortune proved to be quite favorable. After the bountiful discoveries of 2 fortunate individuals, Jiang Tian realized that treasure chests indeed existed in the forest. Why had he not encountered them himself? Zhang Qingqing uncovered 2 forest treasure chests, and Shilong, determined not to lag behind, also found 2 chests of his own. Jiang Tian recounted the tale of the beasts to them, which instilled a sense of caution, preventing them from venturing too deeply. The round trip would take no more than half an hour, allowing them to respond to any potential danger. He glanced at the scroll in his hand and then at a towering crystal pillar, 2 meters high, radiating a captivating purple glow, while Frost lay peacefully asleep at its base. The displacement scroll, crafted from the mother crystal, enables the user to teleport back to its origin. The mother crystal serves as the nexus for teleportation, generating 10 displacement scrolls each day. With such an artifact in hand, he could venture outside with confidence. Jiang Tian had tested this item, discovering that it could bypass the barrier of Ling Island and transport him directly home, a most convenient feature. He pushed open the door and saw Li Zig, who was seated at the table recording transactions. A smile graced his lips, noticing the movement behind her. Li Zig looked up as Jiang Tian entered and set down her pen. She smiled and inquired, "Everything has been arranged. Are you ready to head to the trial grounds now?" Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, by our next encounter, I shall have ascended to the realm of rare level life." Chapter 85. The coordinates of the secret realm of the days. Jiang Tian entered the rare level trial. Uncertain of the nature of the rare level life trials, he endeavored to prepare for the most arduous challenges. His skills were still on cooldown, yet he possessed the dual skill, allowing each equipment ability to be utilized twice within a span of 24 hours. Before his departure, he meticulously swapped out all his skills. The trial grounds were unsuitable for the shadow cloak, so he set it aside. The temperature there was not particularly frigid, prompting him to replace the snow spirit as well. After a round of comparisons, Jiang Tian equipped himself with the slow technique, crystals, and emergency molting. The emergency molting presents a conundrum. Given the presence of water in the trial arena, if utilized effectively, the frost chilling essence can significantly disrupt the opponent's movements. When combined with infinite judgment, it can unleash a formidable chain of attacks. However, what if the rare trial arena lacks water? It is prudent to prepare for all eventualities. Jiang Tian applied the with urgency for a critical transformation. He harbored an unsettling premonition. The moment he faltered, he would forfeit something of immense significance. Once he felt utterly assured of success, Jiang Tian activated the ticket to the third-tier trial arena. With a swift motion, it was done. The figure of Jiang Tian vanished from the spot. Ever since the ill-fated assault on the Huaxia people, our region's development has been fraught with challenges. Presently, the entire region lacks even a single second-tier entity, rendering us ineffective. How can we possibly unify the world under such circumstances? An elderly man with a goatee sat within a modest wooden cabin, lamenting. Before him knelt a row of individuals clad in kimonos. Following the demise of Guwu Shige and Kuroima Ta, even those who had not witnessed the arena of life and death were aware. The 6,666th region undoubtedly harbors formidable second-tier beings. It could be surmised that the military of Huaxia has acquired the means to mass-produce second-tier life forms, akin to the beautiful nation of 3,416. In stark contrast, despite consolidating the strength of 2 regions, we have been unable to dismantle a single organization within the 6,666th region. This left Guwu Kintaro feeling a profound sense of defeat. He regretted heeding the words of that Huaxia individual and launching an offensive against the Huaxia military. Not only had he lost the loyal Kuroima Ta, but his own nephew had perished as well. A full 20 trusted subordinates lost. Cursed that Li Yihao. Just days prior, after his pirates had slaughtered a squad of local individuals, he discovered a coordinate card for an island. His emotions were a tumultuous mix of excitement and rage. The excitement stemmed from the fact that they no longer had to drift aimlessly at sea. The anger arose from the realization that, following their assault on Huaxia, they possessed little advanced power. At the heart of the island lay an immensely powerful boss. The musket had no time to ignite before being annihilated. A few on the periphery, who had the fortune to fire a shot, found their efforts utterly futile. As the bullets merely bounced off, the overwhelming aura of oppression enveloped them, instilling a sense of despair. Guwu Kintaro attributed this blunder entirely to the deceased Li Yihao. Had he not led him astray, Kuroima Ta could have gradually defeated this boss and claimed the island. Moreover, Li Yihao possessed the coveted blueprint for a physique potion, inciting envy. Were it not for his live broadcast, during which he personally executed a squad of Huaxia civilians, Kintaro might have believed that Li Yihao was merely a bait sent by the Huaxia military. President, what should we do now? In addition, since our defeat, some associations have even ceased to pay their protection fees. Kintaro Koguya found himself in a state of vexation. In his possession lay 3 precious artifacts. The first was a locator, capable of pinpointing any individual within the vicinity, However, it was a one-time use item, and he had yet to determine its intended recipient. The second was a blueprint for a cross-border transfer scroll, an exceedingly inexpensive item that he regarded as an irreplaceable heirloom. The third was a recent discovery of his, a treasure known as the Secret Realm Coordinate Card, specifically for the fabled Peach Blossom Spring. The location of this paradise happened to be within his own domain, yet he was unable to access it, as only those who had advanced to the second tier were granted entry. How infuriating! Kuya clenched his teeth in frustration. He resolved to barter the locator in exchange for the secrets to mass-producing second-tier beings from the Americans. The locator felt akin to a useless trinket, so he deemed it wiser to trade for valuable intelligence. This would enable him to gain entry into the secret realm. Thus, he activated his innate talent, cross-border trade. His trading platform transcended regional barriers and allowed for the inclusion of 5 characters of information, with the stipulation that only furniture could be traded. Once others initiated private messages, he could engage in limitless cross-regional communication. Utilizing this feature, he successfully contacted Li Yihao, an arms dealer from the United States. He sent a private message, "I wish to propose a transaction." After sending this message, his thoughts took a darker turn. A sinister smile crept across his face. "Might you have an interest in the Secret Realm Coordinate Card?" Jiang Tian extended his hand with a graceful flourish, directing a multitude of fireflies to chase after the panther-like creature ahead. This was a novel application he had devised. As long as he did not release a substantial amount of energy in one breath, his mastery over these fireflies would reach its zenith. Not only would their speed be augmented, but he could also augment their energy at will, thereby enhancing the explosive power they possessed. Yet, before him stood this panther being, remarkably swift and capable of creating illusions of itself. Despite Jiang Tian's repeated assaults being deftly evaded, the battle remained overwhelmingly in his favor. The leopard man was unable to breach his formidable energy shield. This leopard man possessed remarkable abilities, with a standard speed of approximately 150, and could employ a skill that would elevate his velocity to around 200 within mere seconds. However, his strength was notably feeble, barely exceeding 60 points. Jiang Tian sensed that even without the energy shield, he could not breach the defenses. Narrowing his eyes, he noticed the speed of the fireflies behind the leopard man suddenly surge, while 2 fireflies darted out from either side, desperately pursuing their target. The leopard man was gripped by an overwhelming fear. He dared not allow the fireflies to approach, for the destructive power they possessed was utterly lethal. Contact would result in either death or severe injury. At that moment, as he accelerated, he felt an inexplicable force binding him. And suddenly, a firefly descended from the heavens, striking right before the leopard man. His pupils contracted in alarm. Boom, boom, boom. For fireflies detonated in rapid succession from all directions. Congratulations. You have achieved victory in this battle, earning an additional 10 points. Jiang Tian effortlessly dispelled his energy shield. He employed no offensive skills other than the firefly explosion. Moreover, this was his final opportunity. He was poised for advancement and ready to undertake a rare level assessment. Jiang Tian desires to ascend first and then undertake the test, as this would provide a greater assurance. However, should he opt for the ascension reward, he would forfeit the opportunity to test. It appears that there shall be no loopholes in this matter. Jiang Tian took a deep breath, choosing to enter the trial. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and he was transported to an open expanse. Before him lay an expansive, impeccably smooth stretch of grass, where the air was refreshingly crisp. Surrounding the area were equally towering walls. Please select your path of advancement: physique, speed, or perception. Jiang Tian smiled. Only children make choices, and he desired them all. Chapter 86. All 3 certifications unlocked: speed certification activated, physical certification activated, perception certification activated. Defeat your opponents. The 3 voices echoed simultaneously, leaving Jiang Tian feeling that events had surpassed his expectations. 3 figures plummeted from the sky. Upon landing, they exchanged bewildered glances, staring in confusion at the teammate identifiers above their heads. They then turned their attention to Jiang Tian, who was also scrutinizing them in return. One was a humanoid creature, towering at an imposing height of 6 meters, muscles bulging, with arms that reached down to its knees and fists the size of a head, adorned with unique totems. The second was a mantis-like being, wielding a scythe that opened and closed, slender in form, and judging by the contour of its chest, it appeared to be female. However, its proportions did not align with Jiang Tian's aesthetic preferences. The final figure was a mysterious entity shrouded in a black robe, hovering above the ground. Yet, from the tentacles cascading from its hood, Jiang Tian surmised that its true form might be an octopus. Nonetheless, he remained cautious. Those who attained this qualification were undoubtedly formidable. Having undergone trials as rigorous as his own, this implied that they could effortlessly triumph over ordinary first and second-tier beings. The opposing trio was equally perplexed, as their mission was to defeat the human adversary before them. Do you think he has made a mistake or is merely overconfident? The giant inquired. The mantis being, with a sinister gleam in its eyes, spoke with suppressed excitement. Who cares? Isn't it better to breeze through the trial? Trials are inherently a blend of strength and luck. The figure in the black robe shook its head. Do not underestimate the opponent. The mantis being retorted, what? How much higher can you regard a mere human? Unlike ordinary trials, rare-level trials featured spectators in the surrounding stands. These figures were ethereal, but could engage in conversation. They were bewildered. What is happening? Typically, taking on two opponents simultaneously is already an extraordinary feat now. Someone is challenging three, and the challenger is merely a human? A human? Has there been a mistake? According to the feeble nature of humans, this was indeed plausible. They would typically rely on speed to overshadow physicality and perception to outpace speed, thus squandering their opportunity for advancement. Thus, humans were both weak and shameless. Of the opposing races, I recognize only the Malha insectoid species. The other two are unfamiliar to me. Malha? Are they nobility? Indeed. Haha, this will be entertaining. That giant hails from the bloodline giant race of the northern continent. Renowned for their tremendous physical prowess and growing strength in battle, they are natural warriors. Is it the same bloodline associated with the bloodline calamity? Yes. What is that figure cloaked in black? I am uncertain, yet it evokes a sense of the abyss. It is an unfamiliar entity, a denizen of the deep. Hiss. This formation. It seems improbable that this human could be a lord. Facing the three adversaries, Jiang Tian took a deep breath. It appears that a fierce battle awaits. I must find a point of breakthrough. As Jiang Tian clenched his fist, a ring of fire suddenly erupted beneath the feet of the alien insect race. With a thunderous roar, a fiery tornado ascended into the air. However, a frown creased Jiang Tian's brow. He felt no sensation of anything burning. His strength had undergone a qualitative transformation, allowing him to unleash the flame vortex at a speed more than double that of before. He could easily evade it. Yet he wondered about the speed of that mantis being. The blood-patterned giant was somewhat astonished. No incantation magic, yet the power remained so formidable. This alien insect race appeared to be doomed. Before he could continue his reflections, a mocking voice from the alien insect race reached his ears. She was perched upon the shoulder of the blood-patterned giant, unnoticed by him until now. I can hear your thoughts. Such sluggish flames cannot harm me. Only foolish brutes like you would fall prey to such an attack. The blood-patterned giant snorted coldly, ignoring her. Meanwhile, the deep-sea undead squinted his eyes. He then raised his hands, and a water vortex abruptly materialized, colliding with Jiang Tian's flame vortex. Hiss! The two forces met, neutralizing each other. Instantly, the area was enveloped in dense steam, severely obstructing visibility. The deep-sea undead let out a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with malevolence as icy spikes shot towards Jiang Tian's blind spots. The ice pillars pierced through the steam like arrows released with great force. Clang! The ice struck Jiang Tian's energy shield, sending ripples cascading across its surface. Upon realizing his advance was futile, the ice exploded. Jiang Tian was somewhat taken aback. Although the force of this strike was not particularly great, it was rather cunning, and the ice pillar would explode, making it quite treacherous indeed. If he were to be caught in it, the internal detonation would surely be life-threatening. He had not anticipated that this initially probing attack would lead to such an obstruction of his vision. Jiang Tian unleashed a sudden explosion of fireflies, dispersing the entire mass of water vapor. However, he exercised great caution in regulating the intensity of this fiery detonation. This technique relies on an element of surprise, necessitating a gradual escalation of power before delivering a decisive blow. Having tested the waters sufficiently, the blood-patterned giant clenched its fist. Here I come. Blood Fury Strike. The blood-patterned giant struck the ground with tremendous force, instantly sending forth a wave of crimson light that surged towards Jiang Tian, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Tian dared not confront it head-on and could only evade. However, what he did not anticipate was that a cluster of ice pillars suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. surging towards his back. Jiang Tian deftly evaded the assault in midair, activating his crystal shield as a precaution. However, the ice spire seemed to serve as a distraction, diverting his focus. This was troubling. The bloodstained giant had already charged in close proximity to Jiang Tian. With his left hand coiled in energy, he unleashed a ferocious strike aimed directly at Jiang Tian. Simultaneously, the mantis man extended its scythe, lunging towards Jiang Tian's vulnerable back. With no other choice, Jiang Tian was compelled to utilize his first mist form. Jiang Tian's figure suddenly transformed into a wisp of mist. It was initially anticipated that the praying mantis man and the blood-patterned giant would collide with one another. However, to one's astonishment, the praying mantis man retreated just moments before Jiang Tian dissipated into vapor, as if confronted by a master of combat who had discerned his every intention. He seemed to possess an innate understanding of when to strike and when to preserve his life. At this juncture, only the colossal fist of the blood-patterned giant thundered against the ground, reverberating in the stillness. Jiang Tian dispelled the mist and stood upon the arm of the blood-patterned giant. The crystallized essence fused seamlessly with his own limbs. In the next moment, his arms intertwined and struck down towards the joints of the colossal creature. Though this massive figure appeared the most intimidating, it was, paradoxically, the easiest to contend with. Jiang Tian felt that the oppressive force exerted by the giant was far inferior to that of the colossal captor he had previously vanquished. Consequently, he possessed myriad methods to instantaneously eliminate this foe. With a resounding clang, the dual blades, forged from his concentrated energy, cleaved through the joint of the blood-streaked giant. And Jiang Tian surreptitiously infused a touch of additional potency into the strike. Upon completing his assault, Jiang Tian withdrew from the giant's arm. A thunderous explosion ensued, reverberating through the air as the entire forearm detached from the giant's body. Gazing at his severed limb, the giant was filled with a mix of astonishment and fury, utterly bewildered as to why a mere strike had resulted in such a catastrophic loss. At this moment, Jiang Tian snapped his fingers, and countless fireflies erupted, dispersing the ambushing mantis beings nearby. Subsequently, he swiftly drew forth a massive crossbow. The deep-sea undead, witnessing this, was utterly astonished and immediately unleashed an ice spear towards the colossal weapon. However, Jiang Tian had already modified it the moment he drew it. It could be released without delay. The swift arrow struck with a resounding crash, creating a gaping hole in the giant's chest. He spat out a mouthful